Politics, Identity, and Agrarian Struggle in Post-Revolutionary Michoacan, 1920–1935. Christopher R. Boyer for Amy, partner and practitioner. Contents. 1. Becoming Campesinos, from Political Category to Cultural Identity 16. 2. Land, Community, and Memory in Post-Revolutionary Michoacan 46. 3. Francisco Mugica and the Making of Agrarian Struggle, 1920–1922–80. 4. Village Revolutionaries 114. 5. Refusing the Revolution, Catholic Nationalism and the Cristero Rebellion 154. 6. Lázaro Cárdenas and the Advent of a Campesino Politics 188. 7. Conclusion, The Politics of Campesino Identity in 20th Century Mexico 223. 1. Aquí estamos mi general, aquí seguimos. Aquí estamos porque estos gobiernos siguen sin memoria para los indígenas y porque los ricos hacendados, con otros nombres, siguen despojando de su tierra a los campesinos. Here we are, my general, we're still here. We're here because these governments still ignore indigenous people and because rich hacienda owners, with different names now, still rob the campesinos of their land. Subcommandant Marcos, spokesperson of the Zapatista Rebellion in Chiapas. Open letter to Emiliano Zapata, April 10, 1997. Rural folk known as campesinos occupy a privileged position in the national consciousness of modern Mexico. Ever since the revolution of 1910–20 made the desperate condition of subsistence farmers and rural wage laborers into a central issue of Mexican political life, the plight of these campesinos has absorbed the attention of the nation's most celebrated writers, artists, and public intellectuals. Stylized images of country people clad in ghost white tunics and pitched sombreros appear in the murals of Diego Rivera and José Clemente Orozco as the bearers of the nation's cultural heritage, and Octavio Paz, Mexico's premier essayist, once called campesinos the most ancient and secret element of Mexican society. One of the nation's greatest political leaders of the 20th century tended to regard campesinos as the rightful heirs of the nation's revolutionary legacy. Political visionaries such as Lázaro Cárdenas, Mexico's president from 1934 to 1940, have understood campesinos to be the disenfranchised rural folk whom the revolution could redeem and integrate into the political nation. Sympathetic as these renderings of the campesino are, however, they end up portraying country folk as the ageless face of the Mexican countryside, as a resolutely traditional people who have stoically endured their lot down through the centuries. At other times, artists and politicians have considered campesinos in a very different light, imagining them to be downtrodden masses prepared to lash out against their oppressors. The muralists painted campesinos not only as the soul of the nation but also as the vengeful instrument of the revolutionary crusade to build a more just society. Paz himself argued that revolutionary violence gave Mexico a rare glimpse into the true temper of the countryside. The image of a unit and potentially revolutionary rural populace also captured the imaginations of major political figures such as Cárdenas and his political mentor, Francisco Mugica. Both men were central players in the creation of the post-revolutionary Mexican state and were, not coincidentally, natives and one-time governors of Michoacan, the western state that is the focus of this book. Like the muralists, Mugica and Cárdenas supposed that campesinos had certain objective interests in political and economic terms, although they also believed that rural people could not advance their interests, or even fully recognize them, until they had the cognitive and political means at their disposal to do so. It may seem that there is no way to reconcile the two perceptions of campesinos as cultural conservatives and as proto-evolutionaries, but in fact the two representations share a fundamental similarity. They both take it for granted that campesinos exist as a determinate and virtually unchanging social group. In other words, rather than treat campesino identity as a product of historical processes, these artists, thinkers, and politicians have understood campesino identity as a preconstituted fact, an objective social category produced by extrinsic and relatively stable historical structures such as rural peoples' ancient cultural traditions or the fact that they must work the land to make a living. The apparent timelessness of campesinos' presence in rural Mexico may explain why so few historians have considered campesino identity a key topic for investigation. After all, if campesino identity is in a sense structurally determined by people's relationship to the land, then there is no real reason for historians to inquire into the specific historical circumstances in which the Mexican campesinage was constructed as a social entity. It can seem nonsensical to ask what rural people or politicians mean when they refer to campesinos because the answer appears to be self-evident. Recently, however, a few pioneering scholars have inquired into the manner in which state makers created an ideology around the campesino problem in order to revolutionize and modernize rural society. As Guillermo Palacios has argued, this ideology aimed at nothing less than the reconstruction of the popular mentality, insofar as political leaders hoped to construct the post-revolutionary campesino as a vital political actor and economic producer in a new, post-revolutionary Mexican society. Nevertheless, by focusing primarily on the ideologies and political discourses of the political class, these scholars have left unanswered the critical question of how rural people came to create, adopt, or reject campesino identity, or indeed what it meant to them to be campesinos in the RST place. I argue in this book that campesino identity in 20th century Mexico is the outgrowth of popular militancy as interpreted through localized versions of post-revolutionary ideology. As we will see in Chapter 1, this cultural process began when rural people known as agrarians, agraristas, mobilized to request lands made available in the post-revolutionary land reform. The mobilized country people who participated in the land reform came in contact with school teachers, local activists, and others, local leaders whom I will call village revolutionaries. Village revolutionaries articulated a radical, class-based discourse that emphasized the values of class struggle and citizenship in what they imagined to be a new, post-revolutionary nation. As agraristas organized politically, solicited lands, and interacted with village revolutionaries, they appropriated some post-revolutionary ideals, but they rejected or transformed others in ways that made sense to them. Eventually, they began to represent themselves as belonging to a social category known as campesinos, that is, as a distinct social group united by a shared set of political and economic interests as well as by a collective history of oppression. The locally intelligible conceptions of class and citizenship that agraristas began to elaborate in the 1920s constituted the fundamental building blocks of campesino identity. But this was not an even process, and variations in the way class and citizenship were experienced and contested in 3. 4. The post-revolutionary era helped to explain why the campesino seems to be such a protean social category in Mexico. The term has almost no meaning in a strictly economic sense, leading some scholars to insist that it lacks analytical coherence. It applies equally well to villagers who have access to their own land and to those who are wage laborers or sharecroppers or those who earn a living through a combination of subsistence strategies. Sidney Mintz argued more than a quarter century ago that the solution to this ontological difficulty is to analyze the development of rural class consciousness in historical terms. 3. With the notable exception of Jeffrey Gould's examination of political consciousness among the campesinos in Chinandega, Nicaragua, however, relatively few historians have taken up the challenge. 4. Gould demonstrated that rural people's community-centered political struggles eventually engendered a self-described campesino movement in Chinandega. Community allegiances, and rivalries, as well as rural people's collective experiences of political mobilization will also play a central role in this study, but rural folk in Mexico had an enormous political asset that their Nicaraguan counterparts lacked at the time. Mexico's Constitution of 1917 was both a product of the revolution and a fundamental pillar of political life in the 1920s and 1930s. It guaranteed that all Mexican citizens would benefit from the promises of the revolution, including access to land and education, as well as the ability to unionize. So even though rural people had been negotiating the rights and duties associated with Mexican citizenship since the early 19th century, the Constitution expanded these benefits beyond anything that rural people could have previously aspired to. As we shall see, their efforts to capitalize on these rights set the stage for the decades-long agrarista struggle in Michoacan. The ideology and practice of agrarian mobilization, both of which are captured by the term agrarismo, agrarianism, politicized rural people's understanding of class and citizenship and began to instill a sense of campesino identity among a radicalized core of peasant militants. However, agrarismo never became a truly mass movement in Michoacan, and that fact poses something of an analytical puzzle. After all, if many rural people rejected the politics of agrarismo, how can we account for the increasingly widespread presence of campesino identity in the post-revolutionary years? The answer is that, although agraristas were the RST ones to de 4. 5. Any themselves as campesinos in Michoacan, campesino identity quickly surpassed the boundaries of the agrarista movement. Rural people who felt alienated by the politics of agrarismo appropriated the central conceptual components of campesino identity in the late 1920s, and they too began to argue that impoverished rural people had a moral right to possess the land they worked, that subsistence farmers should sustain a degree of political solidarity with each other, and that the promises of the revolution codied in the 1917 Constitution redressed a long history of social injustice in the countryside. A cultural identity such as the one rural people adopted in post-revolutionary Michoacan refers to a specific quality or set of values that a given set of people use in order to categorize social groups and codify social difference. Cultural identities are rooted in language and other symbolic systems that refer to attributes such as ethnicity, religion, class, gender, nationality, or some other seemingly innate quality. Cultural identities are not established in a political vacuum, however. As scholars such as Escobedo Laca and Stuart Hall have demonstrated, they often wreak the values and prejudices that dominant social groups seek to map onto subordinate ones. Yet subordinate peoples typically contest or even reject some of the characteristics that others seek to impute to them, meaning that identity formation often arises out of an interplay between powerful and less powerful groups in society. 6. So it should not be surprising that agraristas were not the only ones who eventually came to think of themselves as campesinos in Michoacan. As agrarian activists and political leaders brought campesino identity into existence in the 1920s and 1930s, more and more rural people found that it was a meaningful way to describe their own condition regardless of their attitudes about agrarismo. This should not be taken to imply that rural people who identified themselves as campesinos discarded other cultural identities that were important to them, of course. Rural people often found it possible to locate themselves within a number of different social categories that varied over time and according to context. Humble country folk became campesinos, at least in certain contexts, but they did not cease to have a Catholic identity of some sort, nor did they stop thinking of themselves in gendered terms as men or women, or in ethnic terms as mestizos or indigenous people. Finally, it is important to recognize that 5. 6. While the land reform and political organization associated with agrarismo helped to propel the process of campesino identity formation in Michoacan, people in other regions of the nation may have adopted campesino identity through very different processes and in very different contexts. Thus, there necessarily is no reason to assume that campesino identity formation in Michoacan served as the model for the rest of Mexico. On the other hand, Michoacan's experience of agrarismo does represent an especially significant case of the way that identity politics played out in the post-revolutionary years. There was a truly remarkable degree of political activation of rural people in Michoacan, whether as pre-revolutionary agraristas or anti-revolutionary Catholic rebels. This popular awakening politicized village life and helped induce Michoacan's agraristas to think of their solidarity with each other in terms of class and revolutionary citizenship. Moreover, Mujica and Cardenas were major architects of the post-revolutionary state, and their understanding of rural people's needs and solidarities derived in large measure from their interaction with the mobilized country people of their home state. Cardenas was particularly eager to bring the popular classes into the public life of the nation, and his experiences with campesino politics as governor of Michoacan clearly guided some of the policies he followed as president in the mid-1930s. The political organization of Michoacan's agroristas was thus a particularly conspicuous manifestation of the massive enlargement of the polity that occurred throughout Mexico in the post-revolutionary years. Popular class groups such as workers, campesinos, indigenes, and, to some extent, women were all incorporated into the political sphere, both because they demanded to have their voices heard and because post-revolutionary leaders sought to build political clienteles. 7. This means that the question in the post-revolutionary years was not so much whether popular groups would be allowed to participate in politics but rather under what conditions they would do so. Historians have long recognized that the carefully orchestrated expansion of political participation in the 1920s and 1930s was a critical factor in the formation of the inclusive yet increasingly authoritarian character of the 20th century Mexican state. The history of agrarismo in Michoacan can reveal quite a bit about how rural mobilization, campesino identity, and the post-revolutionary state developed in mutually reinforcing ways. 6. 7. Agrarian mobilization, popular movement or state project. Although historians have studied agrarismo ever since the 1930s, they still do not agree on whether it was primarily a grassroots mobilization of militant villagers or a byproduct of government patronage and boss politics. The earliest generation of scholars took the RST position. Towringers in Mexican historiography such as Frank Tannenbaum and Jesus Silva Herzog depicted the revolution as a massive peasant uprising led by social progressives determined to end the quarter-century-long dictatorship of General Porfirio Diaz. These populist historians maintain that hacienda owners had acquired vast amounts of village land through fraudulent transactions as well as through various legal devices during the 1876 to 1911 Diaz regime, a period known as the Porfiriato. The loss of village lands outraged country folk, these scholars argued, leading the rural masses to join the revolutionary armies of the 1910s. 2 years after the GDing had ended, the victorious revolutionaries passed a new constitution in 1917 that authorized the redistribution of hacienda lands and thus fulfilled the promise embedded in the revolution. Although the presidents of the 1920s were slow to implement land reform, these historians maintain that agraristas continued to press their demands until President Cardenas brought about the culminating moment of the revolution in the mid-1930s by distributing more than 14 million hectares to nearly a million rural people. 8. By the 1960s, some historians had begun to re-examine this populist narrative of the revolution. Inspired by the growing realization that the revolution had not substantially transformed Mexican society, revisionist historians complained that leaders such as Venustiano Carranza, Alvaro Obregón, and others never intended to truly empower workers and campesinos, much less to overturn the capitalist system itself. They argued that the leaders of the revolution intended to take the place of the pre-revolutionary economic elite and refashion the political system in ways more amenable to the nationalist middle class. The revisionists asserted that peasants and workers had rebelled against the Diaz dictatorship in the hope of forging a more equitable society, but that petty bourgeois pseudo-revolutionaries and foreign capitalists interrupted the revolutionary process before popular class militants could achieve their goal. 9. 7. 8. The revisionist thesis soon echoed in historical studies of the post-revolutionary era as well. Scholars began to recognize that relatively few peasant communities in the 1920s and 1930s had spontaneously mobilized in support of the new regime. Instead, historians such as Jean Meyer demonstrated that national leaders and petty politicians often promised land and other benefits to rural folk in a more or less overt effort to pander to the demands of landless villagers and win some degree of support for post-revolutionary state formation. Inverting the populist historian's argument, Meyer emphasized the popular origins of the counter-revolutionary Cristero revolt of 1926-29 and painted agraristas as opportunistic clients of the government. As another author put it, rural people who participated in the land reform found that they had to recognize the legitimacy of the new social order and to accept their subordinate role within the post-revolutionary political system. Several subsequent studies revealed that the land reform, and the potential for distributing political patronage, appealed more to cotters of relatively well-to-do local politicians and aspiring rural bosses than to average villagers themselves. Some of these historians also contended that Cardenas's far-reaching land reform program did not so much liberate rural people as shackle them to an increasingly indifferent agrarian bureaucracy. 11. The post-revolutionary project to forge a modern citizenry through the introduction of public education, through revolutionary leaders' legislative assault on the Catholic Church, and through government-led mobilizations of rural people began to seem like arbitrary acts of social control, not the movement for popular liberation that revolutionary leaders had promised. As historian Luis Gonzalez explained, most rural people did not spontaneously embrace post-revolutionary ideology simply because they felt so alienated by the existing social structure. Country people were not inherently revolutionary, in other words, they were revolutionized by outsiders. 12. The most recent generation of post-revisionist historians has recruited Antonio Gramsci's concept of hegemony to help them reconsider the relationship between the post-revolutionary project of state formation and the political consciousness of rural folk. Gramsci and his followers argued that the educational system, the media, and other cultural institutions in capitalist societies promote values that uphold and perpetuate the economic. 8. 9. Elite's moral authority. As a result, the dominant political culture in capitalist countries makes it seem that disparities between rich and poor are natural and inevitable features of modern social life. To the extent that the popular, or subaltern, classes accept these ideals, elites can avoid the use of violence as they strive to perpetuate the existing order. 13. Post-revisionists have opened a new avenue of inquiry into post-revolutionary Mexico by de-emphasizing Gramsci's conceptual framework regarding economic structures and focusing mainly on state formation. These historians argue that political elites, together with modernizing intellectuals such as school teachers, carried out a hegemonic project that naturalized and perpetuated post-revolutionary ideology. Initiatives such as secularized public education, nationalist radio programming, and carefully orchestrated civic rituals exposed popular groups to a new universe of revolutionary mores. They introduced the ideals of nationalism, reverence for the new pantheon of revolutionary heroes, and respect for the federal government into the consciousness of rural folk in an effort to establish the legitimacy, or perhaps even the inevitability, of the post-revolutionary order. 14. Popular groups did not blindly adopt revolutionary precepts, of course, and post-revisionist historians have also emphasized that peasants, workers, and other subordinate groups attempted to negotiate their status within the emerging political system by resisting some aspects of the post-revolutionary project and reconquering others. As historian Mary K. Vaughan has explained, the development of rural people's political consciousness was not the product of a top-down, state-led project to impose modernizing and revolutionary values on rural people. Instead, it derived from the dialogue between state and society that took place around that project. 15. I propose in this book to expand historians' understanding of this negotiation by showing just how complicated and multifaceted this hegemonic process was. I have tried to keep from attributing univocality to elite actors or to assume that subordinate social groups have a single cultural identity that trumps all others. It is an analytical stance born out of necessity. Consider the number of mutually antagonistic ideological projects in Michoacan in the post-revolutionary era. Revolutionary leaders, old-line liberals, and Catholic leaders all aspired to transform the consciousness of the popular classes, but none of them had the means to effect a hegemonic outcome, to borrow Florencia Malin's term, on a regional scale. 16. 9. 10. These elite actors lacked the unity and the institutional resources to realize their ideological vision in any but the most modest terms. Even Michoacan's political class found it impossible to articulate a unit ideological vision between 1920 and 1935. No fewer than 7 governors held office during that period, and their principles and political discourse differed in fundamental ways. To complicate matters further, radical governors in Michoacan and other states occasionally came under both from local power brokers and from increasingly conservative national leaders who rejected their class-based brand of populism. And all of Michoacan's governors had to contend with the resistance of fractious military commanders and other regional power brokers. 17 Because there was not a dominant political ideology in post-revolutionary Michoacan, country people, their leaders, and their schoolteacher mentors could choose from a number of different political discourses or even use multiple discourses simultaneously. Aside from the radicalized language of class and citizenship propounded by Mujica, Cardenas, and the village revolutionaries, rural people had a long-term familiarity with versions of social Catholicism and liberalism. Indeed, Catholics and liberals had attempted to advance hegemonic projects of their own long before the revolutionaries entered the scene. Catholic leaders had been advancing a well-developed vision of Mexican political culture and nationhood since the late 19th century. The movement known as social Catholicism construed Mexico as one large religious community and promoted a social vision that emphasized social peace over class conflict and paternalism over militancy. Western Mexico provided fertile ground for such a vision because Catholic leaders there were able to draw on the Church's immense moral authority to put their ideals into practice. They established a network of credit unions and labor organizations intended to spiritually and materially improve the lives of the popular classes and, it was hoped, to transform them into modern yet devout citizens of the religious nation. 18 A very different form of hegemonic project also existed in Michoacan prior to the advent of post-revolutionary radicalism. Political liberals were no more enamored of social conflict than the Catholics, and they continued to press for popular acceptance of notions of market relations and political individualism well into the 20th century. Liberalism of this 10. 11. Sort had sprouted deep roots in political circles and in some parts of the countryside in the 19th century, and many landowners and old-line political leaders continued to insist in the post-revolutionary decades that private property and republican values were the defining attributes of Mexican civilization. 19 Rural people had no use for ideological orthodoxy, however, and village political cultures typically included some elements of all three of these ideologies. As a result, historians must account for rural people's capacity to hold multiple and seemingly incongruous cultural identities and political outlooks at the same time. This means avoiding the temptation to ignore the complexity of rural politics by analytically privileging the putatively authentic or historically deep varieties of campesino or indigenous culture, those associated with Catholicism, say, over other, putatively less authentic cultural forms. The tendency to analytically even out the complexities of rural people's political consciousness is visible in some ethnographically inclined studies of peasant identity that proceed from the profoundly moral standpoint that it is wrong for governments, markets, or other extraneous entities to overwhelm existing forms of popular consciousness and community organization. Yet scholars' healthy distrust of outside intrusions into the cultural life of rural communities should not lead to the reification of seemingly autochthonous folkways or to the underestimation of the permeability and heterogeneity of peasant culture. Marjorie Becker, for example, has written that peasants who allied with Cardenas had to relinquish their cultural knowledge to outsiders, a framing of the issue that seems to presume that rural folk cannot simultaneously engage with the state to seek out social change and yet preserve their cultural heritage as they understand it. 20 Cultural histories such as Becker's have the great virtue of demonstrating that peasant attitudes cannot simply be inferred from structural categories, as if rural people's worldview was somehow governed by their form of land tenure. But it does no good to replace ahistorical structural categories with ahistorical cultural ones, assuming that modern values, such as those the revolutionaries declaimed, are incompatible with tradition. As Nestor Garcia Cancellini has brilliantly demonstrated, the cognitive frameworks are not in fact incompatible. 21 Indeed, I would argue that insofar as rural people's understanding of post-revolutionary ideology 11. 12. Was mediated by such factors as family networks, religious practice, and the existing structures of authority, they often found ways to make revolutionary ideologies resonate with their existing political cultures. My goal in this book is to advance the post-revisionist synthesis without abandoning either the ethnographic sensitivity or the theoretical rigor that previous scholars have brought to bear on the countryside. Recognizing the pervasive influence of state formation on local politics and popular identities, my analysis blurs the typical analytic dyad state/society, elite/popular, dominant/subaltern through which hegemonic processes unfold. 22 While acknowledging the importance of both land and religion in the everyday life of rural people, I try to show that revolutionary and traditional peasant identities were not necessarily incompatible. Perhaps most important, I argue that rural people's lived experience of multiple ideological projects and multiple forms of power influenced their efforts to come to terms with the unprecedented occurrences of the post-revolutionary years. 23 As we will see in the following chapters, the process through which these events were understood on the local level determined how post-revolutionary ideologies were integrated into the political cultures of agrarian communities and the countryside more generally. If campesino identity ultimately surpassed the narrow boundaries of agrarista ideology and discourse, I believe it is because rural people have found the politics of campesino identity to be a useful way to deem their political presence in post-revolutionary Mexico. Far from subscribing to a useless artifact of post-revolutionary ideology, rural people have recognized that the adoption of campesino identity offers one avenue through which they can maintain political solidarity and engage in collective action. Perhaps for that reason, mobilized rural people, from the agraristas of post-revolutionary Michoacan to the neo-zapatistas of 20th century Chiapas, have found it meaningful to frame their politics at least in part as a campesino struggle. Toward a history of campesino identity in Michoacan. The following chapters trace out the course of the agrarista movement in Michoacan and its impact on rural people's cultural identity in the 13 post-revolutionary decades. My analysis is based on archival sources, oral histories, private correspondence, and the partisan tabloids known as attack newspapers. These sources reveal the interdependent relationship between the discourse of major political figures in Michoacan and the idiom that village revolutionaries deployed in their communities. Interspersed with this analysis are narratives of locally significant events in selected peasant villages, haciendas, and cities, which are intended to illustrate how continually evolving post-revolutionary discourses attached politicized meanings to the collective experiences of mobilized country people. The interplay between local histories and political ideology and between and among villagers, village revolutionaries, clergymen, and politicians slowly established new bonds of social solidarity in the countryside and eventually deemed what it meant to be a campesino. Chapter 1 addresses this interplay in greater detail by investigating the process whereby the concept of the campesino evolved from a political category within the discourse of radical populists into a cultural identity embraced by many people in the countryside. Chapter 2 turns to an explanation of how local histories became embedded in post-revolutionary ideology and molded popular understanding of the Diaz dictatorship in the years following the revolution. As political leaders and village revolutionaries came to remember it, the Porrieto appeared as the fountainhead of rural injustice in 20th century Mexico. Even though widespread dispossession of village land did take place during the 3 decades before the revolution, this fact alone does not explain why post-revolutionary politicians and village revolutionaries demonized institutions they associated with the old regime, most notably the hacienda and the church. The reason, I argue, is that rural people's heightened awareness of revolutionary ideology politicized their memories of the Diaz dictatorship and led some of them to reassess their existing, and often ambivalent and complicated, relationships with haciendas in the 1920s. Chapter 3 examines the ill-fated 1920-22 administration of Francisco J. Mujica as governor of Michoacan. Mujica intended to bring revolutionary values to the countryside and encouraged agraristas to mobilize and press for their rights to the land. His efforts succeeded all too well in some cases. Mujica's policies heightened existing conflicts between communities and landholders, but his tenuous grip on power kept him from 14. Controlling how these conflicts actually unfolded. By 1922, the rising tide of unrest in Michoacan convinced President Alvaro Obregón to cashier the state's rogue government. Mujica's ouster reigned in the agrarista movement, but it also decentralized the movement's leadership and gave village revolutionaries the opportunity to reconfigure the ideals of citizenship and class consciousness in ways consonant with rural people's expectations and experiences. Chapter 4 examines the rise of these village revolutionaries. Many agrarian leaders had traveled either to the United States or within Mexico and had encountered well-organized labor unions before settling in their home communities. Their personal histories guided their efforts to organize villagers and carve out positions of authority within their communities during the hard years between 1922 and 1926, when anti-agrarian governors sought to check the land reform and rural mobilization. Whereas revolutionaries hoped to instill class consciousness and revolutionary citizenship as Mexicans' core values, Catholic activists regarded Mexicans' common religious faith as the proper basis of national identity. Catholics argued that respect for private property and paternalistic social relations should form the core of Mexican nationhood. The fundamental incompatibility of revolutionary ideology with Catholic nationalism led nearly all post-revolutionary presidents to restrict the activities of the Church. These policies outraged people throughout the nation. In Michoacan, people resisted government anti-clericalism throughout the 1920s and 1930s, opposing it most dramatically during the 1926-29 Cristero Rebellion that pitted rancheros, priests, and some indigenous people, along with sectors of the middle class, against revolutionary leaders, the Federal Army, and agrarista militias. Chapter 5 examines the evolution of Catholic ideology, its role in the Cristero Rebellion, and agrarista's response to the politicization of religion. As the Cristero Revolt wound to a close, agraristas acted into a statewide campesino union that Governor Cardenas created in order to give them a political voice and to channel their support behind his policies. As I argue in Chapter 6, village revolutionaries' willingness to join with Cardenas contributed to the institutionalization of the agrarian movement through a statewide peasant union, known as the Revolutionary Labor Confederation of Michoacan, or CRMDT. The Confederation gave rural people an organized platform through which they could press for their 15 rights as class-conscious citizens, but its dependence on Cardenas also abridged their political autonomy. This trade-off proved to be costly. The Confederation and its successors sought to regiment the empowerment of rural people, but in the long run, as the revisionist historians have so clearly demonstrated, the state lost much of its revolutionary fervor. By the 1940s, the same institutions that Cardenas had created to give a political voice to rural folk began to work instead as mechanisms to squelch their political demands. Country people, not political leaders, ultimately ensured that campesino identity would be compatible with other peasant identities based around attributes such as religion, gender, and ethnicity. Chapter 7 concludes that most rural people declined to identify themselves as agraristas or rural proletarians but still found that representing themselves as campesinos was a viable way of calling attention to their collective social condition. In the late 1930s, campesino identity moved from the realm of agrarian struggle into the sphere of national politics as a result of Cardenas's decision to expand the scope of land reform and to create a national campesinos union, known as the Confederación Nacional Campesino. Insofar as Cardenas conformed to campesino expectations by expanding the scope of land reform and placing rural leaders in positions of authority, his government indeed fulfilled one of the revolution's covenants with rural folk. By the time he left the presidency in 1940, politically mobilized campesinos had come to understand that they shared a common historical experience as well as collective economic and political interests. In many parts of Mexico, campesino identity, often in a hybrid form alongside other peasant identities, had become a mainstay of peasant political culture and an important element of community survival. 16. 1. From political category to cultural identity. Early in the dry season of 1921, the members of an indigenous community not far from the town of Zitacuaro in the eastern highlands of Michoacan decided to confront the North American mining company that owned the land surrounding their homes. People in the village of El Azalidro were outraged that the company had scrapped an arrangement that had proved mutually beneficial for more than a decade. The company had employed most of El Azalidro's men as lumberjacks, paying them to cut timber out of the jagged mountainside and deliver it to the sawmill, where it was made into railroad ties and mine shaft stays. In exchange, the villagers earned money to supplement the meager livings they made raising their own crops and herding a small amount of livestock, and they were also granted the right to log as many trees as they needed for their own domestic use. However, a company foreman abruptly read the villagers that fall and ordered them to keep away from the woodlands. In response, a handful of men from El Azalidro forded themselves with alcohol on the afternoon of September 15 and rushed into the sawmill shouting, "Death to the company," while shooting their guns into the air. The mining operation claimed that it had changed its policy because the villagers were overexploiting its woodlots and degrading the forest, but that was not the real crux of the problem. Company administrators primarily intended to discourage the villagers from participating in Mexico's post-revolutionary land reform program. If the government went ahead with plans to grant a permanent land reform parcel, ejido, to the community of El Azalidro, the company stood to lose both a valuable source of labor and a sizable portion of its property. As it turned out, though, it was too late to stop the villagers from recovering their land. Several months. 16. 17. Before the incident in the sawmill, a local political activist, in his capacity as the self-described delegate and representative of the community of Indians at El Azalidro, had petitioned the government for an ejido, and Francisco J. Mujica, the radical young governor of Michoacan, had ordered that a large tract of the company's forest land be turned over to the petitioners. The company answered back with a lawsuit challenging the governor's determination. For good measure, Foreman also sent around some hired hands to intimidate anyone who had signed the petition asking for the restitution of El Azalidro's property. The scare tactics did not dissuade the villagers, who moved on to their elds soon after they received the governor's permission. Another 8 years passed before all the paperwork came through officially legalizing the villagers' rights to the land, however, and some members of the agrarian community developed an affinity for revolutionary politics in the interim. In 1924, land reform beneficiaries donated a parcel of land to the village's federally run elementary school. 2 years after that, a few residents agreed to join a military expedition against the Catholic-inspired peasant uprising known as the Cristero Rebellion. This grassroots support for post-revolutionary policies did have its limits, though. Villagers refused to send their children to school if they felt the teacher did not show the proper respect for religion. And when the army tried to conscript 8 men for yet another campaign against the Cristeros in 1929, community leaders complained directly to the president, explaining that they did not judge it appropriate to contribute to the war effort a second time. "We have already lent our services once before," they wrote, "and now we need everyone to prepare for the planting season." 10 years later, a new generation of El Azalidro's village leaders met with a dozen or so of their counterparts from other nearby indigenous communities that had also received land grants. The purpose of the meeting was to sign a declaration expressing solidarity with President Lázaro Cárdenas, whose political temperament and personal style they had experienced when he had served as governor of Michoacan a few years earlier. In their declaration, the community leaders voiced their support for the president's plan to create what they understood to be a united front of campesinos. The document was shot through with spelling errors that betrayed the author's untutored backgrounds, but its overall message came 17. through clearly enough. The signatories began by declaring their formal oath to support the principles of the revolution as incarnated by the current government and their readiness to join together to safeguard the interests of workers, campesinos, and agrarian reform communities. They summed up by declaring their solidarity with rural people everywhere who sought to defend their class interests and defend themselves against the iron hand of the bourgeoisie and the religious zealots clericals who undermine the sound principles of the revolution. 5. The Village Leaders Manifesto. Like the political activation of the El Azalidro villagers in the RST place attested to the massive changes that were overtaking rural Michoacan between 1920 and 1935. The horizon of village politics expanded beyond the knees of the community itself and came to encompass the abstract social collectivities envisioned in post-revolutionary ideology. Whereas the original leader of the agrarista movement in El Azalidro had described his followers as a community of Indians who wanted to recover their access to land and timber, the new generation of village headmen now made grand proclamations about class struggle and the promotion of revolutionary principles. Agrarista militants within the village had somehow transformed from a group of gun-shooting protesters into an organized cadre of self-declared revolutionaries who saw themselves as the allies of the President of the Republic. The radicalized language that village leaders evoked in their letter to Cardenas also demonstrated that they regarded themselves as members of a specifically post-revolutionary social category, rather than describing themselves as Indians or villagers or members of some other social group. They depicted themselves as campesinos, a term that literally means country people. Rural folk such as the residents of El Azalidro had made a living in the forests and cornfields of central Mexico since time immemorial, of course, and in this sense they had always been campesinos. But in the years after the Mexican Revolution, these rural folk found a new political vocabulary and a new set of concepts through which to think about their place in rural society. As villagers in El Azalidro and similar communities throughout Michoacan in the 1920s and 1930s organized and solicited lands that had once belonged to wealthy outsiders, they tentatively engaged post-revolutionary notions of class and citizenship. In the process, many of them came to regard themselves as members of an abstract COL. 19. 20. Collectivity with a shared historical legacy, similar social attributes, and a unique set of collective politico-economic interests, and in this sense to imagine that they belonged to a new social category that had never existed in Mexico before, a collectivity of class-conscious revolutionary citizens known as campesinos. The transformation of popular identity in post-revolutionary Mexico. It is easy to assume that rural folk, politicians, and scholars have always conceived of the rural masses in Mexico as a more or less homogeneous class of campesinos. 6. Yet the idea that marginalized rural folk constitute a discrete social group by virtue of their shared political and economic status is in fact of relatively recent origin. I seek to show in this book that the understanding of what it means to be a campesino in Mexico today is essentially an ideological construct, a particular way of understanding the world that was framed during the revolution and consolidated in its aftermath. 7. Specific historical processes associated with post-revolutionary agrarian politics led rural people to rethink their place within Mexican society, a process that in Michoacan began around 1920, when populist politicians and radicalized rural leaders started to depict campesinos as the incarnation of rural masses who, it was said, had played the leading role in the Mexican Revolution. This newly emerging political discourse construed campesinos as belonging to a political category, that is, as a potential constituency to be mobilized through an appeal to their political and economic interests. Soon, however, certain groups of rural people appropriated elements of this post-revolutionary ideology and invented other ones, thus transforming campesino masses, campesinage, from a political category into a new form of cultural identity. Campesino identity as it came to exist in post-revolutionary Michoacan therefore originated with the interaction of state formation and the lived experiences of rural people who participated in the land reform and agrarista movement. The establishment of the campesinage as a new pressure group in Mexico was evidenced by the plethora of political organizations, many of them called campesino unions, and forms of popular militancy that appeared in the countryside during the 1920s and 1930s, but it was 21. Particularly visible in the changing vocabulary that political leaders and country people used to describe rural society itself. Whereas the word campesino appeared only occasionally in the political lexicon of 19th century Mexico, and even then as little more than a value-neutral description of the rural masses, it became a fundamental element of Mexican political discourse sometime in the mid-1920s. By the early 1930s, it had acquired a good deal of the ideological cargo it continues to bear today. People who called themselves campesinos usually meant to imply that they belonged to a class-like group of rural folk who worked the land and were locked in an inherently connective relationship with large-scale landowners and other dominant social groups. The term also carried with it the connotation that politically militant country people had earned a privileged status as revolutionary citizens because they had supported both the revolution and the controversial initiatives such as the land reform that had grown out of it. 8. So how did people conceive of the rural masses before the revolution if they did not think of them as a socially unit, class-like collectivity known as campesinos? Perhaps because most people lived in the countryside in the 19th century, they tended to discern rural social complexities in great detail. 19th century political discourse tended to highlight the markers of social difference among rural people rather than the putative similarities among them. On the local level, the language that rural people used to describe themselves depended on their own circumstances and their intended audience. Country people called themselves indigenous people or villagers or Catholics or Republican citizens, as the situation demanded. In other circumstances, they referred to their form of land tenure, tagging themselves as common landholders, casual hacienda workers, and so on. Perhaps most often, they simply described themselves in terms of locality. Well into the 1920s, rural people often used a colonial-era idiom of residents, vecinos, or natives, originarios, of their home villages, although these terms had lost some of their former capacity to index ethnic differences in the countryside. Outside observers used many of the same categories when describing rural society, though they were particularly apt to emphasize rural people's relationship to the land. Rural people worked the land in any number of ways in the 19th century, as private landholders, resident ha. 21. 22. Hacienda workers, hacienda de laborers, sharecroppers, holders of common land, woodcutters, or, perhaps most frequently, as some combination of these. At other times, observers referred to rural folk as the agrarian population, though a few political militants had begun to use a language of class and to speak of agricultural workers by the late 19th century or so. 9. When observers or rural people wanted to describe country folk as a collectivity, they often used the time-honored term el pueblo, the people, or, perhaps more commonly, los pueblos, the villages. 10. Both of these words could refer equally well to the residents of rural communities as to the nation itself. Most of these conceptual categories derived from intellectual currents associated with liberalism, the dominant ideology of late 19th century Mexico that promised all members of society equal rights and economic opportunities. As a number of historians have demonstrated, certain groups of rural folk appropriated liberal ideals because they discovered that these tenets could be used to defend community autonomy. After all, liberals promised to uphold municipal self-rule and the rights of people to possess their lands, or at least to do so as long as the lands were held as private property. Some villagers did not learn until the late 19th century that liberal politicians regarded the privatization of communal property as an essential step in the modernization of rural Mexico. It was then that a new generation of landowners who had wealth, political savvy, and good connections began to use liberal doctrines to divest peasant communities of their common lands. Even then, the disparities in the way that villagers and politicians understood liberalism set in motion a regime of conflict and negotiation that had yet to be resolved by the time the revolution erupted in 1910. 11. Even then, most revolutionary factions continued to describe their aims in quintessentially liberal terms. To take one notable example, Emiliano Zapata's grassroots revolutionary movement in the state of Morelos drew heavily on the tradition of popular liberalism. The Zapatistas' declaration of principles set forth in the Plan of Ayala made rhetorical use of such liberal shibboleths as Mexico's Constitution of 1857, the doctrine of fair elections, the rule of law, and in general the people's need to reconquer liberties and recover their rights which have been trampled on. 12. In stark contrast to the agraristas' later proclivity to lump all country folk. 22. 23. Together as a single political agglomeration, they took it for granted that the individual and the community constituted the fundamental political units of rural Mexico. According to the Plan of Ayala, the salient social actors were the Mexican pueblos and citizens, not an undifferentiated mass of campesinos. The Zapatistas saw their enemies in primarily political terms, as landlords, cientos venal politicians, and bosses, not in structural terms, as the oppressors of campesinos as a class. 13. Indeed, it did not appear obvious to most people that villagers and eld hands who made a living by tilling the soil belonged to the same social class at all. Early 20th century observers of the countryside typically emphasized the economic diversity of rural people's relationships with the land, not their similarity. After all, some country people had easy access to farmland, while others did not. Some depended heavily on hacienda wage labor, while others used it as a supplement, and some people were relatively wealthy by village standards, while others had to struggle to make ends meet. 14. In addition, the land reform created an entirely new sector of rural people, land reform beneficiaries known as ejidatarios, who had economic interests of their own to worry about. So even though it was true that most rural people were relatively impoverished and sustained themselves on some form of agricultural activity, the conditions in which they did so often differed in critical respects. And the same could be said for other important social distinctions. Lumping rural folk together in a single category of campesinos failed to reach the great variety of ethnic groups that existed in the countryside, nor did it take into account the fact that many people gave their primary allegiance to their families and their home communities rather than to their putative social class. But campesino identity, as post-revolutionary leaders and agrarian activists originally conceived of it, was not really meant as a description of rural people's exact relationship to the means of production or their ethnicity, much less as a reaction of the way that rural people described their own place within society. Instead, campesino identity originated as a political category. Post-revolutionary state-makers elaborated a form of revolutionary populism that deemed Mexican society in broad, essentially political terms. By the time Cardenas became president in 1934, the post-revolutionary state was claiming to act in the name of the masses, that is, on behalf of workers and campesinos, as historian Arnaldo Cordova 23. 24. has shown. 15. Indeed, this form of mass politics had existed since 1917, when the Constitution authorized the redistribution of land to villages, townships, and communities rather than to landless individuals. 16. In the early 1920s, revolutionary populists in Michoacan were already addressing their policies to rural laborers, and by the middle of the decade they had dropped that term in favor of campesinos. These political categories found their way into the countryside through the medium of radicalized school teachers, agrarista leaders, and labor organizers, who began to encourage rural people to solicit lands and become more politically organized. 17. Thus the rural working poor took their place within the polity of 20th century Mexico not as sharecroppers or villagers nor even as land reform beneficiaries or indigenous people. Instead, they were integrated into the post-revolutionary state by institutions intended to advance the collective interests of campesinos. Lázaro Cárdenas himself was the foremost proponent of this collective empowerment of rural folk. First as Michoacan's governor from 1928 to 1932, and ultimately as president from 1934 to 1940, Cárdenas and his followers distinguished themselves for their populist policies, redistributing 18 million hectares of land to more than 800,000 families and founding campesino unions intended to organize, discipline, and empower rural people. They redoubled the effort to institute public education in the countryside and launched legislative assaults on the hacienda, the church, and other institutions that they considered inimical to campesinos' well-being. Some rural people deeply resented these policies and refused to locate themselves within the newly created political category. For example, Anthropologist Daniel Nugent reported that small-scale family farmers in Mexico's far north refused to call themselves campesinos because they believed the designation would imply that they accepted the political domination of leaders who lacked the moral authority to meddle in issues of property ownership. These proud northerners refused the land reform parcels, ejidos, from the government because they felt that communal possession compromised the honor and economic autonomy that they associated with outright ownership of private property. In Michoacan, the small-time landowners known as rancheros held roughly similar attitudes. They rejected land reform on the grounds that the only honorable way to 25 obtain lands was by purchase. Most rancheros thought it was a disgrace to receive the land that the government redistributed to rural folk at no cost, and they rejected the collectivist and indigenous-tinged connotations of campesino identity. 18 Nevertheless, many of the nation's poorest and most politically disenfranchised rural people began to represent themselves as campesinos during the post-revolutionary era, and they continue to do so today. While the meaning of campesino identity has varied over time and from place to place, it nonetheless conveys what today are widely recognized ideals concerning rural people's solidarity against powerful and wealthy social classes, the right to the land they till, and their privileged status as the prime beneficiaries of Mexico's revolutionary heritage. These ideals are not timeless, however. They derive from specific historical processes that took place in the 1920s and 1930s. They were neither the simple artifact of the post-revolutionary state's hegemonic project to transform rural people's political outlook, nor were they a spontaneous expression of popular attitudes. Rather, they arose through the interaction of popular and elite political cultures that were constantly changing as post-revolutionary ideologies became embedded in village political culture. Rural folk did not need post-revolutionary ideologues to tell them that richer and poorer social groups existed, of course. They had always known it. But they had never before had access to a political idiom that described their poverty as inherently unjust. Mobilized villagers such as the ones in El Azalidro were particularly apt to appropriate the revolutionary discourses articulated by populist leaders and village radicals. As they did, they re-evaluated the nature of long-standing relationships they maintained with powerful outsiders, including landowners, corporations, notable families, and, in some cases, priests. Politically activated rural people who became known as agraristas came to regard their relationships with these outsiders as intrinsically conflictive or even as oppressive. Campesino identity in Michoacan thus originated as the cultural expression of agrarian militancy. Yet while agrarianism had a relatively limited appeal to rural folk and all but disappeared as an autonomous social movement by the mid-1930s, campesino identity outlived the agrarista movement and became a widely accepted cultural identity in 20th century Mexico. 26. Agrarian struggle and the advent of village revolutionaries. Agrarian militancy spread in Michoacan and several other states in the late 1910s, as members of rural communities began to solicit and occupy lands made available through a land reform program that eventually became the most enduring and successful such initiative in Latin America. Vigorous agrarista leagues appeared in the states of Puebla, Durango, Morelos, and Tamaulipas, where they began to send organizers into the countryside to encourage and advise rural people who were eligible to request land reform parcels. These organizations had a variety of aims, but most of them pressured state governments to move forward with the redistribution of rural property and attempted to provide political cover to communities that had run into problems with landowners or local politicians. Probably the most established of the regional leagues was the one in Veracruz, where agraristas developed the local organization into a major political force. In 1926 the Veracruz League's communist-inspired leader, Ursula Galvan, refounded it as the National Campesinos League and turned it into a sounding board for radical agraristas throughout the country, including Michoacan. There had been other attempts at a national convergence of agraristas as well. In 1923, ex-Zapatista leader, and future governor of Michoacan, Gildardo Magana along with the revolutionary intellectual Andrés Molina Enríquez founded a national agrarian league dubbed the Confederación Nacional Agraria that primarily aimed to enhance legislation in Mexico City, though it sometimes advocated on behalf of agrarian communities as well. Likewise, the major labor confederation of the 1920 ESPRI sought to unionize Hacienda Eldhands in the early part of the decade, although it soon conned its activities to industrial workers. 19 Despite this proliferation of agrarian leagues and rural labor unions, agrarista mobilization in Michoacan was primarily a local phenomenon initiated by the leaders of specific communities, perhaps 50 or so of whom had convinced their followers by the RST years of the 1920s to ignore the blandishments of priests and landowners and solicit land reform parcels. Yet the appearance of even this degree of agrarista radicalism in Michoacan would have been difficult to predict even a few years earlier. Villagers' demands for the land had been the driving force of revolutionary move. 26. 27. Ments elsewhere in Mexico, but the great revolutionary wars of 1910–15 had all but passed Michoacan by. Most of the state's revolutionary-era political leaders belonged to notable families who opposed making radical changes to the established social order, and indeed relatively few country people had pressured them to do so. Like most other parts of western and southern Mexico, no broad-based peasant movement emerged in Michoacan that could challenge the social dominance of hacienda owners during the 1910s–20, but that all changed in 1920 when the revolutionary ideologue Francisco J. Mujica became governor and began to promote land reform and a radical educational program. For the RST time in living memory, hacienda owners realized that they had an enemy in the governor's mansion. Mujica and his followers encouraged rural folk to take advantage of land reform and, in some cases, to take up arms and organize village home guards. It seemed to many people as if the revolution had belatedly arrived, complete with rural militancy, threats to life and property, and radical invective. Mujica's vision did not attract much of a following among rural people, and he quickly fell from power, but not before small but committed groups of agrarian militants had formed in a few dozen rural communities. Mujica's successors attempted to repress, or at least to moderate, the agrarista movement, but local militants continued to plow ahead nonetheless. Lacking a strong patron in the state house, village leaders took it upon themselves to forge political links with powerful outsiders, while they continued to encourage rural folk to solicit lands, organize agrarista leagues, and form unions on haciendas. Communities with histories of boundary disputes or ethnic tensions with their neighbors were prone to develop this sort of grassroots agrarian militancy, especially the so-called ex-communities of indigenous people that had lost their lands during the late 19th century. The quest to retrieve land in such communities often had a racial connotation, because mestizo landowners typically reacted violently to the prospect of losing their property to agrarista Indians. But agrarismo also appeared in many mestizo communities as well, where groups of rural people, often a single village faction, began to solicit lands as a strategy for achieving a degree of political and economic autonomy. Community leaders and rural political activists made unprecedented efforts in the 1920s and 1930s to organize agrarian leagues and unions of 27. 28. Hacienda laborers, a process that soon became known as the organizing of campesinos. The RST popular organizations in Michoacan sprang up during the revolution itself, often under the direction of respected community leaders. For example, Miguel de la Trinidad Regalado formed an informal alliance of pueblos in 1912 that set as its goal nothing less than the unification of indigenous people throughout the region. A decade later, peasant leader Primo Tapia and his allies in the Michoacan Socialist Party created an agrarista league that was more squarely based on class rather than ethnic foundations. 21 While these agrarian leagues were of relatively limited geographic scope and political significance, they set the stage for broader organizational efforts in the years to come. In the mid-1920s, activists affiliated with the powerful yet accommodationist labor central known as the Mexican Regional Federation of Labor, or CROM, organized most Eldhands in the Morelia region into a union of so-called campesino workers. And in 1929, Cardenas created a statewide federation of labor that he regarded as both an instrument to organize civil society and a labor federation capable of aggregating workers and campesinos into a united front. 22 The grassroots leaders who sought to activate rural folk included school teachers, village headmen, union organizers, and petty politicians, people who had different educational and social backgrounds, and who sometimes worked at cross purposes with one another. This informal and in a sense amorphous set of ideologically driven activists, whom I will call village revolutionaries, did share some critical similarities, however. Most of them had grown up in villages or small townships, and they dreamed of rebuilding Mexican society after the revolution. 23 They were inspired by a combination of ideological zeal and personal ambition, both of which were qualities that attracted them to populist leaders such as Mujica and Cardenas. Revolutionary school teachers of the 1920s and 1930s had often attended secondary schools that preached revolutionary ideals or even a stripped-down form of Marxism, and they typically hoped to transform the consciousness of rural folk through secular education. On the other hand, local agrarista leaders, who were often called caciques, an unadoring label that by the 1920s was applied to petty political bosses, typically had a less formal but more substantive introduction to popular militancy. Most of them had traveled outside of their communities, either as 28, 29 soldiers in revolutionary armies or as workers in the United States, and had returned home full of ideas about how to politically organize their communities. When school teachers and aspiring agrarista leaders arrived in the countryside and began mobilizing agrarista cadres, they positioned themselves as political and cultural brokers between rural folk and the post-revolutionary state. School teachers' ability to read and write allowed them to pen letters on behalf of land reform beneficiaries, keep the minutes of meetings, and help with organizing civic celebrations. Agrarian caciques typically lacked these bureaucratic skills, but they had privileged access to political outsiders and could sometimes obtain land from the government or acquire arms for village militiamen. Maybe they could give their followers an advantage in village politics. In any case, caciques were potentially dangerous individuals. They demanded the respect of their followers, and most of them intended to keep it, whether by paternalism, intimidation, or violence. Village revolutionaries mediated between post-revolutionary values as they perceived them and the political cultures of the communities where they lived. As anthropologist Stephen Fireman put it, such cultural brokers locate themselves in the liminal spaces between domination and discourse, between the active creation of public language and long-term continuity, and also between rural society and the wider world. 24 Far from passive interpreters between rural communities and the post-revolutionary state, village revolutionaries attempted to structure the way that agraristas understood their movement's origins and historic mission. They portrayed the pre-revolutionary dictatorship of Porfirio Diaz as a monstrously corrupt regime that allowed hacienda owners to usurp villagers' land holdings and to treat their employees like slaves. While this description of the Porfian regime contained quite a bit of truth, it also obscured the complex relationship that had developed between villages and haciendas in the 19th and early 20th centuries. On the other hand, this dark legend of hacienda tyranny produced the sense that rural people shared a common heritage of victimization and therefore a strong moral basis for accepting the lands made available through agrarian reform. 25 When they turned their attention to their own times, village revolutionaries fashioned a distinctive understanding of class struggle and Rev. 29. 30. Revolutionary citizenship. They encouraged their followers to press for their rights, as contained in the Revolutionary Constitution of 1917, and to organize around what were called the collective economic interests of land-poor country people and hacienda laborers. Village revolutionaries therefore regarded the political activation of the popular classes as a way of consummating the promises of the revolution, and, not incidentally, of consolidating their own stature within the community, and conceived of agrarismo as a popular movement aimed at overturning an unjust social system. The most radical village revolutionaries eventually came to portray agrarian militancy as a class struggle against putatively exploitative landowners who acted in tandem with the counter-revolutionary Catholic hierarchy. While village revolutionaries' class-based, agrarista ideology both drew upon and generated pockets of intense support in the countryside, many rural people experienced agrarismo as polemical and alienating. It is impossible to precisely quantify rural people's attitudes about agrarian ideology, but it seems clear that even though the majority of marginalized rural people in Michoacan eventually accepted the campesino identity that the agrarista movement brought in tow, they also rejected some of the central tenets of agrarianism. In the RST place, agrarismo faced a serious structural difficulty because rural militancy often got tangled up with inter-village rivalries or factionalism within an individual community. Local politics in many parts of Michoacan revolved around long-standing conflicts over scarce resources such as land, water, timber, employment, political patronage, the ministrations of a parish priest, or family honor. In these circumstances, the redistribution of lands, often lands that had more than one set of claimants, created a clear set of winners and losers that aggravated insular hostilities and discredited agrarismo in the eyes of at least some rural folk. In the second place, many people found the radical and often irreligious politics of the post-revolutionary state deeply offensive. They experienced the government's restrictions on the church as an attack on their religious beliefs and harbored deep misgivings about the government institutions, schools, the army, ejidos, that began to appear in the countryside in the 1920s and 1930s. Because agrarismo appeared to many people as little more than an appendage of the post-revolutionary state, it stood 31. Little chance of galvanizing widespread support. After all, the federal government still seemed like a distant and unfamiliar entity to most rural folk in the years following the Mexican Revolution. The Sonoran State, 1920 to 1935. In May 1920, General Alvaro Obregón overthrew the government of President Venustiano Carranza in what turned out to be the last successful military coup of the Mexican Revolution. Obregón's revolt brought to a close 10 years of warfare and political instability that had destroyed the structures of governance in many parts of the nation. The armed struggle had begun in 1910, and within a decade approximately 1 million people had either left the country, died in combat, or perished in the epidemics of illness and hunger that racked the country after the GDING had ended. Obregón emerged as the foremost military leader in the constitutionalist faction of revolutionaries, and his prowess on the battlefield had allowed Carranza to take office as president in 1917. Most observers believed that Carranza would turn the presidency over to Obregón once his term expired in 1920, but it eventually became clear that he intended to name one of his cronies as heir apparent instead. In response, Obregón rallied the army and rebelled against his erstwhile chief, who lost his life in a desperate retreat toward the Veracruz coast. Although Obregón was no radical, he had a far more ambitious agenda than his predecessor did. Carranza had conceived of the revolution as a narrowly defined political project to reform government institutions and ensure the nation's political autonomy, and he often ignored calls for social justice, regardless of whether they came from popular class groups or from his own subordinates. Obregón conceived of the revolution in more expansive terms. Although he intended to keep Mexico squarely on the path of capitalist development and never proposed making massive changes in the nation's social structure, he was enough of a realist to recognize that he could not simply ignore popular expectations for the realization of revolutionary promises such as land reform and pro-labor legislation. Popular class groups had organized to make political demands on the revolutionaries wherever the GDING had generated mass movements, especially in places like Mexico City, Puebla, Morelos, and the northern states. 26 OB. 31. 32. Reagan was also enough of a populist to understand that mobilized cadres of country people and workers could be organized to support his regime and considerably ease the task of governance. Once in office, he authorized a series of modest social reforms that mollied some of these groups and allowed him to turn his attention to consolidating the central government's authority over the fractured nation. Obregon and his successor, Plutarco Elias Calles, dominated national politics for the next 15 years. The two men were longtime political allies from the border state of Sonora, and their combined 1920-35 regime is often called the Sonoran state. Like most other prominent politicians of the 1920s, the Sonoran presidents belonged to a sector of middle-class landowners, merchants, and petty professionals who believed that the principles of free enterprise would benefit both themselves and the nation. For the most part, they embraced the philosophy of political liberalism, which promised that an individual's right to hold property and vote would promote the exchange of goods and political ideas and thereby promote national development. 27 Yet the Sonorans also made ample use of populism. They sought to galvanize support for their programs by promising to redistribute lands, promote labor unionization, and provide other benefits for the popular classes, but without challenging the fundamental structures of the capitalist system itself. 28 During their ascendancy, the two leaders reformed the federal bureaucracy and restructured the economy to promote commerce and social order. More than anything, they intended to convert Mexico from what they regarded as a backward land, mired in traditionalism, into an economically vibrant, modern nation. In their eyes, this meant forging a land of productive workers and family farmers who gave their allegiance to the post-revolutionary government and its principles. In articulating their vision of this new Mexico, the Sonoran presidents adopted a progressive, and at times overtly radical, discourse that was at odds with their increasingly conservative policies. In a sense, however, they had no choice but to do so. Spurred along by peasant demands for land, by spreading labor mobilizations, and even by Catholic activism, post-revolutionary Mexico became a hotbed of popular militancy. Rural people in states like Chihuahua and Morelos that had venerable revolutionary traditions, as well as in states like Michoacan that did not, demanded the redistribution of land. 32. 33. And the establishment of a more equitable society. Labor leaders founded unions in nearly every factory and in a number of haciendas as well, sometimes with the help of international labor syndicates ranging from the American Federation of Labor to the Comintern. On the left, radicals founded socialist parties in a half-dozen states. Communists and anarchists rallied workers and country folk in hotspots around the nation. On the right, the Catholic Church organized thinly disguised political parties, established labor unions of its own, and initiated a number of ambitious rural development projects. 29 The awakening of popular activism in Mexico conformed with a global trend of mass mobilization that historian Eric Hobsbawm has called the World Revolution. In 1920, not quite 2 years had passed since the Great War in Europe had reached its agonizing and uncertain end, and the way seemed open for epic experiments in social organization. Vladimir Lenin and the Bolshevik Party took control of Russia in 1918 and vowed to create a new order that placed the interests of the proletariat above those of all others. 4 years later, Benito Mussolini sent his fascist party cadres to march on Rome, marking the advent of an alternative but equally totalitarian manner of mobilizing the masses and harnessing their power. In Western Europe and the United States, labor movements of all ideological orientations embarked on bitter struggles to win concessions from employers. If anything, this sweep of events seemed to gather momentum over the next 15 years. The Great Depression that struck the United States in 1929 and quickly spread to the rest of the world both diluted the United States' hegemony in the Western Hemisphere and made it clear that capitalism itself could not endure in an unalloyed form. 30. Like the rest of the world, Mexico experienced the rise of popular unrest, economic distress, and political uncertainty in the period between 1920 and 1935. Yet in comparison to the political doctrines that gained ground elsewhere around the globe, the ideology of the Sonoran state seems singularly restrained. Historians have consistently demonstrated, for example, that Obregon and Calles did not seriously intend to follow their Bolshevik counterparts and turn the means of production over to the proletariat. 31 Nor did they follow the fascist model of xenophobic authoritarianism. Instead, the Sonoran presidents countenanced a certain degree of working-class militancy, particularly when it came from Mod. 33. 34. Arate agraristas or the Krom. They tolerated, and at times even abetted, political activism and intellectual freedom. For the most part, however, they sought to control and tame existing popular demands rather than stimulate new ones. 32. In the early 1920s, the Sonoran's policies to some extent matched their political discourse. Obregon allowed the land reform to proceed in states with particularly troublesome peasant movements, as long as they did not scare away foreign investors or complicate his troubled diplomatic relations with the United States and Europe. Calles, who succeeded him in office in 1924, had misgivings about continuing the redistribution of lands, and instead made organized labor a central pillar of his regime. He gave Krom leader Luis Morones an important cabinet position and initially ignored alternative labor organizations run by radicals and communists. He also allowed some strike activity, though he drew the line at labor unrest that threatened to destabilize his government. National politics took a pronounced swing to the right in the latter part of the 1920s, however. The watershed year was 1928, when, after winning election to a second term, Obregon was assassinated by a Catholic extremist before he could take office. Obregon's death threw the nation into a severe political crisis as various political factions began a desperate bid for power. The political instability deepened Calles's resolve to put an end to the Cristero rebellion and marked the beginning of his increasingly authoritarian leadership. Although Calles vacated the presidency in 1928 at the end of his term, he then declared himself the supreme chief of the revolution and continued to rule from behind the scenes for the next several years, a period known as the Maximato. In 1929 he established the National Revolutionary Party, PNR, which united his partisans and all self-declared revolutionaries in a single organization capable of winning elections and pushing aside alternative political factions. The PNR allowed him to control the behavior of nearly any politician, including a president who strayed too far from his dictates. By the early 1930s, the Krom had fallen from grace, militants on the left and the right of the political spectrum were being persecuted, and the fate of the land reform itself seemed to be in doubt. 33 When, with Calles's guarded approval, Lázaro Cárdenas came to the presidency in 1934, the post-revolutionary state had clearly arrived at some 34. 35. Sort of crossroads. Many of the nation's political leaders believed that the revolution had already fooled its promises to the popular classes. Calles himself had concluded that land reform and the organization of labor should give way to private land holding and the exigencies of economic development. On the other hand, revolutionary populists within the PNR, along with grassroots militants such as agraristas and a new generation of unionized workers, expected the deepening of political reforms. The competing demands soon made Cárdenas's situation untenable. As governor of Michoacan, he had earned a reputation as both an able social reformer and a staunch supporter of Calles, but he had also seen the governor who succeeded him choke off the land reform and attempt to dismantle his political program, all with the blessing of Calles. Once Cárdenas became president, his continued acceptance of labor and agrarian militancy brought him squarely into conflict with the supreme chief in 1935. Rather than accept his fate and resign the presidency, however, Cárdenas skillfully used his contacts in the countryside, the labor movement, and above all the Plutarco Elias Calles, center, and Lázaro Cárdenas, far right, with other generals campaigning against the Escobardista Cristero uprising, 1929. Courtesy Sir Malk. 35. 36. Army to wrest control of the government from his one-time patron and begin dismantling the Sonoran political machine. The following year, Cárdenas sent Calles himself into exile. 34. The Sonoran state had displayed a deeply contradictory character. On the one hand, Obregon and Calles carried out centralizing and increasingly autocratic policies. They rhetorically praised revolutionary ideals and popular class political mobilization, while at the same time setting tight limits on popular militancy. They called upon the federal army to repress peasants or workers who made what they regarded as unreasonable demands. Even when the government did accede to popular groups' requests for land or improved salaries, aspiring politicians often manipulated the land reform and labor unions to favor their followers and build political clienteles. On the other hand, the Sonorans had an ambitious post-revolutionary agenda. By promoting public education, unionization, land reform, and the political activation of the popular classes, they radically expanded the boundaries of the political nation and activated the popular classes. This was particularly true of agroristas. During the Sonoran regime, a growing though still relatively modest number of rural groups appropriated elements of revolutionary ideology, acquired lands, and successfully asserted their rights as citizens in the new post-revolutionary nation. Along the way, they learned to think of themselves as campesinos. Citizenship and class in post-revolutionary Michoacan. The Sonoran presidents contemplated rural people with a mixture of hope and disdain. As they appraised the countryside where 3/4 of Mexico's population lived, they saw a land of religious fanaticism, of masses impoverished by their refusal to participate in modern economic life, and of a people utterly unaware of their civic duties. The revolutionary solution, as Calle succinctly stated in 1923, was to promote the economic, intellectual, and moral improvement of the popular classes. 35 The Sonorans intended to use public education, land reform, unions, and other post-revolutionary institutions to make Mexicans into revolutionary citizens who would owe primary allegiance to the secular state and the ideals it embodied. Their civilizing project was colored by the ideals of a 19th-century positivism that elevated rationality over religion and 36. 37. Economic development over backwardness. Mostly, they intended to replace rural people's traditional allegiances to the parish priest, to the landowner, and to the village with a sense of belonging in a new, revolutionary Mexican nation. 36 As a result, revolutionary citizenship was a double-edged concept. It not only conferred rights on the popular classes but established a set of prescriptive behaviors and attitudes as well. The privileges of revolutionary citizenship were most clearly spelled out in the Constitution of 1917, which granted Mexicans some of the most extensive rights of any nation on the globe at the time. It guaranteed citizens access to land, labor representation, education, and even health care. Yet the Constitution also served as a blueprint for social engineering. Its authors, one of the foremost of whom was Francisco Mujica, hoped to modernize and secularize society, and they paid special attention to limiting the unions of the Catholic Church and curbing what they regarded as popular religious fanaticism. The Constitution barred priests from voicing their opinions on affairs of state, reiterated the ban on public religious processions, and gave state legislatures the ability to cap the number of priests in their jurisdictions. The revolutionaries took aim at the Church for a number of reasons, but they were especially disturbed at the thought that Catholic doctrine offered up an alternative model of Mexican nationhood. Catholic activists of the early 20th century promoted economic modernization, education, and other initiatives to civilize the lower classes, much as the revolutionaries themselves did. Yet Catholic activists attributed the basis of nationhood to Mexicans' shared devotion to Catholicism, not to their collective experience of revolutionary struggle. According to Leopoldo Lara y Torres, Bishop of Tacámbaro, Mexico was united by its common faith in God, and its inhabitants had a duty to forge a homeland that was both pious and peaceful, in other words, a nation that emulated the divine social peace that reigned in heaven. 37 Moreover, Catholic nationalists imagined Mexico to be a harmonious community organized as one all-embracing family, a concept far removed from the social vision of leaders such as Mujica and Cárdenas, who accepted class struggle as a naturally occurring phenomenon. The Catholics' paternalistic vision of society resonated with people throughout Mexico, however, and nowhere more so than in Western states. 37. 38. Such as Michoacan. Indeed, in northwestern Michoacan around the Zamora area, a particularly dogmatic form of religiosity took root, which historian Jesus Tapia Santamaria has aptly described as intransigent Catholicism. 38 In other areas of Michoacan as well, villagers elected to follow the priest's injunctions in matters spiritual and material, even if it meant steering clear of the land reform, a project to which the church was implacably opposed. Towns that later emerged as the focal points of agrarista militancy such as Naranja and Chilchota were no exception, and parish priests continued to hold villagers' respect as long as they did not publicly sermonize against the redistribution of land. Likewise, many hacienda eldhans continued to enter into paternalistic relationships with landowners, just as they had done before the revolution. Indigenous people did not forget the steps to their ancestral dances, and the yearly cycle of religious estes continued as it had for as long as anyone could remember. 39 To the revolutionary politicians in Morelia, the state capital, these continuities revealed the common people's ignorance and threatened to subvert the entire project of creating a nation of enlightened citizens. As one of the most influential public intellectuals in Michoacan stated in 1926, in Mexico there exist a vast number of men who, because of their coarseness, rudeza, lack of discernment, or illiteracy, do not realize that their actions fall outside the law. There also exists a very sizable class of pure Indians who do not even understand the Spanish language. How could it logically be possible to consider these people as citizens on a par with the much smaller population of individuals who know their obligations and who understand when they violate the law? 40. Or as another group of revolutionaries put it, revolutionary moral values would never become part of the national psyche until the popular masses are made aware of their rights and obligations. 41 Here was a mandate for a revolutionary crusade to generate a new citizen, who would reject the conservative social elites associated with the Diaz dictatorship, cast off devotion to the Catholic religion, and freely give his or her primary allegiance to the new political nation that revolutionaries hoped to forge. The single-mindedness with which political leaders and their rural allies executed their post-revolutionary project of social transformation could 38. 39. Sometimes veer into narrow-minded demagoguery, political clientelism, and perhaps even attempts at social control. Indeed, the process of revolutionary state formation produced widespread popular backlashes, ranging from the 1926-29 Cristero uprising to protest marches by anarchist labor unions. 42 Nevertheless, many rural people chose to capitalize on the potential benefits that revolutionary citizenship offered them, despite its myriad imperfections. 43 The agraristas of Michoacan were one such group. They recognized the immense potential for empowerment in the model of citizenship that post-revolutionary governments held out to them. Agraristas pressed for their constitutionally mandated rights to the land, of course, but they staked their claims to the advantages of citizenship in other ways as well. Mobilized rural folk joined local, regional, and national agrarian leagues and campesinos unions that emerged in the post-revolutionary years. They marched in the streets, attended rallies, and publicly announced their devotion to revolutionary heroes, political leaders, and other icons of the revolution. They mustered to combat counter-revolutionary social groups that opposed the Sonoran's model of state formation and built schoolhouses and offered their protection to teachers. In their own eyes, their actions earned them the rights to the benefits that the Constitution promised them. The rights and privileges contained in the Constitution of 1917 therefore became a key axis of negotiation between agraristas and the post-revolutionary political class. Whereas agraristas tended to view their revolutionary partisanship and willingness to GHT so-called counter-revolutionaries as proof enough of their status as full-edged citizens, lawmakers and intellectuals wanted rural people to become more disciplined, enlightened, and educated, in a word, more modern. Citizenship was not the only source of contention between agraristas and post-revolutionary politicians, however. By the mid-1920s, the politics of class had emerged as another critical axis of conflict and negotiation. When village revolutionaries encouraged rural people to join political organizations and press for their rights, they got swept up in unionization movements and the ideological debates of their day. Like Mexico's populist leaders, village revolutionaries began to conceive of rural people as workers or laborers, regardless of how they made their living. Village revolutionaries also counterpoised rural people's class interest against those of 39. 40. Landowners and other dominant groups, not only because these elites were seen as counter-revolutionary and hence outside of the revolutionary nation, but because they economically exploited the popular classes. The explicitly class-based understanding of campesino identity did not emerge uniformly throughout the state or go unchallenged by some social groups. Nevertheless, by the mid-1920s the discourse of agrarismo began to depict the rural masses as an economically deemed social sector that the post-revolutionary state had pledged to empower. The metamorphosis of agrarismo from a series of more or less uncoordinated community-level initiatives to recover village lands into a campesino class struggle could be seen in the changing language that village revolutionaries used to characterize the social sectors that they sought to confront. In the early 1920s, agraristas usually referred to landowners in liberal-inspired terms, characterizing them as wrongdoers who had taken over community lands through dispossession and fraud. By the middle of the decade, however, they were describing landowners as estate-owning exploiters in league with the Catholic Church, who together hoped to undermine agraristas' collective interests. 44. At decade's end, terms like capitalist and bourgeois had become commonplace epithets for landowners in agrarian rhetoric. The recasting of agrarismo as a class struggle was also evident in the discourse that agraristas used to describe their own movement. In the early 1920s, agraristas usually referred to themselves as members of a community, or in some cases an indigenous community, that sought the recovery of its lands. Within a few years, however, agrarista leaders began to fashion themselves as leaders of a movement of workers or campesinos who sought to wrest the wealth-producing land from rural landlords and take charge of their own political and economic destinies. By the end of the decade, even relatively uneducated rural folk began to describe the land reform as part of the broader social struggle taking place in Michoacan. 45. We have already seen that the post-revolutionary language of class and citizenship emphasized rural people's economic and political status over and above other social solidarities such ethnicity or community of origin. This is strange in a sense, because many agraristas were indigenous people of Otomi or Puripasha descent who had lost their lands over the previous decades and centuries, and many of them placed great stock in community. 40. 41. Solidarity and the maintenance of existing traditions. Nevertheless, agrarista discourse downplayed these social traits, not only because many rural leaders were in fact mestizos, but also because they regarded their movement as a form of class-based political struggle rather than as an attempt to defend local autonomy or indigenous rights. As anthropologist Franz Schreier discovered in the state of Hidalgo, class-based agrarian struggles had the potential to conjoin people of different ethnicities and allow them to unite against those whom they regarded as their common enemies, and indeed something like that occurred in Michoacan as well. 46. Yet the creation of a class-based campesino identity did not make rural people's existing solidarities simply disappear. Instead, they enacted it with their own understandings of ethnicity and community. Nevertheless, agraristas' willingness to mobilize around their class interests further alienated them from the teachings of the Catholic Church. Ecclesiastical leaders had used the concept of class ever since the mid-19th century, but they regarded the mobilization of one class against another as a recipe for social disintegration and condemned the land reform as state-sponsored theft of private property. Church leaders denied that richer and poorer social groups had irreconcilable differences, instead offering up an amicable solution to the social question. They proposed to mitigate the ill effects of economic disparity and conciliate the differences between rich and poor. Yet to the agraristas, such attitudes merely confirmed that the clergy intended to maintain the status quo. Village revolutionaries accused the church of undermining revolutionary labor laws, attempting to halt the land reform, and instigating an internecine war among the working classes. 47. Their mutually exclusive worldviews virtually ensured a rupture between Catholic militants who upheld church doctrine and agraristas who embraced the banner of class struggle. The polarization of rural society also accentuated the contradiction between politicians' desire to create a political clientele through popular mobilization and their need to maintain the stability for capitalist development. As agraristas learned throughout the 1920s, and particularly during the 1926-29 Cristero Rebellion, they often had to combat hacienda guards and their own neighbors if they hoped to occupy their land reform parcels. These local conflicts could leave dozens of people injured or dead. Yet violence connected with the need of agraristas to display their respect for Po. 41. 42. Political leaders and hence their worthiness for the benefits of citizenship. After all, populists in the mold of Obregon and Calles found social disorder deeply troubling, regardless of whether agraristas, Cristeros rebels, or anyone else committed it. It made no difference that the government itself was largely responsible for encouraging popular unrest by passing legislative attacks on the Catholic Church and inviting the popular classes to mobilize around their rights as proletarians and revolutionary citizens. Indeed, the unstable situation in the Michoacan countryside was further complicated by the rapid resuccession of pro- and anti-agrarista governors who held office in Michoacan between 1920 and 1935. These governors rarely coordinated their policies with the federal government, even under the best of circumstances, and some of them openly feuded with the president. As a result, one branch of government might attempt to repress agrarista organizations, disarm peasant militias, and curb the land reform at the same time as another armed peasants, promised them lands, and promoted agrarista leaders to important political positions. In Michoacan, these contradictions remained unresolved until the late 1920s, when Lázaro Cárdenas struck upon a solution that simultaneously established official control over the state's agrarista movement and promised to advance the collective interests of rural folk as he understood them. In 1929, Cárdenas created a mass organization, part labor union, part political party, and charged it with organizing campesinos as a political and economic force. His institutional solution strongly appealed to village revolutionaries and mobilized country people. The new organization, dubbed the Revolutionary Labor Confederation of Michoacan, promised to collectively empower campesinos and to ensure that the land reform and the unionization of hacienda held hands would continue apace. Cárdenas also adopted key elements of agrarista discourse and gave village revolutionaries top positions within his organization. To many agraristas, Cárdenas's brand of populist politics augured the resounding validation of their movement. Cardenismo and the politics of campesino identity. When the community leaders of El Azuledro, the village that had taken on the North American Mining Company and developed a strong agrarista 42. 43. Tradition, wrote Cárdenas in the mid-1930s to voice their support for his plan to create a united front of campesinos. Their words therefore wreaked the outcome of a 15-year progression in rural politics and identity formation in Michoacan. The particular terms in which the community leaders expressed their support for Cárdenas's project were enacted with notions of revolutionary citizenship and class consciousness that had been hashed out through agrarian mobilization and local appropriations of post-revolutionary ideologies. Moreover, it seems clear that the village leaders' stated support for the revolution as incarnated by the Cárdenas government, did not refer in the null instance to military struggles of the 1910s. Rather, it indexed a history of local struggles over such issues as land reform, labor organization, and public education, and in this sense served to remind the president of his continuing responsibility to make good on revolutionary promises contained in the 1917 Constitution. The village leaders' explicit invocation of their class interests unambiguously deemed their political identity in economic and political terms rather than ethnic or community-based ones. 48 in all, the villagers' self-identification as campesinos marked them as members of an imagined community of post-revolutionary political actors who were prepared to remake Mexican society along new, revolutionary lines. 49 With an incredible economy of words, the petition that the leaders of El Azuledro and its sister communities sent Cárdenas succeeded in appealing to nearly every major element of post-revolutionary politics, with one notable exception. The village leaders' letter made no mention of agrarismo, nor did the writers ever refer to themselves as agraristas. They had, in effect, cast off the trappings of agrarian politics, and they were not alone in doing so. By the mid-1930s, most rural people, including those who sympathized with revolutionary values, had learned to associate agrarismo with the most dogmatic and inexorable aspects of post-revolutionary politics. Although the land reform continued to place land in the hands of rural communities, and more people than ever before had accepted the post-revolutionary concept that all poor rural folk were campesinos who had certain collective interests, it seems that country people were no more inclined to accept potentially divisive ideologies than they ever had been. As a result, they embraced campesino identity but rejected what they regarded as undesirable elements of post-revolutionary ideology. 43. 44. Ogi. Other rural folk went even further and explicitly severed the discursive links that had once existed between agrarismo and campesino identity. For example, one group of subsistence farmers who identified themselves as members of the campesino class wrote to President Cardenas expressing their outrage that they had suffered abuses at the hands of local agraristas. 50. In this way they rejected the politics of agrarismo without relinquishing their membership in the category of rural people that the revolutionaries had pledged to empower. By the mid-1930s, campesino identity had transcended the agrarista movement in the discourse of at least some rural people. In some instances, such as the letter from the subsistence farmers above, it seems that people who described themselves as campesinos had never considered themselves agraristas in the RST place. In other instances, such as the petition from El Azalidro, rural militants simply let the words agrarismo and agrarista drop from their political vocabularies. But the ultimate effect was the same. A denotative disjuncture had appeared between campesino identity and the agrarista movement, even though the idea of the campesino did retain something of its ideological heritage. Even today, people who refer to themselves as campesinos are typically making an implicit or explicit appeal to notions of popular class solidarity and their right to the land they till, notions that in Michoacan originally appeared in agrarista discourse associated with class consciousness and revolutionary citizenship. Several factors explain why campesino identity seems to have outlived agrarianism and broadened its appeal in this way, but perhaps the most important is that rural people found ways to collaborate in the construction of their own cultural identity by selecting those components of post-revolutionary ideology that they found useful and ignoring the ones they found unattractive. Most rural people had little regard for the anti-clericalism and secularism that agrarista discourse deemed and reproduced. They discarded the inexorable post-revolutionary mantras and saw to it that campesino identity reeked their own ideals of class and citizenship, while still articulating with their other political cultures and social identities. Whereas the ideals of agrarismo excluded alternative popular identities such as those based on ethnicity or religion or place of origin, rural people ensured that campesino identity did not. On the contrary, by the mid-1930s they were insisting that it was possible to be a campesino and 44. 45. Catholic, or a campesino and indigenous, or a campesino and a resident of such and such a village. Rural people therefore succeeded in setting clear limits on the reach of radical agrarian ideology. They undermined the proposition that campesinos have a unidimensional social essence based solely on their economic interests and replaced it with a hybrid sense of campesino-ness that accommodated multiple and sometimes cross-cutting cultural values. If most rural people in Michoacan eventually accepted the post-revolutionary notion that people who worked the elds constituted a collectivity of campesinos, regardless of ethnicity, origin, or economic relation to the land, it is presumably because campesino identity meaningfully represented some elements of what they came to regard as their collective condition. As the following chapters demonstrate, this form of social consciousness was not an age-old outlook in Michoacan or, presumably, elsewhere in post-revolutionary Mexico. Neither was it an objective social category, a way that rural people somehow naturally thought about themselves in regard to the rest of Mexican society. Rather, campesino identity emerged through a historical process in which rural folk turned to their own experiences, their local leaders, and the political discourses that became available to them in order to make sense of the circumstances in which they lived. 45. 46. 2. Land, community, and memory in post-revolutionary Michoacan. In 1920s Michoacan, the question of who had the moral and legal right to own particular lands was very much an open question. In the mid-19th century, liberal reformers had ordered an end to colonial-era arrangements that allowed corporate institutions, that is, the church and villages with common lands, to hold their property collectively. The resulting scramble to privatize or retitle property favored the wealthy, the perceptive, and the well-connected, siphoning away the land holdings of many rural communities and leaving them with a tenuous legal claim to what remained. It is hardly surprising, then, that agrarian mobilization in the early 20th century nearly always originated with a local conflict over land ownership or access to the sort of political power that could settle a dispute over property rights. Rivalries of this sort cut in a number of different directions. They could pit peasant communities against nearby landowners or other rural communities, they could set one political faction or kin group against another within a single community, or they could involve complicated regional alliances that set in motion both kinds of conflicts at once. To the extent that inequalities in the pattern of land ownership generated these agrarian conflicts, it is tempting to say that economic forces propelled the history of post-revolutionary Michoacan, or at least that they determined its history in the null instance. Yet such a statement is misleading, because people who lived and worked in the countryside regarded land as something much more significant than a simple commodity. Land conferred wealth and social status on hacienda owners. It guaranteed a subsistence for country people and permitted social mobility in townships made up of mestizos or Hispanicized indigenous people. In more tradi. 46. 47. Tional indigenous communities, collective ownership of the land underwrote an entire gamut of social traditions, ranging from the authority of village headmen to the proper functioning of the annual cycle of religious ceremonies. Within a rural society such as that of early 20th century Michoacan, land meant power and cultural autonomy. Among rural folk, the individuals and peasant communities who possessed land in sufficient quantities gained a measure of control over their own lives. Peasants with guaranteed access to land could provide basic sustenance for their families, sell their goods to earn some extra money, and make up their own minds whether to supplement their incomes by working as hacienda-held hands or whether to try to struggle through with the help of extended family networks. Yet most rural people in Michoacan lacked enough land to make a living like this. Haciendas both great and small controlled most of the prime farmland, leaving the majority of rural people with no choice but to take work as day laborers, though some also sought out jobs in the city or sometimes in the United States. In light of land's centrality in most Mexicans' lives, it comes as no surprise that the question of land ownership was intimately bound up with the revolution itself. By 1910, most rural folk in Mexico, by which I mean people whose families had resided in the same village for generations and who made a modest living on the land, no longer possessed enough property to support their families. The loss of economic autonomy clearly played a role in prompting land-poor villagers to join revolutionary armies in the states of Chihuahua, Morelos, Durango, and, in the case of Yaqui indigenous people, Sonora. The precise nature of rural people's grievances varied dramatically from place to place, however. People in central Mexico tended to bemoan the loss of ancestral land holdings and the subsistence they provided. Rural folk in northern states experienced the alienation of land as a loss of autonomy and, for some, as a loss of masculine honor as well. 3. Despite the diverse and sometimes unrelated origins of country people's rebelliousness, rural leaders as well as revolutionary ideologues regarded the causes of popular discontent as self-evident. They believed that rural Mexico had become an ocean of social discontent on the eve of revolution because hacienda owners had expropriated village lands during the dictatorship of Porfirio Diaz. In fact, progressive intellectuals had 47-48. Worried for years about rural people's loss of means to sustain themselves, and they could point to hundreds of haciendas that had swelled to immense proportions by enclosing smallholders and appropriating indigenous communities' property. The revolutionaries' supposition was all but confirmed during the revolution by the successes of agrarian revolutionaries such as Emiliano Zapata, who raised entire armies of aggrieved rural folk who had lost their community property to well-connected sugar planters in the late 19th century. For the idea that the revolution had its roots in agrarian discontent certainly contains more than a grain of truth. The model of economic development that Diaz followed during the Porrieto clearly magnified the already inequitable distribution of land in the countryside. Diaz promoted national economic integration, encouraged the growth of mining and railroads, and passed a series of laws making it easier for landowners to obtain property belonging to rural communities. The forced privatization, disentailment, of community land could also mean a bonanza for local landowners and unscrupulous peasant leaders because hacienda owners often reached agreements to obtain the lands in return for payoffs to village leaders, leaving the villages with nothing. Hacienda owners in southern areas such as the Yucatan Peninsula and the Valle Nacional of Oaxaca established regimes of debt peonage that kept most peons perpetually indebted to plantation owners. At the same time, the expansion of well-capitalized plantations in these regions created new pressures, and some opportunities, for the inhabitants of peripheral peasant communities with lands of their own. 5. Nevertheless, the revolutionaries' blanket denunciations of haciendas masked what were in fact extremely complex social relations between landowners and poor rural people. Peons in southern Mexico had few alternatives to wage labor under harsh conditions, but even their rural people sometimes arrived at symbolically paternal relations with their employers. In central Mexico, however, rural people sometimes had the chance to work out more favorable economic relationships with haciendas. In states like Michoacan, villagers' subsistence strategies typically included working in hacienda elds as casual or seasonal laborers to supplement whatever they grew in their own cornfields. 6. As a result, rural people in Michoacan typically developed multiple and ambivalent rela. 48-49. Relationships with landowners. Some peasants who rented or sharecropped hacienda lands received access to the landowner's beasts of burden. Others depended on haciendas for employment as mule drivers or artisans. A few found work as permanent eld hands. A much larger group took seasonal jobs as day laborers, jornaleros, the work of last resort for people who could not produce enough to sustain themselves on their common lands or privately held milpa plots. Whatever their circumstances, by 1910 or so most rural folk looked to the hacienda owner to provide such necessities as wage labor, timbering rights, gleaning privileges, or payment for religious services. Of course, rural people had plenty of reasons to resent landowners. Hacienda overseers often beat laborers and threatened the lives of peasant leaders identified as troublemakers. And most rural communities had in fact lost their best lands to outsiders or rich members of the community over the years. Historians have documented scores of cases in which this sort of dispossession occurred during the Porrieto. Yet in many other cases, land expropriation took place far earlier, typically during the colonial era. This seems to be the case for many of the land-poor indigenous communities in the Puripasha heartland in the Meseta Tarasca and the Michoacan Bajío, see map of Michoacan on page 18. 7. Moreover, the loss of land had paradoxical effects that deepened villagers' dependence on the benevolence of landowners. Nor was the loss of village property the only hardship that peasants endured in the 19th century. First, population growth in central and western Mexico had placed unprecedented pressures on the land. The indigenous population had been devastated by European pathogens after the conquest, but it began to rise again around 1680. Natural population growth continued through the 19th century in west-central Mexico, and presumably in Michoacan itself, at the same time as an influx of European and mestizo immigrants moved into the countryside. As a result, about twice as many people in western Mexico made their living on the land in 1910 as in 1810. 8. Second, The process of economic modernization that had brought immense changes to Mexico's far north since the early days of the Porriento had belatedly arrived in Michoacan during the early 1900s. The arrival of railroads helped to forge regional markets for industrial and agricultural commodities, increased property values, and n. 4950. Encouraged the commodification of the land. 9/3, both subsistence farmers and eld hands had to endure the consequences of crop failures, such as the ones that occurred in 1892, 1896, and 1910, as well as economic downturns, such as the one that occurred in 1907-8, that could jeopardize their livelihoods. 10. Regardless of what revolutionaries claimed, then, the loss of village lands to hacienda owners was neither uncomplicated in its effects on rural communities nor the sole cause of peasant discontent. Indeed, some of the centralgers in the revolution did not regard the existence of haciendas as particularly troublesome at all. For example, the leaders of the constitutionalist movement that eventually won the war did not consider the destruction of peasant livelihoods by the Porrian system as the primary failure of Diaz's rule. Instead, they resented the way the Diaz regime concentrated political power in the hands of cronies, favored wealthy, and often foreign investors, and cut the tiny but growing Mexican middle class out of the most desirable elements of political and economic life. The RST generation of revolutionary leaders therefore had little interest in pursuing land reform. Francisco I. Madero and Venustiano Carranza were landowners themselves, and they had very little inclination to tinker with the economic underpinnings of rural society. The Sonoran presidents, in contrast, hailed from the middle classes, and even though they did not object to the existence of haciendas per se, they often found it useful to launch rhetorical assaults on the Porrian landowning elite and, at least at times, make real attacks on them as well. The Sonorans and a number of peasant leaders recognized that old regime landowners could make ideal political adversaries. Some revolutionaries and an ever-growing collection of rural people began to read their anti-landowner attitudes back onto the history of the revolution, making the military upheavals of 1910-15 appear less like a political uprising against Porrian governance and more like a broad-based popular movement against the institution of the hacienda and organizations such as the church that appeared to be aligned with the old order. 11. In other words, post-revolutionary politics played a major role in structuring the way that rural people and political leaders remembered the Porrian past. To deem the revolutionaries' critique of haciendas as the forging of a collective memory is not to deny the very real atrocities some 50-51 landowners committed against villagers and hacienda workers throughout Mexico during the Porriento. Rather, it suggests that while some rural folk lost their lands and, in some cases, their basic human liberties during the Porriento, it also became commonplace in revolutionary circles of the 1920s and 1930s to assume that all rural people had profound historical reasons to despise landowners. This collective memory of hacienda owner oppression became detached from memories of the individual landowners who committed specific atrocities against specific individuals and was reconstituted as universal historical knowledge. 12. Indeed, the molding of people's memories about the revolution was an integral form of post-revolutionary state formation, as Thomas Benjamin and others have argued. 13. In Michoacan, it both conformed with the increasingly radicalized form of post-revolutionary ideology that prevailed in local political circles and recreated the actual historical experience of scores, perhaps hundreds, of peasant communities throughout the state. Michoacan in 1920, the villages the late 1910s and early 1920s was a time of insecurity in Michoacan. The revolution had broken down the structures of authority in the countryside, and banditry was spreading like a brushray. Highwaymen made travel on the roads and footpaths a risky proposition after 1917 or so, and villagers lived in constant fear that local toughs might ride into town to demand food and drink, then beat them just for spite. Some villagers kept an ancient shotgun close at hand for just such occasions, but most lacked any weapons with which to defend themselves. 14. Apart from banditry, rural folk also had to worry about epidemic illnesses, which grew particularly deadly after the revolution. The great influenza pandemic of 1918 that carried away thousands of souls was only the most spectacular of a consistently high level of disease and hunger that affected the entire nation in the post-revolutionary years. People in Michoacan often contracted illnesses from drinking contaminated water, and malaria was rampant in the steamy lowlands of the coastal southwest, a region known as the Hotlands, or Tierra Caliente. Even in the capital, residents complained that stagnant water fermented and poisoned the air. 15 The 1920s was also a time when supernatural events were a part of 51-52 everyday reality. Rural people, both the rich and the poor, often told of malevolent spirits, duendes, who could cause rocks to hurl through the air as if from nowhere or taunt villagers for no apparent reason. One formerly skeptical priest reported that he had visited a Hotlands village that a whole troop of spirits had occupied. He informed his bishop that the truth of these facts is undeniable, since the spirits speak directly to the people, strike them, and reveal occult things to them, so many people go to ask them questions. 16 The fear of spirits could sometimes lead rural folk to turn against the unknown, which sometimes included machines that they had never seen before. Aspiring schoolteacher Salvador Sotelo recounted that villagers attacked a water pump he had invented, shouting, "This contraption must be possessed. Don't you know that Sotelo doesn't go to mass?" 17 Indigenous people such as the Otomis of the Eastern Highlands and the Puripasha, also known as Tarascans, of the Central Sierras enacted spirituality through their religious festivals. Most of these were alcohol-infused festive events in which villagers paraded a religious icon such as a miraculous statue through the streets accompanied by candles, musical bands, and reworks. The music, worship, and ritualized bouts of drunkenness attracted people from all around, and the merriment often lasted into the small hours of the night. 18 Some of these events got so rowdy that municipal authorities had to call in contingents of police to keep GHTS from breaking out, but the festivals also remed up the bonds of community and sustained indigenous peoples' cultural memories. 19 As the members of one parish council explained, the simple little public estes in these distant pueblos served the same social function as plays and movies did in other countries. The only difference, they said, is that these are our customs that take place once a year, not day to day. Many indigenous people cherished their traditional dances and regarded them as part of their heritage, telling uncomprehending outsiders that they had performed them since time immemorial or because the dances represented their ancient customs. 20 Mestizo townships staged religious celebrations of their own. Most rural townships marked major events in the liturgical calendar with parades that became all the more boisterous in the post-revolutionary years, when celebrants often carried guns to discourage local authorities from 52-53 trying to suppress the festivities. 21 People in Morelia, the state capital, observed holidays such as Corpus Christi or December 12th, the commemoration of the appearance of the Virgin of Guadalupe, with rockets, bell ringing, a parade of oats, a dance/game based on bulgding, torritos, and music that the revelers played from 3 in the morning to 11 at night. 22 And mestizos also had their own characteristic religious celebrations. For example, many families erected a private altar known as an altar de Dolores in their homes during Holy Week and invited their friends and family to visit them. Among the provincial elite, religious observances had a more exclusive air. Well-to-do people often invited priests to celebrate private masses in their homes, for instance. The notable families of mestizo townships were also fond of holding private social gatherings such as soirees, veladas, and religious charity events, kermeses. These gatherings, often attended by the local curate or even the bishop himself, helped to conream the social status of provincial elites who held them. 23 The importance of spirituality was such that the parish priest stood somewhere near the apex of authority in most communities. Rural people consulted priests on matters ranging from marriage counseling to financial dealings to whether they should take advantage of the land reform. One small-town bureaucrat complained, "There is no higher authority here than the padre, and said that the priest demanded the right to review even minor details of village social life such as the terms of rental agreements. 24 Clergymen who enjoyed such authority had typically earned their parishioners' trust by living in the community and becoming part of it, but others were far less involved. Some priests could not stand the boredom of rural life and abandoned their parishes for the relative excitement provided by provincial towns. Others felt too consumed with their duties to play much of a role in village society. Indeed, some parochial districts encompassed as many as 150 villages, rancherias, making life for some priests seem like an endless procession of baptisms, marriages, and funerals. As one priest told his superiors, perhaps with a wisp of disdain for his congregation, he had no time to socialize with his parishioners because he had to make all kinds of missions. To keep the villagers spiritually prepared, because they die all the time. 25 Priestly authority did have its limits, however, even in the most devout of communities. Both mestizo and indigenous villagers monitored priests. 53-54. Behavior and rejected those who fell short of their expectations. They initiated letter-writing campaigns and made personal appearances at the cathedral petitioning the bishop to remove clergymen whom they found uncooperative, meddlesome, or simply unwilling to participate in the social life of the community. 26 A small minority of the population gave up on Catholicism altogether. Protestantism made some inroads in Michoacan in the 1920s, borne along by immigrants returning from extended stays in the United States and by a friendly political climate for non-Catholic denominations. Of the 638 churches in Michoacan in 1930, 7% were Protestant. 27 In most rural communities, authority and personal prestige derived from personal, face-to-face relations. The exercise of political power typically depended to a greater or lesser extent upon the consent of community members. This was particularly true in indigenous communities, where informal leaders usually directed public life. These men most often referred to themselves as community representatives, or as members of the parish cabildo, a village council of elders. 28 These village headmen usually had to pass through village-level cargo, duty, systems, a custom in which a notable resident agreed to fund a Saints' Day esta or several different estas over the course of the year. Holding a cargo generated the respect of other villagers, whereas those unable or unwilling to do so risked earning a reputation as rabble who do nothing to help out with parish upkeep. Don't form part of the pueblo's cabildo, nor hold a cargo for any of the saints. 29 So even though not all cargo holders became community representatives, those who did often acquired the respect of their neighbors. They helped to determine who could use common lands in communities that still owned them and regulated the use of water, timber, and other collectively owned resources. They also had the ability to rent or sell community property to outsiders, a responsibility that brought with it a commensurate potential for self-enrichment. 30 The informal and sometimes autocratic character of village cabildos exasperated many aspiring agrarista leaders, who often mixed revolutionary zeal and a predisposition for modern forms of governance with a healthy dose of moralizing. For example, Manuel Tercero of Tingambeto denounced one village representative as an individual habitually given to the vice of drunkenness, for hardly a Sunday goes by when he doesn't get 54-55 drunk. His pernicious immorality and rejection of good customs, Tercero charged, made him a bad example for the other villagers. Indeed, aspiring agrarista strongmen such as Tercero tended to bypass the cargo system altogether and leapfrog into positions of authority previously reserved for community representatives. 31 As a result, the appearance of these upstarts often threatened to open up serious divisions between younger and older generations, particularly in so-called ex-communities of indigenous people that had been forced by mid-19th century legislation to divide and privatize some or all of their communal property. The loss of communal lands typically had tarnished traditional leaders' authority and prestige, while promoting the rise of Hispanic characteristics such as individual property holding, acceptance of wage labor, and the consequent need to learn Spanish. For this reason, Hispanicized indigenous villages often emerged as the most important agrarista strongholds in the 1920s. 32 Even when a community with an indigenous heritage lost its lands, though, village cabildos sometimes retained a considerable degree of authority. Hacienda owner Ezio Cusi recalled that a village leader from the Lake Chapala region regularly marshaled as many as 100 people to travel to the Tierra Caliente hotlands for hacienda work during the 2-month-long harvest season. 33 These community leaders also helped to steer villages through the rivalries that often set one village against another. Throughout Michoacan and particularly in the highlands of the Meseta Tarasca, a surprisingly large number of indigenous communities had disputed the boundaries of their land holdings over the course of several generations, or in some cases even since the colonial era. These rivalries could have fatal outcomes. As one educator wrote, the residents of two neighboring villages locked in a boundary dispute had come to regard each other as mortal enemies and often made incursions from one to the other for the sole reason of ding. In one battle 17 individuals lost their lives. 34 At least these communities owned enough land to GHT over. Most rural people in Michoacan lacked the means to support themselves without taking outside work. One observer estimated that more than 210,000 people, almost 65% of the economically active rural population, made their living as day laborers on haciendas. 35 Some of the villagers migrated to the hotlands and back, or even to the United States, but the majority found it 55-56 necessary to work as casual laborers on nearby haciendas. It is not clear what percentage of these people had access to their own lands, but it is clear that some villages had been founded by outlanders who had immigrated to the countryside specifically to work on haciendas. 36 But in any case, the extreme inequality of land holding in Michoacan meant that few people controlled the conditions under which they made a living, leaving most people dependent to a greater or lesser extent on landowners. Michoacan in 1920, the haciendas. Michoacan's haciendas were resilient institutions. Many of them had been sacked during the Wars of Independence from 1810 to 1821 and then again during the Wars of the Reform 3.5 decades later. A new generation of landowners built the haciendas back up in the late 19th century and brought them through the revolution relatively unscathed. 37 Indeed, at least a few landowners took advantage of the revolutionary instability to make their land holdings even more profitable. Dante Cusi, one of the most prosperous hacienda owners in the state, chose to buy a huge new hacienda in the hotlands in 1910, on the eve of the revolution. He financed expensive irrigation projects even as the Ding raged on. On the huge sugar-producing Tartan hacienda, the owners imposed onerous new terms in 1914 that required their workforce of sharecroppers to put more of their own resources into planting cane, even as the hacienda reaped the benefits of sugar prices that had reached wartime highs. 38 Even the early phases of land reform in the 1920s left the haciendas largely intact. As a result, nearly 100 haciendas still existed in Michoacan by 1930, and although they accounted for only 1.6% of the total number of landed properties in the state, they collectively held nearly 70% of its agricultural land. 39 There was remarkable diversity of haciendas in Michoacan. The largest and most modern lay either in the Tierra Caliente hotlands on the southwest slopes of the Central Mountain Range or in the Bajío, as the fertile atlands in the northeastern part of the state were known. These huge agribusinesses boasted the most advanced technology available at the time, including steam turbines for electricity, irrigation pumps, and, in one case, a proprietary narrow-gauge railroad. They employed hundreds. 56-57 of resident eld hands and many more hundreds of temporary laborers during planting and harvesting seasons. Yet these great estates with huge territories and stable workforces were the exception in Michoacan. Most haciendas comprised no more than 1,000 or 2,000 acres and employed a few scores of eld hands consisting mainly of day laborers, who lived in nearby communities rather than in hacienda-owned housing. Some day laborers worked in the elds more or less permanently, while others took seasonal jobs to earn some extra money, but most rural folk tried to avoid day labor if they could. It did not pay well in most places, and hacienda administrators treated the workers like slaves, as one ex-eld hand recollected. 40 resident workers, known as acaciladores, on the big haciendas had it far better than day laborers did. It appears that most resident workers were mestizos who had migrated to haciendas specifically to take jobs there. They lived in company housing made up either of small houses with a yard for keeping chickens or, in some cases, of long dormitory buildings partitioned by thatched dividers into 6 to 10 rooms for individual families. 41 resident workers sometimes received the right to a few acres of their own, which they could use to plant with corn or to pasture. Working the elds in the Michoacan hotlands, 1921. Courtesy IIH Umsen. 57-58. A couple of cattle. On their occasional Sundays off or when there was little work to do in the elds, they cut rewood to sell at nearby villages, sold charcoal, or picked wild fruit. The resident eld hands, like the day laborers, often received part of their pay in corn or some other foodstuff. Sometimes they received chits for use at the company store, the tiendas de raya, which in Michoacan served more as an outlet for a few overpriced goods and an occasional source of credit for laborers rather than as the agent of debt peonage it was in parts of southern Mexico, where it turned hacienda peons into virtual slaves. 42 rental agreements and sharecropping arrangements between hacienda owners and members of neighboring communities seem to have been very common in Michoacan. 43 Some haciendas were entirely given over to rental or sharecropping, but most often hacienda owners devoted only a part of their lands, perhaps the less desirable elds, to one or the other. Sharecroppers were eld hands or villagers who planted crops on hacienda lands, then paid half, or sometimes 2/3, of the harvest to the landowner as a usage fee. On rare occasions, sharecroppers received wages in addition to their portion of the harvest. 44 So while sharecropping was common throughout the state, particularly in the Morelia region and in the Atlands around Zacapu, the terms of sharecropping agreements varied quite a bit. In some circumstances, the sharecropper provided his own beasts of burden and sometimes agreed to buy goods from the company store as well. 45 Other times, the landowner provided the plowing animals and seed, and, in at least one case, a labor contract between a hacienda and its permanent laborers gave sharecroppers nearly equal footing with the permanent workforce. 46 Indeed, a small sharecropper elite emerged in some communities during the 19th century made up of people who earned enough to hire their own day laborers. These well-to-do sharecroppers often became influential members of peasant communities, with enough money to fund community religious estes and to lend cash to less fortunate peasants. 47 More modest than the hacienda owners but better off than eld hands and most sharecroppers were the small landowners known as rancheros. They constituted an important social group in the central highlands and in the northwestern Bajío around the Zamora area. Some rancheros, whom anthropologist Franz Schreier aptly labels a peasant bourgeoisie, had 58-59. Enough wealth to hire agricultural laborers to help in the elds or even to contract with sharecroppers of their own. However, other rancheros depicted themselves as absolutely impoverished people who dedicate ourselves to farming our private property pequeñas propiedades. 48 Whatever their circumstances, most had started out as immigrants into rural areas who patched together their lands in the 19th century and either purchased or swindled lands from indigenous leaders and individual villagers. Other rancheros were homegrown, having emerged from within peasant communities, perhaps by appropriating community lands for themselves. In still other cases, they acquired their lands when a local landowner broke up his or her hacienda and sold parcels to eld hands and other locals. 49 Rancheros were also famous for their social and political conservatism, at least part of which derived from their economic circumstances. They formed a united front against land reform and the politics of agrarismo generally. Unlike hacienda owners, who could lose a portion of their lands to the land reform and continue to remain in business, the loss of even a small amount of land could spell disaster for a ranchero. 50 haciendas and ranchos did more than give their owners a way to earn a living. Most landowners felt that their property conferred pride and a social status to which average villagers could never aspire. This sense of honor was often coded in terms of ethnicity as well. For example, a ranchero whose property abutted the indigenous village of Zurumutaro explained that in order to turn some of his lands over to the villagers as an ejido came as a tariff blow to him. Making his case to the President of Mexico, he wrote that while he and other local rancheros lacked enough farmland, the Indians of Zurumutaro had received more acreage than they needed. Instead of giving them more land, he asked rhetorically, wouldn't it be better to teach them to work, so that they can learn to appreciate and therefore save the money that they earn honestly? He concluded on a darker note, threatening that his mestizo sharecroppers might take up arms against the unruly villagers of Zurumutaro and predicting that perhaps it will lead to a caste war guerra de razas that will be hard to put out. I can no longer ND anyone to watch my 5960 cornalds because these people threaten my employees and sharecroppers. Yesterday a watchman was in the cornald next to their land. And they read 4 shots at him while hiding in the corn. Is it wise to give arms to these people who make such bad use of them? 51. The racialized notion that landowners exercised a civilizing influence on the otherwise disorderly behavior of agrarista Indians appeared again and again in the discourse of rancheros and other landowners. Many of these people believed that their ability to make the land produce wealth bestowed on them the right to hold it, and they consistently expressed bewilderment that the government would actively attempt to meddle with what they saw as the natural order of things. Hacienda owners confirmed their superiority by establishing symbolic links of domination with their dependents, often by situating themselves as symbolic fathergers. One hacienda owner reminisced in his memoirs that great harmony reigned between the workers and the owners, whom they regarded as good friends, as parents. 52. Despite its self-serving nature, landowner paternalism did have a benevolent side. Hacienda owners often became the godparents of their laborers' children, thus establishing a link of ritual kinship, compadrazgo, with their employees. They threw estes to celebrate the successful conclusion of a harvest or a religious holiday such as Christmas. Furthermore, many hacienda owners tried to keep from getting personally involved in disciplining their dependents. When problems did crop up with the eld hands, it appears that they preferred to lie low and let their foreman mete out the punishment. 53. That way the landowner directed eld hands' hatred toward his subordinates and maintained the appearance of goodwill toward his people, all without giving up the threat of physical coercion. Hacienda owners also provided for their dependents by funding chapels and covering the salaries of priests who officiated on the haciendas. This arrangement not only guaranteed them some influence over the sorts of messages that eld hands received from the pulpit, it gave them direct control over religious practice on their property. As an episcopal envoy discovered on the sprawling hacienda of Guaracha, the church adjoins the central complex and is part of the great house itself. And the MO 6061 meant that the seigneurs decide not to let others use it, there will be no place to hold services. The ornaments and utensils also belong to the hacienda owner, and he can take them back any time he wants. In this way, too, the good patron attempted to earn the respect, if not the affection, of his dependents, leading many observers to comment on eld hands' great affinity for their employers. 54. Yet paternalism also had a domineering, violent, and in a sense macho side as well, which makes it difficult to distinguish eld hands' apparent fondness for the boss from their more immediate need to act submissive in order to make a living. 55. Landowners often expected their workers to make clear demonstrations of their leal orientation. On many haciendas, eld hands had to look down and doff their hats while talking to the boss, and those who refused often got a slap in the face or a whipping for their insolence. 56. It was risky to anger the landowner or his administrators, who could always order workers to pack their things and leave the company-owned houses. In other words, the symbolic paterfamilias could literally kick his dependents out of their homes. 57. Field hands' apparent tolerance of paternalist relations did not mean that they meekly accepted their circumstances, however. Haciendas were violent places and probably always had been. In the unlit lanes in laborers' camps, men and women got drunk, sang songs, and fought among themselves. 58. Some of this disorderly behavior shaded into sheer insubordination. Drunken or simply obstinate laborers sometimes refused to show respect to their superiors, regardless of the consequences. Field hands often lched extra corn or wheat from the elds or stashed some crops aside during harvest time. They also knew how to time their labor action for maximum effect by waiting to make demands for better pay until harvest time, when hacienda owners needed to bring in the crops or face the prospect of losing them. 59. By the 1920s, these thinly veiled acts of resistance to landowners' authority sometimes took a more overt form, as eld hands began to unionize and declare strikes. Even so, most of Michoacan's hacienda workers continued to cast their lots with hacienda owners when the government threatened to redistribute hacienda lands and crack down on religious practice. Indeed, this is just what they had done during the revolution of the previous decade. 61-62. In retrospect, the revolution one historian called the revolution a wind that swept Mexico, but Michoacan experienced only a few gusts compared to the gale that ravaged some other regions of the country. 60. Western Mexico never became a major theater of operations in the wars of 1910-15. Revolutionary leaders in the state of Morelos, a few hundred kilometers to Michoacan's south, and in the northern states of Chihuahua, Sonora, and Durango raised great armies of rural people that eventually proved capable of decimating the federal army. In contrast, the middle and upper-class leaders of Michoacan's revolutionary factions rarely mustered more than several hundred troops. With the exception of the infantry unit that the constitutionalist General Joaquim Amaro raised in the Northwest Highlands and deployed beyond Michoacan's borders, these modest outs typically skirmished on the periphery of major military movements without getting directly involved in any of those actions. This secondary role suited many people in Michoacan very well. Revolutionary leaders in the state hoped to avoid a social upheaval that could threaten social order, and most rural folk saw no reason, or at least no opportunity, to rise in arms on their own. The revolution in Michoacan did bring dislocation, scarcity, and banditry, but most people simply tried to ride out the storm. On the national level, the violence of revolution unfolded in three distinct phases between 1910 and 1915. It opened when Francisco I. Madero, the reformist landowner who had dared to run against Diaz in the odd presidential election of 1910, appealed to all the towns in the republic to rise against the dictatorship. Madero's call to arms was the serious challenge in years to the aging dictator, who had originally fought his way to the presidency in 1876, turned it over to a crony for one term, and then won an uninterrupted series of carefully orchestrated elections ever since. Madero's appeal did not spark a general uprising, but small bands of revolutionaries soon appeared in northern border states. Within a few months they coalesced into a troop that dealt a major blow to the federal army encampment at Ciudad Juarez, Chihuahua. With the army's ability to stem the rebellion suddenly in doubt, Diaz resigned on May 25, and Madero won election to the presidency months later. During 15 months in office, however, he carried out bland policies that did little to 62-63. Staunch the demands for reform that had built up in political circles and among some middle-class groups and sectors of the peasantry. Conservative elements of society soon regrouped and took a bold step that initiated the second phase of the revolution. In 1913, Army Chief of Staff Victoriano Huerta won the blessing of U.S. Ambassador Henry Lane Wilson and led a military coup against Madero in which the president and vice president lost their lives. As Huerta labored to consolidate an updated, Diaz-like dictatorship, pockets of resistance formed throughout the nation. In the state of Morelos, directly to the capital southwest, Emiliano Zapata's peasant army vowed to resist the reimposition of policies that favored sugar plantation owners. The Zapatistas had originally mustered in 1910 to protest the imposition of a proplanter governor and declared themselves Maderistas. But, once in office, Madero had disappointed them by violently rejecting their demands for land reform. At one point Zapata proclaimed that he would never stop hoping to see Madero hang from the tallest tree in Mexico City's Central Park if the president failed to keep his promises to the people. 61 The Zapatistas did eventually rebel against Madero, and once Huerta came into office, they were even less inclined to accept the domination of outsiders. In 1913, they vowed to GHT on. Huerta faced a more serious threat in the nation's far north from Venustiano Carranza, the wealthy, liberal-minded governor of Coahuila. Carranza headed up a shaky coalition of reformist northerners who demanded Huerta's removal, a return to the rule of law, and a vaguely deemed suite of political reforms. The northerners' assault on Huerta and the Federals was spearheaded by Francisco Pancho Villa, whose army led with peasants, cowboys, and others marched steadily southward and forced Huerta to resign in July 1914. This victory set the stage for the third and definitive phase of revolution. The long-standing tensions within the revolutionary coalition tore it apart, leaving Carranza on one side and Villa and Zapata on the other. In the null phase of warfare, a stunningly short but bloody round of ding broke out between the erstwhile allies. By the spring of 1915, Carranza's most brilliant general, Alvaro Obregón, had effectively ended any hope that Villa and Zapata would win the war. When the Gnali ended around 1919, perhaps 1 million people had either lost their lives or been displaced. In Michoacan, Governor Aristio Mercado had occupied the seat of 63-64. Power for 18 years by the time Madero issued his call to arms in 1910. He had earned the trust of most the state's nouveau riche landowning class by turning a blind eye to their methods of acquiring land. If the villagers put up a fuss about haciendas encroaching on their land, the governor could always turn to the detachment of the federal rural police, the hated rurals, stationed in Morelia. 62 The collapse of the Diaz dictatorship sent Mercado scurrying from the state in 1911 and gave rise to two contradictory impulses in the countryside. On the one hand, politically moderate landowners and old regime politicians raised modest columns of troops and sought to bring an orderly close to the Porrian era. Over the next 4 years, they aligned with Madero, then Carranza or, at times, with Villa. They mounted cautious military campaigns that did not call for the active support of the rural folk or the stirring up of trouble in the countryside. On the other hand, a sprinkling of rural communities seized on the instability of the revolutionary years to invade land, harass the hated federal army, or declare themselves partisans of Zapata's agrarian revolution. Yet these rebellions in the countryside never really gathered much momentum, and Michoacan's upper-class military leaders had little trouble steering the course of Michoacan's revolution. 63 Straddling the two forms of revolutionary mobilization was Michoacan's political leadership, made up nearly entirely of urban professionals. The state's RST revolutionary legislature, for example, comprised 7 lawyers, 3 doctors, and 2 pharmacists, all of whom belonged to the Liberal Party. 64 Dr. Miguel Silva, a respected physician who belonged to one of Morelia's most distinguished families, became Michoacan's RST Revolutionary-era governor. 65 Once Villa's cavalry began to batter Huerta's federal army, Silva left the state, eventually to be replaced by the state's constitutionalist military commander, Gertrudis Sanchez. Although the legislature had been dissolved by that point, the bureaucracy functioned normally throughout 1914. Public schools remained open in the capital, and Sanchez found enough money to sustain the state militia, and even to provide a modest stipend for the widows of fallen soldiers. To keep the state's economy afloat, and perhaps to keep on the good side of the state's most powerful families, he also made occasional disbursements to help haciendas meet their payrolls. 66 Around this time, a number of grassroots rebellions broke out in the 64-65 northeastern part of the state. Popular class revolutionaries mobilized in perhaps a dozen communities. They ambushed federal troops from time to time and developed a proclivity to invade hacienda lands if they could. In the Puripasha community of Turin, for example, Casimiro Lopez Lico organized a band of a few hundred people who had lost their forest lands to a foreign timber company. He declared himself a constitutionalist and drove the foreigners out of the hills. In 1919 he led his followers in a new invasion to recover village lands lost in 1879 to the Bravo family and the rancheros allied with them. 67 In a similar development not far from there, village leaders Juan Madrigal and Miguel Regalado of Atascia led villagers to occupy some woodlands they had lost to a neighboring landowner, and they raided his cattle herd for good measure. After the assassination of Madero, Regalado and his followers joined forces with the constitutionalists, and from that point onward, the villagers took potshots at federal soldiers whenever they saw them. If the federals returned the villagers disappeared into the hills, accompanied by the parish priest, who was an ardent supporter of the revolution. 68 The few country people who actually fought in the revolution usually did so in irregular military units, however, not in village-based rebellions. Local leaders such as General José Renteria Liviano raised their forces by convincing their eld hands, sharecroppers and family members to don uniforms and fall in behind them. Outsiders such as Joaquim Amaro, who later became one of Cardenas's closest allies within the Revolutionary Army, sent their lieutenants into peasant villages to recruit new followers. In this way, Amaro raised VE soldiers in one village, 10 in another, and eventually he collected enough men to constitute a credible army. Some of these units were quite effective in major battles in central Mexico. 69 But some officers sent their men into battle under false pretenses. For example, Amaro managed in the summer of 1916 to dupe a group of pro-Zapata peasant revolutionaries from La Canada into marching to Morelos and attacking the Zapatistas. The military leaders really made asses pendejos out of us, remembered one veteran of the expedition sadly. 70 Popular mobilization was relatively rare during the revolution, and peasant enlistment in regular units was only slightly more common, but outlaws cropped up just about everywhere. Banditry appeared around 1912, as rancheros and relatively wealthy sharecroppers organized there. 65-66. Followers to raid nearby villages and haciendas and perhaps to resist government intrusions into their lives as well. On at least one occasion, so-called bandits attacked a town when it appeared the municipal authorities planned to conduct a draft for the federal army. 71 The scope and goals of banditry changed dramatically in late 1915, after Villa's massive army disbanded in central Mexico. War-hardened men such as Inés Chávez Garcia returned to Michoacan to ND that political authority had virtually disappeared in the countryside but that highwaymen, displaced villagers and veterans of revolutionary armies abounded. Soon Chávez as well as other bandits with names like the Badger or the Enchanted Goat crisscrossed the countryside with gangs of several hundred men. They rode through Michoacan sacking villages, pillaging haciendas and more or less indiscriminately destroying villagers' lives. 72. A revolutionary veteran, Morelia area, circa 1917. Courtesy Sir Melk. 66-67. By late 1917, the situation had grown desperate in the entire eastern half of the state. Drought had cut into food supplies, and in at least one case rural people resorted to eating insects and wild plants to survive. To make matters worse, Chávez Garcia had managed to muster nearly 1,000 men, drawn mainly from the Michoacan Bajío. 73. His raiders overran villages and wealthy hotlands haciendas and sometimes tried to invert the existing social order along the way. For example, they twice rode into the Nueva Italia hacienda and set themselves up in the big house. On one occasion they brought in tow a mariachi band they had kidnapped hundreds of miles away. While Chávez's men may have enjoyed the chance to live like kings, it was probably hunger and drought conditions that most strongly facilitated Chávez's efforts to recruit followers. His men probably found robbery a surer way of putting food on the table than farming or day labor in the parched elds of a hacienda, and Chávez would always order food for his men when he rode into town. Then he would pasture his remuda of 3,000 horses, on hacienda lands, if possible, and encourage his followers to raid stores of food and drink. 74. Chávez's actions were characterized by random acts of viciousness overlaid on a consistent impulse to ridicule local power holders. At some moments he behaved like a social bandit, chasing away hacienda owners and opening the way for villagers to invade their ancestral properties. In La Canada, La Piedad, and elsewhere, he sent mestizo landowners scampering away and encouraged villagers to claim the emptied lands for themselves. In Turin, he forced merchants to dance in front of a crowd of villagers, and in the Zacapu area, which would later become a center of agrarismo in Michoacan, indigenous people are said to have regarded him as a savior. 75 At other times, though, he wrought indiscriminate carnage that wrecked families and entire townships. His men often took towns by force and spent their rest hours systematically raping women and young girls. He killed the poor as well as the rich, sometimes after personally guaranteeing their safety. His men destroyed stores and government offices to be sure, but they also sacked the houses of humble people. In late 1917 and early 1918, Chavez and his men leveled parts of at least a dozen townships, often while killing at random. 76 At the peak of Chavez's rampage, a particularly mortal strain of the so-called Spanish flu hit central Mexico. The Inunza pandemic in the 67-68 fall and winter of 1918-19 killed well over 500,000 people in the United States and probably between 300,000 and 100,000 in Mexico. It disproportionately affected young adults in their 20s and 30s, who often died within days of contracting the illness. The U carried away around 2.3% of the population in the provincial capital of Puebla. 77 and tens of thousands of people appear to have lost their lives in Michoacan. Priests scurried from house to house and coffin makers struggled to meet the demand for their wares. The epidemic killed Chavez Garcia and enough of his men that his army dissolved into smaller and less destructive bands of criminals. 78 The death of the greatest bandit chieftain, along with the slow re-emergence of the state government, effectively ended the armed phase of revolution in Mico. Inés Chavez Garcia, right, with the Campanero, circa 1917. Courtesy IIH Umsen. 68-69. Ken. According to one woman who lived through the hard years of the late 1910s, the upheaval in Michoacan ended only when everyone got sick and had to quit. 79. Revolutionary liberalism. Historians have long recognized that Mexican revolutionary leaders did not have the all-encompassing ideological vision that their counterparts in France or Russia did. 80 Yet most revolutionaries in Mexico did share a common outlook based on their collective rejection of the Diaz regime, which they believed to have betrayed the liberal political principles that Diaz claimed to uphold. Relatively conservative leaders such as Madero and Carranza differed from modernizers such as Obregón and Calles in the nature of the reforms that they intended to carry out and in the nature of the relationships that they established with the popular classes, but all these leaders embraced some form of what could be called revolutionary liberalism. In essence, revolutionary liberalism promised to reform the practices and institutions associated with Porian nepotism, corruption, and social stasis, and to create new ones capable of bringing about long-cherished liberal ideals of republicanism, individualism, and social mobility. 81 variants of the European doctrine of liberalism had been the centerpieces of Mexican political thought for decades. Liberalism gained traction in Mexico in the early 19th century because it promised to replace colonialism with individualism, personal liberties, and the free exchange of goods and ideas. In its most emancipatory form, it promised that granting individuals greater political and economic liberty would break down the collectivist and hierarchical order created by Spanish absolutism and bring Mexico into the modern world. That is, it would make Mexican society more closely resemble an idealized form of European society. Liberals intended to wipe away 3-century-old colonial institutions such as guilds, a powerful and intrusive Catholic Church, and collectivized indigenous communities and replace them with a free, more egalitarian republic of citizens. 82 Although Mexican liberalism shed most of its utopian luster over the course of the 19th century, it remained the dominant political paradigm throughout the revolutionary era. According to Antonio Navarrete. 69-70. The foremost post-revolutionary liberal thinker in Michoacan and a pivotal player in state politics during the 1920s, liberalism guaranteed key public liberties, including political and civil equality and freedom of expression, consciencia. It aimed to implant the ideas of individualism and private property in what had been a feudal world. In the end, Navarrete explained, liberals intended to ensure the growth of public wealth, individual well-being, and peace, without harming the rights of others. 83 Most landowners and merchants in Michoacan became tentative partisans of liberalism soon after independence, or at least they warmed to its promises to promote agricultural production, reduce their economic dependence on the church, and place collectively held indigenous lands on the market. To realize these ends, the Michoacan state legislature had voted in 1827 to begin the division and privatization, repartition, of community lands, and a few hacienda owners in the Morelia region used these provisions to expand their holdings at the expense of village property during the 1840s and 1850s. 84 Still, the time had yet to arrive when the government could force indigenous communities to make a general repartition of their property. That began to change in 1856, however, when Reform-era statesmen enacted the Ley Lerdo that prohibited corporate entities from owning agricultural land. The law aimed to abolish mortmain property, that is, lands that corporate groups such as ecclesiastical orders and indigenous communities held as common property and could therefore keep from circulating in the free market. Church properties presented the easiest and perhaps most desirable target, and within a few years most ecclesiastical land holdings ended up in the hands of private landowners, merchants, and other social climbers. On the other hand, most villagers initially managed to duck the requirement to privatize their communal lands. They employed such time-honored techniques as foot dragging, ignoring the law, and transferring the legal title of common property to a trusted community leader, all the while continuing to farm their elds as they always had. 85 The political climate of Mexico changed dramatically in the last quarter of the 19th century. Porfirio Diaz came to power in 1876 and soon began to restructure the national economy. Railroads began to stitch together Mexico's domestic market, and foreign capital owed into agriculture, mining, and manufacturing. The Porfirio transformed all realms. 71. Of society, but perhaps nowhere more so than in the countryside. 86 In 1883 the federal government passed the Law of Vacant Lands, expanded in 1894, which allowed land companies to survey unclaimed property that, in theory, would subsequently be sold in relatively small parcels to individual owners. In exchange, surveyors received 1/3 of the land they mapped. It now appears clear that this process did not arouse nearly as much popular resentment as historians once thought, but the fact remains that the vacant lands law did allow speculators to acquire more than 10% of the national territory. 87 Moreover, it was only one part of a more generalized assault on village lands by an entire panoply of means, both legal and illegal, that the Porfirio state either actively abetted or passively tolerated. In Michoacan, it was this general climate of coziness between political leaders and the landowning class, rather than a specific law or institution, that made it possible for hacienda owners to appropriate village lands. Perhaps the most common method was also the most insidious. Many communities in the 19th century agreed to rent their communal property to relatively well-to-do outsiders, many of whom had recently dared into the countryside to plant cash crops on village-owned elds or log village-owned woodlands. These newly arrived landowners often managed to acquire these village lands in the 1880s and 1890s by denouncing them as vacant and claiming them as their own. In such cases, villagers had no alternative but to defend their ownership through the courts. 88 Another problem arose when village leaders, some of them calling themselves community representatives, gave outsiders the rights to communally held cornlands, pastures, or timberlands without informing their fellow villagers about it. The occasional venality of community leaders was nothing new. Outsiders who took an interest in villagers' wealth or labor power had often attempted to suborn local power holders in the past, but the Porfirio push to privatize rural lands may have exacerbated the problem even more. In any case, These shady sales and lease agreements netted village headmen some extra cash, but they left the villagers with nowhere to plant and few means of legal recourse. Rural folk were not the only ones who had to worry about dubious land transfers. On one occasion, a Michoacan businessman sold an unsuspecting gringo a stand of timber that he did not really own, the North American lumberman only. 71-72. Realized that he had been hoodwinked when armed villagers chased him off their land. 89. Not all land transfers were fraudulent or coerced, though. Many villagers apparently chose to sell their land of their own free will and may even have felt attracted to the prospect of entering the cash economy. But if so, their unfamiliarity with market relations put them at a distinct disadvantage in the new order. Observers reported that villagers who sold their properties during the Porrieto often received a pittance for what were sometimes quite valuable properties. 90 villagers' loss of land during the Porrieto occurred over a relatively long period of time and on a piecemeal basis. More than anything, the dispossession of village lands seems to have tea into the antipopulist, pro-commerce spirit of the times. The new generation of landowners who came of age during the Porrieto cast aside their predecessors' symbolic acts of exchange such as funding village religious services as a way of paying rent on community croplands with indigenous communities whose resources they used. Instead, the Porrian landowners disregarded these quaint gestures, aggressively transferred land titles to themselves, and relied on the cold rule of law to deal with upset villagers. Porrian laws and institutions allowed them to do so, of course, but it also seems that the economic boom of the late 19th century led landowners to seek out new land in ways that drastically contravened the existing moral economy that had governed relations between haciendas and villages for centuries. 91. Without a doubt, the Porrian system offered the elite of Michoacan a uniquely pleasing combination of social order and economic growth. Moreover, in a major break from the previous generation of liberal regimes, the Porrian governor tolerated the Catholic Church. 92. Relations between church and state had warmed to the point that a future Michoacan archbishop, Leopoldo Ruiz y Flores, regarded Diaz as a personal friend. When popular discontent began to swell in Monterrey, where he was posted in 1910, he published a handbill admonishing his IC not to disturb the peace and reminding them of the Catholic principles of respect and obedience to established authority. 93. The fact that the Diaz regime had provided social elites with such ample possibilities for advancement also gave revolutionary leaders an obvious target. All revolutionary factions denounced the elitist spirit of Por. 72-73. Ryan governance, and none did so more emphatically than the constitutionalists, whose leaders insistently condemned Diaz and his cronies for hijacking the national economy and turning it over to foreign investors. As Antonio Mainero explained, the revolution aimed primarily to extirpate old regime autocrats who had achieved a monopoly of wealth by gaining control of the nation's land, finances, commerce, and industry. 94. Even Francisco Mujica, who made vague references to socialism during Madero's failed run for the presidency in 1910, worried most about the breakdown of liberal ideals that Diaz had presided over. He cited politicians' lack of respect for the rule of law, along with the mockery that plutocrats made of the middle class's aspirations for democratic change. These violations appeared serious enough to him to overthrow the regime itself. 95. Such critiques did not really condemn liberalism as such, instead, they charged the Porrian government with failing to live up to its own liberal credentials. They criticized Porrian practices, not the ideology that underlay them. Constitutionalist intellectuals therefore concluded that the revolution should not take the nation in a completely new direction but rather return it to the liberal course that it seemed to be following before the Porrieto. All the major institutions associated with the Diaz regime therefore came under scrutiny. The Porrian autocrats known as cientos, hacienda owners, the federal army, the rural police corps known as rurals, local political bosses known as chiefs politicos, and, for some, the Catholic Church all began to seem like the rotten foundation on which the Porrianitas had been built. Over the course of the Mexican Revolution, nearly all of these entities met their demise in one way or another. The Constitution of 1917 even placed the prerogatives of haciendas and the church in check. In bringing land and religion into the realm of politics, however, the revolutionaries opened the door to a new and potentially more radical form of ideology. Land reform and the limits of private property. The Mexican land reform had a complex heritage that included both liberal critiques of the economic ill effects of over-large land holdings as well as more radical denunciations of the hacienda owners as exploiters of the 73-74 popular classes. About the only point on which pro-land reform groups agreed was that the Porian hacienda system needed a major overhaul. Serious criticisms of Porian landowners began to appear in the early 1900s, when moderate public intellectuals began to write books and newspaper articles exposing the threats that haciendas posed to the economic viability of rural communities. Around the same time, the increasingly radicalized Mexican Liberal Party, led by political dissidents Ricardo and Enrique Flores Magón, issued a call for land reform. By the eve of the Mexican Revolution, journalistic criticisms of the Porian hacienda were quite pointed. Andrés Molina Enríquez's book Los Grandes Problemas Nacionales excoriated the concentration of land into the hands of a tiny elite, and John Kenneth Turner presented a scathing exposé of labor conditions in southern Mexico the following year. But none of these critiques reached broad audiences, and they played a marginal role in setting the tone of opposition to the Diaz regime. 96 Instead, the revolutionary process itself brought the land question to the fore. In 1911, Emiliano Zapata seized on the relatively vague program of the revolutionary movement to insist that villagers receive lands, and a few years later Pancho Villa proposed an agrarian reform project of his own. Country people and revolutionary leaders, not crusading journalists, made land reform a central problem of the revolution. 97 Carranza was more reluctant than the other revolutionary leaders to accept the idea of redistributing wealth, although some of the more radical members of his constitutionalist coalition strongly advocated the idea. Once Villa and Zapata had split off from the constitutionalists, however, Carranza understood that he needed to propose some sort of land reform if he intended to retain the support of mobilized rural folk. In January 1915, having vacated Mexico City in the face of Villa's offensive, Carranza's advisors drafted legislation that nullified any land transfers that had come about through the misapplication the 1856 Lerdo law or through fraud tolerated by the Diaz regime. Insofar as these provisions related solely to illegal land transfers, they simply reaffirmed the liberal doctrines demanding the rule of law. But the 1915 law also went a step beyond traditional liberalism and opened the door to the possibility of a radical restructuring of property rights because it stipulated that even those pueblos that had been legally divested of their property or lacked adequate 74-75 titles could petition the government for a grant if they could prove that they needed the land. 98 The following year, after his armies had dealt his enemies a series of crushing blows, Carranza called a convention of elected delegates from throughout the nation to write a constitution and usher in a new era in public life. He presented the convention a proposed draft that for the most part reiterated the existing, liberal constitution of 1857, though it did contain some new reforms such as the ratification of his 1915 land reform law. But a radical circle of delegates led by Francisco Mujica and a few others soon gained control of the convention and produced a more ambitious document than Carranza had ever intended, particularly in the matter of property rights. Under the close guidance of intellectuals such as Pastor Roea and Molina Enríquez, Article 27 of the new Constitution declared that ownership of lands and waters within the national territory belonged to the nation in the RST instance, and the nation had the right to impose on private property in the public interest. In other words, the Constitution diluted liberal ideals of absolute property rights and overlaid them with nationalist, collective ideals intended to benefit the rural masses. Article 27 called for the breakup of the great haciendas in order to promote the development of small landholding and ordered state legislatures to take steps to give rural people inalienable rights to work the land. It also contained provisions that invested the nation with ownership of subsoil mineral and petroleum deposits and restricted foreigners' access to them. These measures provided the juridical basis for the land reform, as well as establishing the constitutional basis that Cardenas later invoked to nationalize Mexico's petroleum reserves in 1938, but not by promising individual peasant smallholders free and clear ownership of their elds. 99 Rather than simply turning plots of land over to rural people, revolutionary intellectuals envisioned the land reform as an updated and institutional mechanism that would recreate the best aspects of collective and community-based land holding. The main vehicle of land reform was to be the ejido, a colonial-era term that had been used to describe indigenous communities' common lands ever since the colonial period. In practice, the post-revolutionary ejido was to be held and administered by a specific group of beneficiaries, ejidatarios, who constituted a so-called agrarian community. Early advocates of land reform hoped to 75-76 redistribute federal lands to rural folk, but they also recognized that little publicly owned land existed in the most densely populated parts of the nation, which was also where the demand for agrarian reform was greatest. In these circumstances, the Constitution gave the government the right to nationalize private property and turn it over to peasants. Initially, land reform beneficiaries were expected to reimburse landowners with their earnings, but this often proved unworkable. The government's plan of reimbursing property owners with a specific category of bonds fared little better because the bonds rarely traded at their face value. A substantial proportion of landowners ended up receiving cash for their property, but those who did not do so typically received only a fraction of the true value of their land. The architects of land reform elected not to give land reform beneficiaries an outright title to their ejido plots because they wanted to prevent peasants from selling their property and ending up in the same straits as before. Yet this technicality had an unforeseen consequence. Since land reform beneficiaries did not hold the title to their lands, they could not use it as collateral for agricultural credit, meaning that the state itself would have to provide rural credit to the land reform sector. Government lending agencies therefore achieved an immense and often unwelcome foothold in most agrarian communities. 100 While nothing could be done about this aspect of the land reform's overall structure, post-revolutionary governments did make some important legislative tweaks over the years. One law aimed to ensure that only existing communities, rather than small peasant settlements, would receive land grants. Another excluded hacienda-held hands from participating in the land reform program, a move that theoretically assured hacienda owners of a landless and hence stable workforce, not to mention one that typically opposed the land reform, until this prohibition was mooted in 1934. Yet all of these laws could be bent, and in practice most rural communities were at least potentially eligible to petition for the grant, dotation, of an ejido. In most cases, the process of receiving a land grant commenced when community leaders or political activists wrote a petition to the governor accompanied by the signatures of community members who hoped to receive a land grant. The governor then turned the request over to a state board of overseers, the local agrarian commission, or CLA, which 76-77 determined whether the petition should move forward. If the commission decided favorably, the governor had the ability to approve the creation of a provisional land grant, send surveyors to mark its boundaries, and give the beneficiaries the right to move onto their lands. From there, the paperwork went to the National Agrarian Commission and ultimately to the president, who had the null say on the definitive creation of an ejido. 101 In most communities, the land reform's institutional structure served to conream some existing social relations while tempering others. For example, it reinforced men's role as the family patriarch, because only male heads of household could be inscribed as full members of land reform communities, although women could receive that status upon the death of their husbands. It also tended to reproduce informal village power networks, caciquismo, and deepen peasants' political subordination to political outsiders such as governors, presidents, banks, and the government surveyors who mapped out ejido lands. On the other hand, the land reform reordered the power relations between landowners and the landless. While some of the old mutual dependency and mutual animosity remained, land reform beneficiaries began to end political allies in state and federal governments that had formerly catered to hacienda owners alone. Land reform beneficiaries discovered that they no longer needed hacienda day jobs once they had their own lands to farm. For the lucky few who received ejido parcels in the 1920s, an epoch had come to an end. Revolution and the politics of memory. The revolution shattered the political supremacy of the landowning class in Michoacan and yet deepened its importance in the economic life of rural areas. Challenges to landowners' political and social status came from a number of directions. Bandits occupied haciendas and mocked their owners, peasants invaded elds that adjoined their village lands, and politicians passed laws that rescinded the absolute right to private property. Nevertheless, most rural people continued to rely on day labor to sustain themselves, probably all the more so in the tumultuous post-revolutionary years. Moreover, the revolution itself may actually have improved the economic condition of Michoacan's haciendas, as we have seen. A few landowners had managed to increase the profitability of their haciendas dir. 77-78. In the 1910s, sometimes at the expense of their eldhands or neighboring villages. In such cases, the revolution as it unfolded in Michoacan actually helped to cement hacienda centrality to rural people's subsistence strategies. These facts did not square with the more radical variants of revolutionary ideology. Revolutionary leaders of the 1920s and 1930s tended to regard and, increasingly, to remember the revolution as a movement to redeem rural folk from the backwardness and poverty that they associated with the Porian order. It was simply unacceptable to believe that the revolution had actually benefited haciendas in some ways. In Michoacan, the solution to this seeming paradox initially came from Francisco Mujica, who took office as governor in 1920. Mujica and his followers held landowners responsible for reducing rural people to poverty during the Porriedo, a stance that helped to deepen their politicized, collective memory of hacienda owner dispossession of village lands. But historical arguments about hacienda owner rapacity were not enough, and Mujica began to promote a still more radical form of thought that depicted landowners as the exploiters of rural people as a class. In essence, he employed rural people's landlessness as the ideological basis of a major initiative to reorder property ownership in the countryside. At RST, most rural people rejected Mujica's solution, even if some of them did tentatively begin to echo his historical vision of the Porriedo. In a handful of villages, however, community leaders recognized the attraction of the revolutionary project and Mujica's understanding of recent history. Agrarista leaders in communities that had had some sort of trouble with nearby landowners were particularly open to Mujica's version of events, and soon a rising generation of rural activists began to solicit lands and mobilize villagers to occupy them. These village revolutionaries nearly always portrayed their movement as an attempt to recapture village lands from landowners who had expropriated them during the late 19th century. In this way, they began to accept the increasingly ideological history of the Porian past. Eventually, village revolutionaries helped to forge a collective memory of the Porriedo as a period of exploitation and to counterpoise it with the promise of campesino empowerment in the post-revolutionary era. It is impossible to tell with any precision how many rural people in the 78-79 1920s started to remember the Porriedo as the historical fountainhead of rural injustice. It seems reasonable to assume that many or even most did. After all, the collective memory of Porian oppression squared with a major component of most people's lived experience. Most people lacked enough land to sustain themselves without taking some sort job on a hacienda, and whatever its other failings, agrarista discourse contained a compelling argument about the historical roots and fundamental injustice of their condition. To the extent that rural people began to remember the specific histories of their specific communities in the generic terms that village revolutionaries propounded, they adopted a particular historical rendering, a memory about their collective past. As village revolutionaries soon recognized, an imagined collective heritage of this sort can be a powerful platform on which to build a new social identity. Like the indigenous way of knowing history that Joanne Rappaport has studied, This form of memory functioned as a symbolic system that helped to constitute campesinos as a social group based on their shared historical knowledge. In the early morning darkness of September 21, 1920, a few dozen volunteer militiamen silently took up defensive positions around the colonial palace that housed the state legislature. A few more stationed themselves on the cathedral towers overlooking it. The militiamen had arrived from two villages on the distant outskirts of Morelia and wore their traditional broad-brimmed peasant sombreros, prompting the town's leading newspaper to describe them as anonymous men of the pueblo. One unhindered by the federal troops stationed nearby, they posted lookouts and settled down to wait for the man they hoped would become Michoacan's next governor. As expected, Francisco J. Mugica appeared a few hours later, anked by supporters. The militiamen, backed up by a community brass band from the town of Uruapan and a growing crowd of well-wishers, ecked around the doorways and balconies of the legislature trying to catch a glimpse of Mugica as he hurried into the legislature and took the oath of office. Later, they marched across the main square to the city hall, aimed their guns menacingly at Mugica's opponents who had been holed up there, and drove them out of the building. Again, the federal troops did nothing to stop them, no doubt because their commander, the 20-year-old General Lázaro Cárdenas, was one of Mugica's staunchest friends. In a matter of hours, the show of force had settled a political standoff that had disrupted daily life in Morelia for more than a month. At issue was the succession to the governorship of Michoacan. 3 very different candidates had run for office in the summer of 1920, and 2 of them had claimed victory. One of the self-declared victors was a political moderate, a wealthy civil engineer aligned with the state's liberal parties. His campaign promises included the protection of markets and the guarantee of individual property rights. The other was Mugica, whose core of support came from the small but highly dedicated cadre of radical idealists who made up the Socialist Party of Michoacan. The null contender was a conservative landowner from Zamora who had campaigned with the thinly disguised support of the Catholic Church but who had admitted defeat soon after the election. This wide array of candidates had not inspired much interest among the populace, however. Most eligible voters either ignored the election or prudently chose to keep away from polling places on election day, perhaps because they suspected that the balloting would turn into a patchwork of partisan brawls. In the end, it did. Partisans took over polling places in perhaps a dozen townships and refused to let their opponents vote. Some ballot boxes mysteriously disappeared, while others arrived at the tabulation table stuffed with fraudulent ballots. In one district, a village police force arrested the entire committee charged with counting votes and sent its members off to jail before it could submit any returns at all. Credible evidence suggests that partisans of each of the 3 candidates committed irregularities of some sort or another. For when the state Congress met in August to certify the election results and announce the null tallies, legislators split along party lines, and the state soon found itself with 2 rival legislatures, each of which declared itself sovereign and denounced the other as illegitimate. One Congress supported the liberal candidate. The other was made up of Mugica sympathizers and 2 Catholic Party congressmen who cast their lots with him at the last minute. Daily rallies on behalf of one candidate or the other converted Morelia's plazas into political staging grounds as national leaders in Mexico City prepared to intervene and name a winner. President-elect Álvaro Obregón, who had just staged a successful coup of his own, distrusted Mugica and preferred the moderate who had the liberal support. But Obregón had not actually taken office yet, and interim President Adolfo de la Huerta favored Mugica. In the end, that was all that mattered. Mugica effectively laid claim to the governorship the day his peasant supporters occupied the legislature, though months would pass before the federal government officially recognized his right to hold office. Mugica's brand of politics appeared dangerously ill-conceived to President-elect Obregón as well as to most other political leaders in Michoacan and Mexico City. Mugica believed that peasants were locked in an epic struggle against property owners and their ideological allies, and he intended to remedy the situation by educating peasants and giving them the property they needed to gain control of their own lives. In practical terms, this meant promoting land reform and secular, government-run education. These were not inherently radical propositions in the post-revolutionary context. After all, the liberal and Catholic candidates also agreed that something needed to be done to address the agrarian problem, and they too had said that rural folk should be taught to adopt more modern, sanitary, and rational behaviors. Yet Mugica's plan for wholesale social reform departed from traditional Catholic and moderate liberal ideologies on two basic issues. He regarded the relationship between peasants and landowners as a class struggle in which property owners exploited campesinos, and he believed that the post-revolutionary government's moral obligation to ally with the country folk in this conflict gave him the right to overrule hacienda owners' property rights and turn land over to the people he called the rural workers. Catholics and liberals found these ideas profoundly disturbing. Catholic political thinkers tended to believe that society more or less reeked at God's design and that setting one social class against another infringed upon divine will. On the other hand, political liberals believed that well-organized markets would structure society equitably and generate wealth in the most efficient and orderly way possible. So even though Catholics and liberals disagreed on many points, they both had their own reasons for regarding individual property rights as sacrosanct, and they readily agreed that Mugica's brand of politics served to provoke resentments between rich and poor that would eventually undermine social order and engender needless social discord. Mugica's class-based worldview departed so completely from Michoacan's traditional political culture that his ideas would not have met with a favorable reception even under the best of circumstances. As things actually stood, nearly every influential social group opposed his policies, making it nearly impossible for him to realize any but the most modest reforms. Landowners stymied his initiatives to tax and divide their haciendas. Voters in the state's principal cities consistently elected anti-socialist city councils, and Catholic activists vehemently protested official anti-clericalism. Obregon cut off the federal remittance to Michoacan's state budget and placed one hostile general after another in command of federal troops in the region. More damaging still, Mugica failed to win over the one group he regarded as his core constituency, because marginalized rural folk refused to play the role that he scripted for them. A few agrarista communities did respond to the governor's initiatives, but most country people tried to avoid the whirlwind of agrarista politics. Indeed, when liberal politicians and small-time landowners organized a modest revolt to demand Mugica's resignation a mere 18 months after he had taken office, very few rural people rallied to his defense. Still, a tiny but critically important cadre of agraristas did stand and GHT. These villagers had already adopted their own localized versions of Mugica's ideology, and they had determined to mount a struggle against those people whom they were beginning to regard as the enemies of their social class. Land and books, constructing agrarismo as class struggle. Mugica and his followers thought of the countryside as a world divided between the rich stratum of landowners and the villagers who toiled on hacienda elds that had once belonged to them. The Mujiquistas, as Mugica's followers were called, did not regard agrarismo as generic conflict between peasants and landowners but instead as a class struggle between landless campesinos and all-powerful property owners. Moreover, they considered all poor country folk, whether wage laborers on haciendas, sharecroppers, or villagers with their own lands, as members of the proletariat or, as some of them put it, the working public, el pueblo trabajador. 6. They did not yet use the term campesino to characterize villagers who petitioned for lands but rather referred to them with phrases such as rural workers who have banded together to shake off the abuses of landowners, or laborers labrigos who have raised their voice to demand justice and economic progress. 7. The Mujiquistas rarely identified country folk as indigenous people or as members of rural communities because these terms seemed to conjure up images of a passive, backward, and ignorant rural multitude, whereas mobilized workers might band together, GHT, for their rights, and actively transform society along more equitable and modern lines. This idealistic vision of a class-conscious and politically mobilized countryside underlay nearly all Mujiquista ideology. The workers in elds and the workshops, live hungry and in tatters, proclaimed one of Mugica's supporters, but more than hunger for bread, the masses lagleba thirst and hunger for justice. 8. If peasants could be viewed as workers, then it took only a small leap of logic to think of landowners as exploitative capitalists. The Mujiquistas reasoned that hacienda owners had usurped villagers' lands in the 19th century and had oppressed them with low wages and intimidation ever since. The political newspapers through which the Mujiquistas manifested their ideological discourse typically referred to haciendas as great estates, latifundios, cobbled together through the plunder of village lands. 9. They insistently denounced bourgeois hacienda owners as the exploiters of rural people. The newspapers often published reports of landowners' mistreatment of laborers and attempts to intimidate agrarian. 84. 85. Communities that had requested ejido parcels. Sometimes they editorialized about certain hacienda owners' rich and opulent lifestyles as well. 10. Michoacan's other political actors also found the inequity between landowners and peasants to be a cause for concern. Liberal politicians and Catholic activists clearly recognized that social and economic inequities divided the rural populace, and they often used class-based language to discuss the so-called agrarian problem posed by rural poverty. Few of these traditionalists regarded the relationship between rich and poor as inherently connective, however. Most Catholics and politically moderate liberals regarded class differentiation as an unfortunate byproduct of economic development and something that should somehow be assuaged, but they certainly did not regard it as the most pressing issue in Michoacan, much less something that right-thinking individuals should ever try to accentuate in political discourse. Instead, they proposed to uplift poor people through some combination of personal benevolence and judicious political reforms that would not undermine the status of the rich. The Mujiquistas saw no hope that incomplete reforms, much less individual goodwill, could ever achieve social justice or bridge the gap between social classes. To Mujica and his followers, the objective fact of proletarian exploitation placed a moral imperative on the government to ally with the villagers in the struggle against their class enemies. Writing to a well-wisher a few months after taking office, Mujica asserted that the agrarista movement would free rural people by giving them land and education. Agrarismo will redeem the dark, abandoned, and tormented masses that toil hard but end up with nothing other than a straw mat on which to gasp their null breath. The nation's future depends upon giving rural people two supreme factors, land and books. The former, to stimulate and develop the economy, thus improving the economic system and the environment for the needy. The latter, to tear down and destroy the walls of ignorance and teach the people about humanity's true condition. 11. Rural people had no way to obtain land and education on their own, though, and that is where the government came in. Mujica believed that his agrarian reform would create a new class of peasant landholders, spur economic growth, and narrow the gap between rich and poor. Yet he also knew that many peasants might resist the idea of petitioning the government for land and were even less likely to regard their petitions as acts of agrarian radicalism. Thus, education was needed to teach rural people to see their actions as part of a wider struggle between the powerless masses and their ferocious overseers. 12. Before Mujica's time, most politicians in Michoacan and elsewhere in Mexico regarded land reform as a limited initiative that would return villagers what was legally theirs already, the lands that unscrupulous speculators had swindled from them over the preceding FTY years or so. In this sense, Venustiano Carranza's initial decision in 1915 to approve the land reform was intended as a measure to strengthen villagers' right to hold landed property, not as an attack on the institution of private property itself. But Mujica's insistence on agrarismo's basis in class struggle placed property rights in an entirely new light. If the land reform's chief purpose was to achieve social justice by divesting exploitative landowners of their property and turning it over to the rural workers who needed it, as the Mujiquistas insisted, then it meant scrapping the liberal notion that property inalienably belonged to whomever held legal title to it. It also meant infringing on the Catholic doctrine that government seizure of private property constituted an immoral act of plunder, despojo. 13. Mujica's enemies often seized upon his attitudes toward property to denounce his ideas as foreign or even Bolshevik, but in fact Mujiquista philosophy derived from a well-established Mexican intellectual tradition that bore little resemblance to Marxian ideology imported from Russia. The Michoacistas drew most of their ideological inspiration from the eclectic mixture of progressive and left-wing discourses that emerged just prior to the Mexican Revolution and became enshrined in Article 27 of the 1917 Constitution, which stipulated that the nation's right to dispose of property for such purposes as land reform superseded individual rights. Thus, when Mujica argued that his government should expropriate private property and give it to the peasants in order to fool the promise of redemption that the revolution has made to the proletariat, his words pointed to a homegrown political tradition rather than to exotic European imports. 14. He essentially envisioned a radical and collectivist form of incorporating the masses into a revolutionary republic. This was neither liberalism nor Marxism but something more homegrown. It was a form of politics aimed at achieving social justice and one that presupposed that the existing political class would continue to direct the body politic rather than a blueprint for the dictatorship of the working class. 15. Mujica's political worldview may have derived from a pastiche of European and Mexican intellectual traditions, but all the social theory in the world would not help him with the day-to-day tasks of governance. Mujica needed to make his vision work in Michoacan, not in Zapatista Morelos or in the rareed air of the Constitutional Convention. This presented something of a problem because up to Mujica's time Michoacan state government had generally upheld the liberal principle of individual rights to private property. Likewise, the majority of villagers who requested ejidos before 1920 employed liberal discourse by asking for the restitution, of their property, rather than by appealing to agrarista ideology and requesting an outright grant, dotation, of land. Mujica concluded that in these circumstances rural people themselves would need to be convinced that a class struggle in fact existed and that it gave them the moral right to petition for lands even if they could not prove they had once owned them. Mujica and his followers were caught in the quintessential revolutionary dilemma. Most of the people whom they hoped to empower had the inconvenient quality of failing to recognize their own oppression, at least in the same terms as the revolutionaries did. 16. How to account for peasants' apparent lassitude and inability to perceive their own exploited condition? The Mujicistas reasoned that rural folk had a thoroughgoing unawareness of the social basis of their degradation. One newspaper regarded rural people's ignorance of their own oppression as the root of all the nation's troubles. 17. When Mujica wrote that villagers needed books to surmount the walls of ignorance, he meant that education would enlighten rural people about the ways in which property owners oppress them and thus make them alive to the transformative potential of class conflict. But tearing down those walls and educating rural people about the true nature of social relations entailed more than simply establishing a few rural schools and staffing them with progressive school teachers. It meant taking on the Catholic Church and most of its teachings about property, justice, and social order. Ecclesiastical leaders and Catholic politicians in Michoacan disagreed with nearly every major point of Mujica's political philosophy. Most fundamentally, Catholic leaders rejected the notion that class struggle was both inevitable and desirable. Far from seeking to politicize and intensify conflicts between the rich and the poor, Catholic activists sought to conciliate class differences, create a more pious society, and promote harmony between capital and labor. 18. To be sure, they understood that Mexico's 19th-century economic development had placed rich and poor at odds with each other, but they fervently believed that Mexicans should set aside their class differences and collaborate in the formation of a better society based on the sublime ideals of Catholic doctrine. Together, rich and poor could forge a new social order stipulated by divine providence in the pages of the New Testament. Church leaders insisted that a harmonious social order entailed respecting private property and guaranteeing the right of individuals to keep what belonged to them, both of which they described as the fundamental pillars of civilization. 19. This principle extended to the agrarian question. The Catholic gubernatorial candidate who opposed Mujica in 1920, for example, explained that radical agrarian reform served only to pillage from the rich and suppress private property. The solution to rural inequality lay instead in the promotion of small, private agricultural land holding. 20. An even-handed and moral social policy, he argued, would reconcile the needs of the poor with those of the rich, create balanced economic development, and benefit the nation as a whole. To the Mujicistas, The utopian promises of Catholic ideology disguise two ugly facts. On the one hand, upholding the right to private property meant leaving the existing hacienda-dominated social order in place, and on the other, peasants could never achieve power and revolutionary redemption if they tried to harmonize their interests with those of their oppressors. The Mujiquistas therefore regarded Catholic ideologues and property owners as functionally interchangeable. Church doctrine, they believed, abetted property owners and served to maintain a status quo that victimized workers. 21 Yet the great majority of Michoacan's populace remained faithful to the church and its precepts, which, in the Mujiquistas' view, kept them ignorant, fanatical, and unable to break away from their backward ways. 22 The church had a substantial advantage in bringing its principles to the people, because priests could use their sermons to advance the Catholic outlook on society. Parochial schools far outnumbered government-run secular schools in Michoacan and gave the church an insuperable advantage in the battle over the hearts and minds of school children. In the Mujiquistas' view, this situation clearly called for curbs on Catholic institutions and for the implementation of secular education. The liberals concurred with Mujica's complaints about the church and his faith in the transformative potential of secular education, although they disapproved of his priest-baiting tactics, but most other aspects of his ideology troubled them deeply. 23 In the RST place, they believed that Mujica's ideas threatened the existing social order. Most moderate liberal politicians came from wealthy Morelia families and had successful careers to worry about, and they certainly did not applaud the idea that the poor should combat the rich. The Liberal Party candidate who ran against Mujica in 1920 articulated the standard line when he decried Mujica's anarchist theories that seek the dissolution of society. 24 The moderate liberal politicians recognized that richer and poorer groups existed, of course, but they intended to narrow the gap with reformist solutions such as selling small hacienda parcels to individuals who could make them productive. A central tenet of liberalism was the desirability of creating markets in which land could be bought and sold freely. Yet Mujica's proposals imperiled market relations because their extreme radicalism had stirred up the resentments between rich and poor to such an extent that some hacienda owners refused to sell any land to peasants who wanted to buy it. 25 Liberals in Michoacan had labored for nearly a century to create social order, a juridical regime of private property, and well-functioning markets, and it seemed to them that Mujica threatened to dissolve all their work with one stroke. Considering the enormity of the task that the Mujiquistas had set for themselves, they could ill afford to alienate potential allies such as the liberals. The governor and his followers did make overtures to moderate politicians, and even convened a conference to try to hash out an alliance, but in the end the delegates could only agree on their common dislike of the Catholic Church. Otherwise, the meeting came to naught. 26 With the liberals went most of the state's landowners, who cared little for land reform in any case. Most Catholic activists were even less predisposed to collaborate with the Mujiquistas, and they grew increasingly hostile to the government as time passed. Obregon's federal government would not help either. Thus, Mujica's ideology and political style gave every major political group in Michoacan its own reasons for detesting him, leaving the governor with almost nowhere to turn for political allies who might want his project to succeed. Mujica in power. Mujica intended to put his ideas into practice by creating as many ejido land reform communities and rural schools as possible, thereby giving the people their land and books. To counteract the insolence of landowners and clergy, he levied taxes on hacienda owners and tried to close down parochial schools in Morelia and elsewhere. Such a broad assault on Michoacan's traditional institutions stood little chance of success, but Mujica was not the only idealist at the time who believed that a tremendous social transformation lay just around the corner. Once Obregon's rebellion ended Carranza's lackluster regime in 1920, it seemed that the revolution might fool its potential as a catalyst of social transformation. In the provinces, a number of radical populist experiments cropped up in states such as Yucatan, Veracruz, Tabasco, and Tamaulipas. In Mexico City itself, an entirely new generation of leaders came to power, including visionaries such as José Vasconcelos, a brilliant politician and statesman. As the newly installed rector of the National University, Vasconcelos began to issue calls for a massive campaign of rural education and nation formation that captured the imagination of progressive intellectuals throughout Mexico. These developments gave Mujica and his followers every reason to regard themselves as part of a nationwide rejuvenation of revolutionary idealism. Nearly anything seemed possible in September of 1920. Mujica had plenty of experience to draw upon. The son of a liberal-minded schoolteacher, he had earned a reputation as an idealistic troublemaker while still in secondary school. He had attended the Catholic seminary in Zamora, at the time Western Michoacan's most modern and rigorous institution, and despite his teacher's constant threats to expel him for refusing to take theology classes, he managed to receive a solid classical education. After graduating, he spent his free time writing for Lo. 91 Cal and regional newspapers critical of the Diaz dictatorship. Some of his writing appeared in Regeneration, the voice of Mexico's left-wing opposition during the Periodo 27. When the revolt against Diaz began in 1910, Mujica boarded a train to Texas and joined Francisco I. Madero's revolutionary movement. Thus began his long career as a revolutionary officer. Although his official responsibilities usually involved ring-off memos and official correspondence rather than aiming guns at the enemy, Mujica took the eld when the Federal Army revolted against Madero and assassinated him. He entered Venustiano Carranza's constitutionalist army with the rank of captain. Soon afterwards he grudgingly added his signature alongside 60 others to the ideologically unambitious Plan of Guadalupe, the guiding manifesto of the constitutionalist faction's 3-year bid to place Carranza in the presidency. 28 Mujica emerged as one of the leading lights on the political left during these years. In 1913 he seconded his commanding officer's unauthorized decision to carry out the constitutionalist movement's RST redistribution of hacienda lands. Although Carranza quickly took precautions to ensure that other officers did not follow suit, the event won Mujica so much notoriety as an advocate of land reform that even the Zapatistas knew about him. 29 Once the GDING ended, Mujica served as a delegate to the 1916-17 Constitutional Convention, where he led the so-called Jacobin faction of radical reformers who left a deep mark on the null document. Mujica personally oversaw the passage of Article 3, which secularized public education and challenged many of the traditional prerogatives of the Church. Most of his other efforts at the convention also hinged around grand proposals for transforming Mexican culture through secular education. As he explained at the time, he intended to use schools to modernize society, instill healthy habits, and break the Church's capacity to propagate antiquated and backward ideas in the popular mentality. 30 As governor of his home state, Mujica led his administration with a small group of dedicated friends, most of whom had come of age during the revolution and had known each other for years. His collaborators were young rebrands in their early 30s who, like Mujica himself, had grown up in lower middle class, small-town families headed by school teachers or clerks. They typically had received some formal education but not enough to qualify as professionals. 31 Mujica also persuaded a handful 91. 92. Of slightly more educated activists such as Maria del Refugio Cuca Garcia and Torquato Lemus, to travel around rural Michoacan and drum up popular support for the government. Lemus organized villagers to petition for ejido parcels and worked to deepen popular support for Mujica's government in the conservative La Piedad area. Garcia operated around the eastern mountain town of Zitecuaro, where she organized Socialist Party affiliates, wrote land reform petitions for villagers, and traveled freely through the area founding rural primary schools. 32 Personal dedication to the progressive cause doubtless motivated all these idealistic crusaders, but their similar economic backgrounds also must have helped to shape their common political outlook. Unlike the relatively well-heeled politicians who belonged to Michoacan's liberal parties, the lower middle-class apostles of Mujicismo had little to lose from tinkering with the inviolability of private property or promoting class struggle against the rich. Land redistribution topped Mujica's administrative agenda. His predecessor, Governor Pascual Ortiz Rubio, had initiated land reform and ushered through the definitive establishment of 14 ejidos. Mujica took a far more aggressive approach to the agrarian question. He charged Isaac Arriaga, a young intellectual and the leading voice in Michoacan's Socialist Party, with overhauling the local Agrarian Commission, CLA, and taking quick action on villagers' petitions for land. Mujica also created the Office of Indian Affairs to give free assistance to villagers who wanted to petition for an ejido, explaining that the new bureau allowed rural workers to vouchsafe their sacred interests by facilitating access to the land reform bureaucracy. 33 The Indian Affairs Office, like the high-profile efforts of Arriaga, Garcia, and Lemus, produced rapid results. Petitions for ejidos jumped from an average of 15 per year between 1917 and 1920, during the Ortiz-Rubio administration, to more than 60 in the RST year of Mujica's term. 34 Within a year Mujica's government had created 24 provisional ejidos, though no more than half were located in municipalities with a strong indigenous presence. 35 At the same time, Mujica began to enforce a 1919 state law that allowed the government to nullify porcionera tax concessions on certain haciendas, re-evaluate their declared value, and demand far higher remittances from their owners. 36 Together these initiatives amounted to a two-pronged attack on hacienda integrity and portability. 92. 93. Hacienda owners had no intention of letting Mujica's challenge to their property go unanswered. Many of them had initiated legal proceedings against the government's capricious initiative to increase hacienda taxes even before Mujica came to office, and they redoubled their efforts once they realized that he would continue the policy. 37 They also attacked his land reform in the courts and denounced it to President Obregon. Some claimed that the government's ideological assault on individual property rights bothered them even more than the loss of the land itself. As one ranchero explained, his lawsuit to stop the creation of an ejido meant much more than merely defending a piece of land. What really mattered was the right to private property, which Mujica's regime of ruinous socialism, socialismo dissolvent, threatened to abolish. 38 Although self-interest may have motivated this rhetorical outreach, there is no mistaking the landowners' alarm at the breakdown of liberal governance. At the same time as Mujica was taking on the landed interests, he also tried to expand secular education, particularly if he could do so at the expense of the church. Before 1921, when the Federal Department of Public Education, SEP, began to send school teachers into rural areas, only the state government provided public education in rural Michoacan. Mujica nearly doubled the number of primary schools in his RST year in office, boosting the number from 170 to 322, although the chronic lack of funds and teachers' typically poor preparation limited their effectiveness. 39 Even when adequate personnel could be found, most teachers probably did not envy their pupils eager to receive secular education. Most rural school teachers probably went through something similar to the experience of one young man, who arrived in an indigenous community in 1923 only to discover that the villagers completely detested outsiders and insulted him horribly at every turn. He complained that the villagers somehow failed to perceive that his lessons were for their own good. Like many rural teachers who would follow him in the coming years, he soon realized that secular education would not quickly change rural culture, or, as he put it, overcome villagers' depravity and preconceptions. 40 In light of the resistance that Mujica's policies inspired in most parts of rural Michoacan, the use of primary schools to instill revolutionary values would have to wait for another day. Revolutionary education did not fare much better in urban areas. 93. 94. Mujica succeeded in chasing clerical elements out of the state university, but his attempt to secularize Catholic schools in Morelia failed spectacularly. In March 1921, the government acquired the lease to the building occupied by the Colegio Terciano, the capital city's preeminent parochial school for girls. Armed with a federal order, 4 of Mujica's allies marched into the school and evicted the nuns who taught there. Within hours, a large crowd of angry townspeople surrounded the building and trapped the would-be reformers inside. The mob probably would have taken the school by storm if a detachment of federal soldiers had not arrived to keep the peace, though not before its commander had advised Mugica to ignore the clan of Bolsheviks who surrounded him and give up hope of closing down the school. 41 In the end, Mugica followed the general's advice and let the parochial school remain open rather than risk enraging the populace still more. The tenor of politics in Michoacan also rankled President Obregon, who took office in late November 1920. Mugica had placed himself in a delicate situation with the president by waiting until the last possible instant to accept Obregon's rebellion against Carranza, whereas Michoacan's liberal politicians, such as Ortiz Rubio, numbered amongst the movement's earliest and most enthusiastic supporters. More to the point, Obregon disliked Mugica's ideas. Although the president's political outlook was far more progressive than his predecessors, he was nonetheless a staunch liberal who intended to see peace maintained in Michoacan. 42 He wanted Mugica gone, but he could not risk antagonizing the nation's governors by brazenly removing one of their number from office. Instead he mounted an oblique campaign against the Mujiquistas and posted a series of conservative generals as the state's regional military commander. Mugica believed these generals belonged to a military oligarchy that maintained unhealthy ties with Enrique Estrada, Obregon's military chief of staff. 43 Adding to this pressure, Obregon deferred payment of Michoacan's federal tax remittance, a disbursement that all state governments were supposed to receive. By the end of 1921 the economic pinch compelled Mugica to shoot off a desperate letter to his friend Adolfo de la Huerta, the federal minister of Nance, pleading for the FTY 1,000 pesos owed to the state treasury. The funds, he wrote, would save me from the turmoil that buffets me here. 44 By then it was already too late to save. 94. 95. His oundering government, however. By early 1922, the mobilization of Catholic activists, Federal Army units, and certain landowners had reached such heights that the regime was beginning to teeter. Mugica did recognize the importance of smooth relations with the president, and he went to Mexico City no fewer than 3 times to negotiate with various federal officials. Yet these interviews apparently failed to win over Obregon, who made no move to extricate Mugica from his deepening troubles. Worse, these journeys kept Mugica away from the State House for extended periods, leading one pro-Mugica newspaper to gripe about the anarchy that reigned whenever the governor left the state. 45 One by one, Mugica's initiatives ran up against a wall of popular discontent, official antagonism, or elite resistance. It did not take long for the Mujiquistas to realize that agrarian reform was the only major component of their political program that might attract a modicum of popular support. But land reform posed some complicated problems of its own. It was relatively easy for the State Agrarian Commission to publish edicts that granted ejido parcels to peasant communities, but it was quite a different proposition for villagers to actually occupy their parcels. Many rural people doubted that the land reform could succeed in the long run, and most priests, landowners, and army officers considered it a morally dubious attack on private property. To get at least some peasants onto their lands and make the land reform work in these circumstances, Mugica had no choice but to authorize agrarista communities to arm themselves and begin moving onto their ejido lands. Once he had given weapons to the villagers, however, he found them difficult to control. Agrarista mobilization. Few villagers in rural Michoacan had any interest in Mugica's political philosophy of class struggle, anti-clericalism, and rearranged property rights. Only a thin segment of the rural populace showed much enthusiasm for his political agenda or even his promise of land reform, all of which helps to explain why no more than 70 communities petitioned for land during Mugica's administration. 46 Rural folk had good reasons for sidestepping the politics of agrarismo. Some villagers did not feel they needed more land. Others held off from requesting an ejido until they saw other. 95. 96. Villages receive one, and still others seem to have rejected the idea of land reform on moral and religious grounds. 47 Nevertheless, a few groups of villagers did begin to test the waters of agrarian politics. 20 communities petitioned for lands in the RST 6 months of Mugica's administration, and 46 did so in the next 6 months. 48 even so, the reform was a partial success at best. Most of these communities did not receive a land grant during Mugica's term in office, and Mugica often had a difficult time arranging for the actual transfer of lands to the communities that were supposed to receive them. One of the RST villages to receive a grant of Ejidal lands was a hamlet just outside of Zitacuaro, the chief city in the rugged eastern mountain range. The village of San Miguel Xiximaquias was comprised mostly of acculturated Otomi indigenous people who grew crops on their own small parcels and worked as day laborers on the adjacent La Encarnacion hacienda. 49 A few years before Mugica took office, village leaders had contacted a sympathetic state congressman to ask for help in acquiring an ejido. In March 1919, Mugica's predecessor awarded the village's 265 petitioners a grant of 836 hectares, 839 acres, of land expropriated from La Encarnacion. The government never actually implemented this order, though, and the villagers had no way to take possession of what was technically their land. The village's representative, Jesus Aguilar, brought the matter up again when Mugica became governor. Aguilar was a stonemason whose sons had served with Mugica during the revolution, and his personal relationship with the governor probably helped him to obtain an order allowing the villagers to occupy an even larger parcel of La Encarnacion than the original grant had contemplated. Following the Aguilar family's leadership, the villagers armed themselves in early 1921 and prepared to take over their elds. 50 the villagers had followed established protocols up to that point. They had officially requested an ejido from the government, and after a brief interval the government had assented to the possession. It soon became apparent that the villagers and the Mujiquistas had vastly different understandings of land reform, however. When the villagers moved onto their new lands, they immediately overstepped their boundary map and occupied a nearby irrigation dam as well. The surveyors may have mistakenly told them that their ejido would encompass the dam, or the villagers may 96. 97. Simply have taken it because they wanted to accounts varied. Whatever the case, the land reform beneficiaries posted armed guards on the dam and refused to let the hacienda owners' cattle drink at the reservoir. They also cut off the irrigation water to some of the hacienda's elds, including a couple of tracts that the eld hands used to raise their own crops. The hacienda owner brought a series of increasingly frantic lawsuits demanding that the villagers abide by the ejido's approved boundaries and turn over the reservoir. At RST Mugica encouraged Aguilar and his followers to ignore court orders to evacuate the dam, and the agraristas dutifully refused to budge. Aguilar soon cut a deal with the hacienda that would allow both sides to share the irrigation water, but what happened next must have surprised him just as much as it did the governor. The villagers refused to follow Aguilar's directives and insisted on keeping the dam, ignoring even Mugica's personal exhortation to abide by the judicial orders made by this government and share the water. 51 To make matters worse, they moved onto lands claimed by another indigenous village because their ejidal map included some elds that most locals understood as belonging to the neighboring community. The land reform beneficiaries would not renounce their claim to the disputed eld even when their neighbors threatened to unsheath their machetes and recover it by force. On the contrary, the Xiximaquias group tried to humiliate their neighbors into renouncing their claim, leaving Mugica's lieutenants scrambling to prevent a brawl. 52 The villagers continued to defy the authorities even after Mugica left office and his successor had once again ordered them to disarm, although by this point Mugica was again counseling them not to lay down their weapons under any circumstances. 53 They threatened the new governor's brother when he arrived to negotiate a resolution to the water rights dispute, and they occupied the dam for another 4 years until the government nally gave in and awarded them unconditional possession. 54 By encouraging the villagers of Xiximaquias to take the land reform into their own hands, Mugica had uncorked a popular radicalism that was surprising to ND in a religiously devout indigenous village that had not even supported his candidacy a year earlier. Yet such transformations occurred again and again in Michoacan when local circumstances exposed rural people to the politics of land reform and the 97. 98. Course of agrarismo. In Chichimequias, the boundary dispute did that. Aguilar used his personal ties with the governor to acquire the contested lands for Chichimequias, whereas the neighboring villagers ended up rejecting Mugica's government and declaring their allegiance to his political rival. 55. In some cases, again, like Chichimequias, village leaders used the land reform not simply to achieve their community's economic autonomy, but as a means of gaining an advantage over neighboring communities as well. Other times one faction within a village embraced agrarismo as a way to cut their local adversaries out of village politics. In still other instances, the loss of village territory to neighboring landowners or the intrigues of a particularly backward-looking priest served to radicalize village leaders and turn them toward the politics of agrarismo. Regardless of what precipitated it, however, these sorts of dynamics embedded agrarismo within local politics and village political cultures. Villagers who elected to solicit an ejido or test out the discourse of agrarismo did not blindly consent to follow the directives of populist leaders, however. The villagers in Chichimequias proved perfectly willing to ignore judicial orders, the exhortations of governors, and even their own leaders' directives if it suited them to do so. They domesticated agrarismo by creating local traditions that were linked to, but not determined by, the ideological project of outsiders such as Mugica. When the villagers stormed the dam, took over their neighbors' territory, and ignored orders to desist, they created practices that they regarded as the stuff of agrarismo. 56. Thus, rural people had many different motivations for requesting an ejido, and each incidence of agrarista activism had its basis in the specific histories of particular villages. The idiosyncratic and locally specific basis of peasant mobilization in the early 1920s therefore makes it misleading to consider agrarismo a coherent, full-edged cultural form in those years. It was still under construction as a political project and had yet to acquire a uniform connotation in Michoacan. On the other hand, most land reform beneficiaries did share at least two common attributes. First, they accepted ejidos from the government that nearly always had to be carved out of hacienda lands. In this sense, poor rural people really did receive property at the expense of the rich, just as Mugica's class-based ideology envisaged. Second, the physical occupation of an ejido often entailed a great amount of risk. B. 98. 99. Cause few hacienda owners parted with their lands peacefully. Violence or the threat of violence nearly always constituted an inherent part of agrarista mobilization. Mugica's policies indirectly promoted the mounting violence in the countryside. Soon after taking office, he appointed 249 commanders of community militias and authorized them to put down rebellions and respond to other emergencies. 57. These units reported directly to him and bypassed federal army commanders altogether. The militias gave villagers much-needed protection against banditry and arst line of defense against landowners' threats, but Mugica also regarded them as partisan leaders who could help prop up his ailing government. Not all officially sanctioned militia units actually mustered, and even fewer received any weapons. Still, the number of country people who received permission to carry arms alarmed many local landowners and galled army officers, who disliked having to deal with popular militias that they did not command. One regional commander said the militias instigated so much disorder and rebellion that he had no choice but to arm his own paramilitary corps. These army-sponsored units, he explained, would consist only of individuals of well-known honor, especially those who need to protect their own lives and material interests. 58. Thus by mid-1921, both Mugica and refractory military commanders were furiously arming their supporters in the countryside. The creation of a community militia often aggravated existing divisions within villages. These rifts usually arose from rivalries between kin groups or, what was often the same thing, between ethnic or class-based cliques within the community. As village factions vied for control of the militia, minor slights could easily escalate into gunplay. In one foothills community, for example, a mestizo militia commander mustered his soldiers, most of them his kinfolk, and ordered them to take potshots at the home of the local indigenous leader. When his opponent complained to the authorities, the commander justified his actions by pointing out that the indigenous leader had recently shot and killed the commander's horse. In fact, the attack derived from a long-standing village rivalry with ethnic undertones that divided the two leaders' families and most of the rest of the community as well. 59 Elsewhere, class differences between militiamen and village elites came into play. For example, the propertied residents of the town of 99. 100. Charapan complained that the local militia was made up of the most unhealthy nocivo elements in society. The regional military commander agreed and pointed out that the militia endangered all respectable people in the region. 60. In the complicated world of village politics, it was often impossible to constitute militias in a way that did not favor one group to the detriment of others, and often these differences were coded in racial terms. In May 1921, for example, the residents of an ethnically mixed village near Morelia invaded the elds of a neighboring hacienda. When the villagers sent the government a formal petition demanding these elds and several others as well, the hacienda owner turned to the army. A detachment of federal soldiers soon appeared and traded shots with the militia. Eventually they captured the agrarista leader and assassinated him in the town square. 61. A few months later, a different column of federal soldiers descended on the village of Naranja, which had formed a community militia of its own. Accompanying the soldiers was a trio of mestizo sharecroppers who lived in the community, along with the owner of the Cantabria hacienda, whom the agraristas regarded as the sworn enemy of the working class. The federals could not locate the village's agrarista militia, so they staged a mock execution of the municipal authorities, beat a young woman, and jailed the agraristas' daughters and wives. 62. Not all village militias espoused the most radical aspects of the agrarista movement, of course. The militia units around La Piedad, for example, escorted the Bishop of Zamora on a pastoral visit to the area and took part in a gargantuan rally in his honor. 63. But even so, militias typically functioned to galvanize villagers who were prepared to organize, to petition for ejidos, and to GHT for their lands. Their presence also made it more likely that communities that received a grant of new lands would actually be able to occupy them. Sometimes, however, even the presence of armed agraristas was not enough to guarantee the success of land reform initiatives. In early 1921, the State Agrarian Commission discovered that a request for the restitution of village land led by the residents of Apapio had languished in the state bureaucracy for 4 years. Most of the petitioners were acculturated Purépecha indigenous people who worked as day laborers at the nearby Casas Blancas hacienda and planted a few crops on the village's tiny communal plot. 64. Located in the heart of the Sierra. 100. 101. Madre Range in the center of the state, Apapio had a long and connective relationship with the hacienda, which had been founded a few kilometers away in 1716 but which did not begin to encroach on community lands until the mid-19th century. In 1859 a mestizo named Miguel Lazcano moved to the village, built a house on its outskirts, and arranged with village leaders to rent some community-owned elds and woodlands in exchange for subsidizing the parish church. Soon other outsiders began to arrive. They planted crops or logged trees on small parcels that they bought or rented from the locals. Meanwhile, the Lazcanos steadily gained control of more and more village lands over the next few years, sometimes by buying parcels from village leaders, other times by fencing off land that the family claimed as its own. In 1867 Miguel Lazcano's son leased the Casas Blancas hacienda, a large tract of Apapio land that by then he apparently considered to form part of his family's property. A few years later the Lazcano family purchased the hacienda and began to rent it out to other large-scale planters. Although the Apapio villagers resisted reform-era laws to divide the remaining communal lands into privately held plots, common lands became increasingly fragmented. Subsequent generations of Lazcanos succeeded in consolidating more and more property through purchase or coercion. By 1920, Miguel Lazcano's great-grandchildren owned and operated 2 great tracts of Casas Blancas land, but word soon began to spread that the government would nationalize a sizable parcel of the hacienda and turn it over to Apapio as an ejido. 65 About 30 villagers who hoped to receive land had already formed a militia under José Vázquez Alcala, a mestizo from Apapio who had become a prominent lawyer, community leader, and advocate of agrarismo. So when government surveyors arrived in January 1921 to take measurements of hacienda lands, everyone knew the score. Vázquez's militiamen accompanied the surveyors as they worked in the elds. At night, the militia guarded the surveyors, who had taken up residence in the house of Felipe Tzintzin, a carpenter and also a local leader of the drive to recover the village lands. Careful though these precautions were, they did not go far enough. A landowner named Ladislao Molina commanded the army-approved paramilitary in the region, and he had already decided to break the back of the local agrarista movement. On January 9, Molina arrested Vázquez in a 101. 102. Pátzcuaro barbershop pursuant to a warrant signed by the regional military commander. 2 days later, Molina removed Vázquez from jail and subjected him to the ley de fuga, a common subterfuge that lawmen used to shoot prisoners as they allegedly tried to escape. Early the next morning, Molina organized his troops, most of whom were rancheros and sharecroppers, and marched to Casas Blancas. A few hacienda employees joined him there for the leg of the trip into Apapio. As dawn started to break, Molina divided his men into 4 columns that surrounded Tzintzín's home from all sides. The shooting began without warning, though investigators could not agree later whether agraristas or paramilitaries read RST. In any case, bullets tore through the wooden walls of the house and killed 4 militiamen. Tzintzín soon surrendered, and Molina's men seized him, along with his brother and nephew, and dragged them outside. Molina's men then exclaimed, "We'll give you your lands," and shot them where they stood. Tzintzín's sister-in-law also died a few days later from wounds she had received during the battle. 66 Apologists for the massacre justified the paramilitary action on the grounds that it preserved social integrity as well as property rights. Federal Army officers, and some civilians, in Pátzcuaro regarded Vázquez and his men as an affront to social order. According to the regional military commander, the conflict originated from antagonism between the agrarista militia and Molina's army-sanctioned paramilitary corps. The commander explained that the village militiamen ignore their duty and adhere to a political creed, whereas Molina's men simply try to keep the peace. Prester. Garantias. 67 Molina's mission in Apapio, according to supporters, was merely to disarm Vázquez and his fellow bandits in the village militia. 68 Furthermore, the owner of Casas Blancas considered the creation of an ejido in Apapio an assault on both his property and his values. A few months after the gungt, the hacienda owner, Luis Ortiz Lazcano, wrote that agrarian reform was nothing other than the outright plunder of his lands and that the parcels that the Apapio agraristas had requested produce very good yields that efficiently contribute to the progress and development of the society in which we live. The Indian is lazy by nature. The Indians of Apapio lack incentive and will abandon these elds just as they have already abandoned and completely ceased to work the immense tracts of land that they now own. 69 To judge by his 102. 103. Letter, Ortiz Lazcano held the desiderata of liberalism, production, progress, and market incentives every bit as dear as his property itself. Nor was he the only liberal who felt outraged by agrarista politics. Ladislao Molina's family history and political beliefs closely paralleled the Lazcanos' own. Unlike them, he had the inclination and the men to take on the agraristas directly. 70 In the case of Apapio, the landowner's gambit ultimately failed. Tzintzín's son took up his father's cause and led villagers onto their ejido lands in 1923. But strong-arm tactics did succeed in derailing the land reform process in many other villages, despite the efforts of agrarista militiamen. The impunity with which gunmen such as Molina operated served to intimidate functionaries in the State Agrarian Commission, while the rash of executions such as the ones in Apapio and elsewhere eliminated key agrarista leaders throughout the state. 71 Faced with these conditions, many villagers simply chose not to risk their lives in the hopes of winning an ejido in the early 1920s. Clearly, Mugica had little hope of changing this situation. He could not bring paramilitary leaders or the federal army to heel, much less control landowners' behavior. He did not even exercise all that much influence over his supposed supporters, as cases such as Shishimikias demonstrated. Agrarismo had evolved into a semi-autonomous movement undertaken by a patchwork of village leaders who lay just beyond the governor's grasp. The defeat of radicalism. Mugica had hoped to transform Michoacan by giving rural people land and books, but both of these undertakings faced stumbling blocks. Landowner resistance severely limited Mugica's ability to place land at the disposition of the small number of rural folk who requested it. Hacienda owners and rancheros used every means at their disposal to block the taxation or forfeiture of their property. Moreover, Obregon's unwillingness to abet Mugica's government, coupled with country people's reticence to pursue land reform and the army's outright aggression toward agrarista militias, meant that only a handful of ejidos were permanently established during Mugica's term in office. In all, 981 beneficiaries received 18 ejidos totaling slightly less than 20,000 hectares. 72 This modest. 103. 104. Redistribution did not even make a dent in the pattern of land tenure, and it certainly posed no threat to the hacienda as a viable institution. Yet even this modest success came at the cost of scores of lives and the militarization of the countryside. Nor did the book side of Mugica's equation fare much better. The government lacked the funds to create a truly effective primary school system in rural areas, and townsfolk blocked the Mujicistas' efforts to secularize Catholic schools in the cities. Far from rendering the notion of class struggle intelligible to the people of Michoacan, the Mujicistas undermined their own project by politicizing religious belief as well as by giving rural folk reason to doubt whether they would really benefit from the redistribution of property. By the summer of 1921, not even a year after its inception, it began to appear that Mugica's government had failed to generate enough social approval to survive. Because the lack of funds and reliable personnel stymied the educational project, left-wing Mujicistas organized a major political spectacle to popularize the ideal of class struggle. In May 1921, the Morelia chapter of the Mexican Regional Federation of Labor, CROM, organized a belated Labor Day rally intended as a tribute to international labor solidarity and as a protest against depraved assaults committed by clergy and landowners against peasants. Delegations of villagers and peasant leaders arrived in Morelia from all over the state, making it the RST occasion in Michoacan's history that agrarista leaders had gathered together in one locale. Representatives of the CROM arrived from Mexico City along with 4 internationalists affiliated with anarchist, communist, and left-wing workers' organizations. 73 The rally began on the morning of May 8 with speeches by Nicolas Ballesteros and Isaac Arriaga, Mugica's right-hand men. Then 2 CROM delegates made their opening remarks. The speakers celebrated the rise of agrarismo, which they predictably characterized as a workers' struggle, and made special mention of the murders in Apapio a few months earlier. After the speeches, the agraristas and some out-of-work craftsmen took up black and red socialist banners and followed the rally's leaders in a procession through Morelia's central plazas. 74 As they passed through the central plaza, the protesters came to a halt in front of the cathedral. A few demonstrators broke from the crowd, rushed inside and hung a banner out of one of the twin towers. In the sympathetic words of a socialist newspaper, the flag of liberty had been 104. 105. Planted on the highest rampart of that center of intrigue against organized workers. 75. Having made their point, the intruders soon left the cathedral. Before long, however, someone inside the cathedral took the banner down. Outraged, a group of around 15 protesters, apparently led by a Spanish-born anarchist from Mexico City, stormed back inside, collared the sacristan, and demanded the return of their standard. The sacristan said he had no idea where it was, nor did he have the key to the tower, which had mysteriously gotten locked. The protesters brisked with him, but they withdrew after a group of priests arrived and ordered them out of the sacristy. 76 These events alone would no doubt have scandalized public opinion, but an even more sensational report soon began to circulate in the streets. After the protesters left the cathedral, the priests announced that someone had slashed the sacristy's portrait of the Virgin of Guadalupe. Even the most stalwart socialists in Mujica's camp would not admit to harming Mexico's beloved patroness. The rally's organizers denied responsibility for the defacement and suggested that the damage occurred when a candlestick accidentally fell on the icon. 77 Whatever the case, the socialists' excuse came too late to staunch a rising sense of outrage in the capital. Word of the revolutionaries' putative sacrilege spread quickly, and Catholic leaders called for decisive action to lay claim to Morelia's public spaces in the name of religious freedom and the Virgin of Guadalupe. They called for a massive pilgrimage from the Church of San Diego to the cathedral on May 12. One group of Catholic señoras jumped the gun and tried to parade the desecrated icon of the Virgin the day before, leading to a brief street-side scuff with Morelia's chief of police. 78 Alarming rumors began to fly everywhere. Catholic activists suspected that the Mujiquistas had installed a machine gun in front of the Capitol building to mow them down as their pilgrimage passed by. Mujica's lieutenants apparently thought that the Catholics planned to slaughter the city's public school teachers in retribution. 79 As nerves began to fray, Morelia's mayor decided to head off any trouble. He summoned Catholic leaders to his office on the morning of the 12th and ordered them to cancel the march. The mayor, who clearly sympathized with the Catholics, explained that he had declared a ban on rallies of any sort for the duration of the unrest, and posters to that effect were soon plastered through. 105. 106. Out the city. But the lay leaders already doubted their ability to derail the march. 80 When one organizer told the crowd gathering at the Church of San Diego about the mayor's decree and suggested putting the march off for another day, angry protesters accused him of caving into the government. 81 At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the crowd began its trek down the Guadalupe Causeway and toward the cathedral, carrying banners that read "Long live Christ the King! Long live our sainted Mother of Guadalupe! If there is democracy in Mexico, then you must respect our rights, and respect the will of the majority." Catholic leaders later claimed that the pilgrims strode forth silently, but even some participants agreed that the protesters shouted slogans similar to the banners they carried. According to some versions, they also chanted "Death to the government! Down with the socialists!" 82 A few among their number had armed themselves. 83 To Mujica's lieutenants, the pilgrimage looked like a popular rebellion. 84 Morelia's police chief gathered some officers as well as some anarchist militants from the Casa del Obrero Mundial who had remained in Morelia after the May 8 rally, and he positioned them at the mouth of the causeway through which the pilgrimage would have to pass. When the marchers came into sight, the chief ordered them to halt while he read the mayor's order banning the demonstration. Isaac Arriaga, the well-regarded head of the State Agrarian Commission, climbed on a pedestal and pleaded with the crowd to disperse. As the pilgrims in the rear pushed those in the front forward, the chief commanded them to disperse or he would open Still the mass surged forward. Finally, the chief read off a re-shot. Some witnesses described it as a warning volley over marchers' heads, but others said he read directly into the crowd. Shots rang out on all sides, and at least some of the Mujiquistas shot to kill. In the middle of the fracas, an ex-soldier approached Arriaga and gunned him down point blank. 85 Once the smoke had cleared, a dozen or more pilgrims lay dead, along with Arriaga and 3 other Mujiquistas. As many as 40 others were wounded, some fatally. 86 The massacre marked the beginning of the Mujica regime's 10-month slide into collapse. In the short term, it served to further politicize Catholicism and set the faithful even more squarely against the government. In one Baguio township, for example, priests admonished their congregations. 106. 107. That the time had come to overthrow the Bolsheviks and exclaimed that they had no use for frightened little Catholics. Now everyone should buy himself a re and resolve to GHT. 87 Throughout the state, Catholic activists staged massive protests against the government. Moreover, the tragedy placed Michoacan in a very unfavorable light in the national capital. The Mexico City press reported the events in lurid detail and demanded an accounting. 88 President Obregón dispatched General Enrique Estrada, Mujica's greatest political nemesis, to Morelia on a fact-hunting mission. Estrada arrived to much popular acclaim, made a cursory investigation, and returned to Mexico City to write a scathing report that placed the blame for the tragedy squarely at the governor's feet. The ending sealed Obregón's determination to cashier the Mujica government. In the longer term, it marked the beginning of a period of slowly mounting tensions in the countryside as militia units and army-sponsored paramilitaries squared off against each other. In November, Obregón went so far as to summon Mujica to Mexico City and demand that he disarm Agrarista militias. 89 The governor temporized and refused to take the bait, since by that point the Agraristas were among the few people who still seemed to support his administration. In the cities, too, Catholic activists kept up the pressure. In December 1921 it seemed that the events of May might repeat themselves when Catholic protesters convened a major rally coinciding with the commemoration of the Virgin of Guadalupe. When the police arrived to break up the rally this time, a local newspaper reported that the protesters scattered in a panic. 90 By early February 1922, a number of liberal landowners in the Central Mountains decided that they had seen enough. The rebels rose up in the mountains of the Meseta Tarasca under the leadership of Pátzcuaro Mayor José María Guizar. The mayor coordinated efforts with Ladislao Molina, the same gunslinger who had terrorized peasants in Apapillo, Melchor Ortega, then a liberal schoolteacher posted in Uruapan, and Francisco Cardenas, an ex-colonel in the army with a penchant for banditry and a history of resisting Mujica's policies. Columns of insurgents appeared almost overnight in the mountains around Pátzcuaro as rancheros and owners of small haciendas mobilized their friends, families, and dependents. Like most of the rebellion's other leaders, Guizar owned a small hacienda. He led a column made up of a few small-time rancheros as well. 107. 108. As 100 or so dependent laborers, probably drawn from the residents of his hacienda. Molina also owned a modest hacienda and drew support from his renters and laborers, as well as from a few independent rancheros. As the insurgency started to make headway, some haciendas in the highlands suspended work. In at least one case, but doubtless not the only one, hacienda peons who suddenly found themselves out of a job decided to join the rebellion. 91 After all, hacienda dependents such as resident laborers, acaciladores, renters, and administrators made ideal and time-honored rebel soldiers. Their economic position gave them every reason to resist the government's land reform alongside their hacienda owner-employers, because they could lose their livelihoods if the government turned parcels of hacienda lands over to rural communities. Haciendas in the Meseta were especially vulnerable in this regard, because their relatively small size meant they had less land to trim off before economic necessity forced layoffs in personnel. Furthermore, the restiveness of Agrarista groups in the mountains and foothills may have appeared like the precursor of a wider indigenous rebellion that could threaten hacienda owners and held hands alike. 92 Starting from these roots, the rebellion quickly acquired a religious tenor. Priests goaded Guizar's men into what one local official called a fanatical frenzy against the Mujica regime, and landowners and Catholic activists of the Association of Mexican Catholic Youth, or ACJM, a middle-class lay organization, apparently led the rebellion in the vicinity of Tacámbaro, where its religious facet achieved its clearest expression. 93 The rebels there not only attacked the visible apparatuses of government power such as municipal offices and pro-Mujica militias, they also broke into the local Protestant church with the intention of lynching the pastor. Failing to end him, they ransacked the place. Elsewhere, a few rebels rode into a small town near Morelia and climbed the church tower to ring in the bells, while others trooped through the streets yelling "Long live Our Lady of Guadalupe! Long live Mexico, and death to the Bolsheviks!" After remaining in the town for an hour, during which they did little more than occupy the main plaza, they rode back out again. 94 The federal government could not just ignore an armed rebellion in one of the nation's most populous states, but Obregon did not want to put it down too quickly either. So he decided to send the wolf to guard the sheep. 108. 109. And placed Enrique Estrada in charge of combating the rebellion. Within days of arriving back in Michoacan, Estrada declared that the rebellion was not a product of discontent with the national government, for no such discontent exists. Since the rebellion posed no military threat to the federal government, he declared it a purely local problem between Mugica's government and the people of Michoacan. Finally, he predicted that if some responsible party, and I have no idea who that might be, put forth an effort to alleviate this discontent, the problems in Michoacan would be absolutely resolved. 95 newspapers in Michoacan reprinted his comments, which were nothing short of an invitation for the rebels to topple the state government. The Federal Army's refusal to directly engage the rebels made Estrada's intentions all the more clear, and rumors persistently yield within the Mugica camp that Estrada surreptitiously provided the rebels with money and military intelligence. 96 A few agrarista home guards rose to combat the rebellion in largely uncoordinated stands. In one of the few instances of federal troops' collaboration with agrarista home guards, soldiers and peasants dislodged Geezer's rebels from Arroyo de Rosales. Geezer then attacked Tacambaro, where home guards and municipal employees staged a long and ultimately futile defense of the town square. 97 The militia commander of Zurumudero also campaigned against the rebels. 98 Few other militia units showed such discipline, though, and no more than VE or 10 made any move to combat the rebellion. Some no doubt failed to mobilize because they disagreed with Mugica's policies, particularly his anti-clericalism. 99 In other cases, guardsmen appear to have considered it futile to put up a GHT and just tried to lie low. In the northern Baguio community of Panindicuero, agraristas capitalized on the rising tide of anarchy to settle one score. Mugica had ordered the creation of Panindicuero's ejido in early 1922, prompting local landowners to fund a paramilitary unit and put it under the command of Pistolero Ladislao Molina. The agrarian leader in Panindicuero, Jose Zavala Cisneros, responded by arming an agrarista home guard. So when the rebellion broke out later that year, Mugica ordered the Panindicuero militants to disarm Molina's men stationed at the El Botello hacienda. The agraristas fell upon the hacienda in search of its hated Spanish administrator, who had attempted to impede the creation of their ejido. They 109. 110. Could not end him, but they did assassinate 2 of his Spanish subordinates and touch off an international diplomatic scandal. 100 Once they had dispatched the Spaniards, however, the militiamen refused to take any further action. One of Mugica's lieutenants wrote that the propaganda being made in favor of the rebels has stirred up a feeling of panic among Panindicuero militiamen, and in these circumstances it is impossible that they will prevail. 101 Faced with this situation, Francisco Mugica sent word to the Michoacan State Congress on March 9, 1922, to announce his intention to step down. His farewell message made virtually no mention of the massive popular discontent with his regime but instead blamed his troubles on Enrique Estrada. He complained about battles in which federal forces always wound up being vanquished and leaving their ordnance in the enemy's hands and cursed Estrada's unwillingness to garrison the capital with loyal troops. Nowhere, however, did the governor explain why his regime needed to be propped up by force of arms in the first place. As for Obregon, Mugica wrote that the tyrannical nature of the Rela. Jose Zavala Cisneros, agrarista leader in the Panindicuero and Puruandiro region, on horseback. Despite observations typewritten on the photograph, the man standing to Zavala's left is the surveyor who laid out the Panindicuero ejido in 1923. Courtesy IIH Umsen. 110. 111. Kinship between the state government and the presidency has reached such a point, that it impedes me from continuing on at the head of government. 102 The following day, the Congress met in the Legislative Palace to consider the governor's resignation. Mugica and a few of his most faithful comrades had barricaded themselves one hour above them armed with rice, dynamite bombs, and a tripod-mounted machine gun because a small column of rebels had recently entered town. The column included cowboys and eld hands from the Hotlands township of Caracuero, led by rancheros Jesus Gutierrez and Estanislao Garcia. Federal soldiers looked idly on as the rebels rode to within a stone's throw of the Legislative Palace, lost their resolve, and turned back around to ride out of town. Meanwhile, the Congress voted to grant the governor a license to leave his post for 1 year, and Mugica boarded a train that night to take refuge in his villa in Mixco City, then a mere suburb of Mexico City, where he almost immediately began to lay plans to regain his post. 103 He kept up contacts with the dwindling number of his allies who remained in the state government, many of whom led a series of lawsuits on his behalf, as well as with agrarista groups in Chilchota, Curamio, Naranja, and elsewhere. 104 Even so, the political structure of Mujicismo quickly began to wither on the vine. Mugica's legacy by almost any measure, the Mugica administration in Michoacan ended in failure. The governor's anti-clericalism and his attacks on landowners prompted a backlash from broad sectors of society, making him increasingly dependent on armed retainers to keep his government aoit. Yet this strategy just added to his troubles. The militarization of politics and the arming of political partisans soon led to a series of bloody encounters in the countryside and in Morelia, all of which left him vulnerable once Obregon and the federal army moved to neutralize the peasant militias. Moreover, the procession of crises scotched the governor's plans to reconstitute the nature of rural property holding and to inculcate the ideology of class struggle in the popular consciousness. By 1922, even some of Mugica's supporters appeared relieved when he nally stepped down from office to stem the tide of anarchy. 105. 111. 112. Even though Mugica's experiment in government-led social revolution did not transform Michoacan in the way he envisioned, some of his initiatives left behind enduring and sometimes unintended legacies. First, the arming of peasant militias in support of the land reform set in motion a series of events over which Mugica exercised little control. Villagers invaded lands that the government had not approved for their occupation or assaulted people whom they considered their enemies, such as hacienda administrators, landowners, or neighboring villagers. These instances of mobilization and contention occurred dozens of times during the course of Mugica's administration. He did not authorize them beforehand, but neither usually did he denounce them once they had occurred. By extending his tacit, retrospective approval to these disparate acts of peasant radicalism, Mugica made it possible for peasants to adopt the banner of agrarismo as an explanation and justification for their actions. To the extent that some people came to regard their behavior as part of a broad-gauge popular movement of oppressed country people in general, the elements of a new form of peasant identity began to take shape. Second, although the land reform did not progress very far, it did extend agrarian politics into the daily life of a dozen or so peasant communities. Slightly more than 3,000 villagers received Dinado Ejido grants during Mugica's administration, and even if they did not accept the Mujicistas' notions about class struggle and the need to reconceptualize the moral basis of property rights, their actions did conform with Mujicista ideology on these points. Their enactment of the revolutionary script seemed to ratify the political outlook of ideologues such as Mugica and probably encouraged later populist leaders to think of mobilized peasants as class-conscious campesinos who would GHT for the property of their oppressors. Furthermore, it made the discourse of class struggle available to a relatively broad number of villagers. Even if their original motivations for requesting lands had little or nothing to do with engaging in a workers' struggle against capitalist landowners, it would always be possible for village leaders to claim at some future point that villagers had always considered their actions as part of the larger campesino movement. In other words, villagers' participation in land reform opened the possibility that an agrarista tradition could be invented even within communities whose members had not originally conceived of themselves. 112. 113. as militants. 106 In this sense, villagers' acceptance of ejido grants constituted a RST step in the construction of campesino identity. Despite Mujica's failures, then, his government laid the foundations of agrarismo in Michoacan. The Mujiquistas succeeded in establishing the notion that agrarismo was a movement of proletarian campesinos to whom the revolution promised education and redress for the loss of land. Furthermore, the Mujiquistas demonstrated the possibility, if not the advisability, that a progressive government could take on liberal landowners and the church on behalf of the workers. Their government broke down, but it nonetheless represented the logical limits of state intervention on behalf of agrarista struggle. This romanticized view of the Mujica regime captured the imagination of school teachers and peasant bosses who carried on and deepened the agrarista movement in the years after Mujica himself left office. In a handful of villages throughout the state, these local leaders picked up the threads of agrarismo that the Mujiquistas had spun and began to weave them into the texture of local life. They began the process of domesticating post-revolutionary ideology and articulating it with the existing solidarities and political cultures in the countryside. 113. 114. 4. Village revolutionaries. Michoacan's political climate took a conservative swing as Mujica's incipient socialist movement sputtered and died during the administrations of Governors Cedronio Sanchez Pineda, who nished out Mujica's term, 1922-24, and Enrique Ramirez, 1924-28. Most agraristas suddenly found themselves under pressure from politicians, federal army officers, and landowners to demobilize and curtail their demands for land. While Mexico City did not have the capacity to directly control local politics in Michoacan or most other states, the governor's curbs on agrarismo tie in well with the moderate agrarian politics of Alvaro Obregón and his successor, Plutarco Elias Calles. In turning their backs on the politics of agrarian populism, Michoacan's governors cut short the development of agrarismo as a statewide movement. It was not hard for them to do. Only the governor could appoint committed reformers to the state's local agrarian commission or provide armament to village home guards or give rhetorical and military support to villagers who chose to take on influential landowners. Only the governor had the prestige to unify headstrong and refractory agrarista leaders in the post-revolutionary years, and few politicians really wanted to try in the wake of Mujica's ASCO. The unfavorable political climate in the mid-1920s fractured Michoacan's agrarista movement into a myriad of village and sub-regional assemblages that for the most part acted independently of one another. Even when activists such as Primo Tapia, who headed the radical agrarista movement in the Zacapa region, tried to unify agraristas throughout the state, their efforts met with failure. The restraints on peasant activism and the consequent atomization of agrarismo allowed local leaders to attain a commanding influence on the 114. 115. Cultural politics of Michoacan's incipient agrarista movement. It opened the door to a group of women and men who led local struggles for land or labor rights. These local militants included school teachers, local labor leaders, communist activists, and, perhaps most importantly, the peasant political bosses known as headmen, representatives, or, disparagingly, as caciques. The political void created by Mujica's departure allowed these village revolutionaries to mold agrarista practice and discourse on the local level. Village revolutionaries stood with one foot in the community and one in the outside world of regional politics and revolutionary ideologies, a stance that allowed them to function as cultural brokers, people who occupied the social interstices between peasant communities and Michoacan's political leadership. 1. They orchestrated the civic rituals and community meetings in which agraristas participated. They articulated the revolutionary discourses that proposed to make villagers see agrarian mobilization as a class struggle, and they encouraged their followers to demand their due as revolutionary citizens. Village revolutionaries' strategic location gave them an unparalleled ability to guide the political and cultural dynamic of agrarismo during the years in which more powerful political actors regarded the peasant movement as a nuisance at best and as a dangerous threat to stability at worst. Yet they did not mouth an unadulterated copy of the revolutionary dogma that governors, presidents, and ideologues propounded in the mid-1920s. Instead, they created a form of class-based, and therefore revolutionary, discourse that was both intelligible and compelling to rural folk who participated in the land reform. Village revolutionaries' personal histories, their ideologies, political agendas, and biases of class and local culture also colored the ways in which they presented official post-revolutionary discourses and practices. As a result, the local variants of post-revolutionary ideology that appeared in communities with strong agrarista traditions differed in important ways from the official versions articulated by political leaders in Morelia and Mexico City. Village revolutionaries did not simply materialize out of the blue, of course. Most agrarian leaders had initially risen to positions of local notoriety during the Revolutionary Wars, and others had gained practical knowledge during extended stays outside of their home communities. School teachers also had valuable skills and knowledge to offer villagers. 115. 116. Nevertheless, they would probably never have influenced the course of agrarian struggle in Michoacan nearly as much as they did had Mujica managed to stay in Michoacan and direct its revolution from above. Ironically, his failure laid the groundwork for their success. The emergence of village revolutionaries, the null blow to the ill-fated socialist project in Michoacan, came in 1923, when Mujica returned to Michoacan, armed with a Supreme Court ruling that authorized him to reassume his post as governor. 2.5 weeks after this homecoming, General Adolfo de la Huerta and two oathherds of the Mexican army rose up in rebellion against President Obregón. Though Mujica did not help to plan the uprising, he almost certainly knew some sort of rebellion was in the works. De la Huerta had already broken with Obregón by the time Mujica had returned to Michoacan, and the Mexico City press was speculating that army generals in central Mexican states had already decided to rebel. Mujica and de la Huerta had allied with each other in the past, and it is likely that they had some sort of arrangement worked out in 1923. But whatever Mujica's plans were, they failed to materialize. Loyalist army officers arrested him soon after he arrived in Morelia and allegedly planned to execute him pursuant to secret orders from President Obregón himself. Only the sympathy of one of his captors allowed Mujica to flee back to Mexico City, where he lay low until the rebellion sold out a few months later. Two well-known Mujiquistas such as peasant leader Primo Tapia and politician Luis Mora Tovar supported the rebellion even after Mujica himself had abandoned the state, clinging to the slim hope that the rebel generals would defeat Obregón and Calles and make good on de la Huerta's belated promise to return their man to power. 3. But as it turned out, the rebel military commander in Michoacan was none other than Enrique Estrada, the conservative general whom Mujica blamed for having forced him from office in the RST place. Estrada's forces gained control over most of the state by January 1924, but instead of reinstating Mujica to office they harassed the Mujiquistas and appointed a reactionary politician to the state's highest post. Once it became evident that the rebellion would fail, Mujica's supporters prudently changed their allegiance, although too late. 116. 117. To avoid the wrath of President-elect Calles, the very man whom the rebels had hoped to supplant. For even if the 1923 rebellion had succeeded, there was little chance that Mujica's strategy of using peasant militias and radical politicians to take power by storm could duplicate even the modest successes of 2 years earlier. As soon as Mujica left office in 1922, his successor began to dismantle the rickety socialist apparatus in Michoacan. Interim Governor Sanchez Pineda was a political moderate whose relationship with President Obregón dated all the way back to 1914. He replaced most socialist politicians and administrators with moderate liberals as soon as he took office, and, with the exception of a 20-minute shootout in the main square of the town of Uruapan, the Mujiquistas left without much of a GHT. 5. Sanchez Pineda wasted no time in initiating what one observer called a policy of conciliation with landowners and Catholic activists. 6. In the weeks after Mujica's resignation in 1922, he enlisted military commander Enrique Estrada, who still enjoyed Obregón's confidence at the time, to step up the disarmament of agrarista home guards. Some socialists suspected that Sanchez Pineda and Estrada even turned a blind eye to the anti-Mujiquista rebellion that remained afoot in some parts of the state in the hopes that the insurgents would liquidate the few remaining hotbeds of political radicalism. If so, the strategy paid off when the rebels sacked the agrarista militia and municipal government of Tacámbaro, one of the last bulwarks of Mujica's political network. 7. In yet another effort to reverse Mujica's project, Sanchez Pineda himself, the scion of a landowning family from Huetamo, set out to undercut agrarista organizations and contain their militancy. He met with the owners of the sprawling Lombardia hacienda a few days after taking office and assured them that the era of state-sponsored peasant mobilization and rapid recreation of ejidos had come to an end. 8. The government indeed slowed the pace of land reform considerably during 1922 and most of 1923, and only picked up the pace when the De la Huerta rebellion made it seem expedient to form a few new ejidos in key districts. 9. Primo Tapia's statewide agrarista organization also came under pressure to disband. Tapia complained to the exiled Mujica that the general situation with respect to us indigenous people is disastrous, since both political and social initiatives have failed completely due to the traitorous 117. 118. Actions of your triumphant former friends, who were nothing more than a bunch of Judases. 10. The Federal Army and its paramilitary allies in fact posed a far greater threat to the agraristas than did Sanchez Pineda's conciliatory policies toward landowners. Throughout 1922, Army units continued their offensive to disarm agrarista home guards, leaving peasant groups in the Zamora area, among others, vulnerable to attacks by landowners. The most far-ranging of these retributions were carried out by Rafael Cuadra, a personal friend of Enrique Estrada and the commander of a landowner Nance Civil Guard, a so-called Guardia Blanca, based in Zamora. Cuadra, whom army commanders praised for his important services to the government, ranged throughout northwestern Michoacan, killing agrarista activists by the score. Even Sanchez Pineda repeatedly tried to bring Cuadra to heel, but without success. 11. Some of these political pressures on agraristas attenuated a bit in 1924. First, the defeat of the De la Huerta revolt disposed of some of the most ardent anti-agraristas in Michoacan. Estrada had backed the losing side and left for exile in the United States, and Cuadra died in the GDing. Second, Enrique Ramirez, who replaced Sanchez Pineda as governor in September, had learned how to collaborate with mobilized peasants while leading agrarista home guards against bandit leader Inés Chávez Garcia in 1918 and against Estrada's rebel troops in 1924. Furthermore, he enjoyed the trust of his comrade in arms Lázaro Cárdenas, whom many agraristas already regarded as their surest political patron. 12. Still, Ramirez was no agrarian populist. He did not show any particular sympathy for agrarismo until the Cristero rebellion forced him to rearm peasant home guards in early 1927. His foremost policy concern was to follow the dictates of Calles, who had assumed the presidency in 1924 and who had let it be known that he had no interest in encouraging agrarismo or land reform, both of which he had come to regard as temporary nuisances on the road to creating a class of smallholders in the countryside. Calles had stated as early as 1925 that his foremost goal was to modernize agriculture, not to reimplant campesino production in central Mexico. As he put it, he hoped to end the land reform, and form a class of modern, small property owners with the help of policies favoring irrigation, credit, and technical assistance. 13. 118. 119. Faced with such a political climate, Ramirez kept up a plodding pace of land redistribution until the Cristero Rebellion of 1926 prompted him to establish more than a score of ejidos in the vain hope of short-circuiting the uprising. On the other hand, Ramirez took no particular steps to repress peasant militancy either, unless villagers threatened the lands of some well-connected family or another. For the most part, Ramirez and the liberal politicians who surrounded him simply tried to ignore the agrarian issue unless they faced a sudden need to appeal to the voters or to militiamen. 14. The failure of Mugica's socialist revolution from above and the ensuing years of state repression and benign neglect frustrated the establishment of a statewide peasant agrarista movement like the ones that existed elsewhere in the Mexico at the time. No great individual leader along the lines of Ursula Galvan in Veracruz or Saturnino Cedillo in San Luis Potosí emerged in Michoacan. Nor did populist leaders attempt to create a regional political machine on a par with the contemporaneous socialist parties in Yucatan and Tamaulipas. 15. Instead, between 1922 and around 1927, agrarismo in Michoacan was primarily a village-level phenomenon. Some village leaders did join Primo Tapia's organization and, after 1926, the National League of Campesinos, founded by the Veracruz-based duo of Galvan and Adalberto Tejeda. Likewise, the nation's largest labor union, the CROM, organized agrarista activists in the eastern part of the state as well as hacienda hands around Morelia, yet these organizations had little influence on the way local agrarian movements actually played out. 16. Tapia's Agrarista League, the Liga de Comunidades y Sindicatos Agraristas de Michoacán, was primarily an informal grouping of a dozen or so village leaders from the Zacapu area in the northeastern Bajío. They shared common bonds of kinship, friendship, and outrage at the acts of the powerful hacienda owners who had drained the marshlands that villagers had depended upon for their livelihoods. The League's effectiveness rose and fell in tandem with the fortunes of the Zacapu area agraristas who constituted its core members, along with a few sympathetic politicians in the state legislature. The League never attracted many supporters elsewhere in the state, however, and in any case it began to founder after federal soldiers and hacienda hands assassinated Tapia in April 1926. 17. Most of its members eventually found their way into Galvan's National League of 119. 120. Campesinos, but because most of them hailed from the Bajío, the National League had a difficult time establishing itself in other regions. In any case, its influence depended on intricate power politics that played out in Mexico City, Veracruz, and within the Mexican Communist Party much more than on its Zacapu area affiliates. 18. The CROM organized hands unions on a few haciendas and staged some strikes, but its influence did not extend much beyond the vicinity of Morelia. All of these organizations encouraged agraristas to regard their movement as a form of class struggle, but they were little more than paper tigers in Michoacan. Nor did Michoacan's governors try to build populist coalitions by promoting controlled mobilizations of the lower classes. Politically ambitious governors Salvador Alvarado of Yucatan, Adalberto Tejeda of Veracruz, or Tomás Garrido Canabal of Tabasco intended to build statewide coalitions of peasants and rural workers around government policies. 19. In contrast, Sánchez Pineda, Ramirez, and their respective ministers had no desire to open the door to the kind of agrarian radicalism that had cost Mugica his position. Michoacan's political leaders did not send envoys along the lines of Alvarado's famous propaganda agents into the countryside to energize the peasantry. The idea of organizing even a limited peasant mobilization by sending political organizers to peasant villages was simply out of step with the increasingly conservative politics of the Sonoran state. Regardless of what Obregón, Calles, or Michoacan's governors desired, however, village revolutionaries continued to mobilize peasant groups and to propagate revolutionary ideas. Being more or less independent of the direct bureaucratic control of the political class, they continued to press for villagers' right to petition for the land and to till it without fear of reprisal. They advocated the notion of class struggle and marshaled peasants to take part in civic celebrations and agrarista meetings. While some of these peasant leaders shared formal ties with one another, a number of them belonged to or at least knew of Primo Tapia's Agrarista League. For example, the lack of a centralized revolutionary project in Michoacan meant that they usually acted on their own to build agrarismo up within the rural communities themselves. Many village revolutionaries had already achieved local prominence during Mugica's period in office, and sometimes even earlier. During his 121 brief administration, Mugica had given rhetorical support, political posts, and armament to a number of rural leaders. He had also put considerable effort into organizing and enhancing rural education, and some of the teachers and administrators he had hired found positions with the federal government's newly created Department of Public Education, SEP. 20. Yet as Mugica's government crumbled, most school teachers and peasant leaders lost their jobs and privileged political connections. Deprived of their official positions, village revolutionaries came to depend like never before on their informal stature as community leaders. Caciquismo and the meanings of respect. Agrarista leaders' stature depended in large part on their ability to earn respect, respeto, in their communities, or at least within village agrarista cliques. This sort of respect could be earned in several ways, but three stood out in particular. First, many rural leaders gained preeminence within pre-existing social institutions such as family networks and civil religious cargo hierarchies. Second, many had particular skills or political know-how. For example, an agrarista headman's capacity to engage the land reform bureaucracy often proved invaluable in obtaining a land reform parcel or rural credit. Finally, many rural leaders augmented their stature by an agrarista militia unit in the Baguio region, circa 1925. Courtesy IIH 121. 122. Dint of force and intimidation. They often demonstrated their willingness to use violence to maintain their positions as village chieftains. 21. Villagers frequently claimed to respect community leaders whose actions they approved of and to lack respect for those whose actions they rejected. The village council, cabildo, of one indigenous community explained to the mayor of Morelia that it was indispensable for village authorities to have the respect of the citizens if they hoped to govern effectively. The current set of community leaders had lost people's respect, the villagers said, so the mayor should replace them. A group of rural folk from a different community took this point a step further in a letter they wrote to the Bishop of Zamora. They explained that there was a close link between subordination, unity, and respect, sumisión unión y respeto. Respect for authority in these people's understanding was not only the basis of legitimate leadership but also of their social cohesion. 22. Agrarista bosses were not the only ones to frame their authority in terms of respect. Most local notables understood it as the common idiom of power in rural Michoacan. For example, a priest interpreted the 1931 rise of agrarismo and the corresponding waning of his religious authority in Tartan as a process by which the ignorant and simple eld hands have begun to lose respect for the priest. 23. Similarly, a schoolteacher explained that her attempt to found a night school in Arroyo Santa Monica had foundered because of the male students' lack of respect and disdain for her. 24. Her words also signaled the fact that many people considered a public display of disdain, or even outright mockery, as a primary way to express their opposition to local leaders. One well-to-do young woman, Juana Cerrato, even turned the notion of respect on its head during a 1924 protest in Zamora against the mayor's anti-clerical order against ringing church bells. Moments before she climbed the tower and sounded the bells herself, she reportedly taunted a municipal official by asking him, "See how much respect your mayor inspires in us." 25. Nevertheless, peasant leaders strove to achieve respect in a markedly different way from school teachers and other village outsiders. Agrarista headmen such as Primo Tapia of Naranja and Escobedo Prado of La Canada initially enjoyed a measure of popular acclamation and prestige for having led agrarian revolts in their communities, and their local standing allowed them to cement their positions as regional leaders. They also relied 122. 123. Upon friendship with powerful politicians, kinship ties, and occasional displays of violence in village streets to shore up their status. Teachers also made use of their contacts within the political establishment in the 1920s, of course, and they too played a leading role in the struggle for land. But unlike peasant headmen, they usually lacked family ties in the villages where they worked, and they did not arrive at their posting through the sort of village winnowing process that village headmen typically did. They owed their stature to their unique status as educated outsiders residing within rural communities and had to gain villagers' respect by putting their literacy skills, their knowledge of government bureaucratic channels, and their familiarity with official ideology at the service of agrarista groups. In contrast, agrarian caciques inhabited a world in which violence was common currency. In most villages in the 1920s, two or more cliques of kin and associated political friends vied for political and economic supremacy. Many intra-village rivalries dated at least from the Porrieto, when the arrival of land speculators and the church's renewed presence in village life created new schisms and amplified existing ones. 26 As a result, few agrarista leaders could hope to unify all community factions behind their rule, and the rise of a community leader often provoked disfavored groups to complain that a cacique had established a new and illegitimate dominion within their communities. Many such complaints undoubtedly had some justification, because the pathways by which local leaders rose to prominence nearly always involved the threat or prosecution of violence against village opponents. 27 Even well-respected agrarista leaders sometimes faced villagers' charges of corruption and venality. One peaked politician wrote that a respected agrarista indigenous leader considered himself immune to punishment for all the infractions he commits, in this case, shaving off a bit more prod from timber sales than he deserved. 28 It would be a mistake to regard all agrarista leaders as tinpot autocrats who routinely ignored their followers' will. While few formal democratic structures existed in most villages and most caciques took an informal route to power, villagers did have some voice in what went on in their communities. They often repudiated people who proved unworthy of their respect and dispatched them with a greater or lesser show of force. 29 Caciques might prevail for a while with coercion alone, but b. 123. 124. For the advent of durable state institutions in the 1930s, few could endure for long without the respect of their people. Village Revolutionaries, Part 1, The Agrarista Leaders. The existence of relatively powerful community leaders had been a feature of rural life in Mexico for centuries. In the colonial period, royal administrators rated or appointed the leaders of indigenous communities and gave them broad authority to handle matters of day-to-day administration. After independence, Republican governments instituted reforms that had the potential to undermine traditional leadership structures, although it appears that most rural communities experienced relatively few changes at RST. Over the course of the 19th century, however, appointed municipal authorities and regional political administrators known as political supervisors, chiefs politicos, supplanted the Indians of community cabildos and village headmen. 30 revolutionary leaders dismantled the system of political supervisors in the 1910s and thus ended one of the most despised artifacts of the Porrian system. But the supervisors' demise also left rural communities without a formal cadre of authorities to mediate with Mexico's new political leaders and thus opened a political space for a new generation of revolutionary political middlemen. 31 The leaders who eventually played a central role in Michoacan's agrarista movement RST appeared during the wars of 1910-15, when in many villages one or two people raised small contingents of their compatriots to serve in one revolutionary faction or another. In other cases, strong community leaders did not emerge until years later, when agrarista bosses began the tortuous process of obtaining ejidos. These individuals often achieved their status by cajoling groups of landless villagers to request the restitution or outright grant of community lands, though it was not unheard of for aspiring agrarista bosses, or school teachers, to try to fabricate an agrarista movement by duping recalcitrant villagers into signing petitions for land. For example, the local militants from a hamlet near Zitecuaro obtained petitioners' names for several different ejido requests by posing as census takers, and Primo Tapia himself tricked villagers into signing an ejido petition by telling them they were signing a letter to the 124. 125. Bishop asking for a resident priest. 32 But more often than not, it appears that villagers understood very well who agrarista leaders were and what they stood for. That is not to say that agrarista headmen always respected the wishes of their followers. Some particularly tyrannical headmen ensconced themselves in power as unpopular, petty caciques little different from the Porrian-era political supervisors whom they had replaced. For example, José Alcántara, the headman of the hamlet of Laguna Verde near Zitacuaro, had led the local agrarista faction from the time Mujica had been in office until 1927, when the federal government newly created an ejido there. 33 He soon earned a minor position in the local Revolutionary Agrarista Party, itself an affiliate of the powerful political machine in Zitacuaro, and he probably organized an anti-Cristero home guard as well. Alcantara took advantage of his position to hoard 15% of the ejido lands and give the best of what remained to members of his family. He monopolized the supply of planting seed, controlled all the key ejidal and municipal positions, kept for himself the harvest from the school's cropland, and, it was said, exercised the right to sleep with brides on their wedding night. Outright domination of this sort often proved a brittle and often unsuccessful way to consolidate power, though. Alcantara's extremism divided villagers in Laguna Verde in the early 1930s, and his allies within the community dwindled to a minority. Agrarista sympathizers in the neighboring village began to complain about the cacique's attempt to dominate the region with his henchmen. Even his supposed supporters in Laguna Verde secretly voiced dissatisfaction with his behavior. By 1933, the land reform beneficiaries had dislodged him from his ejidal offices and had dismantled his cacicazgo, or political fiefdom. 34 Most agrarista leaders found it prudable to maintain a more amicable relationship with their followers, often by mobilizing extended family networks. Indeed, in most villages with agrarista movements, one or two men, aided by family members or ritual kin, compadres, determined whether and when to mobilize the home guard, how to settle differences with neighboring villages and haciendas, and eventually how and in whose interest to administer ejido grants. These leaders' unions made them prized allies for ambitious politicians in search of clienteles, meaning that headmen quickly became indispensable political mediators between mobilized. 125. 126. Peasants and local politicos. By the mid-1920s, nearly every major politician in Michoacan had established his own informal organization to coordinate a patronage network in which headmen instructed their people how to vote and which rival groups to chase away from the polling place. In exchange, agrarista bosses received political perks such as preferential treatment within the agrarian bureaucracy and the right to exercise power within their villages without the interference of outsiders. The linkages between politicians and agrarista headmen were often maddeningly complex. In Zitacuaro, for instance, politically active shopkeepers, artisans, clerks, and musicians aligned themselves with powerful politicians such as Carlos Riva Palacio and, later, General Arturo Bernal. These politicians cobbled together an unusually well-oiled political machine known as the Junta Liberal Benito Juárez that controlled municipal offices on and off for decades. The junta opened its own school, maintained formal records of a membership that numbered in the hundreds, the petit bourgeois leaders listed RST, villagers and eld hands second, and, like most political parties, published its own newspaper. The junta drew into its orbit headmen such as Jesus Don Chuquito Aguilar, who had led the GHT for land and water in the village of Chichimequias, and the autocratic José Alcantara of neighboring Laguna Verde. Both men backed up the junta's candidates with the votes and guns of their followers. The junta also contended with the rival clientelist network headed by General Neftali Encigido and his Partido Agrarista Revolucionario, which attracted the leaders of villages that vied against junta-allied communities for disputed lands. 35 similar personalist entities existed throughout the state in an anarchic and labyrinthine web that would only knit into a single, overarching network with the creation in 1929 of Cardenas's political organization and ex-President Calles' official Revolutionary Party. Headmen's function as mediators overrode the strictly economic sphere of patronage relations to encompass the cultural realm of identity politics as well. As the bosses of village agrarista cadres, most headmen embraced components of the post-revolutionary cultural politics that Mexico's political class and Michoacan school teachers promoted, although in a piecemeal, contingent, and idiosyncratic way. In addition to leading their followers into connects with putative counter-revolutionaries such as landowners or anti-agrarista country people, headmen summoned there. 126. 127. Followers to take part in new, revolutionary practices, ranging from elaborate patriotic festivals to modest village rallies and organizational meetings. They composed, or at least put their names to, letters, speeches, and yours that discursively situated local events as part of agrarista's great post-revolutionary class struggle against property owners. Events like the creation of an ejido, or a skirmish with hacienda owners' retainers, or an assault on religious icons became campaigns in the struggle between the exploiters and the exploited. In other words, caciques forged local variants of official revolutionary ideology. This was a profoundly creative process, for although they were strongly influenced by official concepts, they were not unquestioning mannequins who parroted every speech or notion they came upon. 36. They selectively appropriated and reformulated the lexicon of agrarismo so that it articulated with existing cultural norms and yet gave coherent meaning to the events that transformed the political landscape of rural Michoacan in the post-revolutionary years. They took it for granted that rural folk had been the main protagonists in the Mexican Revolution and that agrarismo wreaked at villagers' collective struggles against the abuses of landowners and their allies. They also tended to ignore abstract revolutionary discourses concerning secularism, modernity, and enlightenment. In other words, their discourse drew upon the material, class-based component of official revolutionary ideology rather than its more abstract and culturally intrusive aspects. The caciques took revolutionaries' offer of both land and books, but they consistently favored the former over the latter. What kinds of people were these agrarista headmen, these caciques? As cultural brokers who dwelt on the social borderlands between the village and the outside world, it is perhaps unsurprising that most of them were not really campesinos in a strict sense at all. Very few of them made their living primarily by tilling the soil, at least not once they began their careers as village strongmen, though many of them came from families that worked the land. A large number belonged to families that bordered on the well-to-do by village standards. Their kin had enough money to allow favored sons to move up the social ladder to the not quite successful social stratum of muleteers, stonemasons, and petty rancheros. As a result, most agrarista leaders knew life in rural villages but did not necessarily toil. 127. 128. Shoulder to shoulder with village smallholders, hacienda peons, or indigenous people with common lands. Further adding to their distinctive status, nearly all agrarista leaders had spent considerable time outside of their home villages. Some had traveled to the United States in search of steady jobs and a respite from the political problems back home. Others had left their villages to GHT in the revolution or in one of the sporadic uprisings that followed it. A few agrarista headmen had worked their way up the ranks of authority in traditional indigenous villages. Many Otomi villages around Zitacuaro and Puripasha villages in the Pátzcuaro-Uruapan area had managed to retain communal ownership of their land and forest resources, and colonial-era institutions such as the Cabildo and the cargo system typically continued to function as they had for generations. Agrarista movements in traditional villages of these sorts often took on aspects of a generational struggle. In communities of the Meseta Tarascas such as Tingambedo, Nahuatl, and Charan, agraristas accounted for a small minority and usually complained not so much about neighboring haciendas as about traditional village headmen whom they accused of corruption and collusion with powerful outsiders. 37. For the most part, however, agrarista movements never took off in indigenous communities of this sort. On the contrary, many highland villages ultimately joined anti-revolutionary movements such as the Cristero Rebellion. 38. The most determined agraristas of the 1920s generally emerged not in indigenous communities with substantial land holdings but rather in more or less Hispanicized indigenous communities that had lost most of their communal lands during the 19th century. Villages such as Atascia, Apapio, Zirumutero, Naranja, Cotepec, and certain pueblos in La Canada, among others, typically had functioning politico-religious cargo systems, and many of their residents continued to speak indigenous languages. Yet these villages had also developed distinctly modern characteristics as well. Land was bought and sold, villagers took jobs as hacienda hands or miners, and village elders did not enjoy the authority and respect they had once commanded. Perhaps most important, many of the people who emerged as the agrarista leaders of these places had developed uncommonly cosmopolitan outlooks by spending long periods away from home. 128. 129. Many agrarista leaders had lived for a while in the United States and had come back as changed people. In the 1920s, migration from central Mexico was still something of a novelty. Villagers who journeyed north beyond their kin networks, the muddle of village politics, and the stern eye of the parish priest often returned with extraordinary practical knowledge about Mexican society and the broader world. They had learned about labor mobilization, Protestant evangelization, and, of course, Anglo-American attitudes toward Mexicans. A relatively high proportion of agraristas and their leaders had worked as temporary laborers, known even then as braceros, in the social cauldron of the progressive-era United States. It became increasingly common for rural people to work for a while north of the border and then return once they had made some money or the turmoil had subsided at home. A sizable percentage of villagers from Rio Santa Monica left for the United States in order to escape the haciendanast paramilitary unit commanded by Rafael Cuadra, for example, then returned once he was dead. 39 One agrarista activist from Sinio wrote that all of the original peasants who pressed for the creation of an ejido in the late 1920s had spent time as braceros in the north. They returned with broadened horizons. They came back with money, lots of enthusiasm, but more than anything, with many ideas that were unknown in those days, and many of them had radical and openly anti-clerical attitudes. 40 Some of Michoacan's most prominent agrarista leaders had had similar experiences. Primo Tapia of Naranja spent more than a decade laboring in various parts of the United States, where he also learned about anarcho-syndicalism from Mexican intellectual Ricardo Flores Magón. Years later, Tapia joined the Industrial Workers of the World and tried his own hand at labor organization on a Nebraska beet plantation. When Tapia's call for a strike in 1920 split the union, he skipped town and returned to Michoacan. 41 José Zavala of Panindicuaro also went north in 1909 before returning to lead the Mogica-era land reform effort in his homeland. 42 The activist community leader and aspiring schoolteacher Salvador Sotelo of Atascua followed a roughly similar trajectory. He spent 4 formative years in California where he worked, dabbled in Prohibition-era liquor contraband, and joined the Baptist Church. 43 These were just the sort of experiences that confirmed the worst fears of Michoacan's bishops, who b. 129. 130. Believed that North American culture tended to infect Mexican emigrants with the twin contagions of Protestantism and decadent social values. 44 Other agrarista leaders left their village canis to GHT in the Revolutionary Wars rather than go north to seek their fortunes. Even a brief sampling of some of the state's most prominent agrarista chiefs reveals that a large number of them had fought in the 1910-15 Revolutionary Wars. Many of them had commanded small contingents of men drawn, it seems, from among their kin and other fellow villagers. Miguel de la Trinidad Regalado of Atascua parlayed local outrage over the neighboring hacienda's dispossession of village lands into a 200-person strong corps that campaigned as far away as Puebla and Guerrero. Casimirio López Lico of Turin and Ecobedo Prado of Tanaquilo also led family members and other supporters to join the revolution, though they chose to cast their lots with the Zapatistas. Other examples are not hard to nd. Agrarista leader Juan Cruz de la Cruz mustered villagers in Tergiro to GHT in the armies of Madero and Obregón, for instance, and Pedro Talavera of Zurumudero initially gained local prominence as the commander of a village home guard that fought against the De la Huerta uprising in 1924. 45 Military service afforded local boys made good a considerable cachet with Michoacan's ruling class of soldier politicians as well as distinction in the eyes of their fellow villagers. Lázaro Cárdenas repaid Talavera's loyalty by elevating him to an important position within his political organization. Cárdenas had directed the Tabasco campaign against De la Huerta. Talavera's agraristas gave the future president a lot of help, as Talavera's half-brother later recalled, and Cardenas valued it. All in all, he really esteemed us all. 46 Agrarista leaders' ties with regional politicians proved useful as they consolidated their village fiefdoms, but they ultimately built authority within their communities the same way that any other leader does, through a mixture of coercion and consent. The precise ratio of each ingredient varied between villages and even within the same village over time. For most of the 1920s, before administrative centralization made it possible for headmen to rule primarily by virtue of their positions within government bureaucracies based outside of rural communities, caciques typically needed to keep villagers' respect without resorting to force alone. Most of them tried to provide their followers, especially those bound to 130. 131. Them by ties of family or ritual kinship with such benefits as land and a voice in village affairs. For all their shortcomings, many Agrarista leaders impressed their followers, as one aged Agrarista put it, as capable men worthy of leading their communities in the violent, ideologically charged world of post-revolutionary Michoacan. 47 Yet even the most worldly wise Agrarista strongmen sometimes found it necessary to seek out more educated and politically astute advisors. Village Revolutionaries, Part 2, the school teachers. Like the caciques, school teachers positioned themselves to help shape the parameters of Agrarista identity in Michoacan during the 1920s, and among the ranks of rural school teachers, the missionary teachers hired by the federal government constituted something of an elite corps. Federal school teachers usually had more formal schooling than teachers employed by the smaller Michoacan state educational system, and they had greater latitude to take part in village politics as well. This was especially true during Sanchez Pineda's administration, when the state government began to compel state-employed school teachers to temper their political activism. Sanchez Pineda underscored his determination by firing Cuca Garcia, a well-known Mujiquista school inspector who had organized several Agrarista groups and Socialist Party affiliates in eastern Michoacan. 48 He also turned the state government's halting rural educational program over to the newly established Federal Department of Public Education and restricted state-funded school teachers to the cities and county seats. 49 Under the leadership of educational activists José Vasconcelos and later José Manuel Puig Casageran, the Department of Public Education opened 30 rural schools in Michoacan in 1923. The number rose to 60 in 1924, staffed by 132 teachers, about half of whom were women. By 1925 there were 118 federal schools in Michoacan, and in 1926 there were 123, with a total of 9,083 students. In addition, the federal government established about 50 rural night schools for adults over this period. 50 as a mechanism for educating Michoacan's rural masses. These rural federal schools left much to be desired. Only around 4% of school. 131. 132. Age children in Michoacan attended classes taught by federal instructors in 1923, although the number rose in the following 2 years. 51 Even so, the typical rural school often lacks such basic teaching materials as books, chalkboards, inkwells, and even paper. Rural teachers frequently complained of the unsanitary, dark, and dingy schoolrooms. In the most extreme cases, teachers held classes in borrowed rooms or under trees, where they faced the taunts of passers-by or the growls of rabid dogs. Some communities remedied these problems by building new school buildings, but most muddled through with what they had. 52 Even if school buildings could be found, many teachers lacked the training to give effective instruction to their students. As late as 1929, the school inspector in Paracuero complained with a touch of exaggeration that the teachers in his district could neither write nor sign their own names. 53 To add to these difficulties, many rural folk harbored deep suspicions about secular education and in any case found it hard to spare their children's labor around the house or in the elds. Rural school teachers often reported that they could not attract a stable number of students to class, a problem that would continue to plague their efforts well into the 1930s. 54 While the federal educational apparatus of the 1920s encountered a series of impediments in pedagogical terms, it was well suited to the task of bringing the gospel of class consciousness and revolutionary citizenship to Michoacan's rural masses. Most of the ever-expanding corps of teachers and educational administrators felt a personal commitment to improve country people's economic welfare and to organize them politically. The relatively well-educated cadre of school inspectors had a particularly clear idea of the transformative potential of rural education. For instance, J. Guadalupe Najera, the longtime chief of rural federal education in Michoacan, penned a sort of revolutionary catechism for village school teachers, which read in part, "I among all the professions, mine is most important because it strives to ennoble people's lives. 2. I should elevate my own spiritual and professional condition by reading good books and practicing the ideals that I develop from them, in order to make myself worthy of the charge entrusted to me by society and the government." 132. 133. 3. Health is the primary interest of my pupils, and I will orient all of my work plans to that end. I will create a vigorous and clean schoolhouse through the promotion of exercise and habits of good hygiene, nutrition, housing, dress, and personal tidiness. 4. I am guided by the ideal of forging a free and wealthy nation, without misery or slavery, and to those ends I will see that the resources of our soil are understood, loved, and managed. Cooperation is the most humane form to produce and distribute wealth, and so I have created and directed producers and consumers cooperatives among children and villagers. 55. Most school inspectors tried to disseminate such principles among school teachers and country folk alike as they crisscrossed their districts paying visits to rural teachers. They often paused during their trips to harangue villagers on the value of secular education, on the importance of setting up collectives of organized workers and campesinos in the Republic, or on the virtues of social policies undertaken by presidents, governors, and school teachers. 56. The use of the educational apparatus as a forum for revolutionary propagandizing took a quantum leap forward when Cardenas became governor and made school-based rallies a central component of his political project. Cardenas instructed teachers to put even greater effort into teaching rural people to see society as an arena of contention between landowners and campesinos. At the same time, teachers were to extirpate the sins of alcoholism and gambling, and to replace them with an emphasis on sports, hygiene, and cleanliness. 57. For men, taking a job as a federal school inspector often opened the door to higher positions in the government. Najera himself chose to move up in the ranks of the educational bureaucracy in Mexico City, returning to Michoacan to serve in Moises Sainz's experimental school in Carapan. 58. A number of other educational administrators chose to remain in Michoacan and take posts as congressmen or cabinet ministers, and the list of Michoacan's political elite soon began to read like a who's who of educators turned politicians. 59. Female school inspectors did not have the same opportunities, but, perhaps for that reason, they became especially ardent activists. For example, Cuca Garcia and her successor in the Zitecuaro area, Evangelina Rodriguez Carbajal, organized rural folk to solicit ejidos and helped administer the new lands. Once Cardenas b. 133. 134. Came governor, Rodriguez served as his informal eyes and ears in the Northeast and sent him frequent reports on how her charges were receiving the general's policies. 60. Garcia played a similar role as the resident ideological militant stationed at the La Huerta Agricultural School, the alma mater of some of Cardenas's most committed supporters. There, she gave speeches on the labor theory of value, social classes, the relations between exploiters and the exploited, capitalism, monopoly, imperialism, and on the Mexican and Soviet revolutions. 61. A number of these ideas trickled down to village schoolmasters, many of whom had come to Michoacan to take part in its experiment in popular militancy. 62. Most rural school teachers had entered their profession precisely because they relished the idea of serving as missionaries of the new, secular, state religion. As one teacher put it, school teachers had a difficult task because they not only rooted out ignorance but the causes of ignorance as well, thus giving the humble people a new regimen of guidance-oriented science to go along with their studies. The teacher should be a mentor not only to school children but also to the community, and he must guide the multitudes down the path of rectitude. 63. Gymnastics at the Pueblo Moreno Rural Elementary School in the Zitecuaro area, 1930. Evangelina Rodriguez is third from the left, in a white dress. Authors Collection. 134. 135. Yet many teachers were not fully prepared for the task. In the years before Cardenas moved to professionalize the educational apparatus in the 1930s, rural school teachers typically had far less formal education than the inspectors did. For instance, Salvador Sotelo, a somewhat overbearing young village administrator, had served as unofficial schoolmaster of Aidachia for several years before community opposition forced him to leave for Morelia to attend a teacher's college. His personal ideology of revolution derived not so much from his formal studies as from his piecemeal experiences as a young man. He lost his mentor and Aidachia's peasant leader Trinidad Regalado in a hacienda owner's 1917 attack on the village. He had a falling out with the conservative village priest. He worked in the United States, where he learned of Baptists' industriousness, and he had a number of occasionally bitter experiences as an organizer and revolutionary propagandist during the 1920s. 64. Not all school teachers showed Sotelo's ideological fervor, of course. Reports surfaced from time to time about government school teachers who gave instruction in catechism or led prayers in the classroom. Some teachers secretly confessed to parish priests or consecrated their civil marriage by making religious vows in clandestine services. 65. Such lapses rarely came to light, though, because teachers had to preserve an ideologically pure persona in public. Some religiously minded teachers no doubt feared to let their ambivalence about the revolutionary educational project show in public, lest school inspectors catch wind of their lapses. Nevertheless, it appears that most teachers, like nearly all school inspectors, strongly believed in the importance of their mission to reorient peasants' attitudes along secular, class-conscious lines, and these attitudes did not sit very well with the majority of rural folk or the priests who ministered to them. Most village priests declared the government's secular education anathema and preached that the secular school is Satan's school, because it serves to rip Christ from the hearts of individuals and societies. 66. Rumors sometimes circulated that public schools attracted strangers who would kidnap children, promote Protestantism, provide a front for the military draft, or contribute to the overall breakdown of order and morality. 67. Unsurprisingly, villagers who felt suspicious of the government's secular education often turned to everyday forms of resistance to avoid sending their children to school. They sent their children to class only when local officials made an issue of it. 135. 136. Dance. They pleaded that they could not do without their children's labor. They argued that the school was too distant and the route too treacherous. 68. Once the Cristero Rebellion broke out in early 1927, government education effectively disappeared in western Michoacan and anywhere else that rebels ranged in the countryside. Even afterward, teachers often found their subjects unwilling to collaborate. Many, like the redoubtable Moises Sainz, recognized that rural folk preferred to remain as they were. As one resident of Carapan told him, no doubt with a healthy dose of cynicism, "Let the soldiers come if you say so, we still don't have to change for the better. We don't want to change, we are ignorant and that is how we want to remain." 69. Villagers also rejected teachers when they fell short of the community's expectations. Rural people occasionally complained to administrators about teachers who abandoned their village posts to spend time in nearby towns or forced students to attend school during harvest season or dragooned parents to make material improvements on the school buildings. In some cases, teachers themselves compounded these problems by contemptuously dismissing their charges as too backward to understand enlightened, rational thought. One teacher residing in a resolutely traditional Puripasha town wrote his superiors that duplicity and ingratitude are inherent defects in the inhabitants of this place. And the children lie as boldly and forget as easily as their parents do. His attitude no doubt aggravated his indigenous pupils' already manifest distaste for the outsiders that the government had sent into their midst. 70 Yet many rural people thirst for education, even if it meant attending secular schools. Regardless of what the curmudgeonly villager from Carapan told Signs, most rural folk believed that the ability to read and write would broaden their children's economic horizons. School inspectors and rural teachers sometimes reported bursts of popular enthusiasm for the government's provision of free education, particularly in agrarista villages, and they recorded some notable successes in motivating peasants to build schoolhouses, attend night school, and cultivate new crops on the rural schools' demonstration plots. In some instances, villagers built their own school buildings to goad the government into sending them a teacher. 71 In others, the mere promise that the government would establish a school provoked an outpouring of village support. 136. 137. In 1922, school inspector Cuca Garcia encountered an unusually eager reception when she visited a village located in the jutting mountains near the mining town of Angangueo. As the inspector made her way toward the village, news of her mission spread from house to house. She wrote that along the way she met up with groups of men and women, some with babes in arms, who accompanied her to the village in a sort of improvised cavalcade. When she announced that enrollment was open, she reported that there were aged men, more than 70 years old, who cried like children. The villagers also assented to use the parish church as a schoolhouse until they could build a new schoolhouse. 72 No doubt this sort of enthusiasm sometimes dwelt more in the imaginations of school teachers than in reality, but it is also clear that some villagers did make beautiful efforts to bring government education to their communities. 73 Teachers in communities with a strong agrarista presence could count on a contingent of people who were predisposed to support government programs and who might at least tolerate pedagogical anti-clericalism. Most agraristas welcomed teachers' help in muddling through the intricate paperwork that the federal bureaucracy required. The Land Reform Administration created an unprecedented demand for official correspondence between reform beneficiaries and government agencies in the 1920s, and whatever else could be said about them, nearly all teachers had access to paper and a means to write on it. 74 In many cases, teachers formalized their consultative role by taking the office of secretary on ejido directive committees, a position from which they either composed or typed out most correspondence associated with the administration of an ejido. Particularly driven educators sometimes took this practice a step further and tried to cobble together agrarista groups from the ranks of more or less unenthusiastic rural folk. On more than one occasion school teachers requested ejidos for their communities without consulting villagers beforehand, and lesser transgressions cropped up even more frequently. It was not uncommon for teachers to pad the list of people soliciting an ejido by adding a few extra names, either to give favored people an entitlement to land or to meet a minimum number of petitioners required for the land grant process to begin. 75 Teachers and school inspectors also encouraged villagers to request ejidos as a way of resolving boundary disputes with their neighbors. Apparently the educators had the mistaken impression. 137. 138. That drawing up maps of ejidos might settle decades-long rivalries between adjacent communities. 76 School teachers advised peasants on other matters as well. For example, one schoolmaster convinced an entire township to relocate its village to a nearby site beyond the innions of the local landlord who did not want the villagers to continue farming. 77 Teachers and school inspectors typically made deliberate efforts to cultivate working relationships with agrarista leaders who might serve as exemplars of popular radicalism or who would at least badger villagers into cooperating with them. While this strategy sometimes paid off, teachers' alliances with agrarian headmen sometimes deteriorated into dependency upon them. In Laguna Verde, for example, School teachers reported that they could neither denounce the abuses of strongman Jose Alcantara nor assist his local opponents because they feared that he might sabotage their work and keep his followers from sending their children to school. 78 The teachers desperately wanted the school to work because the villagers had raised funds and donated the wood for its construction, but they did not want to associate themselves with Alcantara's violent and oftentimes arbitrary agrarian cacicazgo. 79 These teachers' dilemmas showed just what a tenuous position school teachers occupied, even in communities where they had earned the respect of villagers. In the end, the affinity between school teachers and agrarista leaders of the 1920s was not precisely a two-way street. Teachers could advise agrarista leaders, and they could install themselves in strategic positions within village administrations, but they plied their trade at the pleasure of agrarista strongmen who were the ultimate arbiters of local cultural politics. Without the help of caciques, teachers often found it difficult to fulfill their class roles or defend themselves from periodic acts of social banditry by rural folk who hoped to stamp out the government's program of secular education. The Prado cacicazgo respect, strong agrarian leadership, and schoolteacher militancy sometimes came together to create a potent cacicazgo such as the one that the Prado family headed up for nearly 2 decades in a low valley known as La Canada, near the town Zamora in the northwestern part of the state. La. 138. 139. Canada embraced 11 indigenous Puripasha villages, most of which had lost their communal lands to outsiders between 1890 and 1900. Escobedo Prado and his brothers Eliseo, Isaac, and Alberto were mestizos who had become acculturated to some extent within La Canada. Escobedo Prado rose to prominence beginning in 1911 when he and Eliseo raised a few troops and joined General Marcos V. Mendez in an operation against federal rurals in the Michoacan hotlands. 2 years later, when Victoriano Huerta overthrew President Madero, he again led his people against federal troops and hacienda home guards, this time at the orders of Zapatista General Eutimio Figueroa, under whose nominal command Prado remained until 1919. All this revolutionary campaigning did nothing tangible to help the indigenous people of La Canada to regain their lands, most of which they had managed to hold onto until the null decades of the 19th century. But sometime around 1895 the Cerda and Alvarez families moved to La Canada and began to buy up properties from independent smallholders and corrupt village headmen. Weaving these small parcels together, the newcomers formed perhaps a few dozen small haciendas or ranchos throughout the state, pushing villagers to work in the elds or eke out a living on less desirable land on the hillsides. The appearance of outsiders also provoked racial tensions. Most people in La Canada were Puripasha indigenous people who still spoke their native tongue and practiced folk Catholic customs such as the performance of religious dances and the use of the cargo system. The newcomers were mestizo rancheros who considered themselves members of the middle class. They later insisted that they had bought their lands at a fair price, but they nonetheless admitted they had never really lived on peaceful terms with the majority of the Indians of La Canada. 81 Ironically, it was the bandit leader and ex-soldier Inés Chavez Garcia, not the Prado clan, who provided villagers the chance to recover their lands. In 1917, Chavez's column rode through the valley targeting the mestizo-owned ranchos for plunder. According to a parish priest, Chavez Garcia wanted to Maclovio Cerda to hang him and take away everything that he had, but the landowner escaped with his life by hiding out in the priest's residence. The bandits' arrival sent the Cerda and Alvarez families scurrying to the protection of Guadalajara, leaving their lands in 139. 140. Carapan, Itucuero, and Chilchota up for grabs. Other landowning mestizos, who still used the racially loaded term gente de razón, or thinking people to describe themselves, soon slipped away as well. 82 Unlike other areas Chavez visited, he did not ransack entire towns or indiscriminately plunder La Canada's agricultural wealth. Instead, he contented himself with allowing his troops and a number of combative townspeople to destroy Soledad Cerda's corn mill in Chilchota. When the bandits nally passed out of the area, the villagers simply moved onto the empty lands, though another, rather unlikely, version of the story has it that Chavez himself divided the land among the residents. 83 Whatever the case, villagers reclaimed the parcels that had earlier been communal lands and armed themselves to defend their new possessions. 84 The rancheros made a few desultory attempts to dislodge the interlopers, who were by then under the influence of the Prado clan, but without success. Unable to overcome the indigenous people's tenacity, the Alvarez family could do little more than complain to the president. Events in La Canada, they said, proved that they lived in a country of savages. 85 The agraristas rebuffed all attempts to dislodge them and held onto their recaptured lands until 1921, when Governor Mugica raided their claim and allowed them to keep what they had won. 86 The landowners' null trump card was to recruit the help of Zamora's Bishop Manuel Fulchery y Pietrasanta to try to convince the agraristas to give back the disputed lands of their own free will. The bishop personally appeared in La Canada in 1923 to plead the landowners' case, but still the country people would not budge. Soon parish priests began to complain of the socialism and agrarismo that are growing terribly in this valley, a portent of the Prado brothers' decades-long anti-clerical crusade. 87 Mugica's fall from power in 1922 and Governor Sanchez Pineda's subsequent crackdown on popular mobilization left the Prado clan temporarily at the mercy of the federal military and Guardias Blancas bankrolled by Zamora area hacienda owners. A few days after Mugica resigned, federal troops captured Escobedo Prado and threatened to execute him, allegedly for having ordered his men to re-on soldiers as they approached his stronghold. The Federals did not release him until after they had disarmed the agrarista home guards, by which time the new governor further undermined the clan by appointing members of a rival family clique to Munici. 140. 141. PAL offices throughout La Canada. 88 These measures had little long-term impact, however. Within 2 years of its dethronement, the Prado family re-established its preeminence with the help of incoming Governor Enrique Ramirez. To mark the occasion, the mayor of Zamora invited Escobedo Prado, along with the largest possible contingent of armed men, to attend a campaign rally for presidential candidate Plutarco Elias Calles. 89 When Cardenas became governor a few years later, he remed up the cacique's position even further by granting him an important position within his new political organization. The presence of the Prado brothers' armed contingent in the Zamora parade underscores the martial aspect of cacique's rule. The brothers could and did mobilize hundreds of men to GHT on behalf of revolutionary governments. By the time Calles made his campaign stop in Zamora, irregulars from La Canada had already concluded a campaign against the troops of Enrique Estrada during the De la Huerta rebellion. 2 years later, the family mobilized them again for a lengthy GHT against the Cristero rebels. Governors Ramirez and Cardenas repaid the guardsmen's efforts by shipping them arms and allowing them to confiscate horses from the rebels. The mounts served as a further reminder of the Prado's ascendancy in La Canada, where few people could afford to travel by horseback. 90 By 1931, educator Moises Sainz reported that whenever Prado wants, he has at his disposal an army of 100 FTY or 200 Indians, which is more than enough to control La Canada. 91 The Cristero rebellion also seems to have set the Prado brothers even more RMLY against the Catholic Church. By 1930, they had ordered the closure of Carapan's chapel and prohibited the local religious leaders from ringing the bells in Chilchota. 92 Aspiring schoolteacher Sotelo, seconded by the committee of prominent agraristas from the Chilchota ejido, launched what he called an anti-clerical and consciousness-raising campaign the following year. He led the contingent of agraristas as they broke into the village church and hauled the wooden statues of saints down from the walls. They then piled the icons in front of the church and set them enemy as a throng of people looked on. Afterwards, they returned to the church and broke into the reliquary to destroy its contents. 93 What had started as the agraristas' vendetta against the established church had become an attack on popular religion itself. 141. 142. The Prado brothers seem to have enjoyed reasonably widespread support in the mid-1920s, when they spearheaded the creation of ejidos throughout the region, but their campaign against organized religion was bound to set the local agrarista militants against Catholic activists known as fanatics, reactionaries, old-timers, or blessed ones. According to signs, the Catholics probably comprised the majority, though they had little importance in La Canada. They were nothing more than passive masses, a bit more impenetrable and hostile than the others. 94 Fear of retribution rather than support for the Prado's form of politics was probably what kept villagers from challenging the caciques by that point. No doubt Prado's own occasionally capricious use of violence helped to remind people that bloodshed lay just under the surface of his dominion. As one of his armed retainers later recalled, he would take up arms in Ash. From time to time he killed people for no reason. 95 Although a strong undercurrent of violence accompanied cacique rule in La Canada, Escobedo Prado also projected his power in a way that local people could understand and perhaps accommodate. Prado played on traditional understandings of authority by transforming himself into a sort of permanent revolutionary cargo holder, that is, he acted as a respected villager who funded community-wide religious festivities over the course of a liturgical year. Travelers through La Canada wrote that he took great pleasure in staging typical Puripasha spectacles for them, especially the dance of Los Viejitos, the little old men. He also got along well for a time with the local priest, though not with the bishop in Zamora, and he liked to march at the head of religious processions that honored important local saints. 96 Despite the occasional attacks on religious statuary, the whole of the local agrarista movement in La Canada was in fact relatively traditional in its members' attitude toward religious matters. Signs observed that on actual matters of religious practice the fanatics differed little from the agraristas. Both of them, he wrote of Conditions in 1934, would have enjoyed a good mass and a Saints' Day celebration with lots of drumming, reworks, and traditional dances. 97 Nor was Prado the only agrarista leader to express his upstart regional leadership through the idiom of conventional village institutions. Primo Tapia had also adopted the trappings of authority by patronizing village religious estes in his native Naranja. According to anthropologist Paul. 142. 143. Friedrich, Tapia played the role of Lucifer in the mystery play during the 1925 celebration of Our Father Jesus, thus epitomizing his intuitive sense of leadership in a culture full of mummery, masks, and other forms of personification. He then plowed the proceeds from the Esta into litigation associated with the establishment of Naranja's Ejido. 98 So central did Tapia become to the community's cycle of religious festivals that some villagers considered his death at the hands of federal soldiers in 1925 a martyrdom. When 30 infants and children lost their lives to disease and illness in the months after Tapia's death, some local women reportedly concluded that the Virgin needed 30 angelitos for the 2 choirs that would sing for Primo as he entered heaven. 99 Like the Prados, Tapia apparently hoped to tap into the power that culturally accepted dances and authority structures exercised on the imaginations of villagers. Unlike the more traditional cargo holders selected by community members, however, the agrarista headmen both held the purse strings and controlled the timing of village festivals. The dance steps may have remained the same as in earlier times, but now agraristas called the tunes and channeled the proceeds. Eventually the Prado brothers' anti-clerical campaign descended into an effort to regulate traditional estes and produced irreconcilable friction between agraristas and the older generation of blessed ones in La Canada. In 1931, for example, Alberto Prado prohibited the residents of Ican from celebrating Christmas Eve with dance and song, leading anguished villagers to complain that in earlier times we Indians used a public corral for our entertainment, and we had a few dances, songs, and speeches. Now we are not permitted to do anything, not even playing music inside our houses or residences to amuse ourselves for a few hours, and the municipal authorities do not just control civic matters but even within our own homes. All that is missing is for them to prohibit us from eating. For they have enslaved us and threatened us in various ways. 100. Prado's decision to ban the celebration sent a clear message that he would tolerate dances only as long as he alone determined their timing and meaning. A minor rebellion erupted the following year at Christmas time when the community dancers refused to abide by the Prado brothers' rules. B. 143. 144. Cause the brothers had recently fallen from grace with Michoacan's new anti-guerrista governor, who had ordered them to demobilize the militia and vacate their government positions. The move incited the region's fanatics, as one guerrista described them, to take to the streets praising Christ the King and shouting "Long live the Catholics and death to guerristas." Afterwards, they broke into the houses of a couple of prominent village revolutionaries and intimidated their families. 101. When Cardenas became president of Mexico later that year, he allowed the Prado family to reassert its preeminence in La Canada. Escobedo Prado served as a loyal lieutenant to Cardenas in the early 1930s during his governorship, and he did so again when Cardenas attempted to carry out his social agenda as president. Nevertheless, clashes such as those in Michoacan continued to crop up, threatening to throw La Canada's 11 townships into perpetual chaos. In 1940, Cardenas ordered Francisco Mujica and a picket of soldiers to scuttle the Prado Casicazgo. By that time, the Prado family's old line guerrista attitude seemed out of touch with the conciliatory attitude that Cardenas had adopted. 102. The question of representation long before their inexhibility cost them their preeminence in La Canada. The Prado brothers had learned to describe La Canada to outsiders as a revolutionary bastion peopled by die-hard guerristas. In the 1930s, rural leaders routinely described La Canada as a quintessential guerrista region and reminded politicians that the people there had always collaborated with the government that emanated from the revolution. 103 prominent visitors to the region were introduced to the Prado family as veteran revolutionaries who were well disposed to support all good things. 104. In other words, village revolutionaries and outsiders alike described La Canada as a more or less undifferentiated mass of guerristas under the Prado's command, even though a substantial number of the people there wanted nothing to do with the politics of agrarismo. Agrarian headmen often tried to portray themselves as the spokesman for the supposedly homogeneous and unit people of their villages. In this way, agraristas discursively equated the generic term the people, el pueblo, with the much more specific group of individuals who actually 144. 145. Supported them, that is, the true agraristas. 105. School teachers also tended to think of Michoacan's complex rural society as a more or less undifferentiated mass of campesinos who only needed the guiding hand of an educated outsider to achieve their revolutionary potential. As schoolteacher Salvador Sotelo recalled, he and his peers regarded themselves as the guides, the agrarian leaders, and the older brothers of the community. 106. Therefore, it was commonplace for school teachers to write, as one from the western township of Colcoman did, that the people in general are becoming entirely aware of our educational work to benet them. 107. In this particular case the teacher's optimism was a bit premature. Colcoman would soon distinguish itself as a focal point of the anti-government Cristero rebellion in Michoacan. Village revolutionaries' propensity to portray themselves as the political and intellectual leaders of an undifferentiated, revolutionary populace thus misrepresented two central aspects of rural life in Michoacan. First, despite village revolutionaries' claims, most rural folk rejected essential aspects of revolutionary cultural politics. Anti-clericalism, secular education, and the ideology of class struggle all provoked widespread protests. Sizable numbers of people opposed the land reform program as well. In all but the handful of villages where agraristas made up the majority, it was simply a myth that the pueblo could be seen as a mass of revolutionary and class-conscious campesinos. Even in agrarista-dominated villages, internecine squabbles often broke out between rival family cliques, both of which might claim to be the true revolutionaries. 108. Second, the village revolutionaries' portrayal implied that rural folk and politicians conceived of the revolution in a similar way. The image of a united agrarista pueblo misrepresented the reality of social strife within fragmented and contentious rural communities, but it was nonetheless an important trope in the new language of class struggle that village revolutionaries invented during the 1920s. Their partisan rendering of the agrarista pueblo helped conjure up a sphere altogether different from the real world of contention and violence, a world in which villagers stood together to exact revolutionary vengeance against iniquitous hacienda owners. It was an imagined world, one that school teachers and headmen consistently invoked as they addressed rural people. As events of the later 1920s would soon demonstrate, this new language of village revolution. 145. 146. Helped to mobilize agraristas during Michoacan's darkest moments of social fragmentation. From El Pueblo to post-revolutionary campesinos in the 1920s, the public sphere of agrarista-dominated villages overrode with the words of village revolutionaries. Like any vernacular, the idiom of agrarismo was the collaborative product of various social sectors, in this case headmen, school teachers, and rural folk, rather than the handiwork of any one person. Almost all local civic celebrations, political rallies, and agrarista meetings culminated with a patriotic oration by a schoolteacher, the local agrarista chieftain, or both. Although most of these speeches went unrecorded, it is nevertheless possible to glean their nature, based on the fragmentary record of petitions, broadsheets, and an occasional transcript of a village revolutionary's public speech. These documents reeked the existence of a class-based agrarista idiom that emphasized peasants' purportedly common, objective material interests, particularly the continuation and expansion of land reform, and portrayed the foolement of these interests as the stuff of revolution. 109. Some components of village revolutionaries' discourse merely reproduced the Sonoran state's vague platitudes about the value of modernization, social justice, and revolutionary patriotism. School teachers in particular tended to make speeches colored by revolutionary paternalism. They harangued peasants with lectures that argued that education is the foundation of progress. They praised the federal government's mighty efforts to improve definitively the great majority of our workers and campesinos, as well as its tireless labor to incorporate the indigenous races completely into our modern society. 110 such speeches sent rural people the message that the revolution would change and modernize their consciousness and economic culture regardless of what rural folk themselves desired. Indeed, it seems as if the message was somehow intended for the consumption of urban, middle-class politicians rather than for the villagers that the orators actually addressed. Another variant of village revolutionary discourse existed, however, one that dealt with issues more directly rooted in villagers' own experiences. In what must have seemed to most rural folk as a more resonant. 146. 147. Type of speech, school teachers and, particularly, agrarista leaders depicted the revolutionary process in Michoacan as a struggle over access to land. In some cases, village revolutionaries established this rhetorical link by simply declaring that land reform was a central aim of the revolution. At other times they asserted that post-revolutionary politics had united the people with the government and set them in opposition to counter-revolutionary landowners, the clergy, and fanatical Catholics. These so-called counter-revolutionaries were depicted as threatening agraristas, the land reform program, and the revolution as a whole. In either case, village-level agrarista discourses represented the revolution in Michoacan as a struggle in which rural folk, eventually coded as campesinos, took a leading role. Agraristas had started to depict the revolution as a struggle over land almost before the dust had settled from the last revolutionary battles. In 1915, the representatives of the village of THIRD-WORLDISM wrote Michoacan's constitutionalist governor to request the return of village lands. Juan Cruz de la Cruz was a country lawyer and soon-to-be agrarista leader of the village. Acting, he said, on behalf of the entire population, he initiated what would be a decade-long contest for lands that the neighboring hacienda claimed as its own. Cruz wrote that his followers were heartened today by the promises of the triumphant revolution. He said the villagers now assumed that our indigenous race will be protected and that the community would soon receive the portion of our property located in the marshlands that the Cantabria hacienda has drained of water and usurped. 111. A few months later, Cruz repeated these themes in a letter complaining about the day labor contract that villagers had recently signed with local haciendas, and added that only the rich benefit from the unfair contract. The eldhands of Tirjiro should be allowed to seek new terms because, he wrote, we hope that revolutionary promises will impart justice to us. 112 In both of these missives, Cruz associated the revolution with issues of immediate importance to the community, such as land and wages. Cruz expected the government to support its loyal citizens to settle scores with the rich. He also took it for granted that agrarian reform lay near the top of the political agenda in the heady days of 1915. He may even have employed language such as his reference to the triumphant Revolu. 147. 148. In a way he thought the governor would end pleasing. 113 Yet even if Cruz was trying to make instrumental use of the politician's own rhetoric and employ a terminology that the governor wanted to hear, the fact still remains that he consciously depicted the members of his local movement as the rightful beneficiaries of government policies, that is, as deserving revolutionary citizens. Michoacan's village revolutionaries continued to demand the benefits of revolutionary citizenship in subsequent years. Like the refrain of a well-rehearsed song, their correspondence appealed to Article 27 of the Constitution of 1917, which promised land reform. Agrarista leaders from Villa Jimenez, not far from Tirjiro, made exemplary use of such language in a petition directed to President Obregon in 1922, in which they reminded him that agrarian reform is one of the core tenets of the revolution. More than simply repeating a promise of the revolution, these agraristas insisted that Obregon was obliged to implement land reform because torrents of blood have been spilt to bring men like you to power, who have libertarian ideals. 114 This sort of reasoning took Cruz's ideas one step further. There is a reproach that borders on a threat in these words. The writers entreated the president to fool his revolutionary duty to carry out the land reform, but at the same time warned him not to take lightly the sacrifices that the people have made in the past and, they insinuated, might be willing to make again in the future. Some rural leaders made it even more explicit that they would take matters into their own hands if the government did not meet their expectations. Agrarian Representative Carmen Alvarado of the southern Tierra Caliente Hotlands village of Curumuco directed a letter to President Calles in 1925. He explained that landowners had sent armed men to burn villagers' houses and intimidate those who had recently received an ejido. In the most respectful of terms, Alvarado explained that he and his companions might resort to violent and illegal means to defend themselves, albeit means they were prepared to justify before our government. Alvarado wrote that the villagers would do whatever it took to defend the newly won ejido, which he described as this piece of land, this precious fruit of the revolution, which is nothing less than our patrimony. 115 In other words, he not only admonished Calles for leaving his followers at the mercy of their enemies, he also articulated a core tenet of 148. 149. Agrarismo, that the revolution guaranteed rural folk an inalienable right to the land they tilled. Agrarista discourse in the mid-1920s acquired a more challenging and less collaborative ring than that of Juan Cruz's 1915 missive requesting the fulfillment of revolutionary promises. This new, more belligerent tone permeated a 1927 letter to President Calles sent by Pascual Avina, an agrarista leader from the village of Atascia. Avina explained that a powerful local family had gained a stranglehold on the best ejido parcels and that the agraristas were now worse off with their ejido plots than when we did not have them, and even worse than we sharecropped for the Santiaguillo hacienda. At least then we could keep the sacred product of our work, which is why we now say, how are we campesinos supposed to benefit from the proclamation of an agrarian law, enacted only after the sacrifice of human blood, and from our lands? It is clear that as long as the government does not eliminate the eternal exploiters of campesino workers, el campesino trabajador, the real producers of wealth will always live in ignominy and misery and will continue to lack bread and clothing for their children and wives. 116. Avina's words did more than illuminate the gulf between the practice of land reform and revolutionary promises of popular empowerment. They also portrayed rural folk as campesinos exploited by bloodthirsty and implicitly counter-revolutionary political bosses. Avina identified rural folk as campesinos who were not merely the proper beneficiaries of revolutionary promises of land reform but also had an even more universal claim to the land based on their status as the real producers of wealth. Campesinos, in Avina's understanding, had become a privileged class of revolutionary citizens. On this score at least, agraristas such as Avina could count on the moral support of school teachers. Like village headmen, school teachers tended to understand campesino politics in the stark terms of oppressor and oppressed. As early as 1921, Cuca Garcia, the communist school inspector who collaborated with Governor Mujica, understood campesinos to be rural folk who petitioned for land reform parcels. She referred to anyone who failed this ideological litmus test as eldhans, villagers, or simply Indians. 117 other. 149. 150. Teachers soon broadened this concept and began to conceive of campesinos as people who shared a common economic status rather than a radicalized political outlook. By the late 1920s, teachers regularly referred to all rural people of modest means, poor villagers, eldhans, and land reform beneficiaries as campesinos, albeit campesinos who sometimes needed education to recognize their oppressed social status. 118 Part of the devotion that these and other teachers felt for the idealized, revolutionary campesino no doubt derived from the prevalent ethos in the state capital, where Lázaro Cárdenas was governor. They may also have been influenced by the nearly messianic ideology emanating from the Department of Public Education in Mexico City, which understood its mission as nothing less than the spiritual development of campesinos. 119 Most of the young and idealistic school teachers who took to the countryside in the revolution's wake needed no such prodding. Like Avina, they typically felt that the consummation of the revolution lay in the creation of modern campesinos who were class-conscious, revolutionary citizens. As a first step, village revolutionaries believed that it was necessary to organize the campesinos politically. As schoolteacher Isabel Rodriguez told her superiors, "I have told the men around here about the advantage of joining campesino organizations, cooperatives, unions, and so on, and I think they are beginning to come around to that way of thinking." 120 As it turned out, her optimistic assessment for her school in the village of Cofradia was a bit premature. Though the 38 children graduated from the RST year classes, the religious conservatives in the village began to persuade students to skip class, labeling the school anti-religious and Bolshevik. Faced with the religious backlash, the Department of Public Education closed the school only a year after it opened. 121. Conclusion: denning the enemy in the 1920s and early 1930s, village revolutionaries became convinced that counter-revolutionaries opposed not only land reform and secular education but the empowerment of rural people as well. The concept of a right-wing conspiracy against revolutionary values was a fundamental pillar of official revolutionary ideology, but more importantly it conformed with village revolutionaries' own experiences. Events like the Re. 150. 151. Religious campaign against the Cofradia school, the burning of agraristas' houses in Curumuco, and the chronic rivalries setting agraristas against landowners and fanatics in La Canada seem to have convinced most school teachers and agrarista leaders that social harmony was a dangerous fantasy. Village revolutionaries understood these events to indicate that Catholics and landowners were hopelessly opposed to the interests of campesinos. Village revolutionaries complained throughout the 1920s, for instance, that hacienda owners attempted to intimidate them into giving up the struggle over land. Agrarista leaders repeatedly asserted that landowners had mounted a terrible campaign against rural folk who had requested land reform parcels, or that hacienda dependents had forced them into a terrible GHT for their very lives. 122 Agrarian leaders also complained about the machinations of landowners in the courtroom, where, as one agrarista headman observed, the rich expected judges to rule on their behalf simply because they possess huge fortunes. 123. Along these same lines, the Prado brothers of La Canada portrayed hacienda owners and rancheros as bloodthirsty lords of the land who were little better than a throwback to the bad old days of Porian dictatorship. In 1925, Escobedo Prado printed a poster accusing the owners of a neighboring estate of having purposely slaughtered 4 agroristas from La Canada, whom they had supposedly mistaken for bandits. According to the Prados, the horrible crime would not undermine the agroristas' resolve to press on with their struggle for land and the right to till it. Rather, he wrote, the event has merely served to intensify our hatred for the exploitative estate owners, who do not even deserve to live among us. The poster insisted that the murders proved that hacienda owners were nothing more than animals, or, worse yet, a landowner hydra that in its drive to recuperate its lost power has not satiated its thirst for blood and continues to assassinate our brothers in arms. 124. In a letter to President Calles, the Prados characterized the hacienda owners as an ancient phalanx of assassins who emanated from the feudalism of Porfirio Diaz. 125. More than 100 agroristas whom the Prados called together to discuss the murders put their names to the letter. Agroristas described the collusion of local authorities with landowners in similar terms. In 1923, Primo Tapia complained that Governor Sanchez. 151. 152. Pineda's government winked at hacienda owners' aggression toward rural folk. Most if not all of the political authorities of the state are upright people, gente del orden, that is, they are under the thumb of the landowners, he wrote. A Ma, Mr. Secretary, a genuine Ma oppresses the proletariat of Michoacan. 126. In lumping hacienda owners, upper-class upright people, and political authorities together, Tapia's outlook reeked at the increasingly common tendency of village revolutionaries to cast all of their enemies as one united front of counter-revolutionaries bent on undermining agrarismo. The other members of the Ma, other writers would soon explain, consisted primarily of the prelates who anathematized the land reform and collaborated with the landowners to stamp out the agrarismo. Indeed, in many village revolutionaries' writing, the clergy and landowners were essentially interchangeable. By the mid-1920s, agrarista leaders began to equate counter-revolution with the clergy and landowners. 127. Agraristas accused priests of serving as the toadies of hacienda owners and, worse yet, of betraying their holy office. As early as 1923, village representatives in the militant stronghold of Tirindaro on the Zacapa Marsh denounced one priest as the consummate enemy of agraristas. They called him an instrument of the money grubbers aventureros who owned the Cantabria hacienda and accused him of preaching against agrarismo from the pulpit. The priest, it appears, had called on his parishioners to resist the land reform in the name of Christ the King and the Holy Religion, much to the distress of the agraristas who had languished under the whip of capitalist tyranny and regard the allotment of land as the only ray of hope. 128. The priest, they said, should be drummed out of the community. This sort of popular anti-clericalism grew in intensity in the 1920s as agraristas and parish priests dug in their heels. A chorus of complaints arrived in government offices about priests who prohibited their parishioners from attending school or sparked terrible division within rural communities by linking their sermons with derogatory words aimed at workers and others who do not agree with their ideas. Village revolutionaries accused priests of orchestrating anti-agrarista spectacles in which they led anti-revolutionary villagers in vulgar chants cheering the priests and wishing death to the committee of the ejido and to all agraris. 152. 153. TAS. 129. Some rural leaders believed that the clergy represented a new and potentially more dangerous type of counter-revolutionary who, unlike the landowners, could mobilize the powerful religious sentiments of rural people and turn them against the agraristas. The Cristero rebellion that erupted in 1926 reinforced agraristas' budding emphasis on campesino struggle. The mobilization of a good number of rancheros and priests, along with thousands of rural people, appeared to some rural leaders like a showdown between the exploiters and the exploited. 130. Viewed through the lens of class, the Cristero rebellion appeared intelligible to agroristas as an unholy alliance of rich property owners, powerful clergymen, and misguided, fanatical country people. Yet the Catholic militants' own perspective was rather different. To them, the notion of class struggle was beside the point, if not outright anathema. To most Cristero rebels, the battle had nothing to do with defending the rich against the poor and everything to do with keeping the irreligious and increasingly intrusive government from undermining the moral bases of their communities. 153. 154. 5. Refusing the Revolution, Catholic Nationalism and the Cristero Rebellion. In July 1926, Mexico's bishops took dramatic action to counter anti-clerical legislation that President Calles and several governors had enacted over the previous months. The bishops ordered priests to cease giving holy sacraments, in essence declaring an ecclesiastical strike. Calles had affronted Catholic sensibilities by closing convents and parochial schools, placing legal curbs on religious expression, and tolerating rabidly anti-clerical governors in the states of Jalisco and Tabasco. These assaults on religious life did more than enrage churchmen, it moved lay people to boycott commerce and government services in a bid to weaken the Calles regime. By late 1926 Catholic militants had rebelled against the government in north-central and western Mexico. Their battle cry of Viva Cristo Rey! Long live Christ the King, soon earned them the epithet of Cristeros. In Michoacan, as many as 50,000 people, or around 1 of every 15 inhabitants, may have participated in the Cristero rebellion at one time or another. Thousands of Cristeros, federal soldiers, and agroristas lost their lives in the GDing, which nearly sputtered to a halt in 1929. At that point, church leaders agreed to reopen churches on the government's terms, and the guerrillas reluctantly returned to their homes. The rebellion in Michoacan began 2 months after the bishops had suspended services, when 80 rebels calling themselves the Anacleto Gonzalez Flores Brigade crossed over the border from the state of Guanajuato. Leading the brigade were Luis Navarro Origal and his brothers, Ignacio, Jesus, and Manuel, whom Michoacan's Archbishop Ruiz y Flores later described as exemplary Catholics of good distinction in those parts. 29-year-old Luis had attended parochial school and made his living as a relatively prosperous ranchero. As a lay activist, he had founded 154. 155. Catholic labor unions in several parts of Guanajuato, as well as organizing a chapter of the ultramontane youth society known as the Association of Mexican Catholic Youth, or ACJM. He proved no less energetic as a military leader. Federal soldiers quickly stamped out his revolt after 2 pitched battles in Guanajuato, but he and Ignacio escaped to the mountains outside of Tansidero, Michoacan. Once there, they reorganized their corps and established contact with local villagers. 3. In the mountains Luis Navarro adopted the nom de guerre Fermín Gutiérrez. He maintained close contacts with the newly formed League for the National Defense of Religious Freedom, Liga Nacional Defensora de la Libertad Religiosa, or LNDLR, an organization founded by middle-class lay Catholics that by 1926 claimed to direct the rebellion on a national level. The League named Navarro Regional Military Commander of southwestern Michoacan, and he established his base of operations near the town of Colcaman, not far from the Colima border. There he pieced together a formidable army of rancheros. In April 1927, he and his troops occupied Colcaman's main square, an assault that unfolded without bloodshed, because federal troops had evacuated the plaza as the rebels approached. The federal army eventually regained control of the town, but the earthly independent rancheros of the Colcaman region completely expunged most other traces of government authority from the area. They then sent a notice to Mexico City saying that they had declared their region an autonomous republic. Many of these western Michoacan rancheros resented having the outsider Navarro named as commander, but he nonetheless managed to lead his reluctant troops until his death in battle in August 1928. By then, his GDers had taken control of most of southwestern Michoacan, where the Tierra Caliente hotlands meet the Sierra de Colcaman. The region was ideally suited to guerrilla warfare, and the Cristeros dominated the region for nearly a year to come. 5 other Cristero movements soon sprang up throughout Michoacan, but nowhere did the rebellion burn brighter than in Colcaman. Unlike the relatively homogeneous and well-organized rebellions in the neighboring state of Colima and in the Los Altos region in Jalisco, most Cristero guerrillas in Michoacan lacked a strong regional leader like Navarro who had ties with the League. Outside of the Colcaman area. 155. 156. The revolt in Michoacan was essentially an escalation of existing low-level warfare that conservative rural people and middle-class Catholic activists had kept up against revolutionary groups ever since Mugica's time. In the years and months before the outbreak of armed hostilities, urban Catholic organizations had led a series of anti-government protests, and anti-revolutionary rural groups had kept up a continuous harassment of agroristas. Once the shooting began, the locus of contention shifted primarily to the countryside, where the insurgency was prosecuted by a shifting and often uncoordinated assemblage of rancheros from the center and west, pure Pasha people from the highlands, smallholders from Colcaman, hacienda field hands from around Pátzcuaro, and a few ex-agroristas from the Morelia and Zacapu areas. These groups had only 2 things in common: they detested the invasive, anti-clerical politics of the Sonoran state, and they all felt threatened in some way by the redistribution of hacienda lands. 6. Land reform had produced a formidable array of enemies by 1926. Many people in ranchero communities regarded the land reform as Cristeros of Colcaman. The priest at the center may be Epifanio Madrigal. To his right is Luis Navarro Origal. Courtesy IIH Umsen. 156. 157. Salt on individual property rights and thought that villagers who petitioned for land reform parcels, ejidos, were dishonorable people who only wanted that other people's land be given to them. Most rancheros lived in constant fear that the government would confiscate their hard-won lands and turn them over to undeserving Indians. 7. Likewise, it appears that many hacienda hands worried that their jobs would disappear if the government redistributed the croplands. Although hacienda owners rarely made public declarations supporting the rebellion, lest they provoke the president, many of them gave a wink of approval to their employees who joined the revolt. Finally, the land reform often caused friction in indigenous areas. The anarchic manner in which the government selected lands to be used as ejidos deepened the rivalries that often existed between adjacent peasant communities, particularly when the leaders of one community requested lands that their neighbors had laid claim to. 8. The rural groups threatened by agrarian reform did not share a similar ethnic background or economic status. Many indigenous people who collectively administered their lands in the rugged highlands of the Meseta Tarasca did not even speak the same language as lowland rancheros who lived only a few dozen kilometers away. Rancheros and hacienda hands depended heavily on the cash economy, whereas many of the rebel villagers did not. On the other hand, these rural groups' visceral hatred for President Callesa's anti-clerical measures rivaled that of churchmen and middle-class lay activists. The Catholicism of the bishops was not the same thing as the Catholicism of traditional pure Pasha communities, of course, but it did provide enough common ground that the language of militant Catholicism rather than the one of property rights served as the Cristero rallying cry. The politicized rhetoric of Catholicism around which the rebellion was built placed church leaders and Catholic laymen in an ideal position to speak on behalf of all Cristeros and allowed them to portray the rebellion as a movement for religious freedom. Yet neither the Catholic hierarchy nor the middle class LNDLR fully represented all the concerns of discontented rural people. Catholic leaders adamantly rejected official anti-clericalism, but they paid relatively little attention to the issues associated with land reform. Moreover, these middle and upper class leaders intended to transform Mexican society in ways that most Cristero foot soldiers never. 157. 158. Contemplated. Ever since the late 19th century, Catholic activists had attempted to realize their vision of a Catholic, paternalist form of Mexican nationhood. Many of them hoped that the Cristero rebellion would somehow allow them to realize their vision of Catholic nationalism, or at a minimum keep the government from stamping it out altogether. In this sense, the agraristas who helped to put down the rebellion did more than defend the land reform. They also helped to ensure that their understanding of revolutionary citizenship would prevail. Catholic nationalism. It might seem a bit incongruous to speak of Catholic nationalism. Most analysts argue that nationalism is a sort of civic doctrine that functionally supplants existing religious beliefs. Nationalism, so the argument goes, is a quintessentially secular form of identity. As people develop a sense of belonging to the imagined national community, the ideals of citizenship and civic devotion displace older solidarities based on guilds, home communities, religions, and, sometimes, ethnicities. 9. But nationalism is considerably more complex than that. In Michoacan, a determined group consisting of the state's high-ranking prelates, self-identified Catholic politicians, and a smattering of conservative property owners had labored for decades to construct a fully elaborated nationalist project. In the Catholics' view, nationhood derived from shared religious faith in combination with distinctly modern understandings about the need to adapt to the economic and social realities of the early 20th century. This Catholic nationalist counter-elite embraced a view of society that was fundamentally incompatible with that of the Sonoran presidents. Based in large part on the teachings of Pope Leo XIII's 1891 encyclical Rerum Novarum, Catholic nationalists imagined a nation in which the interests of employer, who had sacred rights to property, and employee, who had sacred rights to a just recompense for labor, became harmonized. The unity of purpose would ensure a righteous society under the tutelage of the Church. 10. Catholic nationalists did not deny the existence of richer and poorer social classes. On the contrary, early 20th century social Catholicism explicitly sought to resolve the social question posed by industrialization and the consequent emergence of a new social sector made. 158. 159. Up of earners who often developed adversarial relationships with their employers. 11. Catholic nationalists sought to defuse these social tensions, arguing that socio-economic distinctions should not supersede the broader commonalities that bound Mexicans together in a single Catholic culture. By 1920, Mexico's bishops were articulating a nationalist discourse that condemned class struggle in which people who possessed worldly goods, bienes de fortuna, were set against workers who earned their pay by selling their labor. They counseled that both groups should harmonize their interests to aid each other, and, through mutual service, fulfill the obligations of justice and charity which bind them together. 12. Catholic politicians and Michoacan's ecclesiastical hierarchy insisted that the improvement of Mexican society lay not with the divisive politics of class struggle but rather with the creation of a social order divinely written in the pages of the Gospels. 13. Like their revolutionary counterparts, Catholic leaders believed in the value of economic modernization, and they created institutions to raise the standard of living for subsistence farmers and wage laborers. They also believed in the value of education and other initiatives to improve Michoacan's lower classes and to teach them how to participate in Mexico's capitalist economy. 14. The similarities ended there, however. Instead of basing their nationalist project on the promises of the revolution, Catholic nationalists appealed to a long intellectual tradition that associated national identity with the Catholic faith. They invoked symbols such as the Virgin of Guadalupe and Christ the King, which had long been associated with the movement for Mexican nationhood and political autonomy. 15. In Michoacan, they also built their identity around such local figures as Agustin de Iturbide, the conservative Michoacan general who consummated Mexican independence from Spain, as well as around regionally revered icons such as the miraculous Christ in San Juan Parngaricudero and Our Father of Arrero near Morelia. Catholic nationalists envisioned society as a terrestrial paradise, a community of virtuous people who would strive to make the nation into a simulacrum of heaven. The nation, wrote one prelate, is nothing more than man who in the plenitude of his social life is as perfect as he can be here on earth before we can arrive to the common nation, the perfect, sovereign nation of heaven. 16. Just as God was the patriarch of 159. 160. Heaven and earth. Catholic nationalists believed that wise and paternal leaders should rule in Mexico. Indeed, Catholic nationalists often described the nation as one big family and expressed their hope to unite Mexicans under a moral and just government dedicated to safeguarding its children. 17. This was an ideologically charged notion because the traditional family was simultaneously a holistic and mutually supportive social unit and yet a site of social differentiation. After all, families had specific and fundamentally unequal roles for each member, based on each person's age, gender, and relationship to the others, with the father standing at the pinnacle of familial authority, followed by the mother, and then the children. Yet the effort was worth it, in the Catholics' estimation, because creation of such a utopian nation would ease Mexicans' entry into the afterlife in holy paradise. 18. Like the revolutionaries, Catholic nationalists propagated their ideas and invoked an imagined community by using newspapers and yours. They placed great stock in the written word's ability to mold readers' thought and to maintain the unity of their movement. 19. They, too, encountered internecine dissension, but the continual need to defend themselves against revolutionary policies was a powerful inducement to keep up a unit front. As the Venerable Archbishop of Michoacan, Leopoldo Ruiz, put it, our world is now suffering the doleful consequences of liberalism, which in separating societies, families, and individuals from God, and in extending liberty beyond its just limits, has provoked a veritable anarchy in the most fundamental ideals of civilization, relaxing the most fundamental bonds of faith, obedience to authority, respect for holy matrimony, private property, and even morals. Socialism and communism uproot communities and drag them toward anarchy, and the Catholic Church is the only dike that holds them back. It alone maintains and defends the principles that can save society. 20. In other words, a Catholic-based form of nationhood provided an antidote to the entire universe of revolutionary doctrines, including liberalism, socialism, and communism. In Ruiz's view, and that of the Catholic nationalists generally, the fate of society itself lay in the balance. Religion. 160. 161. Family, and traditional social hierarchies. Not enlightenment, secularization, and revolutionary redemption of the lower classes would preserve and improve the nation. The Catholic nationalist project. Catholic nationalists intended to refashion both the consciousness and material lives of the popular classes. The founding documents of a Catholic political party in Zamora, for example, proclaimed the party's intention to improve the material, intellectual, and moral conditions of our workers in order to bring about the perfect equilibrium between the rights of owners and workers for the mutual and exact fulfillment of their reciprocal obligations. As if that were not enough, the party also proposed to work for fundamental peace, paz organica, in order to guarantee order, liberty, and justice. 21. Catholic nationalists experimented with a number of different strategies to achieve these ends in the early 1920s. Education gured prominently, in part because the Church enjoyed a significant advantage over the government in terms of the number and quality of schools that it administered. It is almost certain that more students received a Catholic education than a public one in the early 1920s, because few public schools existed in Michoacan. The Church continued to control nearly all secondary education, even after the Federal Department of Education opened scores of rural primary schools at mid-decade. Morelia alone boasted 11 Catholic secondary schools, compared to only one secular school operated by the federal government. 22. Catholic nationalist discourse maintained that education, in religious schools, of course, could awaken the ideal citizen within people's otherwise imperfect selves. As some volunteer teachers wrote in their parochial schools periodical, we have succeeded, above all, in imbuing the popular proletarian spirit with the ideals of order, patriotism, and morality, to such an extent that we have dissipated some of the darkness from their minds. 23. Proper education could also help the lower classes to overcome what Catholic nationalists considered their pupils' natural, unhealthy inclinations by instilling a sense of discipline in them. To educate man is to cure him of his vices, another advocate of Catholic education, wrote, "It is to teach him to rein in his bad tendencies, to repress his cupidity, to 161. 162. Restrain his disordered appetites, to teach him to take pleasure from his duties, even if they are bitter ones, to produce virtue, even when it is an arduous task." Finally, education might also keep the people from falling under the spell of revolutionary politicians, whom the Catholics accused of invading and polluting the popular consciousness. 24 Catholic educators sought to teach the faithful to accomplish tasks in a pious and disciplined manner. The curriculum included instruction in the catechism, of course, but it taught gender-specific skills just like the government schools did: metalworking and carpentry for boys, reed weaving and cigarette making for the girls. Students also received instruction on how to save their money and spend it thriftily. 25 In the 1920s, Catholic educators began founding adult evening schools in cities and the countryside. In small towns, teachers held school in the parish churches. In some cases, laypersons gave class; in others, nuns gave instruction clandestinely and in violation of 19th-century Reform-era laws. Indeed, the very success of the Catholic educational project aroused the disapproval of revolutionary politicians, who repeatedly passed edicts to close religious schools in Michoacan and elsewhere. 26 In addition to educational initiatives, Catholic activists organized a number of modest rural development projects. Most Catholic nationalists believed that improving rural people's economic welfare would help keep them in the countryside and reduce the temptation to emigrate north to the United States. The official periodical of the Zamora Diocese explained that rural economic development would help light industry, campesinos, and those who emigrate from their nation to the United States out of necessity, defending them from the voracious usurer that has produced innumerable victims among the poor. Churchmen were particularly eager to keep rural people from traveling north of the border, where they risked exposure to the contagion of Protestantism. 27 Perhaps because Catholic thinkers' campaign of moral improvement predated the revolutionaries' own, they were among the RST reformers to portray rural folk as campesinos. As early as 1913, the Catholics who grappled with the social question made occasional references to the industrious campesino, and by the early 1920s, the term was a mainstay of social Catholic discourse. 28 For example, Catholic activists spoke of the necessity to improve campesinos' situation and the sad condition of small. 162. 163. Landholders, and the church-organized National Labor Conference held in Guadalajara in 1922 expressly stated its desire to improve campesinos' material conditions. 29 For these people, the idea that rural people had collective interests seemed clear enough, but to them the term did not connote the idea of class struggle as it did in revolutionary discourse. After all, Catholic nationalists did not propose to enrich rural folk if it meant threatening haciendas with expropriation. One of the touchstones of Catholic nationalism was the inviolability of private property. Landowners, many of whom sympathized with the Catholic nationalist project, met government threats to their holdings by arguing that civilized societies universally enshrined respect for private property. Without it, they argued, society dissolved into the abyss of barbarism, communism, or both. Private property, in other words, produced civilization. 30 The ecclesiastical hierarchy agreed. Catholic prelates and politicians insisted that property was a sacred right and that earthly politicians who meddled with the doctrine of private ownership risked upsetting the divine order of things. Catholic discourse ridiculed the land reform and characterized it as a prime example of the revolutionary impulse to enact laws that pillage and plunder. 31 To be sure, a few Catholic nationalists did reluctantly accept the need for land reform. One conservative paper explained in 1926 that it was possible to allow equitable distribution of federal lands among campesinos, privileging those with the most aptitude and means to cultivate the land. The paper was also prepared to contemplate breaking up large estates as long as reimbursement is provided in each case. 32 For the most part, Michoacan's bishops and Catholic politicians rejected land reform, although they did recognize that something should be done about the uneven distribution of land. Gubernatorial candidate Antonio Marquez de la Mora proposed a typical solution to the problem in a 1920 stump speech. Economic development would be achieved by promoting small, private agricultural land holding, which, he said, could be created without the use of radical land reform or unbridled capitalism. Marquez did not elaborate on his vague third path between socialism and the free market, but he made one point perfectly clear: he would not propose any policies that pillage from the rich or suppress private property. 33 The needs of the poor could be balanced with those of the rich, in other words, in a way that led to even-handed economic expansion. 163. 164. Catholics took another step down the third path by founding village saving and lending cooperatives known as Cajas Rurales, institutions that both Marquez and Michoacan's bishops strongly supported. The Cajas functioned like modest credit unions that rural folk financed and managed with the guidance of a priest or some other trusted guru. Inspired by the teachings of the Rerum Novarum and Catholic activist Miguel Palomar y Vizcarra's dogged campaign to popularize them, Michoacan's bishops embraced the Caja Rural concept and recommended that parish priests found them wherever possible. The RST Caja was formed in 1917, and at least 14 cajas functioned throughout the state in 1924, including one that Bishop Leopoldo Lara y Torres had personally founded in Tacambaro. 34 Catholic activists touted the cajas as prime examples of acceptable social engagement, arguing that the cooperative movement provided much-needed agricultural credit to rural folk. At the same time, they argued that it taught backward people, rezagados, in the countryside how to save their money and spend it intelligently. 35 But the thickets of village economics proved difficult even for parish priests to clear away, and most of these rural credit unions failed when they ran up against villagers' unwillingness to place their money in the care of others or the lack of training and social education of the people who administered them. Nor could the priests overcome a lack of start-up capital and connects between small holders and old hands about how to use the funds. Nevertheless, Catholic nationalists never doubted the Cajas Rural's potential ability to improve and modernize the popular classes, nor did they give up on teaching the communitarian ideal of working or saving together for the common good. 36 This emphasis on fraternal mutualism, acceptance of private property, and improvement of moral and material conditions also underlay most other Catholic nationalist projects, including labor organization. From the moment that revolutionary laws made it possible for them to do so, Catholic nationalists had set up labor unions intended to harmonize the interests of labor and capital. Clerics and prominent Catholic politicians met in Zamora in 1913 and again in Guadalajara in 1922 to discuss theories and strategies for promoting organized labor. Their goal was to acquaint wage workers with all the religious, moral, social, civic, and economic issues that they need to know in our times. They intended Catholic unions to 164. 165. Defend the working man's rights and thus improve him. 37. Activists established several unions or workers' circles, Círculos Obreros, throughout the RST half of the 1920s. In one instance, clerics and lay people in the town of Uruapan carried out a social mission that organized 4 Catholic labor unions there. The labor organizers in Uruapan printed up a set of statutes that they used as the official bylaws for every union they established in the city. Once the organizers had attracted a group of workers who wanted to unionize, they simply LLED in a couple of blanks on the pre-printed forms, listed the names of the union officers, and sent the completed document to the appropriate authorities. According to these statutes, the union resolved to develop among its members the spirit of fraternity and healthy collaboration. To use conciliation and arbitration or other peaceful methods to bring an end to all conflicts over working conditions and other issues for the union or its members. To obtain the moral, social, and intellectual education of members, both through attendance at school and study circles, as well as through lectures and beneficial reading. To motivate learning and achievement in the members' respective professions and vocations. 38. The labor organizers also invited employers to join the Catholic unions. The idea was that employers' participation would make it easier to resolve labor disputes within the bosom of the union without either side resorting to more confrontational tactics. 39. The statutes of this and other Catholic unions did assert workers' right to strike if other avenues of redress reached a dead end, but direct labor action by Catholic unions rarely occurred in practice. Instead, they functioned mainly as religious study groups and as vehicles to mobilize protesters at anti-government rallies. 40. Catholic activists also founded scores of middle and upper-class lay organizations. By and large, these bourgeois associations were more successful than either the labor unions or the Cajas Rurales. The most prominent Catholic societies included the Daughters of Mary, Las Hijas de Maria, the Knights of Columbus, Caballeros de Colón, the Catholic Ladies' Club, Damas Católicas, and, of course, the ACJM. Nearly every town of even modest proportions boasted one or more of these groups in the early 1920s, though the revolution had dispersed and disorganized chapters in 165. 166. The smaller communities. The ACJM proved particularly adept at organizing public manifestations of support for the Church. 41. Its young, relatively wealthy members often headed up protest rallies and did most of the work of organizing Catholic labor unions such as the ones in Uruapan. Elsewhere, they organized outings such as picnics with workers in which participants dined together, competed in writing contests, and listened to political speeches. 42. In the social struggles leading up to the Cristada, and even in some military confrontations themselves, the ACJM set itself up as the vanguard of highbrow Catholic nationalism. 43. The Catholic nationalists' defense of private property and their paternalist attitudes compromised their ability to win political converts among the common folk, however. Catholic unions did a partial job at best of representing workers' sectoral interests and did not generate much enthusiasm among wage workers. 44. Rural development projects such as the Cajas Rurales that could not place villagers RMLY in control of the land also found it difficult to capture the sustained cooperation of rural folk. And, in any case, most of the institutions that sprang from the social Catholic movement of the early 1920s had disappeared by the end of the decade. The government repressed or ignored Catholic labor unions and closed scores of Catholic schools. Most Cajas apparently withered away of their own accord, and the fallout from the Cristero Rebellion dispersed many parish-level organizations. But while the government could stamp out the structures associated with Catholic nationalism, it could do little about religious belief itself. Most Michoacanos never accepted the government's anti-clericalism and readily mobilized to defend their religion. In response, Catholic leaders all but abandoned the utopian ideal of creating a Catholic nation and concentrated instead on rallying the people in a straightforward defense of their religious beliefs and practices. The politicization of religion, 1923 to 1926. The Sonoran presidents could hardly ignore the existence of an alternative national project. The relatively weak governments of the early 1920s had difficulties implementing even basic legislative initiatives, so Catholic nationalism clearly represented a conspicuous threat to the grand post-revolutionary project of reconstituting Mexican nationhood. In other 166. 167. Words, the conflict between church and state was much more than a petty disagreement between bishops and the Sonoran presidents. Both parties to the conflict saw it as a decisive conflict over the future of the nation, and revolutionary politicians combated Catholic nationalism with all the means at their disposal. As the government cracked down on the church, however, it wounded the religious sensibilities of Mexicans throughout the country. Its attacks on organized religion intruded on people's everyday lives in painfully intimate ways and ended up politicizing religious belief itself. In this sense, official anti-clericalism missed its mark. Instead of weakening the church and eradicating Catholic nationalism, the government gave popular groups who disliked post-revolutionary politics a cause to rally around. The RST serious assault on the church began in 1923, when Calles was still the Secretary of the Interior. That year, the papal delegate in Mexico, Monsignor Escobedo Philippi, attended a massive rally to celebrate the groundbreaking for a monument to Christ the King on Cubalit Peak, Guanajuato. When the radical governor of Guanajuato complained about the event and Calles expelled the delegate from Mexico, the Catholic press in Michoacan complained that the government had isolated us Mexico from the civilized world and brutally pushed us toward barbarism. 45 Another round of challenges to the Catholic Church began almost as soon as Calles became president. In 1925, radicals aligned with Calles, including the powerful CROM Labor Federation, collaborated in the organization of the schismatic Mexican Catholic Apostolic Church. The new sect did not recognize the Pope and ordained its own priests, who were encouraged to marry, but it pulled in only a smattering of followers drawn from radical cadres of Mexico City priest baiters affiliated with labor movement. The new church did not amount to much, but the mere attempt at creating an alternative Catholic denomination set Mexican bishops even more RMLY against Calles. 46 The crowning moment of official anti-clericalism came in June 1926 when the federal legislature passed the so-called Calles Law that limited the number of priests to one for every 6,000 inhabitants, expelled foreign clergy, closed most convents, and ordered the state legislatures to regulate the number of priests who could officiate within their borders. Catholic leaders rode a crest of public outrage as they called on the faith. 167. 168. Full to defy the edict. Businesses throughout the nation closed their doors, and the national economy began to buckle. The religious faithful withdrew their students from public schools and refused to take public transportation. In September, the National Council of Bishops headed by Michoacan's Archbishop Ruiz y Flores elected to suspend religious services. The sudden end of organized worship sparked increasingly bitter popular outcries against the government and prompted the urban, middle-class lay activists of the LNDLR along with a militant minority of priests to begin organizing an armed revolt. Late 1926 saw the RST sparks of anti-government guerrilla warfare in Oaxaca, Zacatecas, and Durango. 47 In Michoacan, tensions had escalated dramatically during the mid-1920s. Prominent clergymen had complained of the aberrations and extremism of official anti-clericalism ever since Mujica's time, but the Calles regime brought an unprecedented degree of religious repression. 48 Anti-clerical liberals held municipal offices in most of Michoacan's larger towns, and many of them interpreted Calles' arrival in office as a cue to pass ordinances prohibiting outdoor religious celebrations, even traditional dances and formal processions, on the grounds that they constituted a threat to the government. 49 In response, parish priests and urbanites in religious organizations such as the ACJM launched a series of protests. In Zamora, the municipal authorities' attempt to regulate the ringing of church bells sparked what the mayor characterized as an uprising in September 1924. One person died, and several women from the privileged class scaled a church tower to sound the bells themselves. 50 In June 1925, townspeople in Ciudad Hidalgo nearly toppled the self-declared liberal municipal council that had ordered the closure of parochial schools and prohibited the parish priest from officiating at any outdoor processions during Corpus Christi celebrations. Rumors soon circulated to the effect that councilmen had written a tract favoring the Calles government's schismatic church, and a group of protesters plastered a lampoon entitled Viva Cristo Rey, near the town hall that suggested, among other things, that the councilmen could go perform an unsavory act with their mothers. On June 10, the day of the Corpus, RST, the members of the local brass band, then a commission of Catholic men, and Nally, a group of women, all pleaded with the mayor to allow a procession through city streets. The mayor steadfastly refused. 168. 169. A religious rabble began to collect in the streets as the day wore on, and the mayor decided to call on the VE-Man detachment of federal soldiers to keep the crowds under control. 51 A bit later he ventured into the street to try to pacify the protesters, but angry people led by the priest and prominent lay leaders began to clamor for his resignation. At one point, a woman asked the men around her whether they didn't have the guts calzones to make the mayor give up. Tempers aired as the protest turned into a shouting match and then something more menacing. The mayor emptied his pistol into one man who approached him, and the protesters produced guns, knives, and rocks. The mayor and the federals retreated into a nearby store as bullets and blades flew. Several people died in the riot, among them the captain of the army platoon. 52 The skirmish in Ciudad Hidalgo foreshadowed a broader surge of Catholic militancy. In the town of Sahuayo on the other side of the state, the president of the local ACJM chapter called a rally that coincided with an official visit by Governor Ramirez. The governor refused to speak with the protesters, however, and the mayor ordered the arrest of the local ACJM leader after he had seen the governor off at the train station. The leader's father called it an act of revenge and against all justice. 53 A few weeks later in Uruapan, an anti-clerical councilman wrote to the state government to complain that the flag of the Sacred Heart was hoisted in splendor during a religious procession. He complained that the mayor had stood idly by as townspeople paraded religious icons through city streets in what everyone recognized as a protest against the government. 54 Tensions in Michoacan abated for a few months until Governor Ramirez fell into line with federal policy and issued Law 62, which directed all priests to register with municipal governments and reduced the total number of clerics who could practice in the state from approximately 150 to 19. Predictably, the decree produced an uproar. Priests and lay Catholic leaders throughout the state brought lawsuits and sent missives to local officials that bordered, according to one skittish mayor, on propaganda against the government. 55 In one township, priests took to the hills and began to raise armed bands of rural folk. 56 Ramirez tried to ignore the outcry until Archbishop Leopoldo Ruiz y Flores raised the stakes. The Archbishop announced in April that, after asking God for enlightenment and assiduously consulting him, he had ordered all the priests in his diocese. 169. 170. To cease exercising their ministry, a strategy he repeated 3 months later when he declared the national clerical strike. 57 Even though Calles threatened to nationalize all church property in Michoacan, the standoff ended quietly when Ramirez discreetly sought out Archbishop Ruiz and agreed not to implement Law 62 if the priests would resume religious services. 58 Another massacre, this one in the eastern town of Zitacuaro, had taken place in the meantime. Local priests had pledged to ignore Law 62, prompting the mayor and the federal commander to close all of the churches in the municipality. For a few weeks, it seemed as if the issue might blow over. Then in April, women from a lay organization delivered the mayor a petition demanding the repeal of Law 62 and directing the city council to add its voice to the protest. When the town council convened to consider the request, they found their chambers invaded by angry women and men who cheered the one councilman, an agrarista, who supported the petition and booed all the rest. The throng outside City Hall began to grow. Church bells pealed, and chants began to rumble from the gathering. Once the council made its inevitable declaration that it would not second the women's petition, the crowd taunted councilmen by calling them bandits, cowards, usurpers, thieves, and so on. Finally, the captain of the federal detachment moved to draw his pistol. Someone stabbed him mortally, and jittery policemen shot into the crowd, leaving 6 people dead or severely wounded. The townsfolk and the residents of nearby hamlets who had gathered in the Plaza Ed home as federal soldiers moved in and occupied the San Juan Church. The soldiers imposed a weeks-long state of siege that included tearing down the black bows that the residents placed on their windows to mourn the dead. 59 By the end of the year, tightened military repression in cities like Zitacuaro and Ciudad Hidalgo had forced Catholic activists to shift the locus of their resistance from the cities to the countryside. Apart from winning the resumption of Mass, protests in the cities had done little to change the government's course of legislated anti-clericalism. Whenever urban unrest did break out, federal troops moved in to dominate the situation with little opposition, but the countryside was a different matter altogether. Rural guerrillas soon combined into loose bands that appeared as if from nowhere and then faded into the woods and mountainsides where they could poach a few cattle and count on other villagers to provide them. 170. 171. With food and information. The rural rebellion had a different social complexion than its urban, largely middle-class counterpart because, as soon became clear, rural folk intermixed religious passion with discontent over the land reform. Aguerristas and the Cristero Rebellion. Village revolutionaries typically interpreted the Cristero Rebellion as an attack on Aguerrista lands, lives, and political culture, in short as a form of class struggle. When the GDing broke out in early 1927, Aguerrista headmen and local politicians oversaw the remobilization of home guards to combat the rebellion, as they continued to deploy the idiosyncratic rhetoric of revolution they had developed in the preceding years. Some Aguerrista leaders simply considered it their patriotic duty to defend the government, but most of them insisted that hacienda owners allied with the church were trying to demolish, derrocar, the Aguerrista movement itself. 60. Consequently, the idiom of agrarismo became linked with the practice of violence, as up to 3,000 villagers and land reform beneficiaries joined to combat the Cristero treachery. They received arms and munitions from the federal government and mobilized behind President Calles and Governor Ramirez. One witness recalled that the government had raised a veritable army of aguerristas by the end of the year. 61. In contrast to the aguerristas' concerns about the future of their movement, revolutionary politicians tended to regard the Cristero Rebellion as further proof that counter-revolutionaries would stop at nothing to keep country people emotionally dependent on the church, ignorant, economically backward, and generally unfit for revolutionary citizenship. Michoacan's revolutionary politicians believed that the popular classes should respond to the uprising by casting out Catholic leaders, whom they depicted as the intruder into the otherwise healthy life of rural families. They charged that Catholic ideology left rural folk enchained and defenseless to the claws of exploiters and landlords, choking off through servitude their innate sense of liberty and independence. The revolutionaries also played upon the gendered notions that associated religiosity with femininity, explaining that Catholicism degrades and corrupts women by enticing them to spy upon the members of the household. 62. According. 171. 172. To these revolutionaries, Catholic politics sapped men of their virile capacity to act rationally and to reject their old masters, even as it played upon women's religious sentiments to convert them into columnists within the domestic sphere. The struggle therefore pitted counter-revolutionary clerical sympathizers against all who patriotically dedicated themselves to the salvation of revolutionary principles. The stakes were nothing less than control over the popular mentality. Would rural people, the writers wondered, remain fanatical and backward or turn to more advanced ideas as a result of revolutionaries' labor of defanatization and redemption? 63. The political and cultural differences that had often set aguerristas against post-revolutionary politicians led some Catholics to think that the aguerristas might not align themselves with the government at all. At least one parish priest in Michoacan believed that the existing tensions between the aguerristas and the government, in addition to the aguerristas' own religious sentiments, would lead them to actively support the rebellion. Municipal politicians worried that even the most dedicated aguerrista radicals would turn on the government. 64. Indeed, the distinction between aguerrista and Cristero blurred in some places during the initial phase of the rebellion. In one village, an army commander indiscriminately confiscated the arms of rebels as well as those of some self-described aguerristas because he considered the whole lot of them to be an undifferentiated mob of rabble-rousers. He may have had a point. Both the aguerristas and the rebels had trained their weapons on the commander when he arrived in town with his federal troops. 65. Such reactions came as little surprise in late 1926, when relations between the government and the aguerristas had hit bottom. After all, Michoacan's governors had radically curtailed the land reform over the previous years, except to redistribute some property to aguerristas during the De la Huerta revolt. Army troops had systematically repressed village home guards between 1922 and 1925, and President Calles himself seems to have approved the 1925 murder of peasant leader Primo Tapia. 66 In part because of these pressures, some villagers who had participated in the land reform did decide to go over to the rebels, including one group of rural militants who had been among Tapia's closest supporters. Nevertheless, most agraristas elected to throw in with the government. The old 172. 173. Agrarista home guards that Sanchez Pineda and the Federal Army had worked so hard to disarm only a few years before received new arms shipments and mobilized to combat the rebels. In militant strongholds such as Cotepec, Apapio, Zirumutero, the Naranja area, La Canada, outlying areas of Turin, and others, hundreds of peasants again shouldered arms. But why? The connects between politicians and agraristas had been real enough, so why would they consent to GHT on behalf of a government that disarmed them and countenanced the murder of their leaders? Part of the answer no doubt lay in agraristas' economic dependence on their land reform parcels. Some recent land reform beneficiaries may have feared that the government might strip them of their lands. Yet this sort of government retribution rarely took place, although it was not altogether unknown, and most agrarista leaders and their core followers had no factual reason to fear such an outcome. Moreover, even if agraristas' dependence on their land grants may help to explain why they did not rise in opposition to the government, it does not really account for their oftentimes fervent efforts to shore it up. It seems safe to say that agraristas took up arms against the Cristeros because they felt the future of their movement was at stake and they intended to further the cause of the revolution as they understood it. After all, village revolutionaries had repeatedly emphasized that campesino interests revolved around class struggle and the defense of revolutionary citizenship, both of which the Catholic insurrection placed in check. This does not mean that agraristas had adopted an uncomplicated version of the government's ideology of revolution and counter-revolution, but the fact remains that the Cristeros did conform with everything that their village-level leaders had told them they had striven for. The true dimensions of the Cristero rebellion did not become apparent in Michoacan until March 1927, when dozens of rebel groups took to the hills, cornalds, and valleys with guns in hand. One focal point of discontent centered around the northwestern Baguio township of Cotija, where ranchos and haciendas of middling size dominated the landscape. A few weeks before the uprising, representatives of Cotija's Catholic Social Inn. 173. 174. Institutions, had held a meeting. The representatives, many of whom would soon go as rebel leaders, unanimously agreed to solicit Bishop Manuel Fulcheri y Pietrasanta of Zamora for general guidance as to the position we should take in moments such as these of tyranny and religious persecution. They put themselves at the prelate's disposition immediately and unconditionally. 67 The bishop's reply is not recorded, but the large Mendoza family, aided by priest Gabriel Gonzalez, raised a force of about 300 poorly armed rancheros soon afterwards. Many of the Cotija Cristeros had grievances against the local agrarista leader who had used his position as commander of the town home guard to build a clientele of agrarista partisans and set himself up as the manager of village's only corn mill. 68 federal forces soon arrived and chased the Cristeros out of the village. Even so, rebel leader Prudencio Mendoza soon dominated the hinterlands so completely that federal troops could not venture out of town without risking ambush. 69 Mendoza's band attacked Cotija itself in October 1927. The rebels could not dislodge the federal troops and armed agraristas from the portals of the main square, but they did occupy the rest of the town for 10 days. They attacked all the symbols of federal power that they could and made it a point to destroy the furniture in federal offices and schoolhouses. 70 other ranchero-dominated communities in the Michoacan's Baguio including Sahuayo, Cojimatlan, and San Jose de Gracia also produced significant Cristero movements, all of which supposedly operated under the orders of the League-approved leaders in western Michoacan, Jesus de Galado and, by 1928, Enrique Garastida. 71 In these townships, ties between the church and the rebellion were particularly close. Most of the rebel leaders in San Jose, for example, had attended the seminary, and parish priest Federico González Cardenas had lobbied heavily in favor of armed resistance. Most of the town's residents had also suffered the depredations of the Agrarista home guard from nearby Sahuayo. As historian Luis González explained, most of San Jose's activists took up arms in order to defend their faith as well as to avenge the offenses that the petty politicians had committed regarding issues of land ownership. Together, these two sentiments wrapped into a profound hatred for the government, although more base motivations were sometimes also at work. According to Luis González, there were also those who sought fame, money, and power. 174. 175. There were people who wanted adventure, and there were even a couple of common criminals. But whatever their motivations, the San Josenos fought a guerrilla war in western Michoacan for more than 2 years. At one point in late 1927 the guerrilla leaders returned home to end their town, as one of them put it, burned out, destroyed, and abandoned, compliments of the Federal Army and its scorched earth tactics. 72. The tortuous highland mountains around Uruapan soon emerged American Samoa, yet another zone of Cristero activity. The rebels in this area had ties with the church and the official leadership of the revolution that were much more tenuous than elsewhere, yet entire indigenous villages mobilized to defend their political and cultural autonomy from anyone who challenged it. In the Puripasha township of Chiran, for example, villagers refused to join with broader Cristero campaigns, but they declined to join the pro-government side either. When a column of 300 agraristas attempted to close the village church on the only occasion that they rode into town, the villagers would have none of it. With whatever arms they found at hand, Chiran's townspeople turned away the loyalists because, as one clear-eyed villager recalled thinking, "We're believers, and that's it." 73. Some of the most committed rebels came from the indigenous township of San Juan Parngaricudero. Many of these villagers intended to defend the miraculous cure of Christ that, according to local lore, had chosen San Juan as its home, but they were also motivated by a long-standing rivalry with the adjoining village, where a cadre of agraristas held power. When the Federal Army resorted to counterinsurgency tactics and ordered the residents of San Juan to abandon their homes or face execution, most people simply headed for the hills. The men spent the bulk of the rebellion hiding high in the Sierra, occasionally ambushing government loyalists and getting visits from their wives, who slipped past government sentries to deliver them tortillas. Unlike the villagers in Chiran, however, the San Juan Cristeros sometimes merged with larger rebel columns to carry out major operations such as the failed attempt to storm the city of Uruapan. 74. Farther to the east, Cristero cells were more isolated and less likely to coordinate their activities with each other. Simon Cortez, the leader of what had started off as an agrarista home guard from the village of Santa Barbara, led the best organized rebel movement in the foothills around Morelia. Cortez was an ex-hacienda laborer and sometime rural leader. 175. 176. Whom one agrarista militant accused of having sold out. 75. Once he had set himself up as a professional militiaman in the early 1920s, he intermittently collaborated with paramilitary white guards made up of hacienda-held hands. He also had a history of bad relations with the government, beginning when he and Ladislao Molina, the notorious pistolero favored by many local hacienda owners, joined forces during the De la Huerta revolt in 1924. They collaborated with each other again during the Cristero rebellion by leading their followers and hacienda-held hands against agrarista militias between Morelia, Pátzcuaro, and Uruapan. 76. Another renegade agrarista was Ramon Aguilar, a ranchero and old-time ally of Primo Tapia, who made his wartime headquarters in the township of Zacapu. It is not clear why he gave up on agrarismo, but he Cristero taking food to rebels in the Uruapan region, circa 1927. Courtesy IIH 176. 177. May have become disgusted with the Federal Army, which sometimes undermined his moral authority. For example, soldiers habitually robbed the villagers under his sphere of influence in Santiago Tangamandapio. Like some of his other followers, these villagers were already upset at the government. The agrarian department had ordered them not to use a nearby spring to irrigate their crops, and it is safe to assume that they were not pleased with anti-clerical politics either. Then in 1928 Aguilar and his followers suddenly abandoned the rebellion and pledged to support the government. Maybe his friends in the agrarista movement convinced him to return to the fold, or maybe he was just angry that another band of Cristero rebels had burned his house to the ground. 77 Whatever the case, his allegiance remained sufficiently muddled that the following year a local official still considered that it would not be a good idea to put arms in the hands of anyone from the village. Aguilar eventually made his way back into the good graces of the Michoacan political machine, and within a few years he had even joined a Masonic lodge along with several of his radical agrarista cronies. 78 In 1927 and 1928 the rebellion took on the aspect of a civil guerrilla war as a disparate but large body of Cristero rebels confronted better equipped agrarista militias and federal troops. The government had begun to ship rise to agrarista home guards as early as October 1926. In those early days, politicians were cautious. The village guardsmen might get their rise, but army officers and Governor Ramirez occasionally held back on sending them ammunition. 79 By 1927, the politicians were becoming less cagey. The agraristas began to feel pressured by the likes of Molina, Cortez, and Mendoza, and village leaders had little trouble meeting the government's orders to reassemble village home guards and equip them with government-issue weapons. Not all the agraristas willingly went on campaign, however. Military commanders could count on the voluntary help of citizens of goodwill who have arms to expel rebels and bandits from their communities, yet these same citizens often declined to join with the regular army on campaigns outside their immediate surroundings. 80 The Cristero War's intimate character moved many agraristas and land reform beneficiaries to defend their homes and families but left many unwilling to risk life and limb on behalf of abstract, revolutionary ideals. Nevertheless, scores of agrarista militias did prosecute the war and through 177. 178. Sciistically, even outside of their home territories. Agrarista leaders organized young columns in the Zacapu-Naranja area, La Canada, Zirumutero, Apapio, Adishia, the Zitacuaro Highlands, and no doubt elsewhere as well. The militiamen were paid with special taxes that municipal authorities levied on often reluctant villagers, and which provided ample opportunities for graft, though some militiamen later claimed that they neither received nor expected any compensation for their services. And, indeed, there is no question that many agrarista guardsmen fought desperately to drive off the outsiders, as Wungner put it. They undertook extended tours of duty to the Cristero heartland to the east and north, spending weeks or even months away from their families and cornels. 81 Shorter campaigns were probably more common still. When Cristero columns were spotted in the area, agrarista leaders often met over a meal or a drink, hammered out an alliance, and returned home to raise their people for joint sorties to disperse the enemy. 82 Military tactics were uncomplicated on both sides of the conflict. Cristero bands melted into the mountainside to bushwhack enemies. Sometimes regional Cristero commanders concentrated a number of rebel columns together for an attack on a medium-sized town, though such frontal assaults rarely succeeded. Government forces preferred to hole up in the relative safety of the larger towns. When they did venture out, federal commanders usually placed the heaviest burden on agrarista militias rather than relying on demoralized army troops who had little stomach for guerrilla warfare. Indeed, federal soldiers deserted in droves and headed for the safety of their homes throughout the course of the rebellion. Others made a lucrative business out of selling their arms and ammunition to the rebels. 83 As a result, the fighting often devolved into murderous battles between agraristas and cristeros, as each side attempted to isolate and annihilate small bands of the opposition. Prisoners were executed on the spot, sometimes after being tortured beforehand. Some Cristero bands made a practice of tying sacks of dirt around agraristas' necks or testicles before hanging them, aiding death, in their view, for those who fought for the land rather than religion. One group of rebels was said to have cut the solace off an agrarista's feet and forced him to walk through thorns with a rucksack of earth tied around his neck. Agraristas also proved adept at using sanguinary symbolism. One group of agraristagers crucified the 178. 179. Rebels they caught by tying their hands to a cross and hanging them to die in the merciless sun. Elsewhere, a troop of federal soldiers made a point of hanging one Cristero on each telegraph pole for long stretches alongside a railroad line. The level of violence and rage could tear families apart. Brothers fought on separate sides of the conflict in some cases, and some agraristas' wives struggled to undercut the growing anti-clericalism of their men. At one point, an agrarista cacique had his 13-year-old godson held prisoner in the church he had converted to a granary. When the young Cristero idealist would not recant, the cacique had him hanged on the charge of collaborating with the enemy. 84 Cristeros frequently intimidated or killed teachers, and they burned or vandalized scores of schoolhouses. They destroyed desks, books, chalkboards, and students' decorations. 85 The only schoolhouse furnishings that the rebels treated as the spoils of war were objects associated with nationalism. On one occasion, a Cristero column sacked an entire schoolhouse except for a Mexican egg and the portrait of José María Morelos, one of the fathers of Mexican independence, and, not coincidentally, a priest, both of which they carried off for themselves. In that particular case, villagers deed the Cristeros by raising money to build a new school and pledging to protect the teacher if she would stay in town to give classes. 86 Even in a region that had remained relatively free of unrest, some school teachers wrote their superiors to report that an open spirit of rebellion has invaded this region, we have stumbled on serious resistance, and the situation has become somewhat dangerous for us. 87 As the rebels gained a foothold in western Michoacan in 1927, most teachers fled to the cities. Some agraristas also escaped the conflict and sought refuge as far away as the United States, but most accepted government arms and stayed to defend their lands. Combined army-militia forces roamed through the countryside, burning and sacking villages suspected of supporting Cristeros, and the cathartic experience of violence seems to have united agrarista militants as they attacked their enemies in person or destroyed their property. There was one major difference between the RST agrarista mobilization during the Mujica administration and their actions during the Cristero rebellion, though. In the early 1920s, agraristas directed violence primarily at landowners and anyone else they regarded as obstacles to their ability to take possession of their ejido. 179. 180. Lands. During the Cristero rebellion, on the other hand, the agraristas targeted rural folk who were like themselves in most respects except for their adoption of an antithetical political stance. Rivalries for control of the land were still at play, but so too were opposing understandings of Mexican nationhood. The question of partisanship Cristero leaders tried to assuage agraristas' concerns by depicting the rebellion as a matter of conscience unrelated to the politics of land reform. Enrique Garastida, the nominal Cristero leader in Michoacan, declared in 1928 that his movement would honor the land grants that have already been awarded and continue to make them, as the needs of the nation and the well-being of the working classes dictate. 88 Garastida quickly discovered that the issue of land could not so easily be isolated from the politics of agrarismo and hence from the willingness of agraristas to GHT, however. His soothing proclamation could not overcome agraristas' fears that the rebellion threatened not only their lands, but their class interests in general. After all, some of the uprising's most visible leaders, especially those in central Michoacan, had well-deserved reputations as anti-agrarista fanatics. For instance, Ladislao Molina assumed the rank of general and led the insurgency in central Michoacan. Agraristas from Apapillo and surrounding hamlets remembered only too well that the ranchero-turned-gunslinger had killed the village's RST agrarista leaders in 1921, and they also knew that he enjoyed the fervent support of Hacienda Eldhans throughout the region. Molina and his followers targeted agraristas around Pátzcuaro for the entire duration of the revolt. He knew how to take advantage of the intricate mountain landscape in which he operated, and neither the Federal Army nor Agrarista guardsmen succeed in capturing him until the waning days of the rebellion. The captain whose troops nearly killed Molina ordered his corpse to be displayed in a nearby town square and confidently predicted that the grisly spectacle would surely bring about the complete demoralization of the fanatics and the triumph of our cause. 89 Moreover, eldhands in the central part of the state often rose up as cristeros, especially if their employers consented to their actions. 90 as 180. 181. Late as 1930, Agraristas claimed that hacienda administrators were inciting both male and female eldhands to join the rebellion, either as active participants or as contributors of food and military intelligence. Land reform beneficiaries also accused the owner of the Tepetongo hacienda of treating them as bandits and of leading his employees to chant vivas for Christ the King and the Virgin of Guadalupe as well as for the owner himself. 91 Yet many landowners would not tolerate overt rebelliousness from their employees. If they did, the government almost certainly would have expropriated their lands, and at least one hacienda owner formed a home guard with 100 of his employees to GHT on behalf of the government. He made sure that the president understood that his troop condemns the current rebellion as completely reactionary and counter to revolutionary principles. I proclaim, as this home guard's actions have shown, that we are prepared to sustain the principles of revolution by whatever means necessary. 92 Even though most hacienda owners kept a low profile during the rebellion, Garastida could not overcome village revolutionaries' insistence that the rebellion was the work of the Agraristas' class enemies. Indeed, village revolutionaries' moral leadership helped to set the tone of Agrarista allegiance. School teachers were prime targets for Cristero's fury, but even if they hadn't been, most teachers would never have accepted priests' moral leadership of the masses. It simply violated everything that teachers said they believed. In the null analysis, however, the teachers' opposition to the Christiana probably played a marginal role in denning the nature of Agrarista's allegiance to the post-revolutionary cause, not least because so many educators abandoned the countryside. Even when school teachers did remain in their villages, they tended to ND that the only people who would run the risk of attending school were Agrarista leaders and their families. As a result, teachers, like most other rural people at the time, became dependent on the Agrarista leaders' protection. 93 Most Agrarista leaders detested the Cristeros and insisted that Catholic militants and their fellow travelers opposed campesino interests in every conceivable way. One group of Agraristas put their signatures to a letter complaining that they could not take possession of their ejido, which had been culled from the lands of a nearby hacienda because the clergy owned it. They wrote that the hacienda administrators were using the 181. 182. Wealth produced by their land, which the Agraristas referred to as the means of production, to foment revolution against the supreme government of the Republic. And on this issue we too have been harmed, for they have persecuted us by killing several of our comrades, for being Agraristas and because the hacienda would be affected by the new land grant that we have requested. In fact, ever since we received the ejido in question, we have not been able to take full possession of our lands for the simple reason that the hacienda bosses continually attack us. 94. They then listed 23 local comrades, compañeros, that the hacienda gang had killed during the uprising. This struggle had cemented the villagers' inclination to GHT, the counter-revolutionary gentlemen who operated the hacienda. It also sealed their allegiance to the supreme federal government with which the Agraristas found themselves allied. Village revolutionaries' somewhat surprising military alliance with the supreme federal government of President Calles, as well as with Governor Ramirez and even the federal army, prompted a major shift in the manner that Agrarista discourse depicted the government itself. Before the Cristero Rebellion, village revolutionaries had insisted that the gap between the government's revolutionary rhetoric and its actions imperiled the two sides' alliance. The social strife of the late 1920s changed all that. As one group of Agrarista leaders wrote upon the death of a good number of their compañeros at the hands of Cristeros, all of us who make up this group are prepared to assist the current government with our short-term services whenever necessary. We are willing to lay down the last drop of our blood so that the laws will not be violated. 95 Suddenly, agrarista leaders found that they would GHT to the death for a government whose revolutionary credentials they had called into question just a few years before. As thousands of agraristas responded to their leaders' summons to make common cause with the government by entering the fray against Cristero rebels, agrarista rhetoric amalgamated with the practice of agrarista violence. Most agraristas seem to have regarded themselves as PA. 182. 183. Triads who fought on behalf their government as well as what they had come to conceive of as their class interests, and the Cristero rebellion, they thought, threatened both. Before the revolt, agrarista discourse identified landowners as their most dangerous opponents. As the rebellion unfolded, it became increasingly common for agraristas to place priests on a par with the hacienda owners as the great enemies of agrarismo and the rural proletariat generally. Epilogue: Cristero rebels still controlled large swaths of Michoacan's territory when Cardenas took office as governor in September 1928. The strongest remaining focal points of rebellion were in the southwest around Colcaman and in the northwest around the Zamora, La Piedad area. National-level negotiations to end the Cristero uprising had already gone on for months between President Emilio Portesgil and Michoacan's Archbishop Leopoldo Ruiz y Flores, who served as the Vatican's emissary. However, the assassination of President-elect Obregón by a Catholic zealot in July 1928 frustrated any chances for a quick resolution of the conflict. 96 The government withdrew from negotiations, and Cristeros remained in the Eld for another year with the tacit blessing of the Church. The existence of armed bands of rebellious peasants appeared all the more serious in 1929, when Federal General José Gonzalo Escobar mounted the null military rebellion of the post-revolutionary years. The uprising did not amount to much, primarily because it did not attract many allies in the countryside. Agraristas had already cast their lot with the government, and most Cristero rebels simply ignored Escobar's promises to defend their religious faith. The United States government also sided with the existing order, depriving the rebel soldiers of access to war materiel. With the combined potency of loyal soldiers and thousands of newly armed agraristas under Saturnino Cedillo, the strongman of San Luis Potosí, the federal government quickly brought the attempted coup under control. 97 Cardenas responded to the renewed danger of combined military popular rebellion in Michoacan with a mixture of inducements for those who agreed to demobilize and threats of repression for those who did not. For the most part, he achieved more success with the former than the latter. 183. 184. And managed to lure most Cristero bands to lay down their arms even though he had not won a single substantial military victory by mid-1929. The RST chieftain to surrender was Simon Cortez, the ex-agrarista pistolero with links to hacienda owners. Cortez was ill and needed to leave the countryside when he turned himself in along with 203 of his comrades in January of 1929. Cardenas met with him personally and made him an offer that he could not refuse. Soon after Cortez surrendered, Cardenas appointed him state forest warden, a deal that led the LNDLR to denounce Cortez as a traitor. 98 But one surrender was not nearly enough to turn the tide. Cardenas temporarily left his post as governor and took personal command of the federal and agrarista troops in the state. Most of his Simon Cortez, left, negotiating with Cardenas, 1929. Courtesy Sir Melk. 184. 185. Aratians appear to have been little more than armed treks through the Sierra, however, because the Catholic guerrillas disappeared into the hillside whenever Cardenas's military column appeared. 99 Cardenas's fortunes brightened considerably once Mexico's bishops Nally agreed to a truce with the government. 6 months after the assassination of Obregón, both sides began to explore the possibilities of a peaceful conclusion to the conflict, urged on by U.S. Ambassador Dwight Morrow. On June 21, 1929, Ruiz y Flores signed a letter of understanding with President Portesgil agreeing that all priests would register with federal officials and commence religious services immediately. In exchange, the government pledged that it would not interfere with the spiritual functions of the church or regulate where parish priests could be posted. 100 in Michoacan, 184 priests formally registered with the government and began to put their shattered parishes back in order. 101 for his part, Cardenas seems to have willingly assented to the creation of home guards made up of ex-Cristeros in certain regions. In this way, he quickly demobilized the rebels, though occasionally at the risk of sanctioning groups that were little more than armed insurgents. 102 Even so, Cardenas's strategy of relatively peaceful demilitarization meant that there was no exodus of Michoacano ex-Cristeros similar to that of Jalisco, where military repression forced amnestied rebels to seek the protection of Saturnino Cedillo, who welcomed his erstwhile enemies as long as they recognized his authority, in neighboring San Luis Potosí. 103 The last major Cristero stronghold in Michoacan was in the southwestern region of Colcaman, the bailiwick of Luis Navarro Origal, the LNDLR-approved general from the state of Guanajuato. After a few months of determined effort in the southwestern hotlands, Navarro won the grudging allegiance of the mestizo rancheros who had risen in rebellion there. As we have already seen, the very presence of Navarro's GDRs sent the federal army scurrying out of Colcaman, and the Cristeros occupied the plaza uncontested. It turned out that the rancheros were more interested in farming than in military action, however. Federal forces regained the plaza in late 1927 by taking advantage of a temporary lack of order among the Cristero soldiers, most of whom had simply left to tend their elds. There was no way to stop them once it started raining, Navarro complained, and he never managed to retake. 185. 186. Colcaman itself. When Navarro died in battle in August 1928, the Cristeros fractured into small groups led by commanders of lesser stature, the most important of whom were members of the Guillen family. Even so, they remained a serious threat in the spring of 1929, by which time they had even built their own munitions factory. 104 Cardenas arrived in the Colcaman area in August 1929, outfitted with troops and military aircraft to stamp out the intractable rebels. In the end, he arranged a peaceful truce after meeting with the rebellious gentlemen who led the insurgency. Cardenas sealed the deal by presenting the Cristero officers gifts of livestock and money. He also allowed some local haciendas to be recategorized as ranchos, thereby exempting them from the land reform. Finally, he allowed Gregorio Guillen to become mayor of Colcaman, chief of the Home Guard, and, in effect, cacique of the region. 105 The day after he achieved the settlement, Cardenas sent a jubilant message to a friend. He wrote that the pacification of Colcaman, combined with the imminent surrender of Cristero leader Ramon Aguilar in Jacona, meant that this military zone has been completely pacified, which will facilitate the effort to realize the political project that my administration has proposed. 106 It soon became clear that the Cristero leaders of Colcaman could not speak on behalf of everyone, however. A rogue priest named Epifanio Madrigal organized a festival to celebrate the end of the rebellion, which he called a resounding triumph for the church. The celebration's religious tone clearly broke the terms of the arrangement with Cardenas, though the municipal government, now under the Guillen family's control, did nothing to stop it. 107 When the diocese attempted to bring the priest to heel, ordering him to a different parish, Madrigal simply ignored the bishop's orders. The conclusion of the revolt and the episcopate's reassertion of its authority over Colcaman seemed to have unhinged him. In early 1930, Madrigal denied the infallibility of the Pope for having wrongly agreed to a truce with the government and led about 200 of his followers to an encampment at the Las Hembrillas ranch, beyond the reach of the bishopric. The pilgrims built a church and established a religious brotherhood, Hermandad, that, according to one local official, venerated two of Madrigal's female companions, whom he regarded as saints. Asceticism was considered holy. Madrigal in 186. 187. Struck his followers to divest themselves of all worldly goods and to quit paying tithes. The devotees spent their days in prayer and acts of self-mortification, a lifestyle that left no time for raising crops and forced them to poach on their neighbors' cattle. 108 Cardenas was content to ignore the commune as long as its members did not raise a fuss, but Madrigal had other plans. He returned to Colcaman in February 1930, on a day on which he knew the parish priest had business elsewhere. According to one witness, Madrigal convened the townsfolk and announced that peace has not taken hold of the nation. On the contrary, the war against the government is stronger than ever because the government is heretical. As part of his renewed call to arms, he threatened to excommunicate anyone who sent his or her children to public school, and even to excommunicate the children themselves. He summed up by asking his listeners to provide weapons for his religious followers. 109 Within days, classrooms were empty, and guns began to appear at Madrigal's compound. A few months later, Cardenas ordered a column of troops to march on the commune with the stated purpose of reconnaissance. The soldiers encountered the pastor and his people in a tiny hamlet outside Colcaman where, the governor said, the believers opened on the Federals. Soldiers returned killing Madrigal and 2 rancheros and dispersing the crowd. 110 Even this was not enough to extinguish the sect, which soon became known as the Cruz de Palo. An ex-Cristero rebel who rechristened himself Moses took Madrigal's place as spiritual leader. This time, however, Cardenas and his successors decided to let events run their own course. The Brotherhood came to a sad end in 1936 when Moses and some of his followers tried to lead their on a journey by foot over the ocean to the Promised Land. The waves swallowed up several pilgrims, and perhaps Moses himself, before their companions managed to pull them from the surf. 111. Lázaro Cárdenas and the advent of a campesino politics. As he prepared to take office as governor in 1928, 33-year-old General Lázaro Cárdenas knew his native Michoacan faced pressing social problems. Anti-government Cristero rebels controlled the countryside in the western part of the state, making life dangerous for school teachers, land reform beneficiaries, and anyone else whom the rebels believed to be aligned with the post-revolutionary state. A related problem derived from the economic ill effects of 2 decades worth of political and social turmoil that had left the region's economy moribund. During a campaign rally in Morelia, Cárdenas told his audience that he intended to deal with the rebellion by launching a program of pacification in accordance with procedures established by the law. Macroeconomic difficulties would be addressed by modernizing agricultural techniques, improving the transportation infrastructure, and legislating the legitimate protection of industry. But as he addressed his supporters, the problem that weighed most heavily on Cárdenas's mind concerned what he termed the economic condition and moral tendencies of Michoacan's popular classes. He declared that one of his most fervent desires was to improve the quality of life of the working class and emphasized that he found the plight of Indians, or rather, our indigenous class, particularly distressing because they lived in a state of misery. He explained that the common folk suffered as a result of the indifference of those in power, the rudimentary cultivation of the land, and country people's traditional adherence to outdated economic attitudes. He pledged to reinvigorate public education in order to modernize common people's consciousness, undertake a systematic campaign against vices such as drinking and gambling, and 188. 189. Reinvigorate the land reform by boosting the pace of ejido grants. Cárdenas concluded his speech by emphasizing that the post-revolutionary state, not the church, would bear the burden of implementing this massive project of social transformation and predicted that with assistance provided by morally upright authorities, we shall see that communities that act in good faith will achieve progress. Cárdenas took several steps to realize his campaign promises during his 4-year term, from 1928 until 1932. As for the rebellion, he personally commanded a number of military operations and saw to it that agrarista home guards had enough weaponry to combat the rebels. Once Mexico's ecclesiastical leaders hashed out a peace agreement with President Emilio Portes Gil in 1929, Cárdenas demobilized the Cristeros in Michoacan by reopening most churches, offering sinecures to Cristero leaders, and, when all else failed, crushing those insurgents who would not accept his terms. On the economic front, he ordered the construction of new highways to spur growth. Because the government lacked funds, he instructed municipal politicians to muster volunteers from the villages to build roads. 3. Nevertheless, the worldwide economic crisis of 1929 and Michoacan's relative poverty limited his ability to fulfill his more ambitious promises. The depression eroded state revenues and kept him from procuring new farm equipment. It further squeezed what little industry, such as mining and textile manufacturing, the state possessed. 4. Cardenas saved his greatest energies for the task of reforming what he characterized as the deplorable moral and economic condition of the lower classes. Like Francisco Mujica before him, Cardenas followed a strategy of placing land and books in the hands of rural people. His administration continued to establish ejidos at the relatively quick pace that his predecessor had set during the early days of the Cristero Rebellion and collaborated with the Department of Public Education, CEP, to professionalize the teachers' corps and rebuild the education infrastructure that the Cristeros had so successfully dismantled in the countryside. 5. In all this, he essentially followed the dictates of Plutarco Elias Calles, his political patron and the self-declared maximum chief of the revolution. Yet the centerpiece of his administration was the making of an institution that neither Calles nor previous governors of Michoacan had ever contemplated. 5 months after taking office, he and his collaborators got 189. 190. NIS. The Revolutionary Labor Confederation of Michoacan, known by its acronym, CRMDT, a Farang workers and peasants syndicate that functioned both as an officially sanctioned labor union and as a political machine to drum up popular support for his regime. Agraristas naturally comprised the Confederation's core constituency. Cardenas relied primarily upon village revolutionaries such as school teachers and agrarista headmen to the ranks of his organization, although he allowed a few ex-Cristeros and aspiring politicians to lead the effort in some municipalities. The Cardenistas prevailed upon most of Michoacan's agraristas as well as its unionized industrial workers and government employees to enlist, and the Confederation rapidly grew, claiming to represent 100,000 people by the time Cardenas left office in 1932. Village revolutionaries once again mobilized their distinctive idiom of agrarismo, both to praise the new Confederation and to harangue their followers to join. Yet with the advent of Cardenismo, village revolutionaries were no longer the political pariahs they had been ever since Mujica's ignominious departure in 1922, indeed, agrarista leaders and school teachers soon occupied the highest offices of the organization. However, as village revolutionaries broke into the political sphere, they allowed the distinction between their local language of agrarismo and Cardenas's revolutionary discourse of revolution to blur. In joining Cardenas on these terms, they helped to establish both an officially sanctioned version of agrarismo and a major new institutional site of campesino identity formation. Organizing the workers, disciplining the masses during Cardenas's 4-year administration in Michoacan, the Confederation made significant strides in raising rural workers' salaries, helping to orchestrate a renaissance in secular education, and executing a vigorous land reform. The Confederation also commissioned activists to assess the political climate of communities throughout the state, to organize workers, and to encourage villagers to solicit ejido land reform parcels. Its delegates unionized hands on at least 3 sugar-producing haciendas, took action to hold down the price of corn, which had risen dramatically as a result of the worldwide economic crisis of 1929-30, encouraged the 190. 191. Formation of consumers' cooperatives, and intervened with labor relations boards to obtain the recognition of still more labor unions. Cardenas and his political acolytes nullified unconscionable lease agreements that indigenous communities had signed in Porian times with timber companies, particularly the one controlled by Santiago Slade, the North American financier. Perhaps most importantly, Cardenas and the Confederation bucked the anti-land reform bias in Mexico City and redoubled the creation of ejidos by expropriating lands from most major haciendas, as well as from many smaller ones, to provisionally create 400 new land grants totaling nearly 500,000 hectares. However, only a fraction of these provisional grants, numbering around 68, won null approval from the federal government during Cardenas's term in office, no doubt because Calles took a dim view of redistributing land to peasants. As a result, the majority of the 24,000 beneficiaries had to wait until Cardenas himself occupied the presidency to receive null approval of their ejido grants. 6. At the same time, the Confederation gave Cardenas the ideal mechanism with which to institutionalize agrarismo. When he entered office, as many as 10,000 agraristas were under arms to battle the Cristero insurrection, and village revolutionaries had exhorted most if not all of them to regard their struggle as a way of defending their rights as revolutionary citizens as well as their interests as a class. Unless Cardenas played his cards right, these legions of ideologically driven and well-armed agraristas might eventually pose a more serious threat to the stability of his government than the Cristeros ever had. After all, not yet 6 years had passed since agraristas had slipped beyond Mujica's control and taken land reform into their own hands. So it is hardly a surprise that the Confederation promised to regulate the behavior of agraristas and the small but combative cadre of organized eldhands and bind these rural militants to the broader political project that Cardenas had set for himself during his campaign. In creating his organization, Cardenas combined some of the more progressive strains of revolutionary thought with an eclectic mix of other domestic and foreign ideologies. His pro-agrarista policies had ample antecedents, ranging from revolutionary liberals such as Zapata and Obregón to radicals such as Adalberto Tejeda of Veracruz, Felipe Carrillo Porto of Yucatan, and particularly Tomás Garrido Canabal's experiment in O. 191. 192. Authoritarian populism in Tabasco. Cardenas and his confederates did not limit themselves to rehashed domestic ideologies, however. The late 1920s saw a worldwide rise of state-sanctioned mass organizations under a variety of ideological banners, including the American Federation of Labor, corporatist labor unions in Italy, and of course the collectivization of workers and peasants in the Soviet Union. Cardenas habitually read popular press accounts about the social project of the Russian revolutionaries, though he was hardly the RST Mexican leader to do so, and some tokens of Marxism found their way into his confederation. Although Cardenas rejected communism, for instance, the Confederation's emblem featured a sickle and scythe superimposed over the silhouette of a book. Its official motto, above the organization, nothing. Against the organization, no one, echoed the rhetoric of the early Soviet Union. Cardenas and his followers no doubt derived some measure of inspiration from the militant social Catholicism that flourished in Mexico during the early 1920s South as well. Like the ecclesiastical hierarchy of the preceding decade, the Cardenistas dreamed of creating a single centralized union that would unite the whole of the working class and channel their allegiance behind a transcendental cause. 7. Of course the cause itself was rather different. Instead of stimulating enthusiasm for Catholic nationalism, the Cardenistas sought to build a following for the emerging post-revolutionary order. As the Confederation evolved into the preeminent political machine in Michoacan, it became the ideal device to lay the political foundations of Cardenismo. Membership in the Confederation was the key to attaining political power on the local level because the organization admitted only one agrarian league or rural union from each community and only one trade union per sector in the larger cities. The Directorate, which in theory was elected by representatives of the local member organizations, reserved the right to decide which local associations would receive official recognition and which would not. In some instances contending factions of workers or land reform beneficiaries scrambled to secure official recognition before their rivals could. In other cases, when one local clique was already ascendant before the Confederation arrived on the scene, the effect was to further entrench existing power structures at the local level. Furthermore, Confederation members were also expected to join Calles's newly founded 192. 193. Political arm of the Revolution and official party, the National Revolutionary Party, or PNR. As a result, Confederation members had the inside track to winning PNR recognition for their leaders and a near lock on political power. 8. The Confederation's directors considered a unit front necessary in order to guarantee the popular economic and intellectual emancipation and to counteract the schemes of the exploiters, but they also intended to regulate popular class behavior by directing and disciplining the political practice of working people. 9. The twin notions of unity and discipline, both of which were implied by the concept of organization, were intimately linked in the governing statutes, which stated in their opening pages that the Confederation existed in order to unify all the working sectors from the city and the countryside in one single collective to undertake a class struggle in order that workers might achieve the moral and economic emancipation to which they have a right. To direct, via its Central Committee, the general activities of its associated groups in order that they may jointly constitute an organization capable of resolving the burning issues of labor, to maintain a broad sense among all affiliated members that discipline is the basis for solidarity, for discipline should be one of the most critical bases for the stability and progress of the organization. The 40-page pamphlet of statutes returned to these issues in its null pages. It admonished that the Confederation could not function if its members did not demonstrate solidarity among themselves and discipline to the committees that direct them. 10. The Confederation's directors meant to maintain discipline for military reasons as well as political ones. The statutes explicitly stated that campesinos could only secure their interests if they are provided with weapons. 11. In fact, this belligerent tone may have been the result of political expediency more than anything else. Most agraristas had never given up the arms they had received to combat the Cristero rebellion, and Cardenas would have found it difficult to demobilize many of these gers. After all, pockets of anti-revolutionary rebellion continued to break out for years after the official ceasefire. Cardenas felt that he needed a 193. 194. Free hand to stamp out these recidivists and, ideally, to overpower any landowners who stood in the way of land reform. Moreover, agrarista leaders had a personal stake in keeping their retainers under arms in order to guarantee their local authority. In any case, Cardenas did not have much choice in the matter, since many agrarista home guards had simply ignored the army's orders to turn over their weapons once the Cristero rebellion had ended. 12. To be sure, rural folk were not the only group that the Confederation proposed to organize. Confederation activists also hoped to attract the small population of industrial workers in Michoacan, but they ran into difficulties because most of these workers had already affiliated with labor unions before Cardenas came to office. The largest block of industrial workers belonged to the miners' unions in the eastern mountain towns of Tlalpujahua and Angangueo, where the National Labor Central, known as the CROM, Mexican Regional Federation of Labor, had a long history of militancy. The CROM's point man was Primitivo Juarez, a strapping mill worker turned professional politician who reluctantly signed a mutual assistance pact with the Confederation in 1929. Still, the miners' unions did not participate in state politics until the CROM began to decay in the 1930s, nor did industrial workers elsewhere in the state show much of an interest in the Confederation. One of two competing textile workers' unions in Ciudad Hidalgo put a great deal of effort into gaining recognition, but mainly because it hoped that the Cardenas government would dissolve their rival labor organization. The largest independent labor organization in Morelia, in contrast, was an electricians' union composed of pro-Catholic workers who refused to join the Confederation altogether. According to the union leaders, the Cardenista organization was very underhanded in its outlook and intended only to suppress their organization and subject its members to political dictates that had nothing at all to do with the union's goals of improving the economic and moral condition of its members. 14. The Confederation did not fare much better with public employees. In 1929, Luis Mora Tovar, a close ally of Cardenas and a high-ranking official in the Cardenista machine, asked all government employees to join the Confederation-affiliated Public Employees Union. He reminded them that the governor wanted everyone who earned a salary, even white-collar. 194. 195. Workers, to join a union capable of protecting their common welfare. He also added the cryptic assurance that Cardenas would treat any political, religious, and social passions with complete impartiality. 15. As it turned out, a large proportion of government employees already belonged to a rival, and probably Crom-backed, union and had no intention of bowing to Cardenas's wishes. It seems probable that at least some of the unionized employees balked at the Confederation's anti-clerical and radical positions, because Morat Tovar fumed at the recalcitrance of notorious reactionaries and incorrigible enemies of the revolution who refused to join up. 16. The government employees apparently managed to hold out, because a few months later the Confederation read off yet another terse memorandum that ordered all public personnel to demonstrate their revolutionary temperament by laying out a form that pledged their allegiance to the Confederation. 17. But the Confederation's largest contingent by far consisted of agraristas and a growing number of unionized hacienda-held hands. The leadership dedicated most of its energies to advocating on behalf of villagers who hoped to benefit from the land reform and the unionization of rural labor. Likewise, the majority of the Confederation's political advocacy related to agrarian issues or wage disputes on haciendas. Cardenas himself considered the Confederation primarily a campesino union and on one occasion dedicated an entire month to travel through the countryside near Uruapan adjudicating disputes between rival indigenous communities and stumping on behalf of his organization. He hammered home his point about the centrality of rural laborers to the Confederation by directing José Solorzano, a close political ally, to hold a special agrarian congress in Morelia in 1930 that was attended by more than 3,000 rural folk affiliated with the Campesinos arm of the Confederation. 18. Agrarista leaders, union organizers, and Cardenismo. If Cardenas hoped to LL the ranks of his syndicate with rural folk sympathetic to his revolutionary project, he had little choice but to turn to agrarista leaders. These men and their family members had created local power bases for themselves over the previous decade. They had helped to deem the cultural parameters of agrarismo and had prosecuted the war against 195. 196. The Cristero rebels. One way or another, they had attained the respect of their followers. In the end, their help proved pivotal in the effort to build up the Confederation quickly and efficiently, not least because Cardenas's occasional attempts to concoct agrarismo from the top down rarely succeeded. After all, when the governor created new ejidos and armed new home guards, he met with resistance from several quarters. Newly formed agrarista militias often received a cold shoulder from older guardsmen who resented newcomers horning in on their territories. Would-be ejidatarios rejected the men Cardenas designated to lead them, and, in some cases, rural folk whom the Cardenistas tried to fashion as agraristas refused the lands the government had granted them. 19. As a result, Cardenas usually found it easier to rely on pre-existing agrarista groups with established traditions of activism. It was a strategy that paid off well. Cardenas's populist politics, combined with his ability to articulate a discourse of revolution with which rural leaders identified, earned him and his confederation the staunch allegiance of most agrarista veterans. Escobedo Prado, for example, continued to reign supreme in La Canada at the head of a formidable agrarista militia. During the Cardenas years, Prado also took an increasingly intransigent anti-clerical stance by closing churches and countenancing the burning of sacred statuary. In 1932, anguished indigenous people wrote the president to protest that they lived in oppression and slavery because they felt that the Prado family's supremacy is nothing other than caciquismo and inquisition, but such pleas did not make Cardenas veer from his political course. 20. Prado was subsequently invited to cement his authority within the Cardenista machine by taking over as the Confederation's Secretary of Indigenous Communities. As late as 1935, the Prado brothers continued to prove their usefulness by enforcing Cardenas's decision to fold the Confederation's membership into the newly established Mexican Federation of Labor, CTM. The Prados dutifully carried out their orders, for which the new governor of Michoacan rewarded them with sinecures in the CTM and later in the National Federation of Campesinos, CNC. Only in the waning years of Cardenas's administration did Escobedo Prado's political intrigues begin to erode the president's faith in him. In the late 1930s, after a face-to-face confrontation with the cacique during a state dinner, the president began to search for ways to sever ties with the Prado clan. 21 Even this falling out was Tem. 196. 197. Pereri, however, and the Prado family continued to hold positions of economic and political power in La Canada well into the 1970s. 22 Most of the other old-line agrarista leaders also joined Cardenas' movement. In Naranja, Ezequiel Cruz led the local Confederation Affiliate, which by 1932 claimed to speak on behalf of 30 agrarista organizations and a smattering of hacienda laborers' unions. Cruz continued to act as a spokesman for Cardenas in the Zacapu area even after the governor's term had expired and, like Prado, Cruz helped to establish the CNC's presence in Michoacan in the late 1930s. 23 Other longtime petit bourgeois agrarista leaders such as Neftali Cigado in the Zitacuaro area and Justino Chavez of Tirapetio followed a similar trajectory. A militariman-turned schoolteacher, Cigado had commanded an important contingent of landless villagers in the Western Highlands ever since 1911. He was among the delegates to the RST Confederation Congress in 1929 and soon built a reputation as a hardline Cardenista. Chavez began as the leader of the agrarista movement in Tirapetio, then served in the mid-1920s as the president of the ephemeral Great Agrarista Party of Michoacan and Primo Tapias Agrarian League before joining the Confederation. 24 Some new rural leaders did appear in the late 1920s and managed to end a place alongside the old-timers. The establishment of new ejidos created opportunities for aspiring agrarista leaders to join in the struggle for lands and gain a foothold in ejidal governments and the Confederation. The Confederation commissioned newly minted agrarista chieftains such as Juan Gutierrez, who led a campaign to establish several ejidos in the Zamora area and saw to it that the new beneficiaries participated in the organization's regional affiliates. Gutierrez fervently carried out his duty, sometimes to the point of padding lists of ejido petitioners with the names of his allies. 25 On a more humble scale, the Confederation appointed small-time agrarista headmen from the vicinity of Morelia to municipal posts in a number of neighboring hamlets, sometimes over the objections of local residents. 26 The Confederation's leadership opened other new political frontiers by championing the unionization of hacienda laborers with a vigor that previous governments in Michoacan had never imagined. Here too, Cardenista politicians contracted the services of popular class political activists, most of whom had been raised in modest circumstances with little. 197. 198. Formal education. One of the foremost members of this new generation of activists was Rafael Vaca Solorio, an ex-muleteer and sometime moonshiner from the town of Tartan. He had learned his trade from his father while hauling goods for haciendas around Uruapan. Cardenista politicians initially gave Vaca the task of organizing laborers in his home district. Later, they named him a special representative of the Confederation and charged him with resolving conflicts between capital and labor in Tartan or studying the problems that exist among the workers of Zitacuaro, among other places, or visiting all the townships in the state to determine whether municipal authorities had complied with the edicts that Cardenas sent them. 27 Perhaps Vaca's most consuming task entailed the unionization of eld hands on the sprawling Nueva Italia hacienda not far from Uruapan. The initiative consumed much of his energy from 1929 until 1934. Vaca enlisted the help of Gabriel Zamora, a baker from the settlement located on the hacienda. Together the two men encouraged laborers to organize and join the Confederation. 28 Dubbed communist propagandists and professional agitators by the hacienda owners, Vaca, Zamora, and their allies began to organize the union clandestinely. They also encouraged eld hands to solicit an ejido, which contravened the agrarian law at the time that prohibited hacienda employees from receiving land reform parcels. 29 Hacienda laborers ignored the organizers' efforts at RST. Many workers had misgivings about the Cardenistas' intent, and no one wanted to risk his neck by being the RST to enroll. 30 Rather than confront the eld hands with a union roster that had no signatures on it yet, Vaca and Zamora are enlisted members of the local army detachment to sign their names to the membership list and then moved on to hacienda millers and cowboys. Only then did they capture the attention of regular eld hands. After a few weeks, they had compiled 385 signatures, mostly from the eld hands, on the union's founding document. A local schoolteacher eventually volunteered to serve as the union's legal representative and to take care of correspondence and other administrative details with the Confederation higher UPS, but most of the union's leadership came from the ranks of hacienda laborers. 31 An undercover agent that the federal government sent to report on a parallel effort by communists to organize their own unions on the hacienda in 1933 reported that 198. 199. The communists had made little headway, but that half of the hacienda workers had joined the Cardenista unions. The eld hands, he said, had a deep understanding of the struggle for unionization. Although the vast majority of them were illiterate, even in the directorate. 32 The unionization effort on Nueva Italia ultimately achieved contradictory results. 33 From the beginning, the eld hands' newfound appreciation of the struggle for unionization outstripped the Confederation's taste for confrontation with employers. Workers threatened to strike for higher wages almost immediately after their union was organized in 1931, and they refused to harvest any grain unless the hacienda raised their wages. The hacienda acquiesced in the short term, raising eld hands' salaries from $4.50 per week to $6.00. When a new and far more conservative governor succeeded Cardenas in 1932, though, union politics at Nueva Italia became entangled with statehouse politics. 34 As a result, laborers who again threatened to strike at harvest time in November 1933 met with resistance from the hacienda's troop of mule skinners, who opposed any new strike that would choke off rice production and cost them business. It also turned out that the mule skinners were preparing to join a dissident union affiliated with the new governor's administration. The dispute eventually led to a violent confrontation between the mule skinners and mobilized eld hands that led the army to intervene. A detachment of soldiers also capitalized on the moment and executed Zamora as he tried to make his way toward the hacienda to speak with the strikers. These episodes laid the foundation for an enduring atmosphere of hostility that pitted unionized eld hands against other hacienda laborers and the state government for years to come. 35 The issue was not settled until 1938, when Cardenas used his presidential powers to nationalize Nueva Italia and a sister hacienda and convert them to workers' cooperatives. Even this solution ended up creating a host of new logistical, economic, and political problems that took decades to resolve. 36 Although neophyte Cardenistas such as Vaca, Zamora, and Gutierrez held prominent positions, most of the Confederation's core supporters were village revolutionaries who had already established themselves in their home communities. Cardenas won these veterans over by promising them a political voice in state politics and a measure of autonomy vis-a-vis their own supporters. In exchange, he expected their allegiance and 199. 200. Discipline. This was more than a simple political transaction. Cardenas expressed himself in an idiom that all village revolutionaries could understand and appreciate. Agrarista leaders were particularly enthusiastic about his administration. Cardenas posed his political vision in terms of revolutionary citizenship and agrarista militancy, ideas that soon became coded as campesino interests and thus modulated his discourse to coincide with agrarista expectations. In other words, Cardenas both adopted the discourse and political goals of agrarismo and coded it within his labor confederation. 37. Zurumudero Pedro Talavera typed veteran agraristas' experiences of Cardenismo. Talavera had emerged in the mid-1920s as the agrarista headman in the village of Zurumudero, a Hispanicized indigenous hamlet lying in the rolling foothills just east of Pátzcuaro. He was the son of a modestly well-to-do family by village standards. His father had saved enough money to buy a small woodlot and made a living cutting timber. Talavera's political career began in 1924, when the village's previous headman, an ardent supporter of Governor Mugica, died while leading militiamen against Delahuertista rebels during the Tabasco campaign in 1924. Talavera took command and helped the army crush the rebellion. 38 Cardenas apparently knew about these exploits before taking office, and he tapped Talavera to head up the Confederation's Committee on Agrarian Communities. The villagers had a centuries-long tradition of defending their communal property. Zurumutaro had numbered among the Purepecha monarchs' private land holdings in pre-Hispanic times, and these lands passed directly to the Spanish crown with the conquest of Michoacan in 1522. This peculiarity helped the community retain much of its property for the following 2 centuries until the crown privatized its lands in 1770. 3 years later, a well-connected local notable formed the La Tarda Hacienda. The villagers paid careful attention as the new landowner marked the boundaries of his estate, but they could not keep him from claiming territory that belonged to their community and 2 other indigenous villages. The villagers immediately brought a lawsuit, which they won in 1801, but the outbreak of the Wars of Independence 9 years later made the ruling a 201 dead letter. 39 Indeed, La Tarda and other haciendas continued to move onto community lands despite a string of lawsuits that the villagers brought over the next FTY years. By the mid-19th century, La Tarda was renting most of Zurumutaro's land. It is not clear whether the landowner considered these rental lands to be his personal property or not. In any case, he refused to settle his accounts with village headmen directly and insisted on delivering all rental payments to the priests in the nearby town of Pátzcuaro, who promised to use the funds for the villagers' spiritual needs. By the time of the revolution, the old hacienda owner had long since died, and 20 years had passed since the once proud estate had been fractured into a dozen or so ranchos and small haciendas of between 1 and 200 hectares. His 3 children had received parcels of several hundred hectares each, including the land that had once been rented from Zurumutaro. But this new generation of landowners regarded the village lands as their own property free and clear, leaving Zurumutaro with 240 hectares of poor quality land. 40 As was so often the case, however, the turmoil of warfare presented the villagers with new opportunities. In 1916 they invaded half of what remained of La Tarda. Perhaps they were emboldened by the presence of bandit Inés Chávez Garcia and managed to hold onto it for 4 years. Their audacity enraged a local ranchero, who described the Indians of Zurumutaro as thieves and bad people with no vocation or ambition. 41 In 1919 the governor of Michoacan recognized that it would be easier and perhaps wiser to face up to the inevitable and grant the villagers an ejido. Obregón legalized the process in 1921, making Zurumutaro one of the RST communities to benefit from the land reform in Michoacan. The occupation did not go off flawlessly, however, and ended up ripening the hatred that set villagers against rancheros and eld hands. When the land reform grantees went out to survey their lands, they discovered that the hacienda owner had put her eld hands under the command of gunslinger Ladislao Molina, who ambushed the villagers and drove them off their parcel. The agrarista soon returned with federal soldiers, and this time they marched up to the landlord's great house at La Tarda, burned it to the ground, and carried off her chickens. 42 Sometime around 1925, a couple of villagers who worked as eld. 201. 202. Hands on a nearby hacienda opened new wounds when they organized a labor union affiliated with the CROM, the powerful, pro-government labor syndicate. The hacienda administrator refused to renew sharecropping agreements as long as the laborers belonged to the CROM and ordered them to leave the hacienda and turn over any plows and oxen that belonged to the landowner. When the Cristero Rebellion broke out the following year, some of these unionized laborers decided to take their revenge. They joined Talavera's Home Guard, which was principally made up of land reform beneficiaries from Zurumutaro. Together these guardsmen made a sweep of hamlets in the hacienda, confiscating weapons from anyone who lacked the proper permits to carry them. 43 The Cristero Rebellion deepened sewers between Zurumutaro's agraristas and neighboring villagers even further. During the rebellion, the Department of Agrarian Reform took the unusual step of allowing some residents of Zirumutaro to plant crops on an ejido parcel that belonged to the nearby village of Tsinsantzan, a community that was already well known for its hostility to school teachers. In all likelihood, the people of Tsinsantzan had little interest in farming. Most of them worked as potters, as they had ever since colonial times. The community owned a bedraggled stand of timber that villagers used to fuel their kilns, and they wanted to receive more timber lands, not cornfields. Even the local agrarian engineer recognized that villagers are not prepared for agricultural work, both because they lack any knowledge of cultivation and because they lack any farm implements. 44 Still, this did not mean that the villagers welcomed their neighbors from Zirumutaro onto their lands. Tsinsantzan's community leaders noted that they rigorously administered the timber on their ejido, and that the arrival of people from outside the ejido would only impede their efforts to conserve it. 45 Unsurprisingly, many of the indigenous residents of Tsinsantzan joined the Cristero Rebellion alongside resident, non-unionized laborers from nearby haciendas. Together and separately, these people sporadically rose up, often under the orders of Ladislao Molina, to battle agraristas and the government they represented. 46 Zirumutaro's history of resistance to landowners and its residents' hostility toward yet another neighboring community made up of hacienda eldhans who joined the Cristero Rebellion set the stage for a burst. 202. 203. Of popular anti-clericalism during the Cardenas years. Pedro Talavera became the quintessential village revolutionary and a sounding board of popular anti-clericalism, but he was by no means alone in voicing his exasperation with the church. Almost immediately after the Cristero Rebellion ended, community leaders aligned with Talavera began an effort to keep the village chapel closed to the faithful. In 1930, the Temperance Committee of Zirumutaro published a handbill stating that the church should not be reopened in light of the grave difficulties that have arisen in the past and in consideration of all the blood that has been spilt because of the creed known as Catholicism. 47 A month later, the village's confederation-affiliated Agrarista Federation, in which Talavera occupied an important post, seconded the Temperance Committee's request and wrote to the president explaining that ever since the government's 1929 settlement with the church, it has become apparent that clergymen have embarked on an energetic offensive in the vicinity of agrarian communities, especially those in which residents have united to put the religious question behind them. The agraristas asked whether they could use the church as a library, meeting house, or movie theater and assured the president that converting the church into a public space would anger only a minuscule minority of villagers who wanted to see services re-established in the village. 48 The agraristas probably overestimated the depth of popular anti-clericalism, although a school inspector who visited the community in 1932 did report that he had found a completely defanaticized atmosphere there. Serious popular agitation to reopen the church did not occur until 1953, and even in those more ideologically excible times, the village's old guard of agraristas almost succeeded in blocking the initiative. 49 Village agraristas also received intellectual guidance from school teachers. One teacher organized a women's cooperative and convinced its members to buy a corn mill in order to alleviate women's daily drudgery. Though some women doubted the contraption would work, a few tests left even the most demanding ladies satisfied about its usefulness. A few years later another educator prevailed upon the government to bring potable water to the village. Educators also paid special attention to Talavera's educational and ideological development. School inspector Jesus Mujica Martinez, himself an important cog in the Cardenista machine. 203. 204. Ordered school teachers to personally tutor the agrarista leader, and Mujica Martinez struck up a brief and stormy friendship with him as well. "We were great buddies," the educator later recalled, pointedly ignoring his later political differences with Talavera. "We taught him to behave well, to read, to write." 50 Many villagers responded favorably to these overtures and took a real interest in education. In 1932, for instance, One group claimed the right to decide what sort of teacher should reside in the village and complained to a school inspector that one schoolmarm had neglected her duties. The inspector concurred and recommended that the Department of Education should post an eminently revolutionary schoolteacher to the village. 51 Cardenas himself attended the inauguration of a new schoolhouse that the agraristas built the following year. He endowed the little academy with a Holstein cow and some leghorn roosters in a celebration that included a musical and literary recital put on by land reform beneficiaries and night school students. 52 in all, the Cardenas years were very good for the agraristas in Zirumutero, as local agraristas reaped the moral and economic benefits of Talavera's meteoric political career. Members of the Ejidal government attended the Confederation's annual congresses, at which the syndicate's leaders harangued the rank and on the virtues of labor organization and revolutionary activism. School teachers and agraristas staged plays in the church, which had lost its complement of religious statuary somewhere along the line. One play, entitled Land and Liberty, the old Zapatista mantra, won the village some modest regional fame. One spectator recalled that the play's message favored the campesino and took shots at landowners. People came from surrounding pueblos, at least those that had joined in the GHT against the Cristeros, to see the show, and the villagers eventually gave a few performances in a theater in Pátzcuaro. Even Cardenas himself came by from time to visit his people in the village. 53 Pedro Talavera returned home frequently as well, even though he had a number of administrative duties with the Confederation. In 1930, for example, he participated, along with other Cardenistas such as Rafael Vaca Solorio and José Solorzano, in a unionization drive on the Tartan Hacienda. His humble background must have helped him compose speeches. 204. 205. That avoided the class-based paternalism of professional politicians. In Tartan he made a speech about the nature of unions and outlined the sorts of weapons that the enemies of unions use to break them and provoke their members. He summed up by saying that joining the Confederation-affiliated union would safeguard the triumphs that the revolution has brought to workers and campesinos as a class. 54 This sort of ideological fervor won Talavera a good deal of notoriety, and in 1936 the Confederation PNR machine nominated him for a seat in the state legislature, a move that virtually guaranteed him the position. His followers in Zirumutero were delighted. Talavera continued to toe the Cardenista line in the state capital until he ran afoul of a rival politician whose supporters gut-shot him in the street outside of the legislative palace and left him to face a lingering death in the street. This blow did not destroy the agrarista movement in Zirumutero, but it did deprive its community of agrarian revolutionaries of the man who had served as a political patron and ideological inspiration to them for more than a decade. Cardenista education. Cardenas depended on agrarista leaders to usher their people into the Confederation, but he turned to teachers to instruct recruits ranging from chieftains such as Talavera to the workaday farmer in a land reform community. School teachers already had an established tradition of collaborating with prominent agraristas, although they often found themselves beholden to local headmen to prop up student attendance and, occasionally, to ensure their own well-being. With the advent of the Confederation, Cardenas incrementally changed the balance of power within many villages by giving educational leaders such as José Palomares Quiroz, Diego Hernández Tapete, Lamberto Moreno and others leadership positions in the organization. 55 Educational administrators Alberto Correa and Elias Miranda also served terms as Secretary General. Even at a more modest level, village school teachers played a leading role in organizing and guiding local Confederation affiliates, ensuring that, relatively, educated community leaders would help steer the masses onto the course of intellectual and economic emancipation that the Confederation had plotted for them. Most of the younger generation of teachers tended to favor Cardenas's. 205. 206. Political activism, not least because they shared his vision of a carefully controlled, state-directed emancipation of campesinos. Since Cardenas, like others of his generation, understood that school teachers would be the primary agents of this revolutionary labor of redemption, it is perhaps unsurprising that many educators eagerly collaborated with his project. 56 school teachers were a highly self-selected social group by the late 1920s. Many of them chose to enter the profession because they longed to orient the masses and participate in the revolutionary reconstruction of society. Cardenas did not disappoint them. Soon after he took office, he created a training ground for activist teachers at the La Huerta Agricultural School, which itself was located on an ex-hacienda. The school had opened its doors in 1926 with President Calles himself presiding over the inauguration, so the RST class was about to graduate by the time Cardenas arrived in Michoacan. 57 He gave Maria del Refugio Garcia, Mujica's ex-collaborator and a member of the Communist Party, a position on its faculty, and she gave seminars on scientific materialism and other radical doctrines. Because many students at La Huerta were ignorant about matters of the countryside, they also received instruction in the latest agricultural techniques. The aspiring educators also presented anti-clerical plays, composed patriotic hymns, organized cooperatives amongst themselves, and traveled to other townships to speak at civic events such as the inauguration of a new schoolhouse. 58 Armed with an education from La Huerta or a similar institution, teachers set about enacting the desiderata of Calista Cardenista cultural politics. In addition to the well-established ideals of defanaticizing and modernizing the popular consciousness, a host of new goals attracted the revolutionaries' attention in the late 1920s. In 1928, middle-class politicians in Michoacan declared a war on alcoholism among the lower classes. One newspaper declared in typically paternalistic terms that every liter of alcohol is a brawl, a wound, a death, an instance of degeneracy, and a disgrace for all humanity. 59 In 1929, the Morelia City Council restricted the hours and locations in which liquor could be sold. The following year it banned the sale of pulque, a drink of fermented agave water favored by the lower classes, on Sundays. 60 school teachers throughout the state began to inveigh against the vice of drunkenness and to stage anti-alcoholism rallies complete with patriotic orations, confetti. 206. 207. Traditional dances, and music. Teachers invited entire villages to attend, in one case through the use of handures that cajoled rural folk in the typical discourse of revolutionary agrarismo, campesino who craves liberty, the year read. Do not drink wine, for it is made from the teardrops, the blood, and the lives of those you love. 61 To give a bit more continuity to the project, teachers organized anti-alcohol commissions, most of which were official confederation affiliates composed of agrarista women. The founding statement of one such commission stated that it proposed to eliminate the misery, ruination, and loose morals to which alcohol, the enemy, leads. It will create instead habits of health, thrift, and honesty by working directly for the good of the indigenous race. 62 The temperance leagues also assailed the vice of gambling, apparently because many women liked the idea of keeping their husbands sober and away from the card tables where they might lose their money or even their lands. 63 In both of these issues, revolutionary politicians narrowly found something they could offer women. Whereas anti-clericalism and the ideal of campesino militancy alienated womenfolk in many agrarista communities, the message of temperance in drink and gaming appealed to women who had to keep their families in order. And even though the temperance movement doubtless reproduced traditional gender roles, the improvident husband, the nagging wife, it appears to have been a compromise that many women felt prepared to make. In place of alcohol and gambling, teachers and their village allies offered rural people sports. School teachers began to encourage their charges to take up basketball, baseball, and, on rare occasions, soccer. 64 sports clubs, which had made their debut in political rituals such as Independence Day celebrations in the mid-1920s, now participated in nearly every major civic event. Athletics promoted material, intellectual, and moral progress in communities, according to the leaders of one sporting club, who went on to state their belief that to achieve the success of the educational and disciplinary project that is being proposed, The sports center should combat all vice within its members until it is completely eradicated. The athletic club's organizers added almost as an afterthought that they expected the unlimited material and moral support of municipal, state, and federal governments. 65 school teachers occasionally attended meetings of ejido communities too. 207. 208. Exhort the land reform beneficiaries to attend night school. They gave speeches informing rural people about the great advantages that education will impart. Even if rural people murmured approval for these speeches, it did not necessarily translate into actual attendance at school. 66. Aside from agraristas, most country people hesitated to embrace the new, more activist approach to education, even in the 1930s. One school inspector explained that attendance had decreased in one village after the local priest criticized the school's goals, its coeducational approach, its festivals, and its overall social function, calling it anti-religious and Bolshevik. Another official found that parents believed government education will harm their children. Yet another described expressions of out-and-out rebellion against everything the school stands for. 67. Aspiring schoolteacher Salvador Sotelo complained that people regularly passed by the classroom where he taught night school, laughing and whistling derisively at him while they dumped dirt on the balcony and threw rocks on the roof. Within a few months, these fanatics had chased him out of town. 68. Lázaro Cárdenas with students from Morelia Escuela Normal. The photo was taken in September 1929, when the troupe was in Arroyo de Rosales forming unions and building basketball courts. Courtesy Sir Melk. 208. 209. The temperance drive sometimes provoked a backlash, as well. People who hawked alcohol ranged from politicians whose family members had cornered the market in some villages to women who eked out their own sustenance and that of our families by selling pulque in city plazas, and none of them wanted to lose what was in fact a very lucrative business. 69. Moreover, the assault on alcohol threatened the tradition of ritual drinking that accompanied religious celebrations in many parts of the state. A distressed schoolteacher reported in 1929 that nearly everyone in her community had turned against her because they felt that the teachers only wanted to persecute them. The villagers not only continued to drink, she wrote, but they consumed with more intensity. Some residents have come by the school in tears of drunkenness and cruelly insulted us. 70. The various strands of the revolutionary cultural project were occasionally enacted on a much grander scale during Cárdenas's term of office. Civic spectacles staged by the apparatchiks of the Confederation and the Department of Education occasionally invited school teachers and villagers to a variety of so-called cultural festivals that essentially functioned as the revolutionary equivalent of a religious tent revival. As one middle-class revolutionary candid, the cultural festivals had nothing to do with culture, but he guessed that their ideological content sent a valuable message to the lower classes nonetheless. 71. The cultural festivals also offered continuing education for teachers, who could attend seminars on everything from the latest advances in agriculture and personal hygiene to presentations by a labor inspector who is in charge of improving the general conditions for workers and who endeavors to organize them into cooperatives, unions, reading circles, and recreational groups. 72. Confederation administrators usually guessed somewhere in the list of speakers, ensuring that the foot soldiers of Cardenismo would have their time on the stump as well. In part, too, the cultural festivals established sites where all social classes, and especially workers and campesinos, were invited to listen in on the ideological polemics. The common folk could listen to revolutionary speeches by Confederation administrators and government school teachers, hear recitals of regional music and poetry, and march with the other attendees in the closing promenade. 73. Some observers believed the cultural festivals could redirect village political culture, even if only tran. 209. 210. Sciently. Anthropologist George Foster, who spent several months in Tsinsansan in the mid-1940s, reported that a cultural mission consisting of 60 rural school teachers had visited the village in 1931. The event was a remarkable clash of cultures and met with the suspicion of the residents. But during the conference several improvements were made to the town plaza, including the installation of a fountain that immediately malfunctioned, leading several villagers to consider the mission in retrospect a turning point in village life. As a result of the event, villagers' curiosity had been aroused, and they were less fearful of outsiders. 74 clergymen also found that the conferences had the potential to reorder the ideological climate in rural communities. In Jaquilpan, Cardenas' hometown, a priest complained that the conventions that the teachers attend are terrible, as I understand that in them the divinity of our Lord Jesus Christ is denied. And your grace will imagine what they say about bishops and priests. 75 A few years later in Tartan, another priest wrote that 2 months ago an agrarian congress took place here, and ever since then the agrarista campesinos have been vehemently opposed to the church. They have not attacked me personally, but they say so many things that I can reasonably expect a serious confrontation. I cannot avoid any of this, because the leaders of the community here all have evil intentions. 2 days ago I stumbled upon a substantial group of agrarista leaders from a distant village who were here late at night, although they were gone in the morning. Because of all of this, and for other reasons I cannot commit to paper, I fear for my life. 76. Cultural festivals did not meet with success everywhere, of course. In some cases, municipal leaders refused to cooperate with the UD of FTY or 60 school teachers who descended on their towns in need of food and lodging. The organizers of a festival in one village complained that local people regarded the event with apathy, and that the mayor did nothing to improve their reception. On the contrary, he mocked the teachers and frequently uttered burlesque and taunting words, poking fun at and demeaning the teachers who participated. As a result, the festival's results were middling with regard to teachers' education and almost null as 210. 211. Regards the material and, especially, the spiritual improvement of the township was concerned. 77. Even Michoacan's most thoroughly premeditated and most highly researched educational project, although not one strictly speaking associated with Cardenismo, met with failure. In 1932, educator and sociologist Moises Sainz and a dozen specialists from the Department of Public Education established a permanent cultural mission in the town of Carapan, just outside La Canada. 78. Sainz remained at the mission for 7 months, and his colleagues stayed for a full year. They studied the indigenous people of the area in order to attain the rapid integration of Indians into the national ensemble, within a framework of respect for Indians' spiritual and cultural values. 79. But, like so many post-revolutionary projects, the Carapan experiment in cultural incorporation suffered us from the start. The government had provided the educational mission with the church buildings of Carapan, which provoked almost immediate resistance and a minor confrontation with an unruly group of women 3 weeks after the researchers arrived. 80. It was to be the RST of many confrontations as indigenous people resisted Sainz's efforts, with women and village elders leading the way. The agraristas of the region were the only ones who cooperated willingly, but the Prado family's involvement created a host of new tensions by associating the research station with agrarian radicalism. Although Sainz had consciously tried to steer clear of the labyrinth of village politics, his dependence on the Prado clan was a central reason that his mission failed to produce a formula to Mexicanize indigenous people, or as Sainz put it, to make the Indian one of us. 81. Whatever the failures of Cardenista educators, however, their language and practices conveyed an unambiguous image of campesino identity. Educational rallies literally enacted the idea of mass politics, and educational discourse was suffused with the idea that rural people as a group constituted a potentially revolutionary class of campesinos that the revolution should organize and empower as citizens. Or, as one administrator put it, the noble goal of the post-revolutionary state was to organize the proletarian campesino. 82. Teachers and agrarian leaders had already appointed themselves as the vanguard of campesino organization, and Cardenas's Labor Confederation provided the means. 211. 212. The institutionalization of agrarismo, the CRMDT, was initially conceived of as an exclusively social organization that would carry on class struggle on behalf of indigenous and agrarian communities, labor organizations, and in general all groups of workers in the state. 83 The Confederation's leadership took the distinction between the political and civil spheres seriously enough that it formally dropped its designation as a social organization in 1931, declaring that its members should take an active part, in collective form, in politics. 84 Both Cardenas and Mujica disapproved of the move because they wanted to maintain the largely tional distinction between the social realm in which they hoped the Confederation would function and the political sphere of electioneering. Mujica in particular objected to the Confederation leaders' decision to carry out the social struggle through the use of politics. 85 In fact, the Confederation had always had all the attributes of a pro-Cardenas political party. Its leadership included some of Cardenas's closest associates, and pro-Cardenas agrarista leaders received important posts in the Confederation's Central Committee. Agrarista caciques, including Escobedo Prado and Juan Gutierrez, held positions on the directorate at one point or another, and the organization was able to place agraristas such as peasant leader Pedro Talavera, muleteer, and moonshine salesman Rafael Vaca Solorio, and others into elected offices in the state and national legislatures. But if the Confederation functioned as a party, it was one intimately associated with campesino politics. The class origins and ethnicity of men like Talavera and Prado contrasted markedly with Michoacan's political class in prior epochs, when nearly all legislators and government officials were upper-class liberal professionals of mostly European descent. For the RST time in the state's history, country people, the rural petty bourgeoisie, mestizos, and indigenous people gained entrance to the corridors of power. The government looked more like the countryside. Just imagine, one agrarista recalled years later, there were campesinos in the Congress. 86 Much of the Confederation's official rhetoric was pitched in terms of organizing its members and carrying out the revolutionary project of emancipating the people coded as campesinos. Its official discourse reproduced agrarista tenets such as the centrality of land to subsistence farmers. 212. 213. The need for arms to carry out a campesino struggle in the face of a determined opposition, and the inclusive nature of the revolutionary nation. In adopting the rhetoric of agrarian militancy, Cardenas's Confederation elevated it to the level of official policy and signaled that campesinos had a place within the post-revolutionary state. In essence, the Confederation established itself as the institutional distillation of agrarismo. It is not surprising, then, that many of the Confederation's stated principles derived from well-worn agrarian attitudes. The goal that the Confederation set forth in its foundational Declaration of Principles reproduced the agrarista maxim that the land and its fruits belong to whomever works it directly, and pledged that it would work tirelessly to resolve the agrarian question by giving all campesinos the land to which they have a right. 87 The Confederation also set itself the goal of transforming the extant capitalist system and placing the means of production into workers' control, as well as reaffirming the importance of secular education for the advancement of the popular classes. The statutes amounted to a declaration of state-led agrarismo and reinforced the centrality of campesino politics within the Cardenista project. The Confederation's architects embraced other components of Michoacan's tradition of agrarian activism as well. Ever since the revolution, and especially during the 1920s, agrarista leaders had insisted that they needed arms to defend their lands from the depredations of landowners. The Confederation enshrined this idea in its manifesto too, and officially recognized that the only way for campesinos to protect their lives and their material interests is if they are given adequate armament. As a result, it pledged to ensure that all communities with an ejido grant would obtain weapons. 88 The statutes remained markedly silent on the question of precisely against whom these arms should be used, but they did mention the need to remove corrupt bureaucrats in the ejidal government so that all members of land reform communities can equitably benefit from the lands for which so much blood was shed. Elsewhere, the Confederation reiterated that the eternal enemies of the people, el pueblo, are the priest, the hacienda owner, and the cacique, and warned members to remain on their guard against reactionary members of the Federal Army as well. 89 In a stroke, the Confederation had listed nearly every class enemy that agroristas and their political allies had identified over the preceding decade. 213. 214. Apart from the words appearing on the parched leaves of statute books, as well as in the syndicate's official newspaper, read by almost no one, the Confederation's militants revealed their affinity for militancy during the assemblies that they held throughout Michoacan during Cardenas's governorship. Each year, 2 delegates from every affiliated agrarian community and local union came together for a major congress. Like the Confederation's founding statutes, the proceedings at these events were split between state-building bombast concerning the need to transform the masses and symbolic events drawing more directly on agrarista traditions. Those attending the annual Congress in Zamora in 1930, for example, in addition to hearing selections from Verdi's Il Trovatore and a poem entitled Indio by the modernist poet José Muñoz Cota, were expected to watch a morality play by the revolutionary women's group of Morelia. Time was set aside for a tremendous demonstration that agrarista leaders themselves had organized. 90 It was perhaps the spectacle of agrarista leaders speaking at Confederation events that most clearly reeked of the integration of campesinos into the post-revolutionary nation. After all, they were still the same village leaders and veteran agraristadores who commanded their followers to trade shots with hacienda guardsmen and cristeros, who led marches in the streets, and who determined who would benefit most from ejido lands and municipal offices. Now these men occupied the same dais as Governor Cardenas. They spoke, or merely marched, not just on behalf of the Confederation, but as an integral part of it. 91 Agrarista leaders had shared the podium with powerful politicians from time to time before the advent of Cardenismo, but in Michoacan, presidents and governors had always kept them at arm's length to avoid the political costs of allying too closely with the unruly and potentially dangerous campesinos. But with Cardenas, village revolutionaries entered into the inner circle of power, whether as the organizers of official spectacle at the Confederation's congresses, as members of its governing board like Prado and others, or as agrarista leaders turned politicians like Talavera. For those who could not trek to Pátzcuaro, Morelia, or Zamora to attend the annual conventions, or who did not want to take part in the Confederation's brand of mass populism, more modest spectacles were staged to emphasize the pro-campesino posture of the new order. Orators such 214. 215. As Vaca Solorio, the schoolteacher Sotelo, and the sometime politician Victoriano Anguiano Equiwa were frequently pressed into service to speak in favor of the governor and his organization. Anguiano recalled that in 1932 the Confederation organized rallies throughout the state on Cardenas's behalf in which I greeted the campesinos in the governor's name and passed along his recommendations, ideas, and his summons that they organized to defend their rights. I tried to portray General Lázaro Cardenas's collectivist undertaking in its clearest light. 92 Unlike most spokesmen for the regime, however, Anguiano's command of the pure Pasha language allowed him to address his indigenous audiences in their mother tongue. These local congresses resembled nothing so much as a traveling road show, but they did not always turn out as planned. One year, Cardenas and his followers held an event in the resolutely Catholic town of Zacapu. One of the women in his entourage decided to take anti-clericalism into her own hands. Without telling Cardenas, Catalina Duarte, better known as La Pelona for having bobbed her hair, broke into the parish. Lázaro Cardenas addressing the Confederation, circa 1932. Courtesy Sir Melk. 215. 216. Church and wrecked the interior, saying that she wanted to nish with all this for once and for all. When the townspeople found out what had happened, they demanded that Cardenas turn La Pelona over to them. The Cardenistas quickly broke camp and beat a hasty retreat to the relative safety of Tirindaro. 93 On another occasion pro-Confederation agraristas from Carapan and from the Naranja area decided to make a display that would impress the Indians in the emphatically traditional village of Charan. the Confederates chose to hold their assembly during the Easter holidays as a way to underscore their own, somewhat ambivalent, claim to religious tradition. They arrived with oxen carrying stone corn grinders, cooking pans, and earthenware pots while chanting slogans and singing ballads in pure Pasha, accompanied by brass bands from Tirindaro and Naranja. The agroristas took over the plaza and erected a stage set about with red and black ags of the Confederation, some bearing the sickle and scythe. There was an incendiary speech. The agroristas sent for the village leader, who was also the president of the local PNR affiliate, and demanded that he swear his allegiance to the cause. The village elder refused to bow to the agroristas' wishes, even when they held a pistol to his chest. Many of the villagers still had the guns they had used during the revolution when they fought under the banner of Zapatismo, and they soon dusted them off for a confrontation with the agroristas. After a brief break that left several people wounded on each side, the remaining Cardenistas crept out of town the following morning, looking, as one witness recalled, like bewildered rats. 94 The Confederation could be dogmatic even to the point of violence, but there can be little doubt that its discourse and practice were rooted in village traditions of agrarian struggle in an updated and bureaucratized form. Its official rhetoric celebrated Michoacan's agrarista traditions even as its unionization drives and public rituals invited campesinos to join together in a thoroughly hierarchical organization that promised to identify and promote their interests. As historian Marjorie Becker has shown, many rural people resisted or only conditionally accommodated the Cardenistas' proposition of secular redemption, which required that they attenuate their links with the church and learn instead to dance arm in arm with the new order. 95 For people who already deemed themselves as 216. 217. Agraristas, the institutionalization of their movement had a rather different meaning, however. It represented the realization of ideals that they had fought over and the culmination of a decade-long struggle for political legitimacy. In this sense, it was a political validation of their emerging cultural identity as campesinos. Cardenismo in check in 1932, Cardenas's term in office expired, and he left his state and his confederation behind in order to take some important bureaucratic and military positions. His meteoric political rehabilitation a year later and nomination as the PNR's candidate to become the next president of the republic nonetheless took both Michoacan's agraristas and its political class by surprise. 96 When Cardenas's term as governor expired, the Confederation's leadership had hoped that he would arrange for Escobedo Soto Reyes to succeed him. After all, an insider like Soto Reyes could keep the Confederation strong and of course safeguard its most prominent members' political sinecures. But President Calles decided to appoint Benigno Cerrato, a little-known military man with little real constituency in Michoacan. Problems between Cerrato and the Cardenistas emerged almost immediately. Despite Cardenas's entreaties to his followers to exercise prudence, composure, etc., the Confederation's leadership soon complained that mobilized campesinos and workers had come under pressure from organized reactionaries concealed within official spheres of the present government. 97 Cerrato responded to these charges by asking the president to ignore the politically motivated prattle of pseudo-leaders and agitators affiliated with communists, who only wanted to sow the seeds of confusion disorientation among the working classes and alienate them from the authorities. 98 Indeed, Cerrato had moved to co-opt as many Cardenas supporters as he could and to declaw those he could not. He removed opposition politicians from the state legislature and swept aside any municipal government he mistrusted, a common practice for incoming governors. He also ordered most agrarista militias to disarm and allowed hacienda owners to crack down on unionized eld hands. 99 Finally, in March 1933, Cerrato's partisans called a special meeting of the Confederation to remove its exist. 217. 218. Ing leadership, and many Crom-affiliated unionists, most of whom had never liked the Cardenista organization anyway, as well as a good number of land reform beneficiaries chose to attend. The delegates accused the Cardenistas of the ignominious enterprise of placing the campesinos and workers of the state in opposition to the government and charged that the current leadership had alienated each and every revolutionary group in Michoacan. 100 They ceremoniously impeached the existing board of directors and installed a new slate loyal to Cerrato. The new Seratista Confederation, which the Cardenistas snidely dubbed Confederation of the Christ Child, continued to use the name Revolutionary Labor Confederation of Michoacan, but it jettisoned the sickle and scythe emblem and communist-inspired motto. 101 It appears that the rural people who joined the Cerrato-affiliated confederation approved of the land reform but would have no truck with the more radical components of agrarista political culture associated with class struggle and anti-clericalism. The expansion of the land reform and the consolidation of the revolutionary elite's control of the state probably convinced many rural people that the revolutionaries were in power to stay. By 1930, the government had brought the Cristero Rebellion to an end, begun to domesticate the army, and centralized power through the use of institutions such as the PNR and Michoacan's own confederation. Thus many country people accommodated to the new order, though they did not necessarily embrace it. 102 If Cerrato would offer them bonnets through his schismatic confederation or otherwise, they would accept his political largesse. One agrarista woman explained the schism this way. It must be admitted that not all members of the agrarian community embrace the social struggle. Some people have been attracted by the repugnant Seratista confederation, with the result in this case that some workers' associations have split apart. 103 The most committed Cardenistas did not simply stand back and watch as their adversaries dismembered the Confederation, however. They boycotted the Pro-Cerrato Congress and held their own so-called genuine meeting on the same day. The Cardenistas denied the legitimacy of the rival organization and censured its nefarious leadership, who hoped, they said, to sow confusion among workers. 104 More than 3,000 people were said to have attended the Cardenistas Congress. Politi. 218. 219. Kian, labor activist and board member Jesus Rico rose RST to address the audience. He reminded his listeners of the strictly revolutionary line that the Confederation had always taken in accord with the aspirations of the masses. He told his listeners that the organization of campesinos, anti-clericalism, and the mobilization of women all formed part of a grand project to empower the working people of Michoacan. He vowed that he would not give up the social struggle until those who have nothing may reclaim that which is theirs from those who own everything. Agrarista leader Ezequiel Cruz of Naranja also rose to speak on behalf of Cardenismo, although his words reeked the concerns of a veteran agrarista rather than a political crusader like Rico. Cruz simply told the crowd that agraristas were enduring many reprisals from municipal authorities who treated them as if they were criminals. 105 The federal government refused to get involved in the showdown between rival confederations and thus left the ELD open to Cerrato and his followers. The new governor's political house cleaning reached far beyond parliamentary politics in the state capital, extending right down to the level of village power holders. In one community, the Cardenista Ejido administrators lost out to a rival clique of people aligned with new pro-Cerrato politicians. The Seratista peasants hoped to expand the number of beneficiaries who could farm Ejido lands from 95 to 336 because, they said, they no longer had enough land to sustain their families. 106 Elsewhere, the new municipal authorities of Zamora informed Cardenista headman Juan Gutierrez that he and his retainers had been rejected by the workers and gave him 12 hours to leave town. 107 Not all Seratista politicians were quite so diplomatic. In Uricuero, the new cadre of municipal politicians allegedly ordered the police to raid a brothel that some agrarista leaders patronized. 8 Cardenistas died in the resulting shootout. 108 Cerrato, with President Abelardo Rodriguez's blessing, also ordered Michoacan's military commander to disarm agrarista home guards, a process that, according to the Cardenistas, cost the lives of 4 agraristas. 109 These political maneuverings among politicians at the regional level opened local sewers among Michoacan's rural folk that partially followed the older agrarista versus anti-agrarista divisions. It was not uncommon for the fault line to run along village controversies over the politics of religion. One set of Cardenistas characterized land reform beneficiaries who 219. 220. Joined the rival confederation as being a group of fanatical, hypocritical Catholics. 110 other agrarista leaders described Cerrato supporters in the countryside as armed White Guard paramilitary units working for hacienda owners. 111 such cleavages between agraristas and alleged partisans of counter-revolution had long formed part of Michoacan's political landscape, yet many village Cardenistas also began to describe a split within the agrarista community itself that had no precedent in village politics. In part, political expediency probably motivated some agraristas to throw in behind the Cerrato government. His confederation, after all, might represent a new route to lands and power. But something besides patronage politics was behind the internecine rift. Most of the tough old agraristas who had numbered among the Confederation's earliest and most strident supporters the peasant leaders of villages such as Zirumutero, Naranja, La Canada, and dozens of others refused to abandon Cardenismo, despite their patron's seeming inability to come to their aid in 1933. These agrarista headmen and, it appears, a good number of their followers, interpreted the attack on Cardenismo as a strike against their emerging cultural identity as Campesinos, which for them had come to require their allegiance to the political project of Cardenismo. Although Cardenista politicians contributed most heavily to the avalanche of complaints that federal authorities got about Cerrato's behavior, agrarista leaders also protested that the new governor had betrayed the principles of revolutionary agrarismo. For example, one group of women belonging to the Anti-Lies and Errors Temperance Union of Buena Vista Hacienda complained of a Cerratista congressman who allied himself with hacienda owners in that region, east of Morelia. Everyone in the community worked as eld hands and lived in houses that the hacienda owned. The women claimed that the landowners had organized a band of armed men who now intended to kill their husbands and sons for having supported the Cardenista unions. And even though landowners were threatening to make the eld hands abandon their houses, the women did not feel they could turn to their congressman because he was a well-known representative of the hacienda owners of this whole district who had actually helped to carry out a sweeping campaign against all campesinos by removing authorities who believe in our revolutionary institutions. 112 Another women's sin. 220. 221. Decade from Naranja made an even more explicit link between their cultural identity and the politics of Cardenismo. They complained that one faction in their community wanted to supersede their temperance league, which belonged to the genuine, pro-Cardenas Confederation, and replace it with a new one loyal to Cerrato. The women said that these machinations were self-evidently farcical and that it is well known to us that Cristeros, hacienda guardsmen, and hacienda owners such as their rivals would never join true anti-clerical leagues. After all, they reasoned, such reactionaries hate us campesinos for having joined the anti-clerical leagues in the RST place. 113 Agrarista men employed similar discourses of village-level Cardenismo. One group of agraristas from Tirindaro complained that Cristeros had entered into secret negotiations with the local army commander several months earlier to aid the army in liquidating them. The agraristas said that Catholic rebels had taken to the hills but showed themselves in town to announce that they had received orders from Cerrato to kill the Cardenista agraristas of this village and that soon they would assassinate us. When the Neo-Cristero insurgency later petered out, the rebels descended from the hills one by one, only to be conscripted by other Cerratista villagers to join the new village home guard. The pro-Cardenas agraristas complained that their rivals now act as livery men for the village headman. Worse yet, according to the agraristas, the mayor of neighboring Zacapu had accompanied the parish priest on a tour of Tirindaro and offered to reconvert the parish residence back from its current function as a public school. The agraristas wrote that they were adamant in their rejection of organized religion and that we convinced the mayor that he was out of his mind to allow the buzzard that is, the priest to come to this place. And that we are tired of priests' underhanded efforts. We remember only too well the days when we began to solicit ejido lands from the revolutionary government that a priest by the name of José Reyes Orozco, who used to live here, sold out in body and soul to the silver of the Cantabria hacienda. He formed an army of fanatics called the Apostles of Prayer, or of the Medallion, and they had many rise. 114. 221. 222. Counterpoising land reform and revolution against counter-revolutionary actors such as priests, hacienda owners, and peasant fanatics was of course typical stock-in-trade of agrarista discourse, but in the context of 1933 these struggles also became embedded in the wider political struggle between Seretistas and Cardenistas. The number of agraristas who rejected the politics of Seretismo revealed the extent of the interpenetration between village agrarismo movements and the politics of Cardenismo. Cardenas appeared to have lost most of his political inions in early 1933, leaving his confederation as well as the agrarian radicals who supported it politically isolated. But then Cardenas won the PNR's nomination for president in December 1933, and Cerrato died in an airplane crash later that year. Suddenly, the way was open for Cardenas to capitalize on mobilized agrarista self-identification as campesinos and bind the rural people of his home state more closely than ever to his political design for the nation. 222. 223. 7. Conclusion: the politics of campesino identity in 20th century Mexico. In 1991, President Carlos Salinas de Gortari came before the Congress to make the dramatic announcement that the time had come to terminate Mexico's land reform program. The president said that he had concluded that the redistribution of property was out of step with the needs of late 20th century Mexican society. Salinas told the Congress that he shared Emiliano Zapata's desire to improve the lives of all campesinos, and he acknowledged that agrarian reform had brought justice to the countryside in its time. Nevertheless, he insisted that the continued redistribution of land no longer promised prosperity for the nation or justice for campesinos. The land reform had become unproductive and impoverishing, the president said, and to continue it any longer would betray the memory of our revolutionary forefathers. Within a few months of his address, Salinas introduced legislation to thoroughly liberalize the countryside by repealing the promise of land contained in Article 27 of the Constitution, barring the creation of new agrarian communities, ejidos, and establishing a process to privatize ejidal land. By the time Salinas made his announcement, 7 decades of agrarian reform had reconfigured the structure of land holding in Mexico. Haciendas no longer dominated the countryside, although large-scale agribusinesses had become major players in some parts of the nation. Land reform beneficiaries enjoyed at least nominal control of 42% of the national territory, including 3/4 of all the farmland and 2/3 of timberland. Yet agrarian reform had clearly fallen short of its revolutionary promise of providing rural people with an adequate livelihood. The producibility of most crops had steadily declined in the second half of the 20th century, and economic restructuring in the 1980s. 223. 224. Had eliminated most sources of the agricultural credit on which small-scale farmers depended to buy seed and other necessities. Just as clearly, the political structures associated with land reform had failed in their revolutionary mission of empowering campesinos. Many land reform communities were in disarray, as bureaucratic red tape, political bossism, caciquismo, and other irregularities weighed on the lives of people who lived and worked in land reform communities. Something had to be done, and Salinas seemed to believe that he needed to take drastic measures to reform the countryside without consulting the people whom his decrees would affect most directly. Like many presidents before him, Salinas acted as if he understood the needs of campesinos more clearly than they did themselves. Cardenas had done something similar by promoting the revolutionary transformation of rural society in the 1920s and 1930s. Yet there was a critical difference between the two presidential projects. Cardenas had believed that he was responding to the demands of campesinos, insofar as he understood them, and empowering rural people, whereas Salinas clearly recognized that his action would meet with the suspicion and resentment of rural folk. Indeed, Many campesinos resisted Salinas' prescription of applying market-oriented solutions to the problem of rural underdevelopment. Several groups of rural people who deemed themselves as campesinos or indigenous people or rural proletarians or some combination of the three responded to Salinas' announcement by dusting off their old revolutionary rallying cries and mobilizing to defend their lands, their wages, and their rights as citizens. Significant campesino movements appeared in the 1990s in the states of Durango, Morelos, Guerrero, Oaxaca, Michoacan, and elsewhere, but nowhere did they appear more spectacularly than in the southern state of Chiapas, where indigenous people rebelled against the government in 1994, demanding greater autonomy and an improved standard of living. These popular movements did not spring directly from the agrarian radicalism that overtook Michoacan more than 50 years before, of course. Each one had its own logic and objectives. Nevertheless, they employed many of the practices, ideologies, and discourses that had been forged during the post-revolutionary agrarista movement, especially those built around the ideals of citizenship and class. They insisted that the revolution had been fought to guarantee campesinos a set of special rights. 224. 225. Coded, among other places, in Article 27, and that poor rural people who worked the land shared a history of oppression that could only be overcome through collective action. The campesino mobilizations of the 1990s revealed that post-revolutionary ideals in updated and moded forms still retained something of their old potency even at the end of the 20th century. Yet much had changed. On the one hand, governors, presidents, municipal authorities, and even local bosses and some school teachers were no longer the champions of popular mobilization that populist leaders and village revolutionaries had believed themselves to be in the post-revolutionary decades. Most of them had banded together in support of the official ruling party and no longer needed to win the respect of their followers. On the other hand, rural folk had appropriated campesino identity and invoked it in their public proclamations and the names they gave their popular organizations as a sign of their political and cultural solidarity. Constituting themselves as a people with shared interests and a common heritage of oppression gave rural people a compelling way to defend their communities, their lands, and their political rights as a collectivity. The unification of rural people as a politically and culturally meaningful category of campesinos was in this sense one of the most enduring legacies of agrarismo and indeed of the revolution itself. Although the agrarista movement never appealed to the majority of rural folk and ended up becoming institutionalized within the framework of Cardenismo, its development and subsequent dissolution promoted the expansion of campesino politics in two critical ways. In terms of post-revolutionary state formation, Cardenis's mass organizations gave organized peasants and rural workers a political voice and promised them a privileged position within the post-revolutionary nation, albeit within political structures that they could not control. The institutionalization of agrarismo therefore paved the way for what could be called the regimented empowerment of campesinos within Mexico's long-lived political system. At the same time, agrarismo produced a distinctly post-revolutionary rhetoric and practice of peasant militancy that has facilitated rural people's efforts to defend their lands and the integrity of their communities over the long term. Whereas the confrontational style of agrarista leaders alienated most rural people, the more inclusive character of campesino. 225. 226. Identity did not. As the rural backlash to President Salinas's proposals demonstrated, the ideal of campesino solidarity provided rural people with an enduring and powerful concept through which they could defend their interests from threats posed by outsiders, the globalized economy, and the Mexican state itself. Regimented empowerment as governor, Cardenas had plainly intended his labor confederation, the CRMDT, to organize and empower campesinos in Michoacan. The political activists in the Confederation had made agrarian leaders a powerful force in regional politics, formed scores of labor unions on haciendas, and stepped up pressure to redistribute lands to rural communities. The Confederation's activities had to be handled particularly carefully, however. By the late 1920s, Calles, who had styled himself as the maximum chief of post-revolutionary Mexico, wanted to limit the unions of organized labor and bring the agrarian reform to an end. Cardenas therefore elected to stoke up the demand for land reform without actually increasing the pace of land redistribution. He directed Confederation militants to travel to villages and encourage campesinos to solicit the lands that had been taken from them. Soon he had built up a backlog of 388 petitions for ejidos. Then he cut the federal bureaucracy out of the loop by asserting local control over the adjudication of these petitions, using the ironclad explanation that it was in the interest of the revolutionary government and the campesino classes to do so. Yet perhaps the Confederation's greatest success lay in its ability to bring campesinos into the political process. After all, the Confederation constituted a forum for mobilized rural folk to participate in the political life of Michoacan, especially during partisan rituals such as the annual congresses that Cardenas personally attended. Sometimes their petitions prompted action, and sometimes they did not, but the simple fact that campesinos exercised their voice in the public sphere was evidence of their symbolic inclusion in the political nation. Cardenas regarded the Confederation as the ideal instrument of campesino empowerment and gushed with enthusiasm at his organization's ability to mobilize the rural masses. In a letter to Francisco Mujica, his old 227 friend and mentor, Cardenas boasted that the Confederation had found a way to improve rural people's wages and provide the land they need. He even toyed with the idea of remaining in Michoacan after his term as governor had ended in order to take control of the Confederation's day-to-day operations, because he regarded himself as the natural leader of the campesino and working classes and as the only person who could overcome the personal interests that riddled its leadership. He believed that he could ensure that the workers received the guidance that they needed if he remained in his home state. Until Mujica convinced him it was time to move on, Cardenas seemed determined to make his organization succeed even if it cost him his political career. Like the national organizations that Cardenas organized in the following years as the President of Mexico, the Confederation functioned as a sort of inclusive hierarchy that answered directly to him. He scrutinized its policies and the composition of its directorate with the practiced eye of a military commander. He treated agrarista headmen as trusted lieutenants while they extended the organization's network of authority in the countryside. Clientelism and the politics of caciquismo were nothing new in rural Mexico, but the advent of powerful and hierarchical popular organizations such as the Confederation changed the locus of cacique's power, shifting it away from the community and vesting it within political institutions. Soon, local leaders discovered that they could do without the respect of their followers as long as they kept their superiors satisfied. And this displacement of political power grew even more pronounced once it became possible to use the Confederation and its successor organizations as political patronage networks. In this regard, the Confederation's system of regimented empowerment was a portent of things to come. As president, Cardenas organized two national popular class organizations on essentially the same lines. The Mexican Federation of Labor, the CTM, and the National Federation of Campesinos, CNC, ostensibly functioned to organize workers and campesinos into powerful mass organizations in order to advance their collective interests from within the Mexican state. Cardenas also approached the official party of the revolution, the PNR, in much the same terms. In a 1934 letter to Calles, Cardenas explained that he had ordered the director of the PNR to take personal charge of determining which local parties 227, 228 should receive the PNR's official recognition in order to ensure that only the strongest political groups would be allowed to join and that the local parties that were rejected would be disciplined to the party cadres that enjoy the support of the largest organized following. Cardenas eventually hit upon an innovative formula to integrate the popular organizations with the official party. In 1938, 3 years after he had freed himself of Calles's unions and exiled the Chief Maximo to the United States, Cardenas placed the popular organizations, the CNC and CTM, along with two other mass organizations, within the structure of the PNR itself. He renamed the party of the Mexican Revolution, PRM, and a few years later it became known as the Institutional Revolutionary Party, or PRI. Historians disagree about whether Cardenas intended to give the popular classes a voice within the post-revolutionary state or simply hoped to subject them to party leaders. It seems most likely, however, that he made no such distinction. His model of regimented empowerment both disciplined and empowered rural folk by constituting them as an undifferentiated mass of campesinos with a purportedly common set of political interests. In much the same way, he hoped that all industrial workers would allow the CTM to speak on their behalf. It was a viable strategy to the extent that rural people recognized the existence of such collective interests, and to the extent that political leaders actually intended to advance them. In the long run, however, the Cardenas strategy of regimented empowerment proved untenable. The institutions that he intended to secure the popular class's political discipline outlived their leaders' commitment to revolutionary principles. In the absence of democratic political structures, the empowerment of the popular classes could proceed only if national authorities and ultimately the president himself remained committed to doing so. As long as political leaders sought to advance the interests of campesinos, there was a happy coincidence of political projects emanating from above with at least some of those emanating from below, especially once popular organizations such as the CNC and the CTM matured into powerful organizations. Yet in the decades after Cardenas left office, pivotal political leaders pursued development strategies that caused them to withdraw material and political benefits from the popular classes. The directors of the Cardenista mass organizations even 228. 229. Twilly joined with Mexico's increasingly conservative leaders and agreed to use the CNC, the CTM, and similar organizations to regulate and circumscribe their members' activities. It became apparent almost immediately that the same organizations that Cardenas had established in order to empower the popular classes proved capable of disempowering them as well. The decline of agrarismo, the concepts of class consciousness and revolutionary citizenship that structured campesino identity in its contemporary guise began to take form during the great military eruption of the 1910s, but, as we have seen, they did not achieve their clearest expression until the post-revolutionary agrarista movement took them up. The revolution had swept away the regime of Porfirio Diaz and led to the political activation of rural people in some regions such as the far northern states and Zapata's homeland of Morelos. But it did not spark a generalized peasant uprising, nor did it break the landed oligarchy's political and economic grip in the greater part of the countryside. Even the ratification of the Revolutionary Constitution of 1917 did not immediately challenge the existing social order, primarily because President Venustiano Carranza refused to implement its more far-reaching provisions, including land reform. Only in the 1920s and 1930s did the agrarian populism of presidents and a handful of radical governors combine with the activation of rural folk in populous states such as Michoacan, Veracruz, Querétaro, and Yucatan to create agrarista movements capable of moving campesinos squarely into the political life of the nation. Yet agrarismo began to lose its revolutionary edge in the 1940s as rural leaders and national politicians sought to consolidate their authority and curb popular militancy. There were several reasons for this retrenchment. In the countryside, many of the factors that initially sparked the agrarista movement had lost their urgency. The Cardenas-era land reform had decimated the hacienda system and had begun to replace it with a regime of campesino agriculture. Between 1934 and 1940 alone, more than 10,000 communities received land reform parcels. To be sure, many intractable problems continued to plague the countryside. Most rural PEO 229. 230. PLE still lived in poverty, and land reform had yet to touch some of the poorest regions of the nation such as Chiapas. Even where the government had carried out large-scale agrarian reform, it often redistributed lands in a haphazard way and established ill-conceived collective farmagidos that rarely functioned as their planners had intended. Yet despite its many awes, the land reform program offered one form of response to the demands of campesinos. National organizations such as the CNC and local agrarian federations did give campesinos a limited voice in national politics. Moreover, the radical intent and sheer scale of land redistribution signaled the triumph of campesinos over the landed oligarchy. Yet to the extent that these achievements addressed the major sources of agrarian discontent, they also served to hasten the end of post-revolutionary agrarismo. By the time Cardenas's term in office expired in 1940, political and economic power seemed at hand for mobilized country people. The major controversies that had divided rural people into opposing camps, villagers against eldhands or agraristas against cristeros, had also started to dissipate as laws were changed to let hacienda dependents request ejidos of their own, and as the rhetoric of campesino politics began to encompass all rural folk. In short, the agrarista movement had lost some of its relevance, and the confrontational politics of rural militancy seemed like a relic of the past. The climate had changed in Mexico City as well. Political leaders of the 1940s began to push for political stability, national unity, and increased economic growth rather than the divisive politics of class struggle and popular mobilization. Cardenas had bowed to conservative cadres in the PRM by handing the presidential nomination to Manuel Ávila Camacho, a career military officer and scion of a landowning family from the state of Puebla. The new president slowed the pace of agrarian reform, continuing a trend that Cardenas himself had initiated during his 9 years in office. When Mexico declared war against Nazi Germany and the other Axis powers 2 years later, Ávila Camacho called for an end to domestic social strife as long as the nation faced a threat from abroad. The new president's emphasis on social peace reproduced, perhaps unconsciously, many of the Catholic nationalist ideals of the 1920s. Like the Catholics, his discourse suggested the fundamental unity and justness of existing social structures while admonishing campesinos and urban work. 230. 231. ERS to subjugate their own economic demands to the broader needs of the nation. In a message directed to all Mexican workers and campesinos in 1942, for example, the president asserted that wartime conditions required labor harmony and social equilibrium. 11 later that year, he presided over an important ceremony laden with political meaning in which he conferred land reform beneficiaries with new ejido parcels while simultaneously giving small landholders certificates that exempted their lands from any future redistributions. Ávila Camacho again called for social peace in the countryside and explained that land reform beneficiaries and landowners should consider themselves united in the making of a strong homeland. The president exhorted his audience to mutually help each other and lay aside sterile distinctions in order to forge a Mexico without social divisions. 12. Ávila Camacho's administration marked the beginning of the Mexican government's slow and sometimes uneven withdrawal from its official stance in favor of campesino-peasant mobilization and land reform. He and his successors did continue to redistribute lands, although most of them did so at a fraction of the pace that Cardenas had set during his administration. At the same time, Ávila Camacho withdrew state support for the politics, and moderated the rhetoric, of agrarian militancy as he tried to put an end to what he regarded as the divisiveness of peasant class struggle. The slow but unmistakable abandonment of the principle of campesino empowerment culminated with the Salinas reforms of 1991 and the nearly complete withdrawal of government support from the ejido sector in the following years. Yet even as national politics took a conservative swing and the agrarista movement lost its momentum in the 1940s, rural folk continued to embrace campesino identity. Indeed, Ávila Camacho's disdain for class conflict, along with his overt tolerance of the Catholic Church, probably made the ideal of campesino solidarity appear less alien to many rural people, thereby broadening the appeal of campesino politics. 13. The discourses surrounding campesino identity lost much of their radical inaction during the 1940s, but they nevertheless continued to uphold the notion that people who till the land constitute a unique social and economic group with certain fundamental rights to the land they work, as well as to just compensation for their labor. 231. 232. The making of Campesino identity. It is impossible to extract the meaning of Campesino identity from the specific relations of land holding and production, the particular local political cultures, and the individual village political histories in which it emerged. Campesino identity arose through the interplay of popular militancy in the countryside and post-revolutionary ideologies elaborated by radical populists such as Mujica and Cardenas. To some extent, in other words, the post-revolutionary campesino is the product of official conceptions of class consciousness and revolutionary citizenship. This ideological vision began to issue from the top down in the 1920s in discourses issuing from government offices, newspapers, and normal schools that deemed campesinos as a class-like social category of rural people bound together by their collective economic and political condition. By the 1930s, institutions such as the Confederation and its successors contributed to the establishment of the campesinage as a political category by empowering rural folk as a single mass constituency. Yet campesino identity also originated at the grassroots, through agrarista's emerging understanding of their own experiences. As mobilized country people sought to win land and political power by confronting hacienda owners, anti-agrarista priests, and fanatical rural folk, they came to regard themselves as fundamentally different from other social groups. In other words, the campesino ideals of proletarian solidarity and the right to the land they tilled were indeed products of agrarista's experiences, which in turn were structured by local histories of agrarian struggle, economic relations, and political cultures. Mobilized country folk were not merely aping the discourse of their political leaders, they were adapting a new and radicalized conceptual lexicon to realities of their everyday lives. Nowhere was the interpenetration of local and official understandings of agrarista militancy clearer than in the discourse of agrarista caciques of the 1920s. These emerging political bosses construed themselves and their followers as campesinos beset by hacienda owners, corrupt officials, and the instigators of other outrages against rural folk in the aggregate. For example, Escobedo Prado, the gritty agrarista headman who by 1934 had dominated the region of La Canada for more than a decade, described working-class rural folk as his class brothers. He counted himself 232, 233. Among those who have persistently struggled for the improvement and emancipation of the masses of campesinos and workers in the state and in the Republic generally. 14. Similarly, when Juan Gutierrez, the agrarista point man in the Zamora region, wrote to inform some of his campesino comrades that the government had approved their petitions for land reform parcels, his words associated land reform with the Mexican social revolution itself. The acquisition of land, he wrote, represented the greatest victory that the beneficiaries would ever score over the capitalist octopuses, murderous landowners, craven turncoats, and furtive priests who sought to oppress the campesinos of western Michoacan. 15. For these men, the stakes of agrarian struggle and hence the virtues of campesino solidarity were self-evident. They believed that the loss of village lands during the Porrieto had divided Mexican society into groups of oppressed campesinos and wealthy rapacious landowners, and their ideological allies, and that rural folk could only hope to achieve a victory over such powerful enemies if they joined with revolutionary leaders such as Cardenas. In the fractured world of the post-revolutionary countryside, these men came to believe that impoverished rural people would naturally recognize that they were campesinos whose objective interests demanded unity with each other and with post-revolutionary populists such as Cardenas. Although agrarista headmen claimed to speak on behalf of all rural people, it would be a mistake to assume that the majority of country folk shared their outlook on every count. Yet it seems clear that many or perhaps most rural people began to describe themselves as campesinos, at least in certain circumstances, at about the time the agrarian movement hit its peak in the early 1930s. It is impossible to fully distinguish how these people's understanding of campesino identity differed from the stylized and radicalized concepts in which village revolutionaries dealt, but a close reading of village-level political discourse suggests that many rural folk did become attracted by the post-revolutionary ideals of rural solidarity and empowerment of people who worked the land. It would appear, however, that most villagers understood campesino identity in substantially less orthodox terms than village revolutionaries and political leaders did. Most villagers accentuated the benefits that they believed they deserved as campesinos but downplayed the prescriptive attitudes. 233. 234. Such as anti-clericalism, discipline, and modernity, that village revolutionaries believed campesinos should manifest. For example, a group of agroristas from Ecuador complained in 1924 that local landowners and municipal authorities refused to carry out revolutionary reforms to benefit rural folk. Writing in broken Spanish, the villagers, sharecroppers, as it turns out, stated that the landowners threatened to hang all campesinos and refused to give them good work even though these same landowners had been happy to exploit their crops and labor in years past. 16. Despite this vitriolic complaint, the self-described campesinos did not ask for the government to nationalize the land or jail the landowners. Instead, the sharecroppers simply asked the government to help them renew their contract with the hacienda. Other self-declared campesinos lodged similar complaints about landowners who obstructed their ability to work their lands. 17. These campesino groups took it for granted that their interests connected with those of landowners, but their solution to this conflict of interests was not to re-exhibit parrot post-revolutionary dogma. Rather than asking the government to make radical changes in the social system, they simply asked the political authorities to ensure that they could work the land as they had always done without being persecuted. To the extent that discontinuities existed between the ways in which average rural people and political leaders understood the rights and privileges that should accrue to politically mobilized rural folk, campesino identity can be regarded as a contested social category. Nevertheless, the fact remains that the creation of campesino identity was the product of a broad consensus that emerged between some post-revolutionary leaders and at least some groups of rural folk in the post-revolutionary years. The idea that campesinos had specific political and economic interests that the revolution had promised to uphold as a matter of basic justice was in fact very widespread. An impressive number of politicians and rural people, of school teachers and parish priests, and of agrarian leaders and landowners understood this point. By the mid-1930s, few people seemed to have doubted that a campesino was someone whose impoverishment and political marginalization derived from historical injustice that cried out for some form of redress, or, in the language of the time, redemption. In other words, post-revolutionary conflicts did not revolve. 234. 235. Around the issue of whether campesinos deserved a better quality of life so much as how the government should respond to the agrarian question. But this begs the question of why so many rural people in Michoacan embraced campesino identity and even the ideal of an organized and politically unit campesinage far more enduringly than other components of post-revolutionary ideology, including that of agrarismo itself. At least part of the answer seems to be that rural people have found it meaningful to combine campesino identity with their other equally deeply felt cultural forms in a way that the political discourse of agrarismo would never allow. Rural people elected to hybridize campesino identity and thus ensure that it would have a composite rather than an exclusive character. They have found it useful in some circumstances to express solidarity and empowerment through campesino-based politics, but not at the cost of casting off other important cultural identities. The potential hybridity of campesino identity had been evident from the late 1920s, when the agrarista movement was at its peak. Perhaps nowhere did it appear more clearly than in the discourse of agrarista women. In the late 1920s, a series of community organizations with names like the Women's Cooperative of Campesinos began to appear in agrarista communities. Like the men, many of these women claimed to speak on behalf of the campesino classes. Unlike the men, they also emphasized their gender by describing themselves as campesinas. More than simply following the rules of good grammar, their decision to identify themselves through the use of what was at that time an overtly politicized term emphasized not simply that they were partisans of revolutionary politics but that they were women who did so. 18. The creation of campesina organizations represented a drastic change from women's previous mode of political participation. In the early 1920s, the political personae of women who participated in the agrarista movement derived primarily from their relation to men. Women who wrote to political leaders typically established their political credentials by describing themselves as mothers or wives of agrarista militants. Agrarista women brought lawsuits on behalf of their sons or husbands. They confronted the landowners or paramilitary militias that threatened their families when their menfolk had taken to the hills, often at great personal risk. 19 But these practices served to dean women's political allegiance in an essentially 235. 236. Rivative way by casting women as ancillary members of the agrarista movement rather than as its chief protagonists. When women began to create their own organizations and to describe themselves as campesinos in the 1930s, however, they constituted themselves as independent, class-conscious political actors and revolutionary citizens in their own right. Popular class women's self-definition as campesinos went hand in hand with their increasing political activation through temperance leagues, unions, and other organizations affiliated with the Confederation, or in some cases with social Catholic organizations. As such, it marked their entrance into the public sphere as women who were also citizens and workers. Women's adoption of the term campesina also helps to illustrate the ways in which rural people put limitations on the more dogmatic elements of post-revolutionary ideology. The discourse of agrarismo and other quasi-official popular movements of the 1920s and 1930s politicized rural identity and dichotomized rural folk into mutually exclusive camps of pro- and counter-revolutionaries. Rural society became increasingly partisan as rural people got swept up in, and sometimes contributed to, the political conics involving powerful political actors, including the church, landowners, and the state. In the long term, however, very few rural people consented to abide by rules that post-revolutionary ideology sought to impose on rural society. Campesino identity formation was governed by a very different cultural logic. Rather than denning the politics of identity in terms of exclusivities, in which people had to describe themselves using one category or another, agrarista versus cristero or revolutionary versus fanatic, for example, rural people who deemed themselves as campesinos took a more eclectic route. They created a conceptual vocabulary that allowed them to represent themselves by using one category and another. By the second half of the 20th century, rural people regularly deemed themselves, and were deemed by others, through an accretion of hybrid terms, for example, as indigenous campesinos/campesinas, land-holding campesinos/campesinas, or even as Catholic campesinos/campesinas. 20 Indeed, it seems reasonable to speculate that if campesino identity continued to suffuse the countryside throughout the 20th century, it was precisely because a broad range of social actors succeeded in adding their voices to the process of cultural blending, including such diverse groups as indigenous. 236. 237. And mestizo villagers, political radicals, political conservatives, and Catholics. If anything, the decline of militant agrarismo, anti-clericalism, and the rhetoric of class struggle in the 1940s and 1950s served to broaden the appeal of campesino identity by disengaging it from the polarizing politics of post-revolutionary state formation. A more encompassing and often hybridized formulation of campesino identity emerged as a standard feature of village political culture in the latter half of the 20th century. Perhaps it is no coincidence that the national state, official party apparatus grew increasingly bureaucratized and unresponsive during these years, even as an increasingly clear trend of economic globalization began to restructure the Mexican economy in ways that jeopardized the viability of village-based agriculture. As a consequence of what some observers have called the global depeasantization of the developing world, millions of rural people were left with no alternative but to abandon the countryside or turn once again to wage labor in the countryside. 21 Confronted with a wholesale assault on their way of life, rural people turned to the political skills and conceptual vocabulary they had acquired in the post-revolutionary years. When they faced the prospect of losing their lands for the construction of golf courses, airports, or some other outgrowth of the nation's economic model based on urbanization and industrialization, Campesinos often elected to take their case to the court of public opinion rather than to rely on the legal system to protect their interests. When they did so, they often invoked a political discourse that emphasized campesino solidarity, thereby articulating their demands in terms of a cultural identity and revolutionary heritage that has become deeply embedded in the national consciousness. No group has made more effective use of this rhetorical strategy than the Neo-Zapatistas from the southern state of Chiapas who rebelled against the federal government in 1994. The Zapatistas have sought above all to buttress their rights as indigenous people, but as their choice of appellation implies, they have also resuscitated the revolutionary ideal of agrarian militancy. In their communiques, national plebiscites, and caravans to the jungle, they have attempted to forge a common front with other rural people against policies that have imposed free markets on the countryside while withdrawing basic services from the rural sector. Rather than conceiving of 237, 238 indigenous people and campesinos as two distinct groups, their sometime spokesperson Subcommander Marcos has treated the two categories as essentially indistinguishable, thus drawing upon another culturally embedded notion. More than anything, he has played upon ideals of class struggle and revolutionary citizenship in a way that a post-revolutionary agrarista militant would be thoroughly familiar. The particular rhetoric of campesinage used by Marcos and other leaders of indigenous movements functions to build and reproduce symbolic bonds among rural people throughout Mexico and, in a sense, throughout Latin America as a whole. Like earlier agrarian discourses, these leaders appeal to an imagined community of campesinos on the basis of their shared history of poverty and political victimization at the hands of exploitative outsiders. 22. Campesino identity and the politics of community survival. Like most rural communities in the Meseta Tarasca, villagers in the old-time agrarista stronghold of Zirumutero still celebrate the Day of the Dead on the night of November 1st. By the light of stumpy candles, they hold festive vigils at the grave sites of friends and family members. They lay hours around the tombstones and perhaps leave some candy or cigarettes for the departed souls. A late 20th century visitor to the Zirumutero cemetery could observe what has become a common sight in Michoacan's observance of the Day of the Dead. Land reform beneficiaries from the village ejido dressed in wide belts and straw cowboy hats were gathered around a portrait of Cardenas anked by candles and yellow marigolds. As they whiled away the night chatting about their crops and local politics, they occasionally paused and glanced over to the portrait, paying their respects to the general one more time. They had come to remember. 23. The land reform has not been a panacea for rural folk in Michoacan or in most other places in Mexico. In the latter half of the 20th century, bureaucratic institutions such as the Farm Bureau, the Banco Ejidal, and the Department of Agrarian Reform often implemented inefficient agricultural policies that imposed centrally planned production goals on land reform communities. They choked off the resulting discontent by denying credit and other benefits to people regarded as troublemakers. As 238, 239. The Mexican economy turned toward industrialization and away from agriculture after World War II, the government's increasing reluctance to provide technical support and adequate credit for campesino production was a prescription for rural underdevelopment. Yet land reform beneficiaries could not effectively resist these trends through the CNC, their official mass organization, because its leaders had neither the capability nor the inclination to challenge Mexico's political establishment. Many ejidos today do not possess enough agricultural land to sustain their members. Others are racked by the corruption of venal leaders who are sometimes the descendants of agrarista caciques from the Cardenas years. As anthropologist John Gledhill discovered in his study of a poorly organized ejido on what had been the hacienda of Guaracha, some land reform beneficiaries feel that they received almost nothing despite a long history of government promises. 24. But the fact remains that the most successful attempts at popular mobilization and collective management of resources in the second half of the 20th century nearly always involved communities that possessed ejidos or communal lands, that is, communities of people who explicitly deem themselves as campesinos. 25 It seems reasonable to speculate that one of the most important rhetorical and ideological foundations of this community solidarity derives from campesino identity's legacy of agrarista ideals of class consciousness and revolutionary citizenship rights that it promoted. 26 The land reform beneficiaries' Day of the Dead altar in Zirumutero reeks the longevity, not simply of the Cardenas myth, but of a politicized campesino identity in rural Michoacan. In some ways, the two are closely related. Many rural folk continue to think of Cardenas as their benefactor, in part because he provided them the land, but also because he is remembered as the president who made the welfare of campesinos his foremost priority. While Cardenas's project empowered rural people only through the mediation of bureaucratic structures, and while it was unquestionably an exercise in post-revolutionary paternalism, it was nonetheless a thoroughly inclusive model of politics. His willingness to reward peasant militancy and to appropriate and reproduce agrarista discourses served to include rural folk coded as campesinos within the post-revolutionary nation in ways that resonated deeply with agraristas and non-agraristas alike. This fact alone had major repercussions for Mexican politics in the 239, 240th century. Cardenas's successors in office eventually co-opted or dismantled his mass organizations, but they could not deny what had become the reality of campesino identity and hence campesino politics. Rural people simply would not allow them to. Contemporary observers of the countryside have also come to accept this reality, and they nearly universally describe the rural poor as campesinos. As often as not, the term functions as a sort of shorthand that allows outsiders to talk about rural people without making meaningful distinctions among them, simply lumping them into an undifferentiated social group of the non-urban poor. Yet this usage, too, reeks the changes that have taken place in rural society since the time of Cardenas. The persistent impoverishment of the countryside in Mexico has in fact homogenized rural people in economic terms, diminishing some of the material differences that once distinguished eld hands, small landowners, and land reform beneficiaries from each other. The rapid urbanization of Mexico has also promoted the apparent homogenization of rural folk, since many urbanites find it easier to contemplate a countryside peopled by indistinguishable campesinos than to differentiate the many economic and ethnic groups that live in the forests and cornfields beyond the highways. Ironically, then, the economic modernization of Mexico has helped to deepen and perpetuate campesino identity both as an ascriptive category and as a cultural identity. Outsiders lump rural folk into a single social category, and many country people find it both meaningful and politically advantageous to emphasize their collective condition in analogous terms. It seems likely that rural people's self-identification as campesinos will continue to provide a cognitive tool that encourages solidarity in struggle against the worst effects of political marginalization and economic globalization in the years to come. The fact that many campesinos in Michoacan have chosen to remember Cardenas for his willingness to ally with them against their perceived adversaries suggests that, in some ways, not much has changed since the 1930s. It remains to be seen, however, whether the politics of campesino solidarity will serve as a viable option for community survival in the unsparing economic environment of the early 20th century. Perhaps it will. From the perspective of at least some modern-day campesinos in Michoacan, the greatest legacy of Cardenismo is that it offers 240. 241. Proof that rural folk and political leaders can reach what in retrospect seems like a mutually beneficial alliance. Many rural people remember Cardenas for his willingness to help them defend what they had come to regard as their collective interests as Mexicans and producers, something they recognize that recent governments have failed to do. As one wizened agrarista from La Canada recalled, Cardenas was loved because, unlike the political leaders of the 1990s, he always paid attention to the poor, the humble, the Indian. He listened to the petitioners that the rich complained so much about. In return, rural folk did whatever they could to see him succeed in his political designs. Their actions ran the gamut from composing songs, corridos, about him in the Purepecha language to mobilizing to GHT under his command. Campesinos supported Cardenas, the old man explained, because they wanted to help build him up. I guess you could say they just decided to throw in with him. 27.